In the previous life, Jiang Chun loved Lu Ru Yin deeply, and even the Lord-level bloodline, Ice, Snow Wolf King, was generously given. But all he received in return was Lu Ru Yan's cold indifference. After both Jiang Chun and Lu Ru Yin were reborn, Lu Ru Yin thought she could control everything and exchange her beast contract with Jiang Chun ahead of time, discarding the Ice Snow Wolf King for a lowly black soul beast, attempting to ascend to greatness in one step. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chun had already seen through the entire situation, quietly watching as Lu Ru Yin took one step after another toward her own demise. Lu Ru Yin, Jiang Chun, this time, I will dominate everything, you will not hinder me. Jiang Chun, Lu Ru Yin, what you owe me will eventually be repaid 100-fold. That as the world collapsed and demons wreaked havoc, only the power of beast taming could restore peace to the human realm. On that day, the great building was about to fall, and Hanxia was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chun rode a giant dragon and stepped on the Underworld Phoenix, swimming against the current. Burn my remnants, ignite my blood. Wherever the blade points, I shall advance unimpeded. Chapter 1. Jiang Chun, you will not hinder me. Hanxia, Yinjiang No. 1 Middle School Playground. Jiang Chun, do you think that with a few stinking coins, you can make me, Lu Ru Yin, bow down and be your vassal? Dream on. Keep your disgusting charity, even if it's the Lord-level bloodline, Ice Snow Wolf King. I don't want it. In a daze, under the gaze of many teachers and students, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes. The glaring sunlight shone down on him, and the long-lost life and vitality within him reignited. I have been reborn? Jiang Chun numbly raised his hand, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, until his gaze fell upon the beautiful girl before him with skin as white as jade, picturesque brows and eyes, and a cold, angry expression. Lu Ru Yin, the familiar yet unfamiliar figure, caused long-sealed memories to surge from the depths of Jiang Chun's mind. He finally confirmed a fact. He had been reborn. Moreover, he had been reborn at the moment when his beast taming talent awakened, and he contracted his beast. Looking at Lu Ru Yin, Jiang Chun's throat tightened, feeling as dry as a desert. Sadness, anger, regret, self-mockery. Various emotions mingled in Jiang Chun's heart, his expression complex. Demons were awakening, the world was collapsing, and humanity was on the brink of danger. Only the power of beast taming could give humanity the strength to fight against the demons and protect the last pure land. In his previous life, it was at this time that he awakened the level beast taming talent energy absorption and obtained the Ice Snow Wolf King with a Lord-level bloodline as his contracted beast. At that time, Jiang Chun devoted himself to Lu Ru Yin and even gave the hard-earned Ice Snow Wolf to her. He gave Lu Ru Yin everything he had. But from beginning to end, Lu Ru Yin not only offered no gratitude, but even regarded his love as humiliation. Her lofty pride could not tolerate Jiang Chun's pity. Even in the end, when Jiang Chun became Hanxia's strongest warrior and married Lu Ru Yin, he still could not earn her acknowledgement. Instead, this made Lu Ru Yin resent him for causing her to miss her white moonlight, ruining her life. As a result, during Jiang Chun's battle against the strongest of the 9 demon gods, Lu Ru Yin, who had already reached the pinnacle of beast taming in Hanxia, had countless opportunities to save him, but always chose to watch coldly from the sidelines, ultimately leading to Jiang Chun, the strongest warrior of Hanxia, falling. The past flashed before his eyes like a parade, and all that remained in Jiang Chun's heart was endless bitterness. The person he had shared countless days and nights with ultimately watched his death with indifference. How ironic. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, feeling somewhat suffocated, his dark eyes fixed on Lu Ru Yin, his expression emotionless, making it hard to read his feelings. Jiang Chun, remember, I, Lu Ru Yin, will never submit to you. This time, you will not hinder me. I will become the strongest beast tamer in Hanxia and dominate everything. Lu Ru Yin's expression was cold, her words carrying unprecedented determination. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Lu Ru Yin turned and walked toward one side of the playground. There, many small beasts were yelping, along with several beast eggs of various colors. The teachers of Yinjiang No. 1 Middle School were selecting good beasts for the students to contract with. Of course, compared to the Ice Snow Wolf King that Jiang Chun's family bought at an exorbitant price, these were far inferior. Beast bloodlines are categorized from high to low into 10 levels. Battle Servant, Elite, Battle General, Commander, Lord King, Emperor, Extraordinary, Totem Sacred Beast, and Myth, corresponding to the heights they can ultimately achieve. Among them, Even the slightly better beast bloodlines were merely elite bloodlines, quite ordinary. Yet Lu Ruyin seemed utterly unconcerned, eagerly selecting among the small beasts. TSK, it still has to be our Lu campus flower. Not only did she awaken the 11-level beast taming talent, but she's also so unique. Ha! Who says otherwise? I've been unhappy with Jiangshun for a long time apart from being handsome, reincarnating, and having a wealthy grandfather in Yinjiang City. What else does he have? I just wonder how our young master Jiang feels being rejected while desperately trying to curry favor with Lu campus flower. Some students looked at Jiang Chun, who stood alone, and began to mock him. Jiang Chun came from a good family and was one of only 2 students in the school to awaken a level beast taming talent, making many envious. Now, watching Jiang Chun suffer in front of Lu Ruyin brought them a sense of relief. Jiang Chun, I'm not saying you. You know Lu's temper, how could she accept you with that overbearing attitude? At that moment, a boy with a somewhat frivolous smile walked up to Jiang Chun, speaking in a lecturing tone with a hint of mockery. Jiang Yuntao, seeing this person, Jiang Chen's anger ignited and his brows furrowed, with a flicker of cold light in his eyes. Jiang Yuntao was Lu Ruyan's childhood sweetheart, her unrequited love. The reason Lu Ruyan hated him so much was largely due to Jiang Yuntao. Moreover, Jiang Chun was well aware that many students' prejudice and hostility toward him were also related to Jiang Yuntao's slander behind his back. Jiang Yuntao, however, did not notice the change in Jiang Chen's expression. His narrow eyes were fixed on the small wolf beside Jiang Chun, greed evident in his gaze. The small wolf was exceptionally majestic, not yet as tall as Jiang Chen's knee, still youthful, but unlike other small beasts, it did not frolic. It sat quietly, its sapphire blue eyes sparkling with brilliance, its wolf fur dancing in the wind, exuding an aura of royalty, extraordinary and unique. Not only was Jiang Yuntao envious, but even the teachers were also attracted to the small wolf, exclaiming in wonder. Jiang Yuntao's greed grew stronger. He skillfully wrapped his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder, feigning sorrow. Jiang Chun, it seems Lu Ruyan will find it hard to forgive you. This time, Jiang Yuntao pretended to be heartbroken, staring intently at the ice snow wolf king, then changed the subject. How about this? You give me this beast, and I'll help you talk to Lu Ru. And in the future, I can accompany Lu Ruyan to and from school, and you can come along too. How about that? The more Jiang Yuntao talked, the broader his smile became. Once he signed a contract with the ice snow wolf king, even if his awakened beast taming talent was only clever, he could soar to great heights in a short time, becoming the most outstanding student at Yinjiang No. 1 Middle School, attracting the attention of top beast taming academies, and rising to the upper class. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuntao couldn't help but get excited, and his gaze toward the ice snow wolf king grew even hotter. Give it to you? Jiang Chen laughed in angered. Give away a lord-level bloodline beast for a chance to accompany Lu Ruyan to and from school. Who would want that? Previously, because of Lu Ruoyan, Jiang Chun endured everything. Even though Jiang Yuntao was just the son of the Jiang family's driver, under his indulgence, he gradually acquired the title of the Jiang family's second young master and enjoyed all the attention. But now, Jiang Chun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He turned around and raised his hand. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed, catching Jiang Yuntao off guard. He was stunned and nearly fell to the ground, a bright red handprint appearing on his face. Jiang Yuntao, I gave you face, didn't I? Jiang Chun shook his slightly numb hand. He had put all his strength into that slap, leaving half of Jiang Yuntao's face swollen. He had always known Jiang Yuntao was despicable, but this level of shamelessness still refreshed his understanding. Did Jiang Yuntao really think he could still manipulate him with Lu Ruoyan like before? It was simply laughable. After slapping him, Jiang Chun was still not satisfied. Seeing that Jiang Chun wanted to strike again, Jiang Yuntao panicked, covering his left cheek and letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Chun, you dare to hit me. You actually dare to hit me. Just wait. Even if you kneel and beg me to accept the ice and snow wolf king, Lu Ruoyan will definitely not forgive you. Jiang Yuntao fled in a hurry, scrambling toward the direction where Lu Ruoyan was. In response, Jiang Chun felt utterly disdainful. With no more scruples in his heart, he had 1,000 ways to deal with Jiang Yuntao. However, when Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Lu Ruoyan again, he was momentarily stunned. In Jiang Chen's sight, Lu Ruoyan was smiling radiantly, holding a small, pitch-black beast in her arms. It looked ugly and exuded a thick, foul odor. But Lu Ruoyan treated that little beast as if it were a treasure, holding it tightly. And that little beast was precisely the initial beast the Black Soul Beast, that he had chosen after giving the Ice and Snow Wolf King to Lu Ruoyan in his previous life. Jiang Chun froze in place, a peculiar thought flashing through his mind. Could it be she has also been reborn? Chapter 2. Beastmaster Talent Mutation. It's no wonder Jiang Chun would have such thoughts. In his previous life, he gifted the Ice and Snow Wolf King to Lu Ruoyan, and with Jiang Yuntao's embellishments, Lu Ruoyan's self-esteem was hurt, making her feel that Jiang Chun was looking down on her, humiliating her. Perhaps it was out of revenge, or maybe just out of spite. Lu Ruoyan, emboldened by love, forced Jiang Chun to sign a contract with the Black Soul Beast, which was of the lowest bloodline and the weakest. At that time, Jiang Chun was blinded by Lu Ruoyan's feelings. To please her, he was willing to gamble his Beastmaster career and sign a contract with the Black Soul Beast. However, what Jiang Chun never expected was that shortly after signing the contract, the Black Soul Beast would mutate and undergo a transformation of its bloodline. As a result, he soared to great heights, becoming one of the top warriors in Hanxia in just 10 years. She must have been reborn. As he watched Lu Ruoyan preparing to sign a contract with the Black Soul Beast, Jiang Chun became increasingly certain of his guess. If Lu Ruoyan had not also been reborn, she would have to be out of her mind to choose the universally acknowledged weakest Black Soul Beast. Jiang Chun's gaze shifted to the Black Soul Beast in Lu Ruoyan's arms, then to Jiang Yuntao, who had rushed to her side, making her smile. Lu Ruoyan, is this your choice this time? The corners of Jiang Chun's mouth curved slightly, outlining a chilling arc. Then this time, I will grant your wish. At that moment, with Jiang Yuntao's loud cries for help, many teachers and students also noticed the Black Soul Beast in Lu Ruoyan's arms. No way. Is the campus beauty Lu preparing to contract with the Black Soul Beast? I must be crazy to be hallucinating. I wouldn't want such a trash beast even if it was given to me for free. Who would choose it? The crowd was both surprised and confused by Lu Ruoyan's actions, especially the teachers, who could no longer sit still. In the entire Yunjiang No. 1 high school, besides Jiang Chun, Lu Ruoyan was the most likely student to enter the top 5 Beastmaster academies in Hanxia for further studies. Now, Lu Ruoyan actually wanted to choose the most garbage Black Soul Beast as her initial beast. This is unacceptable. It should be known that the ranks of Beastmasters are divided into 10 levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, Title, and Divine Seat. Each level is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. After signing the first beast contract, one can be promoted to a Black Iron 1-star Beastmaster. This means that the choice of an initial beast is particularly important. The stronger the bloodline of the beast, the faster the Beastmaster generally grows. The stronger their combat power, and the higher they can reach. However, the Black Soul Beast, with its lowly bloodline, ranked the lowest among all battle servant bloodlines. Once contracted, it would likely become questionable whether Lu Ruoyan could even become a bronze-level Beastmaster in the future. However, before they could speak out to dissuade her, Lu Ruoyan pressed her hand to the Black Soul Beast's forehead, and a dark red light flashed, completing the contract. Throughout, Lu Ruoyan did not hesitate at all, her expression firm. After contracting the Black Soul Beast, Lu Ruoyan let out a long sigh of relief and unconsciously glanced at Jiang Chun. Indeed, as Jiang Chun had thought, she too had been reborn. With the experiences of her previous life, she was very clear about the potential of the Black Soul Beast. Back then, even though she had contracted the Ice and Snow Wolf King, she was always suppressed by the Black Soul Beast contracted by Jiang Chun, feeling inferior. Now that they had exchanged beasts, she did not believe Jiang Chun could crush her as he had in her past life. Most importantly, Jiang Chun had once told her in detail about the various mutations of the Black Soul Beast. She was completely confident that after contracting the Black Soul Beast, she would rise to prominence in a short time. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoyan's eyes filled with pride. Jiang Chun, this time, the strongest warrior in Hanxia will be me, while you will forever live in my shadow, in dark and damp corners, stinking and decaying. Meeting Lu Ruoyan's gaze, Jiang Chun instantly understood her thoughts. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lu Ruoyan, do you really think that changing beasts will bring about a change? Seemingly recalling something, a smile filled Jiang Chun's eyes. Besides, this Black Soul Beast is far from being as simple as you think. Seeing Lu Ruoyan again, it would be impossible for Jiang Chun to say he didn't hate her. But at the moment Lu Ruoyan contracted the Black Soul Beast, Jiang Chun gradually changed his mind. What could be more satisfying than watching Lu Ruoyan reap the consequences of her actions, step by step, heading towards the abyss? In his previous life, he witnessed the death of family members and the tragic deaths of friends, leaving him with too many regrets. For Lu Ruoyan, he had let down too many people. In this new life, Lu Ruoyan was not worth him wasting too much energy on. A year later, when demons invaded, Yunjiang City faced a great disaster. Mountains and rivers were shattered, cities collapsed, and the entire base city became a bloody hunting ground for demons. With rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Jiang Chen's expression was serious as he looked at the Ice and Snow Wolf King beside him. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and gently placed it on the little wolf's forehead, signing the contract. This time, let us protect everything. A woo. The little wolf seemed to sense something, raising its neck to let out a wolf howl. Although the howl was immature, it contained a faint pressure of superiority, scaring all the little beasts into trembling. Tails between their legs, curling up on the ground, whimpering continuously. Among them, the black soul beast in Lu Ruyan's arms was even more unbearable, burying its dark head in her chest, trembling, and wetting itself in fear, soaking Lu Ruyan completely. The stains covered her shirt and arms. Damn it! Lu Ruyan glared angrily at Jiang Chen, the foul smell making her roll her eyes, wishing she could just throw the black soul beast away. After hurriedly wiping off some of the urine stains, Lu Ruyan turned to look at Jiang Yuntao, who had a wronged expression, her eyes filled with reluctant affection. Brother Yuntao, you just said that Jiang Chen, that bastard, hit you, right? Jiang Yuntao looked at Jiang Chen and the Ice and Snow Wolf King signing the contract, heartbroken, his eyes red with jealousy. Suddenly, hearing Lu Ruyan's gentle voice in his ear, he perked up. Ruyan, you know, Jiang Chen has always looked down on us. Just now, I saw him make you angry, and I wanted him to apologize. Saying this, Jiang Yuntao covered his face, hesitating to speak, looking extremely wronged. After a long silence, he lowered his head and said, I'm fine, Ruyan, we are all classmates. It's okay if he slapped me. Bastard. Seeing Jiang Yuntao's slightly swollen face, Lu Ruyan felt heartbroken. Brother Yuntao, from now on, with me around, no one can bully you. Her voice was resolute, and without another word, she grabbed Jiang Yuntao and walked straight towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen apologized to Brother Yuntao immediately. Lu Ruyan was furious, exuding an aura of an impending confrontation. Seeing this, the teachers panicked. Jiang Chen was in the process of signing a contract with the Ice and Snow Wolf King, and if this process was interrupted, Jiang Chen's life would be ruined, and he would never be able to become a beast master again. Lu Ruyan's self-destructive choices had already cost them a hope of entering a prestigious school. Now, they absolutely could not allow Jiang Chen to encounter any mishaps. Lu Ruyan, stop right there. A tall female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a neat work uniform, quickly stepped in front of Jiang Chen. Her wavy hair fell naturally, partially obscuring her tightly knitted brows. She blocked Lu Ruyan, visibly displeased. This person was Xiao Qingwei, the head teacher of Class 3, Year 3, and also the teacher of both Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. Move aside. I must make that bastard Jiang Chen kneel and apologize today. Lu Ruyan insisted, staring fiercely at Jiang Chen, completely unaware that Xiao Qingwei's expression had completely turned cold. Xiao Qingwei was getting angry. Lu Ruyan's family situation was not good, but she was usually very motivated, and her Beastmaster talent was high. She had always been someone Xiao Qingwei had high hopes for. However, now, in front of everyone, Lu Ruyan not only dragged Jiang Yuntao without saying a word, but also wanted to interrupt Jiang Chen's contract with the Ice Snow Wolf King while contracting a low-tier beast. Her evaluation of Lu Ruyan instantly dropped to rock bottom. Nevertheless, no matter what, she would not allow Lu Ruyan to disturb Jiang Chen. A woo. Just as Xiao Qingwei was about to act, a powerful howl erupted from behind, deafening. She turned in shock to see the little wolf extremely excited, howling like a dragon. In its pair of sky-blue wolf eyes, an incredibly brilliant light burst forth, like frost dancing. In front of the little wolf, Jiang Chen was completely enveloped in a colorful radiance. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, bathing in it, and his figure actually lifted off the ground. Then, the winds and clouds surged, obscuring the sky. Accompanied by a thunderous rumble, a chaotic void door slowly opened behind Jiang Chen. At the same time, a strange golden rune appeared at the center of Jiang Chen's forehead, like a divine imprint. Talent mutation. It was a mutation of the Beast Taming talent. Chapter 3, Level 10 Beast Taming talent. Tyrant Devour. Xiao Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the mark on Jiang Chen's forehead, covering her cherry-red lips. She seemed to be greatly impacted, letting out a scream. Her usually serious and beautiful face was filled with shock. What? Mutation of the Beast Taming talent. Hearing Xiao Qingyue's scream, the teachers couldn't help but lock their gaze onto Jiang Chen, their pupils shaking. Only the students were confused, still not understanding what had happened. Mutation of the Beast Taming talent? What is that? Amidst the puzzled looks of the students, Xiao Qingyue's chest rose and fell violently as she spoke in a deep voice. In the millennium history of the Hanxia beast taming, there have been many who had a high degree of compatibility with their beasts, allowing the bloodline of the beasts to evolve upon signing the contract. Regarding compatibility, There is a legend that when a beast tamer and their beast achieve perfect compatibility, it can lead to unimaginable changes for both parties. Jiang Qin's current transformation should be like this. Perfect compatibility has caused his beast taming talent to mutate, elevating it to a whole new level. Although Xiao Qingyue was trying hard to suppress her inner emotions, everyone could still detect a slight tremor in her voice. Clearly, her heart was far from calm, having already stirred up a storm. Not only her, but the breathing of the teachers also became rapid, and they trembled slightly from excessive excitement. The mutation of the beast taming talent can only be triggered when the compatibility between the contracting parties reaches perfection. Throughout the history of Hanxia beast taming, those who achieve perfect compatibility are extremely rare. Without exception, even those slightly less compatible have become master-level beast tamers. Moreover, some have even earned the title of unmatched, creating legends. The gazes of everyone towards Jiang Chun gradually became fervent. In their eyes, he was a dazzling star, destined to shine brightly and stand tall in the sky. Just from the teachers' reactions, they knew that the changes Jiang Chun was experiencing were extraordinary. However, their focus was somewhat different. A talent elevation to a new height? Does that mean Jiang Qin's current beast taming talent is level 10? Level 10 beast taming talent. How is that possible? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the playground erupted with waves of exclamations, one after another, which could not settle for a long time. The entire playground was in an uproar. Level 10. Even with Hanxia's population of hundreds of millions, those with level 10 talents are less than 1 in a million. Such figures are beyond the description of mere genius. They are prodigies, the pride of heaven, blazing like the sun. At this moment, the radiance surrounding Jiang Chun appeared so dazzling that it was difficult for them to look directly at it. Upon realizing that Jiang Qin's beast-taming talent had mutated to level 10, all the students' gazes towards him changed. From disdain, contempt, and jealousy, they all turned into a sense of inferiority. This bastard has really struck it rich. Even those who have always looked down on Jiang Chun were now turning green with envy. After a noisy uproar, the area around the playground fell into a brief silence. Witnessing the birth of a prodigy, no one could describe their feelings at this moment. All that remained in everyone's eyes was deep shock. Under the gaze of thousands, the mark on Jiang Chen's forehead slowly sank beneath his skin, and he slowly opened his eyes. Level 10 talent seems not bad. At this moment, a string of information appeared in his mind. Level 10 talent Tyrant Devour. Can devour everything in the world, gaining certain characteristics of the devoured items and increasing specific attributes of beast taming. The introduction of Tyrant Devour was straightforward, and Jiang Chun quickly read through it. Devouring everything. Increasing attributes? Jiang Chun pondered as he lowered his gaze, then smiled knowingly, instantly realizing that it was just like eating something and supplementing it. This level 10 talent is much more domineering than his previous level 9 talent, Energy Absorption. He just didn't know if there was an upper limit. Otherwise, he could directly let the little wolf devour a mountain, and wouldn't its size become as large as the mountain? If that were the case, it would be like a little cow on a plain, incredibly impressive. Men always have their unique pursuits and obsessions regarding size. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with joy, and he unconsciously lowered his gaze to examine himself, wondering if this effect would be useful for him. Looking at his own body, Jiang Chun fell into contemplation. It's just a level 10 talent, and it can make you all so surprised. Just as Jiang Chun was immersed in the joy of his talent transformation, a sarcastic voice interrupted. Everyone turned to the sound and saw Lu Ruyan with her hands on her hips, a face full of disdain. Do you really think that a beast tamer who contracts a useless beast can be strong? Jiang Chun, even if your talent is elevated to level 10, what's the use? In this lifetime, being a gold-level beast tamer is your highest achievement. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. Lu Ruyan spoke with such certainty that it didn't sound like a lie. But now, Jiang Chun has a level 10 beast taming talent, and the beast is the Lord-level Bloodline Ice Snow Wolf King, not to mention gold level. Even if he were to become a diamond level or even master level beast tamer in the future, no one would doubt it. So why is Lu Ruyan so certain? Could it be the problem lies with that little wolf? Xiao Qingyue's eyes flickered as she quickly caught the key information in Lu Ruyan's words. The Lord-level Bloodline Ice Snow Wolf King is referred to as trash by Lu Ruyan, unless Lu Ruyan has gone mad. There must be a problem with the Ice Snow Wolf King. To be safe, Xiao Qingyue didn't dare to be careless and quickly walked to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chun, let me take a look at this little wolf. Saying this, Xiao Qingyue squatted down and lifted the little wolf. Oh woo! The little wolf initially showed its immature fangs and struggled a few times. But for some reason, it soon quieted down. This surprised Jiang Chun a bit. The little wolf had the bloodline of the Wolf King, proud and solitary. It was difficult for anyone else to approach it except for Jiang Chun, who had already signed a contract. Yet at this moment, it appeared exceptionally docile in Xiao Qingyue's hands. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Xiao Qingyue's background. Something's off. Her willow-like brows furrowed tightly, murmuring to herself, her expression becoming somewhat worried. After a careful examination, Xiao Qingyue seemed to become a bit dazed. This little wolf was overflowing with vitality, but its soul was incomplete, having a congenital defect. What? Chapter 4. Has he gone mad? He actually hit the school beauty. Hearing this, the teachers were somewhat incredulous. Did they finally discover it? In contrast, Lu Rian wore a smug expression, her beautiful face filled with a gloating smile. To be honest, this little wolf king, although its bloodline is powerful, has already suffered damage to its wolf soul. Within half a year, it will definitely become an idiot, Lu Rian said lightly. But this statement sounded like a thunderclap to the ears of everyone present. It was indeed the case. They were initially a bit skeptical. But when Xiao Qingyue nodded in confirmation with a gloomy expression, the surroundings fell silent instantly. Huh, so you're saying Jiang Chun has chosen an idiot beast? How can he fight then? Jiang Yuntao appeared concerned, but in fact, he was adding salt to the wound, and the mockery in his eyes was almost overflowing. With his words, the crowd's gaze towards Jiang Chun turned sympathetic. With such a beast, let alone fighting, it could only become a burden. Ha. Jiang Chun is really out of luck. No wonder Lu, the school flower, didn't want this little wolf. It turns out Jiang Chun is indeed not doing anything right. Heh. Fortunately, the school flower Lu is smart. Otherwise, she would have fallen for Jiang Chun, the sycophant. But to have such a high compatibility with an idiot beast is quite something. A sycophant paired with an idiot. What a perfect match. Ha. Some students who were jealous of Jiang Chun began to jump around again, mocking him openly without any restraint, reveling in their glee. They only thought Jiang Chun had ill intentions, wanting to harm Lu Rian, which further deepened their disdain for him. Listening to the laughter around her, Lu Rian's face bloomed with a smile. Indeed, she was quite surprised by Jiang Chun's talent mutation. After all, such a mutation had never happened to Jiang Chun in her previous life. However, she didn't care too much. Right now, aside from her, no one could save Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you always considered yourself superior, high above others, right? Today, I will trample all your pride and self-esteem into the dust. Lu Rian's eyes were filled with hatred. The humiliation of being forced to share a bed with Jiang Chun was something she could never forget. Living this life again, with the memories of her past life, she was confident she could control her destiny. She could also step on Jiang Chun to wash away all her humiliation. Lu Rian sneered. How about it, Jiang Chun? Are you feeling desperate? She slowly walked closer to Jiang Chun. Now, if you kneel down and apologize to Brother Yuntao, perhaps I could show mercy and heal this little wolf for you. The threat in Lu Rian's voice was unmistakable. She wanted to use this method to take revenge on Jiang Chun fiercely. Lu Rian, shut up. Xiao Qingyue couldn't bear to watch any longer and coldly reprimanded her. She didn't know what had happened. Lu Rian, who used to be a diligent and good student, had suddenly become so unrecognizable and even detestable. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold. A 17 or 18-year-old boy is at the peak of his pride. Lu Rian's demand was no longer simply asking Jiang Chun to apologize. It was humiliation. Naked humiliation. To her, Lu Rian and Jiang Chun were classmates. They should help each other. Jiang Chun hitting Jiang Yuntao was indeed Jiang Chun's fault, and they would impose appropriate punishment. However, that was not a reason for Lu Rian to threaten and humiliate Jiang Chun. Under Xiao Qingyue's gaze, Lu Rian showed no signs of fear. Instead, she seemed even more emboldened. After all, he must kneel and apologize to Brother Yuntao. Lu Rian wore a nonchalant expression, smiled lightly, and then hinted, of course, if he has the courage to sever ties with this little wolf, risking the backlash of his soul, then he doesn't have to listen to me. At this point, Lu Rian paused and burst into laughter. The girl's flower-like smile unexpectedly held a hint of viciousness. Lu Rian's words, though light, sent a chill down Xiao Qingyue's spine. The bond between a beast master and their beast is mutual. If one suffers, the other suffers too. Jiang Chun had completed the contract with the little wolf and was currently only a black iron one-star beast master. Given Jiang Chun's current soul strength, he would definitely not withstand the backlash from severing the contract. Once the soul was harmed, even if Jiang Chun didn't become an idiot, he would never be able to contract another beast again. Such a choice was even more despairing than the little ice snow wolf becoming an idiot in half a year. Lu Rian seemed to have no coercion, but every word was aimed at Jiang Chun's heart, forcing him to make a choice. You. Xiao Qingyue was so angry her teeth were itching, her temper flaring up. If it weren't for her identity, she would have wanted to slap Lu Rian twice. Unfortunately, this innate soul defect was something even she had no way to fix. How about it, Jiang Chun? Have you made your choice? Lu Rian didn't want to give Jiang Chun much time to think and asked directly. Her patience with Jiang Chun was quickly running out. If Jiang Chun dared to hesitate, Even if he knelt to apologize, she would definitely not reveal the way to heal the little wolf. Thinking of this, Lu Rian straightened her back, feeling a sense of triumph. Under Lu Rian's triumphant gaze, Jiang Chen finally spoke up. Lu Rian, you really love Jiang Yuntao, don't you? Jiang Chen's tone was neither fast nor slow, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lu Rian was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Before she could react, she saw Jiang Chen laughing to himself, as if he completely failed to grasp the current situation. Lu Rian found Jiang Chen's laughter particularly grating, and her expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Jiang Chen stopped laughing, turned to look at Lu Rian, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement. In his previous life, when he discovered the little wolf had an innate defect, he had accompanied Lu Rian to heal it. For her to use this to threaten him was simply a pipe dream. Moreover, now he possessed the powerful talent, Tyrant Devour. The little wolf's soul defect could be easily fixed by devouring some soul-healing potions. It wouldn't be much trouble at all. Jiang Chen's gaze was cold as he looked at Lu Rian. Then, everyone saw Jiang Chen step forward. Slap. He swiftly slapped Lu Rian across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen then slowly spoke. I laugh because ABTCH matches a dog. It's truly a match made in heaven. You want me to kneel and apologize? Who do you think you are? What? This was utterly unbelievable. Jiang Chen actually slapped the schoolflower Lu. Some people spoke hesitantly. For a moment, many students looked as if they had seen a ghost, horrified and confused. In Jiangxing No. 1 High School, who didn't know Jiang Chen was madly in love with Lu Rian, willing to be her sycophant, always by her side? What was happening now? Was he rebelling due to an overwhelming shock? Had he gone mad? The crowd was abuzz with disbelief. You. Lu Rian gritted her teeth, her face turning pale with anger, trembling all over. She wished she could tear Jiang Chen apart. Jiang Chen, it doesn't matter how you treat me. But how can you hit Rian? Jiang Yuntao, who had been watching from the side, rushed over as soon as he saw things were amiss. Jiang Yuntao pretended to be pitiful, pretending to stand up for Lu Rian. He raised an eyebrow, only to receive another slap across the face from Jiang Chen. And what are you? When did it become your place to meddle in my affairs with her? Another slap fell, and the entire playground fell silent. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. He's gone mad. Jiang Chen has gone mad. Bastard. Lu Rian was so furious her back teeth nearly crumbled. Her face was filled with rage, almost uncontrollable. But then, as if she thought of something, she suddenly burst into mad laughter. I know now. Ha. I know, Jiang Chen. I didn't expect that not getting me would drive you so hysterical. She thought Jiang Chen cared too much about her and couldn't accept the blow of losing her, which made him act irrationally. Lu Rian laughed heartily, overjoyed, not forgetting to rub salt into Jiang Chen's wounds. Jiang Chen, from now on, my heart belongs only to brother Yuntao. Suffer, struggle, despair, I'm not afraid to tell you. In my eyes, you are worth nothing at all. Ha. Gradually, Lu Rian stopped laughing. Her gaze became exceptionally cold, and she sneered repeatedly. If you are not convinced, let us have a competition in the university selection a month later. The loser not only has to kneel and apologize, but must also willingly become the winner's slave, voluntarily dissolve the beast contract, and never touch anything related to beast taming again. Chapter 5, The Bet. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, everyone simultaneously gasped. To voluntarily dissolve the beast contract, regardless of who loses, is tantamount to self-destruction. This bet is not small. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Rian appeared particularly confident. In her previous life, the little wolf was always suppressed by Jiang Chen's black soul beast. Therefore, the little wolf would definitely not be a match for anything other than a black soul beast. Jiang Chen would undoubtedly lose. With this thought, Lu Rian's nose practically lifted to the sky in pride, completely ignoring Jiang Chen. Do you dare, Jiang Chen? She pressed on aggressively, emphasizing her words, coldly staring into Jiang Chen's eyes, questioning him again. She had made up her mind to shine with glory during the highly anticipated university selection and ruin Jiang Chen. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen did not show the panic or cowardice she had imagined. Jiang Chen did not dodge or avoid, equally meeting Lu Rian's gaze, the corner of his mouth curling into a strangely cold smile. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he could hardly suppress his laughter. It is not an exaggeration to say that with his background, it would be easier to kill Lu Rian than to crush an ant. However, the many sufferings and torments endured in his previous life, if he didn't let Lu Rian taste them in detail, how could he justify his struggle to rise from hell and be reborn? Letting Lu Rian die so easily would be too cheap for her. Since Lu Rian was digging her own grave, choosing the most dramatic way to die, how could he not help her? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into an extremely dangerous arc, his smile growing colder. Good. I, Jiang Chen, accept this bet. As his words fell, Lu Rian was momentarily stunned. She thought Jiang Chun would choose to evade, which caught her off guard. Then, growing even more pleased, Jiang Chun, this time, I will personally send you into the abyss again. Lu Rian's gaze turned increasingly cold. Although this time Jiang Chun gave her a completely different feeling, stubborn, indifferent, even resolute. The more he was like this, the more delighted she felt, the more she could sense the pleasure of stepping on Jiang Chun. The others were no longer so calm. Especially Zhang Yuntao. When he heard Jiang Chun accept the bet, his eyes went black and his head buzzed. To be fair, whether in appearance or figure, Lu Rian was exceptional. If you add the identity of a beastmaster, that makes her even rarer. She is a woman who can stand out no matter where she goes. However, in such a world, no matter how beautiful a woman is, once she loses the identity of a beastmaster, she loses much of her luster, becoming no different from a flower vase. He had long regarded Lu Rian as his private possession, and he absolutely would not allow Jiang Chun to ruin her like this. Jiang Chun, how can you be so cruel, knowing that Rian will not be your opponent, and still agree to the bet? You are deliberately trying to destroy her. Zhang Yuntao appeared very agitated, spitting out words in anger. Not only Zhang Yuntao, many people were whispering to each other. Comparing the Ice Snow Wolf King to the Black Soul Beast, I could do it too. Just this kind of bloodline gap. I could win even if I were nursing. What does Lu School Beauty want? Is she crazy like Jiang Chun? Everyone was puzzled. On one side was Jiang Chun, bound to the Ice Snow Wolf King. And on the other side was Lu Rian, bound to the utterly worthless Black Soul Beast. It could be said that there was no need to compare. He could tell with his backside who would win and who would lose. This was clearly a bet where the outcome was already apparent. It is not an exaggeration to say that a trash beast like the Black Soul Beast would scare someone just by standing there. Everyone shared the same thought. Of course, Lu Rian was an exception. She stood in place, listening to the discussions around her, watching the familiar, sympathetic gazes, unconsciously clenching her hands, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Again this detestable pity. You all of you, have never changed. You all believe that I, Lu Rian, am destined to be inferior. Lu Rian's expression darkened to a frightening degree, her fair and flawless face alternating between shades of green and white. In the past, no matter where she went, no matter who she faced, as long as Jiang Chun was there, everyone only saw her as Jiang Chun's subordinate, never as good as him. It was like this in the past, and it is still like this now. Lu Rian's anger surged, her palm pierced by her nails. A drop of crimson blood oozing out, but she seemed not to feel any pain at all. Her heart was filled only with rage. In her previous life, no matter how hard she tried, Jiang Chun was like an insurmountable mountain, the shadow of her life. He pressed down on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. But now it was different. Everything was different. Lu Rian's gaze was fiery, fixed on Jiang Chun, secretly making up her mind. Jiang Chun, I will definitely prove to everyone that I, Lu Rian, will surpass you. Unfortunately, others, including Zhang Yuntao, did not know Lu Rian's thoughts at this moment. Zhang Yuntao stood on the moral high ground, vehemently condemning Jiang Chun. After all, you have liked Rian for so long. Doesn't your conscience hurt for doing this? Under Zhang Yuntao's incitement, some naive students were gradually stirred up, thinking Jiang Chun was deliberately bullying Lu Rian, and they were all standing up for her. Coupled with the filters of hatred for the rich and the halo of beauty, gradually, many self-proclaimed just people stood up to speak. Their voices condemning Jiang Chun grew louder than Zhang Yuntao's. Jiang Chun, I'm speaking fairly. We are all classmates. There's no need to make things so absolute. Yes, it's just a bet. There's no need to wager your future. I think this matter should just be let go. You, a big man, could just apologize and it would be over. Facing the crowd's condemnation, Jiang Chun appeared particularly calm. When the surrounding voices gradually quieted, he slowly opened his mouth, sarcastically saying, Everyone, it seems this bet wasn't proposed by me first, right? This. After Jiang Chun's point, everyone suddenly realized. The bet indeed seemed to have been proposed by Lu Rian herself. They had all been led astray by Zhang Yuntao. Everyone instinctively turned to Lu Rian. Their words stuck in their throats, unable to say another word. Zhang Yuntao's face turned red, also feeling choked. But he did not want to compromise like this. Feeling unjust and wanting to argue loudly. Even so, you shouldn't bully people like this. His face flushed, he still wanted to defend Lu Rian. Jiang Chun could not stand Zhang Yuntao's hypocritical face and mocked. Since you care so much and want to stand up for her, why not take this bet for her? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntao immediately became anxious. He did not want Lu Rian to ruin her future, but it wasn't worth sacrificing himself for that. However, before he could refuse, Lu Rian stepped forward. All right, Brother Yuntao, let us do as he wishes. We accept this bet. Chapter 6. This woman, could she be an idiot? Lu Rian's voice was cold, carrying an otherworldly beauty. But now, as soon as she opened her mouth, Everyone looked on in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They could understand Jiang Chun accepting the bet. After all, in a crushing match, anyone could do it. For a moment, their brains seemed to shrink. This woman, could she possibly be an idiot? I have been secretly in love with such a thing for 3 years. Suddenly, everyone's gaze towards Lu Ruyin changed. Admiration and appreciation vanished, replaced by something quite strange. They scrutinized Lu Ruyin and reassessed themselves. In the end, they could only reach one conclusion. Jiang Chun was not crazy. Lu Ruyin was the one who had gone mad, and she was seriously unhinged. Otherwise, in just 1 month, who could even think of betting with a battle servant's bloodline against a lord-level bloodline beast without suffering a brain aneurysm for 3 years? Even Zhang Yuntao's face was filled with horror. Ruyin, don't be impulsive. He truly didn't want Lu Ruyin to play with fire and get burned. Moreover, it was one thing to gamble, but Lu Ruyin actually wanted to drag him into it, which was practically pushing him into a pit of fire. Lu Ruyin shook her head slightly, giving Zhang Yuntao a reassuring look. What she had decided to do, she would definitely do and could definitely accomplish. Jiang Chun, if you seek your own suffering, then don't blame me. Lu Ruyin smiled coldly and said, it's settled. I will gamble with you along with brother Yuntao. As she spoke, Lu Ruyin leaned in closer, whispering in a tone only Jiang Chun and she could hear. Oh, right, if you lose, don't think about playing tricks. Or else, I will make you die a terrible death. She lightly licked her red lips, like a cold-blooded viper, fixated on her prey. Jiang Chun met Lu Ruyin's icy gaze and also sneered coldly. It's a deal. Clap. The two slapped their hands together, and the bet was officially made. It's completely over. Seeing this, Zhang Yuntao's face fell, unusually unable to control his emotions, feeling some resentment towards Lu Ruyin. It seems he doesn't have much confidence in you. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, his tone flippant. Lu Ruyin's expression darkened slightly, somewhat displeased, and turned to Zhang Yuntao, feeling disappointed. Brother Yuntao, don't you trust me? Zhang Yuntao was anxious and angry, not wanting to upset Lu Ruyin or lose himself for nothing. But now, the situation had completely exceeded his expectations. At this point, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only brace himself and accept it. He and Lu Ruyin had grown up together, and he understood her temper best. Lu Ruyin had a strong sense of pride and could not tolerate anyone's distrust, doubt, or even pity. Previously, whenever Jiang Chun tried to please Lu Ruyin, he had used her pride to keep her from distancing herself from him. He knew that if he dared to say a single negative word at that moment, Lu Ruyin would definitely turn around and leave, never to speak to him again. This time, he had shot himself in the foot. He had intended to say a few words for Lu Ruyin, but now he had unwittingly dragged himself into it. Bastard. We'll see about this. Zhang Yuntao looked at Jiang Chun, feeling extremely aggrieved. His teeth clenched, but he could only swallow his anger. When he looked at Lu Ruyin again, he immediately changed his expression, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. Ruyin, I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin's expression immediately brightened. Smiling at Zhang Yuntao, her eyes filled with affection. Brother Yuntao, I knew that even if I were to go against the whole world, there would only be you who would steadfastly stand behind me. Looking into Lu Ruyin's eyes, filled with surging love, Zhang Yuntao found it hard to bear. Clearing his throat a couple of times, yes. He forced a laugh, nodding repeatedly. But deep down, he had already cursed Lu Ruyin's entire family for being fools. What a fool. If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't even bother with you. Cursing aside, he could only pray that Lu Ruyin could truly cultivate the Black Soul Beast to a level capable of defeating the Ice and Snow Wolf King within this month. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Yuntao felt deflated like a deflated balloon. This couldn't even be called a daydream. It was simply a pipe dream. No, there wasn't even the slightest possibility of it happening. As he thought, Zhang Yuntao was already contemplating how to safely withdraw after Lu Ruyin's defeat. If it really came to that, Lu Ruyin, you can go die by yourself. I won't accompany you. Watching Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyin finalize their bet, most of the students couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Such a beautiful school flower, and her mind has gone awry. Xiao Qingwei was also quite upset. Nonsense. This is simply absurd. Lu Ruyin's antics could be forgiven, but Jiang Chun actually joined in on the nonsense, which she had never expected. Usually, although Jiang Chun was a sycophant, he had a superior background, good upbringing, and a stable character. But his performance today was completely uncharacteristic. Qingwei, there's no need to be so worked up. It's just a little squabble between two kids. Right. Do you really think Jiang Chun would be willing to ruin her? However, the talent to contract a Black Soul Beast is indeed a waste, like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. I don't know where this Black Soul Beast came from. When I have time, I need to ask those old guys at the beast training base why they send us such junk. The other teachers chimed in, all trying to comfort Xiao Qingwei. Xiao Qingwei thought about it and found it reasonable. Given how Jiang Chun usually chased after Lu Ruyan, she really didn't believe he would do anything to her. With this in mind, her anger dissipated considerably. In contrast, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists. She saw the reactions of the teachers and students and felt a surge of frustration. He truly doesn't dare to touch me, and he absolutely cannot win against me. But I will definitely ruin him. Lu Ruyan's expression turned cold, already eager to see Jiang Chun defeated before her, begging pathetically. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan smiled, genuinely happy. She picked up the Black Soul Beast, having already formulated a training plan in her mind, and turned to leave. However, before she could leave, Jiang Chun stepped forward and blocked her. Huh? Lu Ruyan was puzzled. You really think I'm a fool? Seeing the cold smile on Jiang Chun's face, Lu Ruyan instinctively covered her left cheek, taking a half step back. Chapter 7. Lu Ruyan's frustration. Lu Ruyan stood there, stunned and confused, until Jiang Chun's gaze fixed on the bracelet on her wrist. No, absolutely not. Realizing Jiang Chun's gaze, Jiang Yuntao suddenly became like a startled duck, shouting loudly. He tightly covered the bracelet on Lu Ruyan's wrist, guarding it against Jiang Chun like a thief, fearing it would be snatched away. This was a soul artifact beast control bracelet worth $1 million, which not only had a beast control space that could increase the beast's growth speed by 10%, making it convenient to carry, but also had an identification function to see some basic information about the beast. Even in the entire Yin City, such soul artifacts were rare. Like Lu Ruyan, this was also his private property. Lu Ruyan frowned, looking at Jiang Yuntao's anxious expression, feeling somewhat displeased. She pulled her hand away from Jiang Yuntao's grasp. Looking at the sky blue beast control bracelet on her wrist, some vague memories gradually surfaced. She had forgotten that this beast control bracelet was specially prepared for her by Jiang Chun after much effort. He hoped that after she contracted the beast, it would be more convenient for her. However, she had always disliked Jiang Chun and hated how he sometimes relied on his family's wealth to throw money around. Therefore, she never paid much attention to it. Until Jiang Chun spoke, she noticed the bracelet. It's yours, I don't care about it. Lu Ruyan pouted, her disdain evident on her face. She used both hands to forcefully take the bracelet off her delicate, smooth wrist, leaving a red mark. It was clear how much she detested Jiang Chun and everything related to him. Here, Lu Ruyan decisively threw the beast taming bracelet at Jiang Chun. Let's go? Then, she tried to leave with Jiang Yuntao, completely unaware of the sorrowful expression on Jiang Yuntao's face. Lu Ruyan didn't even give him a chance to stop her. Wait, but before they could take a few steps, Jiang Chun's voice came from behind. Lu Ruyan stopped, visibly irritated. Her patience had reached its limit, completely exhausted by Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, I warn you to stop while you're ahead. Lu Ruyan turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent, looking at Jiang Chun with intense disgust. Pathetic and ridiculous. Lu Ruyan sneered. You better give up on this thought. I, Lu Ruyan, have never liked you, do you understand? Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. Remember, it's forever. After saying everything in one breath, Lu Ruyan's breathing became a bit hurried, but her mood was extremely pleasant, very satisfying. The crowd around them was dumbfounded. They had no idea how the relationship between Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan had deteriorated to such a terrible level. Is this still the Jiang Chun we know, the one who was so infatuated? The crowd looked at Jiang Chun, 1,000 questions rising in their hearts. Jiang Chun should be okay, right? Xiao Qin, you looked worried. After all, Jiang Chun was their key training target moving forward. At this age, to be so openly rejected by someone they liked in front of everyone. She was very concerned that Jiang Chun might not be able to handle such a blow and could develop some psychological issues, becoming dejected from then on. However, it was clear that Xiao Qinyu's concerns were unnecessary. Until Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Jiang Chun remained calm, his expression unchanged. And there was no sadness or despair as Xiao Qinyu had imagined. With everyone watching with various expressions, Jiang Chun stepped forward, coldly looking at Lu Ruyan, and calmly uttered a few words. Lu Ruyan, how much do you think your affection is worth to me? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The infatuated dog had awakened. Lu Ruyan was almost driven mad. Without saying a word, she went to the side of the playground and grabbed her designer bag, dumping its contents in front of Jiang Chun. Here, all of it. Soon, various small items clattered to the ground. From large beast taming items to small things like sanitary pads, and everything that girls loved was there, truly opening many people's eyes. Wow, isn't that a toy worth over 10,000? And it's diamond-studded, so shiny. Look at that bag of premium beast food. It's almost equal to my tuition for a year. That limited edition beast figurine costs hundreds of thousands. And that bag, it's a limited edition too. I heard it's being sold for hundreds of thousands. Looking at the pile of shiny items on the ground, the boys were indifferent, but many girls were starry-eyed, drooling with envy. Some were so excited that they began to pound their chests in anger, wishing they could replace Lu Ruyin and throw themselves into Jiang Chen's arms. This is not a love-struck dog. This is clearly someone who knows how to treat others well. Heh, Jiang Chen. Good, you're great. Lu Ruyin was so angry that her face was almost dripping with water. In front of so many people, Jiang Chen embarrassed her like this. She had another reason to ruin him. Under Lu Ruyin's murderous gaze, Jiang Chen was completely unconcerned. He glanced at the pile of items. There were too many to remember if they were all there. However, seeing Lu Ruyin so exasperated, he had already achieved the effect he wanted. Lu Ruyin. This is just the beginning, not even the interest. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, stepping over the pile of valuable gifts like they were worthless. These things are dirty. Someone throw them away for me. You. Lu Ruyin was furious, her teeth almost grinding to dust. Jiang Chen even dared to say she was dirty. Others, however, didn't care what she thought, cheering continuously. Young Master Jiang is so generous. Some younger girls rushed forward, quickly dividing everything on the ground until it was all gone. Lu Ruyin's face turned pale, shaking with anger, and she no longer wanted to look at Jiang Chen again. She couldn't stand seeing him so pleased. Let's go? Lu Ruyin was furious. In her rage, she even lost the friendly demeanor she had towards Jiang Yuntao at the beginning. Watching the two of them leave, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Lu Ruyin, even if I throw it away, I won't give it back to you. Jiang Chen smiled sincerely, feeling a small sense of relief. All right, it's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them. Jiang Chen comfortingly patted the little wolf cub's head. And only then did the little wolf cub relax its fighting stance. Then, Jiang Chen skillfully put the beast taming bracelet on his wrist, activating the recognition function. Fortunately, it hadn't been recognized yet. Otherwise, this good soul tool would have been wasted. Soul tools are auxiliary tools crafted by advanced beast tamers using secret methods, generally divided into combat and support types. The beast taming bracelet is a support type soul tool, very rare. If it weren't for the Jiang family's wealth, even he might not have been able to obtain it. Just right to test its effects. After playing with the beast taming bracelet for a while, Jiang Chen skillfully channeled a small amount of soul power into the bracelet. Soon, the information about the little wolf cub appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Beast, Ice Snow Wolf King Juvenile. Bloodline, Lord level. Attributes, Beast Ice. Level, Battle Servant 1 star. Talent skills, Wolf King's Will, beginner the Wolf King's bloodline, inherently superior. Comes with a certain combat power enhancement effect. Common skills, Bite, a juvenile beast's instinctive attack skill, limited in power. Chapter 8 Dad. With the support of the beast taming bracelet, the information about the little wolf cub appeared in detail before Jiang Chen. In addition to bloodline and strength, relevant skills were also introduced. This attribute information was not much different from what Jiang Chen remembered. As for the little wolf cub's inherent flaw in its soul, it was not displayed, mainly because this flaw was deeply hidden. Even an experienced beast tamer like Shao Qin you would find it hard to detect. If it weren't for his memories from his past life, Jiang Chen wouldn't have known. For a beast of the beast and ice type, the evolution routes are essentially physical attack and element control enhancement. But I remember that this dual-type beast has another hidden evolution route. However, the little wolf's strength is too low, and my realm is pitifully weak. With my current black iron 1-star soul power, it might struggle to support the little wolf's evolution. This matter is not urgent. It's better to improve strength first. Jiang Chen pondered, already having a rough direction for the little wolf cub's future growth. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, the people on the playground had mostly dispersed. After contracting with a beast, it still requires a lot of time to cultivate mutual understanding. Only then can both sides grow faster and exert higher combat power. This is a necessary and slow process. For these novice beast tamers, it is certainly most important to spend more time alone with their beasts to cultivate feelings. Thus, when Lu Ruyin left, and there was no more excitement to watch, everyone left as well. As the school day was coming to an end, Jiang Chen didn't delay any longer. Little guy, you rest for a bit, and later, I'll take you for a big meal. A woo. The little wolf cub let out a low growl, showing affection towards Jiang Chen, rubbing its small head against Jiang Chen's feet. With a slight thought, a light blue glow instantly enveloped the little wolf cub, bringing it into the beast-taming space within his wristband. The sun was shining brightly. The sky was blue, and the landscape was beautiful. This time, what belongs to me will be a brand new life. At Yunjiang No. 1 Middle School, it was just the right time for school to let out. On the streets and alleys outside the school gate, youthful, vibrant smiles were everywhere. Many people gathered in groups, watching some students just signing contracts with various beasts, either amazed or envious, with hopeful glimmers on their youthful faces. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, a deep black Porsche Cayenne drove through the traffic and stopped at the school gate. The luxury car caught many eyes, even in this world where beast tamers were respected. Material superiority was enough to make people envious. After all, not everyone could become a powerful beast tamer and rise to the upper class. Many had contracted beasts, but either lacked sufficient resources for training or were limited by their talents, making them almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, still yearning for material wealth. The car window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing a tie and a pair of pretentious sunglasses. He habitually smiled as he enjoyed the envious and admiring gazes from those around him. Every part of him exuded a sense of superiority. Xiaochun, I heard you contracted a beast today. Where is it? Why didn't you bring it out? Is it too embarrassing? Hee. Even a lousy wife has to meet her in-laws. Even if you contracted a trash beast, it's okay. Once Yun Tao becomes a powerful beast tamer, you can just ride on his coattails. The middle-aged driver leaned casually against the window, speaking to Jiang Chun with a nonchalant tone. There was even a hint of mockery in his voice, showing no awareness of what a driver should be like. He had known early on that Jiang Chun was going to give the little wolf cub to Lu Ruyin, so he just assumed Jiang Chun had contracted a worthless beast and was too embarrassed to keep it by his side. Jiang Chun unconsciously furrowed his brows, not saying a word as he got into the back seat. Drive, he simply stated as he closed the car door. Huh. The middle-aged driver was taken aback. Miss Ruyin and young Master Yun Tao haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit. He smiled, completely disregarding Jiang Chen's words, and made his own decision. He adjusted his sunglasses down his nose a bit and glanced at Jiang Chun through the rearview mirror. Xiaochun, did you have a fight with Ruyin? You really shouldn't be throwing a tantrum at your age. Miss Ruyin and young Master Yun Tao are both sensible kids. You should learn from them. How about this? When they arrive, say a few good words, and I believe they will definitely forgive you. Jiang Chen's frown deepened. I said drive, but the middle-aged driver remained unmoved, continuing to scold him. You really are something. How can you be so unreasonable? I'm telling you, you need to treat Yun Tao better. Otherwise, when he becomes successful, you'll have your moments to cry. Hearing the incessant nagging in his ears, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze icy and frightening. Jiang Dekai, am I giving you face? Jiang Dekai turned his head, meeting Jiang Chen's cold stare, and instinctively shrank back, cold sweat pouring down his back. Before he could speak again, Jiang Chen's chilling words made him shiver all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Am I too indulgent? Or have you become so arrogant that you can't recognize your own identity? Jiang Dekai, you're just a driver for the Jiang family. And you dare to point fingers at me? And when did my Jiang family gain 2 more young masters and mistresses? With someone as hypocritical and disgusting as Jiang Yun Tao, who only knows how to play tricks, does he really think he can soar like a toad? It's ridiculous. You better pray that in a month, he still has the chance to understand your daydreams. Jiang Chun didn't spare him any mercy as he got out of the car, opened the driver's door, and directly dragged Jiang Dekai out. Then, he pressed the accelerator to the floor and sped off for 2 miles, disappearing from sight. Jiang Dekai looked bewildered, not knowing where he had offended Jiang Chun. His neatly tailored suit now covered in dust and exhaust. Staring at the direction the luxury car had vanished, he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, sitting on the ground in despair. From now on, you are fired. Realizing he had lost his job, Jiang Dekai, a man over 40, unexpectedly broke down in tears. It's all over. Just then, Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yun Tao emerged from the school gate, surrounded by a group of excited students. Hee. It's still our Jiang Xiao who is generous. Yeah, I heard a dish at Yinding Tiangong costs over 10,000. Ordinary people can't afford it. Following Jiang Xiao, we're lucky. We're all classmates. It's only right to take care of each other. Don't worry, in a few days, I'll treat everyone to a gathering at Yinding Tiangong. Jiang Yun Tao smiled widely, in a great mood. He was also organizing a gathering with his classmates to celebrate finally contracting a beast, taking a crucial step toward becoming a powerful beast tamer. The flattery and compliments from those around him made Jiang Yun Tao stand tall, feeling very proud. He silently tightened his grip on the black card in his pocket, feeling extremely fortunate. Just as Jiang Yun Tao was feeling pleased, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure sitting on the ground, holding its head and crying. His smile instantly froze on his face. Dad. Chapter 9. The little girl crying by the road. Dad. Jiang Yun Tao exclaimed, instantly shocking the group of students surrounding him. Wasn't he Jiang Xiao, the young master of the Jiang family? How could he call a driver dad? Upon closer inspection, the two of them did indeed share similar features, which led them to suspect. Cough. He quickly adjusted his expression, feigning sorrow. It's good that dad can come. Jiang Yun Tao masked his feelings very quickly, with worry and panic flashing by in an instant. The crowd was taken aback, thinking Jiang Yun Tao was merely feeling sentimental. After all, he had always publicly claimed that his father had passed away young, so this sentiment was not surprising. Strange, what's wrong with this driver today? He didn't even drive the car over. Jiang Yun Tao forced himself to remain calm, muttering curiously. His words distracted everyone's attention. And they didn't delve deeper into Jiang Yuntao's identity. Yes, isn't he your family's driver? How can he be so incompetent? Though he is a driver. A bumpkin like him driving a Porsche Cayenne must be a dream come true, yet he can't even handle this little thing and is crying. What a disgrace. This guy looks so uncouth, and he always acts like he is better than everyone else. The other day, I got close to take a look at the car, and he scolded me several times. Jiang Xiao, dock his pay. It has to be deducted. Otherwise, I'll have my dad be your driver. He is definitely better than this idiot. Hee. Watching Jiang Dekai's pitiful state. Several students had long held grievances against him and began to speak in a sharp and sarcastic manner, belittling him. They paid no attention to how Jiang Yuntao's expression was growing increasingly ugly. But Jiang Yuntao didn't want the carefully crafted image of a young master to be destroyed just like that. If these people found out he was just the son of a driver and not the so-called young master of the Jiang family, it would be more painful than killing him. Everyone disperse. Once I book a table, we'll all gather together. Faced with the crowd's disdain, Jiang Yuntao, no matter how displeased he felt inside, could only force a smile. He was eager to inquire about Jiang Ditsai's situation and didn't want to continue the topic. After hurriedly greeting, he jogged quickly to Jiang Ditsai. Looking at Jiang Ditsai, who was crying and had a runny nose, Jiang Yuntao's tone carried a hint of reproach. Jiang Ditsai's appearance had already attracted a lot of attention, and amidst the whispers and pointing fingers, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Feeling utterly humiliated, Yuntao, you finally came. Upon hearing Jiang Yuntao's voice, Jiang Detsai immediately scrambled up from the ground. He didn't even bother to brush off the dirt on his suit and began to wail, that little bastard Jiang Chun actually dared to fire me. Jiang Detsai's emotions were heightened as he exaggeratedly cursed Jiang Chun dozens of times. Jiang Chun, how dare you do this? His face turned pale, looking extremely ugly. What's wrong? At this moment, Lu Ruyan also walked over. The moment Jiang Detsai saw Lu Ruyan, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior. Ruyan, you finally came. That little bastard treated me this way. You must teach him a lesson and help me out. Huh. Lu Ruyan's gaze darkened, her teeth clenched in anger. Was it that bastard again? To attract her attention, Jiang Chun even went after Jiang Ditsai. It was simply outrageous. Ruyan, you have to help me. If I lose this job, our whole family will be done for. Jiang Ditsai said, his face full of heartache. Being a driver for the Jiang family not only had face, but also a salary of 100,000 a month. Just for picking up and dropping off Jiang Chun from school. It was truly a high-paying, low-workload, close-to-home job. This was a bargain Jiang Chun had given him out of consideration for Lu Ruyan. Therefore, he naturally placed his hopes on Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, look at this. Jiang Yuntao felt a headache coming on. Knowing that things had escalated to this point with Jiang Chun, he realized it would be hard for Jiang Ditsai to continue working as a driver. However, he was even more aware that with Jiang Ditsai's idle nature, if he lost this job, he might just set his sights on him. More importantly, if Jiang Ditsai didn't work, how would he be able to be picked up and dropped off by a Porsche for school in the future? Thus, even though he knew the hope was slim, he still wanted Lu Ruyan to step in and talk to Jiang Chun. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan flatly refused, glaring at Jiang Yuntao, making the words he wanted to say get stuck in his throat. Then she turned her gaze to Jiang Ditsai. Uncle, don't worry. It won't be long before I make Jiang Chun pay for everything he's done. The roar of the engine pierced through the brightly lit skyscrapers. Like a streak of black lightning, quite eye-catching. Gripping the steering wheel, driving on the wide road. Even his worries seemed to be blown away by the wind. Jiang Chun was eager to return home, following the road in his memory. He quickly drove out of the crowded city and arrived at a villa area with clear waters and green mountains, where rows of small buildings sat. At the deepest part of that row of villas stood a brilliantly lit manor facing southeast, perched on a hill, overlooking the entire city. That was the Jiang family manor, and also Jiang Chen's home. Upon reaching here, Jiang Chen finally slowed down his speed. That old man should be at home waiting for me with 7 wolves right now. Thinking of that mischievous old man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Whoa, dear kind uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, I just lost 2,000 yuan. And I really have no way out. Just then, not far ahead under a tree, a crowd had gathered, which was quite abrupt. Among the crowd, a little girl was squatting on the ground, hugging her legs, with tearful eyes and a pitiful expression, biting her lip to hold back her tears. The little girl looked quite miserable, but the onlookers were merely watching and did not lend a helping hand. Clearly, they all assumed the little girl was a scammer. TSK. Her acting is pretty good. Jiang Shan was quite surprised, but only glanced at her before preparing to drive away. Just then, a chubby figure appeared, holding a 100 yuan note, and walked straight towards the little girl. Fugaway. Seeing that long-lost figure, Jiang Chun was both surprised and delighted. He quickly pulled over and ran over. At that moment, Wang Fugaway had already handed the 100 yuan to the little girl. Then, He smacked his lips with the chicken leg in his hand, as if recalling something, and handed over another 100 for her to buy something to eat on the way. Thank you, big brother. You are such a good person. The little girl was tearfully grateful, lowering her head and quickly running out of the villa area with the 200 yuan clutched in her hands. Jiang Chun shook his head and smiled, walking over slowly. You really gave her money? Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh and caught up. Aren't you afraid of being scammed? The path was blocked, and Wang Fugui finally glanced at Jiang Chun, then silently pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. But I really found 2,000. Chapter 10. Oh, the little sycophant is back. 999, you really flipped it. Looking at the stack of cash in Wang Fugui's hand, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, instantly losing all his strength and not knowing what to say. Fugui was still the same Fugui, a little conscience, but not much. Why are you so concerned about that little girl's money when your family is so wealthy? Jiang Chun said irritably. How can I be sure it's hers? Wang Fugui shot a sideways glance at Jiang Chun, his tone indifferent. Besides, for a woman, you even abandoned your brother. What face do you have to criticize me? After saying that, Wang Fugui turned to leave, not giving Jiang Chun a good look at all. Jiang Chun smiled bitterly, feeling quite helpless. This big fat guy really held a grudge. He was also very helpless. However, thinking back to his past life, where Wang Fugui died in battle a year later during the demon chaos, while trying to protect Yunjing City, his eyes couldn't help but feel a bit moist. Stop. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes at Wang Fugui, smiling brightly. Of course, brothers are more important. Huh. Wang Fugui paused briefly, looking at Jiang Chun with suspicion. This moment of doubt was very short. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he turned and walked away. I must be crazy. If a sycophant could change, my brother would just eat a ton. Wang Fugui left decisively, disappearing in the blink of an eye. All right, here to scam food and drink again, huh? Jiang Chun was utterly speechless. It was no wonder Wang Fugui's attitude was so cold. He had done too many ridiculous things for Lu Ruyan, hurting his brother's feelings. But fortunately, he and Wang Fugui had grown up together since they were babies, sharing a bottle of calcium milk, and the bond of their childhood still remained. Indestructible. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Chun hurriedly chased after him, regardless of whether Wang Fugui was listening or not, recounting his bet with Lu Ruyan. Half an hour later, the two sat by the roadside, and Wang Fugui stared blankly at Jiang Chun, falling into a long silence. Dude, are you crazy? He knew too well Jiang Chen's relentless pursuit of Lu Ruyan. One could say it was beyond obsession. It was simply madness, an incomprehensible madness. He found it hard to believe that Jiang Chun would have a moment of awakening. Wang Fugui's reaction was within Jiang Chen's expectations, if he hadn't been reborn. He also would find it hard to believe that the deep-rooted affection would one day fade away. All right, that's how it went. In short, after a month, there will be no more Lu Ruyan in my life. Jiang Chen stood up, leaning on his knees, looking quite calm. Seeing Wang Fugui again made him very happy. And upon finally confirming Jiang Chen's awakening, Wang Fugui's attitude immediately underwent a 180-degree turn, instantly putting on a warm face. Good. Hee, brother. I knew you wouldn't hang yourself on a crooked tree forever. Celebrate. We must celebrate. Let's go. Let's barbecue. I have to treat you to a good meal. You want me to celebrate and spend my money? Are you shameless? Jiang Chen looked at him with disdain. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Why should we split anything, brother? Jiang Chen couldn't resist Wang Fugui and ended up grilling a few chicken legs. After a round of playful banter, their relationship was completely restored. However, the chicken legs were paid for by Wang Fugui. It's really strange. I don't know where my card went. It wasn't until he parked the car in the mansion that Jiang Chun remembered the black card he carried with him. Where did it go? His memory was too distant. Many things weren't so clear to him. Forget it. He'll report it lost and get a replacement later. Jiang Chun didn't think much about it and quickly walked towards the center of the mansion where the classical building was located. At this moment, the mansion was brightly lit, and he could occasionally see some busy figures. He walked all the way to the fountain in front of the classical building, where there were significantly fewer people. Just as he arrived, an old butler, thin and slightly hunched, came to greet him. Uncle Zhao, Jiang Chun politely greeted. The old butler had been taking care of the mansion since he could remember, handling everything in an orderly manner and treating him very well. Unfortunately, he also died in the chaos caused by the demons. Young master, please go in quickly. We have guests at home, and the master is waiting for you in the reception room. Guests? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. In his previous life, he was still chasing after Lu Ruyan at this time, not returning home all night. It seemed that the so-called guests were quite important to the old man. Who could it be? With this question in mind, Jiang Chun hurried inside. As soon as he entered, the spacious hall with its white crystal chandelier cast a soft glow on him. Below the wooden staircase were two deep, long corridors. Jiang Chun entered the left corridor and walked inside. After walking to the end, He saw two solid redwood doors nearly 3 meters high, slightly ajar. Inside, he could occasionally hear some coughing and the conversation between an old man and a young girl. "Grandpa Jiang, please don't say that. Our families are old friends. My grandfather often mentions you, saying that if it weren't for you, he would have died at the hands of the demons long ago." Cough, that old guy. It's not like he hasn't saved me before. Why does he keep bringing up these old stories in front of you? But you, girl, if you are dissatisfied with that little rascal, just tell me anytime. Although the engagement was arranged by us old men, that little rascal has been getting more and more unreasonable lately. The Lord-level beast bloodline I worked hard to find. He actually wants to give it away, acting like a licking dog. It's really infuriating. If you don't like this engagement, we can just annul it. That little rascal is truly unworthy of you. Jiang Chen stood outside the door, lost in thought. After all, he was his grandson. Couldn't he leave me a little face? Licking dog or whatever, it's really embarrassing to say that out loud. Also, what is this engagement about? As he recalled, a clear and ethereal face gradually emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. Could it be her? However, before Jiang Chen could think more, that strikingly beautiful face appeared right in front of him. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with a subtle awkwardness. Chapter 11, Jixia. Standing in front of Jiang Chen was a girl in a light yellow long dress. She had delicate features with a standard oval face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of shining pupils as clear as blue water, captivating and ethereal. She looked like a drop of morning dew on a lotus leaf in the early morning, crystal clear and dazzling. The long dress suited her perfectly, making her tall and graceful, even slightly taller than Jiang Chen. Especially with the kind of heroism that rivaled that of a boy, she was initially stunning and then mesmerizing, facing such a breathtaking, fairy-like face. It was hard not to feel moved. But Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Little licking dog. Not very aggressive, but highly insulting. This face, however, was different from the ethereal and aloof one he remembered, dressed in red. It had a playful and cunning charm, becoming more vivid. This person in front of him was none other than Jixia, the only female war god known as the Red Wand battle god in his previous life, and also one of the war gods of Hanxia. Jiang Chen had always known there was an engagement between him and Jixia, but in his previous life, they had only met a few times, and the total words exchanged didn't exceed 10. He still remembered the last time he saw Jixia was during his last battle with the 9 great demon gods. At that time, he was gravely injured and on the verge of death. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, he only saw a figure in red stepping through the air, with red clouds filling the sky. "Jiang Chen, you can't die. I won't allow you to die." What followed was a heart-wrenching cry, filled with despair. After that, he had no memory. Even Jiang Chen himself wasn't clear on why Jixia would appear there when he knew he was doomed. Used to Lu Rian's indifference, he was naturally touched that Jixia would risk herself for him. However, now it seemed that Jixia was somewhat different from his memories and appeared a bit immature. Gulp. Jiang Chen's throat moved slightly, and under Jixia's playful gaze, he suddenly didn't know what to say. As they locked eyes, old Master Jiang cheerfully approached. He wanted to persuade Jixia to stay a few more days and enhance her relationship with Jiang Chen, to see if this engagement could be salvaged. However, the moment he saw Jiang Chen standing outside the door, his face immediately darkened. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's reaction upon seeing the old man was completely different. His nose tingled, and tears welled up in his eyes as he hugged the old man tightly. "Grandpa, it's so good to see you again." He tightly embraced the old man, feeling that warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. However, Jiang Chen soon sensed something was off. The temperature around seemed a bit chilling. Soon, the old man's furious roar nearly burst his eardrums. Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 wolves unleashed a sonic boom in the air. Slap. Half an hour later. Ugh, Grandpa, there are still outsiders here. Can't you leave me some face? Jiang Chen rubbed his rear end, standing obediently. Any slight movement made him wince in pain and gasp. The old man wielded the 7 wolves with such ease that Jiang Chen seriously suspected he might have split his backside. Face. What the hell do you want a face for? You've embarrassed me all the way to your grandma's house. Old Master Jiang sat on a carved pearwood chair, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, panting heavily, clearly very angry. Just thinking about how Jiang Chen might have already given away the ice and snow wolf king cub he had worked so hard to find made his anger rise. Watching closely, the 7 wolves were about to be drawn out again. "Grandpa, please calm down." Jixia smiled, watching the grandfather and grandson staring at each other in a standoff, feeling quite amused. "Girl, I hope I didn't scare you. You don't understand. This brat won't amount to anything if he doesn't get beaten." Old Master Jiang was quite gentle with Jixia, but as soon as his gaze fell on Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but fume. "No, Grandpa Jiang, your health isn't good, so you shouldn't get angry." Jixia smiled brightly, comforting Old Master Jiang a few times. Seeing the old man's mood calm down a lot, Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before Jiang Chen could relax, he saw Ji Xia smiling at him and suggesting, "How about tomorrow I go to the Ziyun mountain range and catch a few demons for you to vent your anger?" Jiang Chen, is a weak black iron one-star beast master supposed to face demons? Are you trying to treat the demons to a meal? Be a person. You seem more like a demon to me. How can your 37-degree little mouth say such cold words? Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. He realized that this so-called Red Wand battle god was not only not aloof, but also had a bit of a scheming side. Seeing Ji Xia and the old man getting along more and more, with a tendency to act on impulse and regret not meeting earlier, Jiang Chen knew he had to do something. "Grandpa, I was wrong, truly wrong." Jiang Chen sincerely admitted his mistake, then immediately changed the subject, pretending to ask, "Who is this guest?" Old Master Jiang curled his lips and glared at Jiang Chen, saying, "What guest? Call her sister. You two are even engaged." He emphasized this point. Mentioning this made the old man even angrier, mumbling incessantly, "Look at your sister Ji Xia. She entered one of the 5 highest Beast Master Academies, the Zhuke Academy, last year, and at such a young age, she is already a golden-level Beast Master. Now look at you, all day long, just adding to my troubles." Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately felt displeased. "Grandpa, you can't be biased. How do you know I can't get into the 5 highest Beast Master Academies? You?" The old man raised an eyebrow, shooting several disdainful glances at Jiang Chen. The 5 highest Beast Master Academies hold a revered status, a sacred hall in the hearts of billions of Beast Masters in Hanxia. Entering one of them is a dream for every Beast Master. With a population of billions in Hanxia, the probability of entering one of the 5 highest academies each year is less than 1 in 100,000, showing just how difficult it is. He worked hard to find Jiang Chen a Snow Wolf King cub, hoping Jiang Chen could enter and further his studies there. However, based on Jiang Chen's usual behavior, he was certain that the Snow Wolf King had long been sent away, even if he had contracted the Snow Wolf King. In his eyes, Jiang Chen would find it incredibly difficult to enter the 5 highest Beast Master Academies. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but he was indifferent to the old man's disdain. After all, he was once the first battle god of Hanxia. Such selection was somewhat challenging, but not too much. "It seems you are quite confident, little brother." Ji Xia keenly caught Jiang Chen's indifference, smiled, and said nothing further. Then, she walked in front of Jiang Chen, smiled mysteriously, raised her right hand towards the sky, and revealed a fiery red bracelet on her delicate wrist, shining with dazzling light. "Come out, red-eyed, caw." Suddenly, the living room was filled with blazing fire, red flames soaring. Amid the fiery blaze, a bird with crimson eyes and bright feathers flew out, trailing a red tail flame. It soared into the air, landing behind Ji Xia, its wings radiating heat like flowing fire, slowly unfolding. The powerful pressure it emitted made one feel intimidated. Wanting to enter the 5 highest academies isn't something that can be achieved just by boasting. Ji Xia smiled, enunciating each word. "This fire cloud sparrow has a lord-level bloodline. It was selected by my mentor to enter the Zhuke Academy when its strength reached the elite level. Little brother, what about your beast?" Chapter 12. Not acting like a good person. Ji Xia playfully blinked her eyes, her lips curving slightly, showing a hint of pride, even with a touch of provocation in it. Waves of heat washed over, making Jiang Chen feel a bit dry in the mouth. Watching Ji Xia, who was smug in front of the fire cloud sparrow, made Jiang Chen grit his teeth in frustration. This woman was absolutely doing it on purpose. This girl doesn't act like a good person at all. Ji Xia blinked innocently, but deep down, she was overjoyed. This made Ji Xia feel a little displeased. She deliberately summoned the fire cloud sparrow to tell Jiang Chen how foolish it was to give up a lord-level bloodline beast. At the same time, it was a reminder to the old man that the 7 wolves must not stop. Ordinary beasts and lord-level bloodline beasts are worlds apart. Regret it all you want. Ji Xia wore a crafty smile, purposely asking, "So what about your beast, little brother?" All right, so this is how we're playing, huh?" Jiang Chen conceded. In this situation, if he really contracted some strange creature, he would probably be kicked out by the old man. However, to be fair, this fire cloud sparrow deserved its reputation as a beast that could grow to an extraordinary level. The pressure it exuded was indeed formidable. Even now, it displayed impressive might. "Good thing I'm more skilled." Jiang Chen straightened his back, full of confidence. The fire cloud sparrow was indeed powerful. Of course, Ji Xia proudly lifted her head. Just when she thought Jiang Chen would back down, he raised his voice. "But my little wolf isn't weak either." "Oh well?" As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a little wolf cub landed firmly on all 4s in front of him. Huh. Ji Xia was taken aback, clearly not expecting that Jiang Chen's contracted beast would be the Snow Wolf King. She turned her head, puzzled, to look at the old man. What was with the old man's firm expression? The old man was also confused. "You're not. How did you change so quickly in just one day?" The issue of the little wolf cub not being sent away didn't even cross Ji Xia and the old man's minds. It was a joke. This was a Lord-level bloodline beast. Even a golden-level or platinum-level beast master would be desperate to get one. They didn't believe there would be a fool who would let go of such a contract beast. However, what surprised the two of them didn't stop there. In their astonished gaze, a golden pattern appeared again on Jiang Chun's forehead. Level talent. Ji Xia stood frozen, momentarily shocked. Even the well-informed old master Jiang seemed like a stone statue, rooted in place, his eyes blank. He was stunned. He clearly remembered that Jiang Qin's beastmaster talent had only been level. How could it have changed to level in less than a day? Genius. I knew you were definitely a genius. Ancestors bless us. My Jiang family is finally going to have an extraordinary person. His current mood was more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Ji Xia wasn't doing much better. Her pupils dilated, and she was speechless for a long time. Even she, hailed as the most outstanding genius of the Zhuge Academy in a century, had a beastmaster talent that was only infinitely close to level. Yet Jiang Chun was a solid level. One could imagine that once Jiang Chun grew up, he might be someone even she could hardly look up to. At this moment, Ji Xia felt like a huge stone was stuck in her throat, making it hard to swallow. Just then, Jiang Chun moved closer to her, looking as if he deserved a beating. My beast, this talent is just SOSO, right? Don't you think? Looking at Jiang Chun's smug expression, Ji Xia couldn't help but laugh in anger. Due to their engagement, she had paid some attention to Jiang Chun and naturally knew that his initial beastmaster talent was level. As for how this change occurred, being a top student of the Zhuge Academy, she quickly put the pieces together. It must be a perfect fit, which led to your talent mutation. Ji Xia's eyes sparkled with wonder, her voice filled with unprecedented admiration. Jiang Chun smiled proudly, nodding in satisfaction. Take that, trying to be mischievous. Jiang Chun was feeling quite pleased. However, he had no aversion to Ji Xia's little scheming. On the contrary, he found it somewhat cute. It was that feeling of being equals, appreciating each other. This talent of yours seems quite extraordinary. Ji Xia, however, wasn't in the mood to continue digging pits for Jiang Chun. Her focus was entirely on Jiang Chun's talent. Every level talent is uniquely powerful. Especially with Jiang Chun's current talent, this feeling became even stronger for her. This made Ji Xia even more curious about Jiang Chun. Can you show me what you can do? Jiang Chun shrugged, nodded immediately, and asked, do you have any materials that the little wolf can use? Anything will do. He hadn't had the chance to experiment with the effect of Tyrant Devour yet, so it was a good opportunity to try it out now. Perhaps because of Ji Xia's initial determination to face death head-on, Jiang Chun never felt repulsed by her. Even demonstrating in front of Ji Xia didn't seem problematic. As for the old man, there was no need to mention it. He was the closest person to him. Just as the old man said, there were no outsiders here. And subconsciously, Jiang Chun had already accepted this notion. Your little wolf has an affinity for ice elements and belongs to the beast category, so in theory, both ice element materials and materials that increase vitality can be used. Ji Xia pondered for a moment and shook her head, but I don't have those materials on me. The fire cloud sparrow is a fire-type beast, which is the exact opposite of the little wolf cub in terms of elemental affinity. The materials on me are basically useless for the little wolf cub. I have some. The old man chuckled and raised his hand. And a piece of icy crystal appeared in front of Jiang Chun. It's good that you learned to be smart this time. Otherwise, preparing this pile of materials would have been a waste. Saying this, he handed a spatial ring to Jiang Chun. Long before he got the little wolf cub, he had already prepared the relevant cultivation materials, and it was filled to the brim. Fortunately, the little wolf cub eventually became Jiang Chun's contracted beast, so his efforts were not in vain. Jiang Chun took the spatial ring, touched his nose a bit awkwardly, and said seriously, Grandpa, it won't happen again. Then, Jiang Chun's gaze fell on the little wolf cub, and the patterns on his forehead reappeared. Let me see the power of this level of talent. Chapter 13, Promotion. Black Iron 3 stars. Jiang Chun's gaze was like lightning, his eyes bright, with a faint golden color rising in their depths. As he activated his talent, a weak soul power, through the soul bridge formed by the contract with the little wolf, acted on the little wolf. In an instant, beams of golden light shot out from the little wolf's eyes, and it couldn't help but howl, the sound high and clear, as if drawn by some kind of force. The icy crystal on the ground began to dissolve at a visible speed, transforming into a pure energy that flowed into the little wolf's body. After about half an hour, the energy in that piece of ice crystal was completely absorbed by the little wolf, turning into a puddle of water that soaked into the luxurious carpet. What a domineering, devouring power. Witnessing the entire process, Ji Xia covered her mouth in shock. This ice crystal was a very common ice-type beast material, and the ice elemental power contained within it wasn't much. However, for a battle servant-level beast, Even a little wolf with a Lord-level bloodline would need at least 3 to 4 hours to fully absorb the energy from this ice crystal. But now, this speed had been reduced by more than 10 times. In other words, with Jiang Chun having the talent of Tyrant Devour, the speed of cultivating contracted beasts was 10 times that of others. This talent was simply astonishing. It was far beyond the speed currently exhibited by the little wolf. What exactly is this talent of yours? Jixia asked with a curious expression. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying talent. Tyrant Devour. Jiang Chen's tone became slightly serious. He was equally surprised. The effect of Tyrant Devour completely exceeded his expectations. In Jiang Chen's feeling, it seemed that as long as his soul power was strong enough, he could devour everything in the world, utterly domineering. The effect of this talent was quite similar to that of the ancient legendary fierce beast. Jiang Chen's insight was not something Jixia could compare to. He quickly associated it with the fierce beast recorded only in legends, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. Gluttonous over mountains and rivers. Just with the manifestation of his black iron one-star soul power, such a strong effect was achieved. He couldn't even imagine what the effect would be when his soul power increased in the future. He couldn't help but feel excited. Grandpa, I'm going to the training hall first. Without a second thought, Jiang Chen picked up the little wolf and ran toward the back of the manor, to the training hall that had been specially built. In just that little time, he could clearly feel that his physique and soul power had significantly improved. At this rate, he was confident he could advance to the bronze contracted beast master level within the next month. Hey, aren't you going to eat? This child is always so restless. Jixia and the old man spoke one after another, watching Jiang Chen disappear in the blink of an eye, feeling genuinely happy for him. To become a powerful contracted beast master, talent is certainly important, but hard work is also essential. After all, what the world has the most of his talent. Why does he still seem the same as before? Can he really act like a sycophant? Jixia tilted her head, feeling troubled. Jiang Chen's energetic appearance was no different from the little tail in her memory, who was always running after her, crying sister, sister with a runny nose. Bright and cheerful. Optimistic and positive. Well, there are still differences. He has grown taller and is more handsome. The only thing missing is the sycophant vibe. He just stole several glances at her neck a moment ago. After a long silence, Jixia suddenly turned her head. Grandpa Jiang, you're right. I should spend more time with you. The old man. Not leaving? So sudden? Jiang Chun jogged through the back garden, and at the end of the manor was a wide expanse of grass. In the center of the grass, a grand training hall stood out prominently. This place used to be a golf course, but when Jiang Chun was just in his 3rd year of high school, the old man made a bold decision to transform it and build a training hall. The purpose was also to facilitate Jiang Chen's training after becoming a contracted beastmaster. The training hall is well equipped and brightly lit. At first glance, it looks like a large indoor gymnasium. During usual times, some contracted beastmasters hired by the Jiang family also train here. After a significant delay, by the time Jiang Chen stepped into the training hall, it was almost 11 o'clock. The entire training hall was empty. Even the cleaning staff had finished their shifts. It was perfectly quiet now, with no one to disturb him. Jiang Chun found a spot to sit down. Oh whoa. The little wolf cub leaned against Jiang Chen's feet, having absorbed the energy from a piece of ice crystal. Looking somewhat excited, its pair of shiny black eyes stared at Jiang Chun, filled with a desire for power. Hey, don't rush. Jiang Chun patted the little wolf's head and quickly began to sort through the materials in the spatial ring. Among them, besides 500 or 600 ice crystals, there were also quite a few materials like purple gold ginseng that could increase vitality. Even the little wolf's favorite food, snow mice, had been made into smoked mouse strips, which not only satisfied the little wolf's appetite, but also served as a chew toy, truly thoughtful. Of course, besides these, there were also 3 types of rare materials that were quite precious. The ice-type rare material ice spirit grass, snow lotus, and the beast-type vitality material barbarian source Oregon. Without exception, even these 3 types of expensive rare materials were piled up in abundance. After sorting it all out, not counting the spatial ring worth millions, just the value of this pile of materials was probably over $1 million. It was clear that the old man had indeed put in a lot of effort to help Jiang Chen go further on the path of becoming a contracted beastmaster. Grandpa really is something. How can a battle servant level contracted beast need so many things? Jiang Chun complained verbally, but felt warm inside. He cherished this kind of family care very much. Once everything was ready, Jiang Chun calmed his mind, activated his soul power to stimulate Tyrant Devour, and began to cultivate the little wolf. Time passed bit by bit, and the little wolf's strength gradually increased. Battle Servant 1 star, Battle Servant 2 stars, Battle Servant 3 stars. After a night passed, and absorbing the energy from more than 10 ice crystals, Little Wolf's strength was fully stabilized at the level of Battle Servant 3 stars. Its body also grew taller, becoming even more handsome. This was due to Little Wolf's high bloodline. which required more energy for each strength enhancement compared to ordinary beast tamers. Otherwise, with this growth speed, breaking through to Battle Servant 4 stars wouldn't be too big of a problem. Fortunately, it was still young. Otherwise, such high-intensity training would be hard for ordinary people to endure. After a sleepless night, Jiang Chun looked somewhat listless. With his current soul power intensity, using Tyrant Devour put quite a bit of pressure on him. Thankfully, Jiang Chun's willpower was extraordinary. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have collapsed long ago. However, Jiang Chun's hard work that night was not in vain. With Little Wolf's strength growth, his own strength also rose to Black Iron 3 stars, making rapid progress. At this rate, his advancement to Bronze Beast Tamer would likely be much faster than he had initially expected. Jiang Chun stood up, stretched, and refreshed himself. Now, he could also prepare for practical training. The factors determining the combat strength of a contracted beast were primarily its strength level and practical combat ability. With the talent, Tyrant Devour, enhancing it, Jiang Chun was not worried about Little Wolf's strength level. However, he placed great importance on practical combat ability. Generally speaking, after contracting a beast, the school would organize routine combat training for them, but such intense training wouldn't provide much refinement for Little Wolf. He didn't know if Teacher Xiao would take them out to the wild for a look. Fighting against bloodthirsty monsters would allow the contracted beasts to grow at the fastest pace. Chapter 14. Does this count as being 80? Yunjiang No. 1 High School. Class 1 of senior year. After a night, the novelty of contracting a beast hadn't worn off. As soon as Jiang Chun entered the classroom, he saw many people playing with their contracted beasts. The sounds of laughter and various little beasts were lively. As a key class, the students in Class 1 of senior year had good beast taming talents, and the atmosphere appeared relatively relaxed. Jiang Chun's seat was in the front row by the window, next to Lu Ruiyan's seat. Zhang Yuntao's seat was also there. At this time, perhaps because of the betting matter, both of them were not in high spirits. Especially Zhang Yuntao, his face was completely dark, and he seemed to be squeezing something in his hand, making cracking sounds. As soon as he saw Jiang Chun walk over, Zhang Yuntao immediately jumped up. Jiang Chun, why did you do this? Jiang Dekai was expelled, and he didn't want his rich second-generation persona to be exposed. So he rushed to the car rental shop early in the morning, wanting to rent a luxury car to save face. Who would have thought that when he swiped the card, the unlimited black card was directly disabled? Not a single cent could be swiped. This made Zhang Yuntao furious. Leaving aside the luxury car pickup, he had already boasted that he would treat his classmates to a big meal at Yunding Tiangong. If he went back on his word, his rich second-generation persona would collapse, and how would others view him? Just thinking about this made Zhang Yuntao almost go crazy. Zhang Yuntao's eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins. But fortunately, he still had some reason left, knowing that things couldn't escalate, so he deliberately lowered his voice. Why did you stop the black card? Huh. Jiang Chun didn't react at first, until he saw the twisted black card in Zhang Yuntao's hand. He finally understood. So this thing is with you. Jiang Chun glanced at it disdainfully. What's it to you? He pushed Zhang Yuntao, who was blocking his way, and sat down in his seat. He was still wondering where the black card had gone, and it seemed Zhang Yuntao had gotten it from Lu Ruiyan early on. No wonder Lu Ruiyan didn't see it in that bag she gave him. However, since it was his own thing, he could dispose of it as he pleased. Who was Zhang Yuntao to dictate? Jiang Chun. You. Zhang Yuntao was furious. Lu Ruiyan, as usual, had a bad expression and chimed in. Jiang Chun, I really haven't misjudged you. You've always been so selfish and despicable. Jiang Chun's gaze turned cold, slightly tilted his head, and sneered. What? Lu Ruiyan, do you think you're any good? You. Lu Ruiyan was filled with anger. Ding ling ling. Just as she was about to explode, the class bell rang, and Xiao Qingwei quickly walked into the classroom. Class monitor, take attendance. In 5 minutes, we will gather on the playground. Xiao Qingwei was decisive, and Lu Ruiyan could only helplessly stand up and respond before shooting a fierce glare at Jiang Chun and starting to take attendance. 5 minutes later, all the students of Class 1 of senior year gathered on the playground. After a night of getting familiar, I'm sure you have developed a good relationship with your contracted beasts. Xiao Qingwei stood in front of everyone, saying seriously, in 1 month, the selection for higher education institutions will begin. Besides improving your beast's strength, the assessment of practical combat ability is also an important part of the selection. In the following time, everyone will choose opponents for practical training, and I will slowly teach you some combat techniques as we go along. Is that understood? Understood. Seeing the students full of spirit, Xiao Qingwen nodded in satisfaction. Dismissed. As Xiao Qingyue's words fell, the students quickly scattered, taking their contracted beasts and starting simple practical training. Zhang Wei, let's team up. My iron armor beast is very powerful. It can definitely take down your little black dog. Go away, what little black dog? Mine is an elite bloodline black golden leopard. Just wait for it to make you roll over. Ha ha ha, then I'll be the referee. And let my phoenix tail butterfly try too. Soon, The students grouped together, directing their respective contracted beasts to begin fighting. Strangely, no one came to find Jiang Chun. The reason was clear. Jiang Chun knew it was Jiang Yuntao's scheme at work. They had made up their minds to unite and isolate Jiang Chun. For a moment, everyone else played happily, while Jiang Chun stood alone on the side, quite conspicuous. Does this count as being 80? Jiang Chun scoffed and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care at all, only feeling that their childish tricks were quite juvenile. Moreover, he had no interest in such playful competitions. Their actions actually made him much more at ease. Jiang Chun happily walked to the edge of the playground, sat down, and called Little Wolf out from the beast taming wristband. A woo. Little Wolf shook its head and yawned, looking like it hadn't woken up yet. While the beast taming wristband allowed Little Wolf to rest conveniently, once it entered, it would be forced into a sleep state. Staying in there for too long wasn't good for Little Wolf either. So, Jiang Chun thought of letting Little Wolf come out to exercise. Under the sunlight. The ice light and snow color reflected off Little Wolf's paws, looking as if illuminated by a piece of ice crystal, which was quite peculiar. Jiang Chun immediately noticed this and thought, after absorbing so many ice elemental powers, has the inherited power in its bloodline been activated? Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel delighted. Beasts like Little Wolf with high bloodlines inherit remarkable abilities in their bloodlines. These abilities mostly consist of combat techniques and survival skills, each one being passed down through generations of these high bloodline beasts and tailored to their combat style. Of course, besides bloodline inheritance, beasts can also acquire skills through postnatal learning. However, those skills often require observing beast imprints to learn, which comes with certain conditions and isn't easy to obtain. Jiang Chun glanced at a training wooden stake nearby and issued a command, "Little Wolf, attack with your claws." He probably guessed the skill that the Little Wolf was about to awaken. This kind of training could allow the Little Wolf to activate and master it as quickly as possible. A woo. The Little Wolf let out a low growl, quickly getting into the spirit of things and scratching at the training post with great effort. As for Jiang Chun, he found a comfortable position to lie down, basking in the sun leisurely. After a while, Jiang Chun was almost falling asleep when Xiao Qingwei walked over. "It seems you're getting along quite well with this Little Wolf." Chapter 15. Let me treat you to my favorite big slap. She naturally sat down beside Jiang Chun, her tone gentle. "Teacher Xiao." Hearing her voice, Jiang Chun sat up, not showing the usual fear that students have when facing their homeroom teacher. He smiled and said, "It's all right. It's just a little kid, very obedient." Xiao Qingwei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Jiang Chun's mature tone made her amused. "Aren't you a kid too? Why are you just sitting here by yourself? Don't you want to spar with your classmates?" She earnestly advised, "You will all be beast tamers in the future. There will inevitably be times when you can help each other. Strengthening your bonds is beneficial." Jiang Chun smiled, but said nothing. The soul within the young body had long since aged. He didn't even know if he was an adult or still a child. Moreover, he wasn't particularly interested in this kind of childish play. After discovering the Little Wolf's soul flaw, she had spent the whole night researching, but unfortunately, she didn't gain much. Deep down, she still wanted to help Jiang Chun and would seize any opportunity to let him try. "Teacher Xiao, thank you for your concern." Jiang Chun sincerely expressed his gratitude. He could tell that Xiao Qingwei genuinely wanted to help him. Of course, he believed that anyone in her position would not stand idly by in such a situation, despite Xiao Qingyue's usual serious demeanor. Earning her the title of a strict teacher at a young age, Jiang Chun knew she was a typical cold-hearted yet kind person, a genuinely warm-hearted individual. As for the problem with the Little Wolf, he had already thought of a solution, and the materials to repair the soul were already being procured. However, Xiao Qingyue still felt uneasy and wanted to say something more. Bang! At that moment, a dull sound echoed across the playground. Following that was a series of students' cheers. Wow. As expected of Jiang Xiao, he won 10 matches in a row. Impressive. Of course, don't you see who is standing in front of you? Even if it's just the elite bloodline Palm Bear, under Jiang Xiao's command, it can take on 10 opponents. Amidst the flattery, Jiang Yuntao was beaming with pride, his tail almost wagging up to the sky. Lu Rian stood to the side, her pretty face slightly flushed, transforming into a cheerleader and openly showing her admiration. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, the two exchanged knowing looks at the same time, both feeling quite pleased. "Jiang Yuntao, so what if my card was stopped? Everyone is still revolving around me." Lu Rian, "This is the man I've set my sights on. Can you compete?" "Loser." Hee. Jiang Chen chuckled, looking at the two of them, and only had 2 words in mind. "Shut it." Just then, a crisp voice rang out. Jiang Chun turned to see the wooden post in front of the Little Wolf fall straight to the ground. At the base of that post, where there were claw marks, some ice shards were scattered, refracting colorful light under the sunlight, shimmering brilliantly. At the same time, the skill section of the Little Wolf's attribute panel also showed some changes. Ice Claw, The power hidden within the bloodline of the Ice Snow Wolf King. Attacks inflict ice attribute damage, capable of causing freezing effects on the enemy. The bloodline power activated so quickly? Jiang Chun was quite surprised. Looking at the still-spirited little wolf, he suddenly had an idea. Teacher Xiao, I really think it's worth strengthening the bonds with my classmates. Xiao Qinghua. Jiang Chen's sudden outburst left her confused. Moreover, his tone sounded somewhat eerie. Especially the way he emphasized the last two words, strengthening bonds. Was he sure he was going to strengthen relationships with his classmates? In Xiao Qinghua's bewilderment, Jiang Chun took the little wolf step by step to Jiang Yuntao's front. I also want to join in and have some fun. Jiang Chun grinned, displaying a row of neat white teeth, his smile radiant. Jiang Chun. Many people were quite surprised by Jiang Chun's sudden appearance, including Jiang Yuntao. He had made it clear that he wanted to isolate Jiang Chun, and under normal circumstances, someone treated like that would be too aggrieved to find a place to cry. However, now Jiang Chun appeared completely unfazed, showing no signs of being wronged or angry. What are you doing here? Jiang Yuntao looked at Jiang Chun warily. Despite Jiang Chun's smiling face, for some reason, Jiang Yuntao felt that Jiang Chun's smile was unsettling, like an overtly malicious intent. Didn't I say I'm here to have some fun with you? Jiang Chun shrugged, seemingly indifferent, and said, what? The famous Jiang Xiao is afraid of me? Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you? Jiang Yuntao's mouth was quicker than his brain. Before he realized it, he had blurted it out. But as soon as he finished, he regretted it. He was also flustered by Jiang Chen's provocation, and without thinking, he had fallen for it. After all, Jiang Chen's beast was the young of the Ice Snow Wolf King, a lord-level bloodline. His palm bear was just an elite-level bloodline. The difference was like heaven and earth. They weren't even in the same league. Although he had listened to Lu Rian's guidance and improved the combat skills of the palm bear, making it capable of defeating ordinary combat servants, he felt uneasy facing Jiang Chen's little wolf. Talking about fear among classmates was nonsense. Friendly? Jiang Chen smiled. He looked at Jiang Yuntao with a knowing expression. He understood perfectly well that the so-called friendliness from Jiang Yuntao was just a pretense to avoid losing too badly and being embarrassed. If he hadn't contracted the Ice Snow Wolf King, Jiang Chun was 100% sure that Jiang Yuntao would have no mercy in defeating him, trampling him underfoot and boasting about it. This wasn't just Jiang Chen's imagination. It was something he had experienced firsthand. Cut the crap. Jiang Chun was too lazy to listen to Jiang Yuntao's excuses. He took a step back, creating space, and called out to the little wolf. Little wolf. The little wolf sensed it, slightly bent down to gather strength, and assumed a combat stance. Jiang Chun, what are you going to do? Jiang Yuntao was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had never expected that Jiang Chun would give him no excuse to back down and would want to attack right away. Instinctively, he retreated several steps, panic-stricken. Seeing Jiang Yuntao flustered, Jiang Chen's lips curled up, sketching a dangerous arc. What am I going to do? Of course. I'm going to treat you to my favorite big slap. Attack. Then, with a big wave of his hand, the little wolf shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Block it. Quickly block it. Jiang Yuntao was so frightened that his legs went weak, his mind in chaos, and he frantically directed the palm bear to fight. Oh well. Facing the little wolf, the palm bear trembled in fear. The pressure from the higher-level bloodline made it lose all its momentum when facing the little wolf, looking like a big brown rat, shrinking back in fear. Under Jiang Yuntao's command, the palm bear gritted its teeth and charged forward. Then, it was sent flying at nearly double speed, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. Whoosh. Bang. Chapter 16. Teacher Xiao. Look at him. Without any resistance, as if it had made up its mind, it flew out in an instant. 1 second. Or 2 seconds. The crowd was calculating the time in their hearts. The battle had happened too quickly and ended just as fast. In the blink of an eye, the palm bear was knocked down, landing in a disheveled heap. The gap in strength was simply too vast. The initially lively atmosphere on the playground suddenly fell into silence. The sound of people gulping echoed as they stared at the remarkable little wolf, left with nothing but a profound silence and heartfelt shock. The disparity was indeed enormous. So great that they could only look up in awe. There was not even a hint of jealousy in their minds. Looking at the little wolf in front of Jiang Chun, all they felt was a deep sense of helplessness. Smack. However, this atmosphere did not last long. A crisp sound of a slap shattered the tranquility of the playground in an instant. One slap on each side, perfectly symmetrical. What level are you? How dare you make faces in front of me? From now on, when you see me, Jiang Chun, you better behave. Jiang Yuntao covered his face, trembling all over. Almost on the verge of tears. It seemed like the next moment, he would burst into tears uncontrollably. Teacher Xiao, look at him. Then, a sharp scream, sounding as if he had something stuck, filled with a choked cry, immediately spread across the playground. This time, Jiang Yuntao had learned his lesson. realizing that calling for Lu Ruyin was useless, so he went directly to complain to Xiao Qingyu. Are you weaned now? Jiang Chen scoffed, his face full of disdain. In his memory, such whiny complaints were typically seen only in kindergarten. Even elementary school students knew it was embarrassing. He was quite taken aback. Jiang Chen. Unsurprisingly, as soon as he looked up, he saw Xiao Qingyu approaching with a dark expression. This was already the second time Jiang Chen had slapped Jiang Yuntao in front of her, and it hadn't even been a day since the last incident. It was really relentless. Just yesterday, she hadn't even settled the score with Jiang Chen yet. Xiao Qingyu gritted her teeth in anger. This little brat really knew how to cause trouble for her. She walked up to Jiang Chen, glanced at the well-behaved little wolf following behind him, and her surprise flashed momentarily. Then, her face turned cold, terrifyingly stern. Come here. Xiao Qingyu glared at Jiang Chen and pulled him to the side of the playground, saying irritably, 3-star battle servant? You're pretty impressive. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He originally thought a harsh scolding was inevitable, but didn't expect Xiao Qingyu to suddenly say this. The tone, however, was filled with gritted teeth. Not bad. Not bad. Jiang Chen chuckled, unsure of what Xiao Qingyu was really trying to say. He didn't realize that Xiao Qingyu's surprise at that moment was far from the calm she appeared to exude. Yes, when the little wolf attacked, Xiao Qingyu had already recognized its power. Not only did it reach a speed of 10 meters per second, but its strength was also astonishing. A single blow exceeded 60 pounds, which was already above the standard for a 6-star battle servant. One had to admit that the noble bloodline of the little wolf endowed it with strength far beyond that of the same level of beast tamers. Despite being only a 3-star battle servant, it could unleash incredible combat power. Of course, what surprised Xiao Qingyu the most was that the little wolf's claw attack surprisingly carried ice attribute damage. Although the attribute power was still weak and fleeting, she still keenly caught it. One must know that even the most gifted beasts would need to reach at least the elite level to master attribute attacks. To have so many changes in such a short amount of time was indeed astonishing. What attribute attack is that? Xiao Qingyu asked. Is it bloodline power? That's quite impressive. Xiao Qingyu nodded. A beast with a lord-level bloodline indeed contained extraordinary power within its bloodline, which was not surprising. She just didn't expect the little wolf to grasp it so quickly. Wait, frostbite effect. Suddenly, Xiao Qingyu seemed to think of something, her face changing drastically. The next moment, Jiang Yuntao's heart-wrenching cries reached her ears. Xiongba, my Xiongba, you can't die? Xiongba was the name he had given to the palm bear. His wail made it sound like he was mourning. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qingyu knew things had gone wrong. Look at the mess you've made. She shot Jiang Chen an annoyed glare and quickly ran to Jiang Yuntao's side. At that moment, the palm bear still lay on the ground, completely still, with a fresh red claw mark on its chest, but no blood flowing out. In the sunlight, only a hint of cold air could be seen rising, seemingly freezing its blood. This had caused its wound to remain unhealed, and the skin and flesh were showing signs of necrosis. Jiang Yuntao slumped beside the palm bear, crying incessantly, surrounded by a crowd. It's just a minor frostbite. Everyone stepped back. After carefully examining the palm bear's condition, Xiao Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the little wolf had just mastered Ice Claw and was not proficient in its use. It was not a fatal injury. After dispersing the crowd, she brought her hands together, crossing them, and a complex seal appeared in her palms, refracting a green energy glow. Under Xiao Qingyu's treatment, the cold air in the palm bear's chest gradually dissipated. Soon, the wound began to heal, leaving only a faint white claw mark, which was quite miraculous. It was indeed a healing-type soul skill, which was rare to see. Jiang Chen stood behind Xiao Qingyu, clicking his tongue in amazement. Soul skills, like beast tamer skills, were abilities that beast tamers could unleash through their soul power. However, using soul skills required high standards for beast tamers. Generally, only silver-level beast tamers could perform them. As for healing-type soul skills, the requirements were even higher, needing at least platinum-level strength. Roar. After a moment, the palm bear let out a low growl and quickly regained consciousness. It stood up, anthropomorphically patted its chest, still shaken. A woo. Then, a wolf howl echoed. Bang. As if it were a reflex, the palm bear collapsed straight to the ground, likely having fainted. This. Xiao Qingyu turned her head to look at the little wolf standing proudly at Jiang Chen's feet, instantly feeling a headache coming on. She even felt a desire to bite Jiang Chen. Sure enough, before she could catch her breath, Jiang Yuntao's pig-like wailing once again pierced through her eardrums. Teacher Xiao. Look at him. Chapter 17. Perfect resolution. Jiang Yuntao felt as if he wanted to die. Looking at the expressions of those around him, some sympathetic, others snickering, the previous flattery felt like a series of sharp slaps, hitting him one after another. It was even more painful than the 2 slaps from Jiang Chen, making him so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He never expected the palm bear to be so pathetic in front of the little wolf. It could hardly be called a battle. It was a complete one-sided crushing. Zhang Yuntao's face turned from green to red, a mix of shame and anger. Teacher Xiao, he's gone too far. Zhang Yuntao was furious, no longer caring about the fainted palm bear, glaring at Xiao Qingyu with red eyes, looking extremely pitiful. Xiao Qingyu was in extreme pain. Jiang Chun had truly presented her with a difficult problem this time. Normally, if Zhang Yuntao was relentless, Jiang Chun would have to receive a reprimand. However, Jiang Chun was the only promising student left in the class. If he received a demerit, it would inevitably affect the selection a month later. Moreover, generally speaking, such matters could only be considered minor conflicts between children, without the need to escalate. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Qingyu, with a dark expression, scolded Jiang Chun, "Students should get along well. How can you hit someone?" What she said was a criticism, but in reality, she only educated Jiang Chun a bit. Not saying too much. She is not some fool to be the head teacher of Class 1 in the senior year. Xiao Qingwei clearly saw Jiang Yuntao's deliberately showy behavior in front of Jiang Chun just now. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yuntao asked for that slap. However, with so many eyes watching, there had to be an explanation for this matter. Xiao Qingwei patiently said to Jiang Yuntao, "So, if you have any requests, you can talk to the teacher. Even if you want Jiang Chun to apologize, I believe he won't refuse." "I refuse." Before Jiang Yuntao could speak, Jiang Chen's particularly annoying voice reached her ears. Xiao Qingyue's face immediately darkened. "Are you intentionally opposing me?" "Hey, Xiao teacher, let me handle this." Jiang Chun gave Xiao Qingyue a reassuring look and nonchalantly glanced at Jiang Yuntao. "I hit you, what is the matter?" "Xiao teacher." Jiang Yuntao was about to play the victim and complain, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Chen's spell. Jiang Chen said calmly, "But if you want me to apologize, there is no way." At this point, Jiang Chen paused, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Or you can pray that Lu Ruyan wins the bet." "You." Jiang Yuntao was furious, and he could no longer pretend, cursing loudly, "Bastard, this is school. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? I'm telling you, this matter is not over between us. Just wait, I'll now what?" Jiang Chen's expression turned cold as he stepped closer, causing Jiang Yuntao's face to turn pale, his words stuck in his throat. Dangerous glints flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he coldly said, "Jiang Yuntao, have you forgotten that I told you to behave yourself in front of me? Or do you want to hear about the driver I just fired yesterday?" As his words fell, Jiang Yuntao's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down him like he had stepped on a tail. "Just pretend this never happened." Jiang Yuntao lowered his head, softly conceding, losing all his previous toughness. Resembling a deflated balloon, he kept his head down, but no one saw the resentment in his eyes. Damn it! Jiang Yuntao's teeth were almost ground to dust. But he knew deep down that if this escalated, Jiang Chun would definitely expose that Jiang Dicai was his father. This was something he could not accept. To maintain his appearance of being well off in front of others, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Seeing Jiang Yuntao concede, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Feeling refreshed, "You thought you could compete with me?" Compared to the underhanded things Jiang Yuntao did to him, this was nothing. Therefore, Jiang Chun felt no guilt. After handling Jiang Yuntao, Jiang Chun grinned and looked at Xiao Qingyue. "Xiao teacher, see, problem solved perfectly." Perfectly solved. Xiao Qingyue's face was filled with black lines, her mouth twitching. She was utterly speechless. In her opinion, Jiang Chun had indeed gone too far this time. However, she also knew that Jiang Yuntao was vain and loved to flaunt his status as a young master of the Jiang family. This time, Jiang Yuntao could only blame his vanity for his misfortune. Fortunately, Jiang Yuntao stopped causing trouble, which saved her some hassle. Xiao Qingyue glared at Jiang Chun and said softly, "All right, let us end this matter here. I'll reiterate, students should help each other, live in harmony, and be united and friendly." Xiao Qingyue earnestly educated them and finally warned Jiang Chun, "And you, Jiang Chun, are not allowed to beat up classmates randomly, especially Jiang Yuntao." Jiang Chun shrugged indifferently. As long as Jiang Yuntao didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to make trouble. After all, Jiang Yuntao had a thick skin, and it took effort to hit him. Hearing this, Jiang Yuntao's heart sank completely. "What do you mean, especially Jiang Yuntao? Am I that cheap? Looking for a slap every day? Woo-woo, I can't stay in this school anymore." The conflict between Jiang Chun and Jiang Yuntao was just a small episode. Soon, the students formed teams and began simple practical training again. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was squatting silently next to the palm bear on the playground, Jiang Chen felt something was off. Logically, Lu Ruyan shouldn't be this quiet. This time, she had been unusually silent throughout, even not standing up for Jiang Yuntao, which was clearly abnormal. Jiang Chun had to be cautious. Lu Ruyan might be plotting something again. Meanwhile, after the palm bear was defeated, Lu Ruyan had been observing the injuries on it. Damn it! This bastard actually let that idiot wolf be promoted to a 3-star battle servant in just one night and even mastered the ice claw. Lu Rian unconsciously clenched her fists. In her previous life, the little wolf was her beast, and she knew everything about it. The ability to use ice claw meant that the bloodline power in the little wolf had been activated by Jiang Chun. The speed of this cultivation far exceeded her expectations. To be clear, until now, her black soul beast was still a 1-star battle servant. She also understood that at this rate, there was no way to defeat Jiang Chun a month later. After all, the little wolf's wolf soul injury would take at least 6 months to recover. She couldn't wait that long. That bastard, with the Jiang family backing him, could mobilize resources that I can't compare to. Lu Rian's expression darkened as if she had made a certain decision. No, it can't go on like this. With a plan in mind, Lu Rian immediately stood up and walked towards Xiao Qinghua, raising her voice. Xiao teacher, I think this kind of practical training is completely ineffective. Why don't you take us to train in the wild? Wild. Lu Rian's voice was loud. She deliberately spoke loudly for everyone to hear. I heard that the wild is full of bloodthirsty monsters and is very dangerous, often resulting in deaths. Monsters? Haha. If you encounter a brutal and vicious monster, pray that in your next life, you can run faster. What's wrong with class leader Lu? Why suddenly want to go to the wild? Isn't it good here? Many people expressed strong resistance to Lu Rian's suggestion. In their impression, the wild was synonymous with danger and crises. There. Not only were there all kinds of dangerous monsters, but also bloodthirsty beasts and demons. One careless move could cost them their lives. After all, it wasn't like the base city, which had defensive barriers for protection. At any moment, a terrifying monster could jump out and take their lives in an instant. So that was her plan. Unlike the other surprise, when Lu Rian made this suggestion, Jiang Chun immediately understood her intentions. She wanted to go to the wild to retrieve something to catch up with my progress? Jiang Chun sneered repeatedly. He still vividly remembered that trip to the Ziyun mine. If he hadn't run fast, he would have died at the hands of the monsters. He knew Lu Rian must have been anxious after seeing the little wolf grow so quickly, desperate to get the dragon saliva stone. She wanted to help her black soul beast grow as fast as possible. However, while Lu Rian's idea was good and could quickly shorten the gap between the black soul beast and the little wolf, the wild environment was complex, with many monsters and possibly even magical beasts. If something went wrong, it could lead to casualties, and even Xiao Qinghua would find it hard to bear the consequences. But right now, Xiao Qinghua would definitely not agree. Xiao Qinghua's reaction was not much different from what Jiang Chun had predicted, her brows furrowed, seemingly not expecting Lu Rian to make such a dangerous suggestion. Don't be ridiculous. Without much thought, Xiao Qinghua directly rejected Lu Rian's suggestion. First of all, regardless of whether you have the courage to face those monsters, with your current strength, even an ordinary battle servant level monster can pose a deadly threat to you. If, unfortunately, someone gets injured or ends up disabled, how will the school explain it to your parents? As the homeroom teacher, she must be responsible for the safety of every student. The idea of outdoor practical training is indeed in her plans, but it is not the right time yet. Lu Rian, as the class monitor, should set an example. Train well, and not aim too high. Xiao Qinghua glanced at Lu Rian and patiently educated her for a few moments. She didn't even know what had happened to Lu Rian, making her feel somewhat unfamiliar. Is this still the class monitor she chose? Jiang Chun's behavior was also quite unusual, but it was understandable due to heartbreak. There was bound to be some impact. However, Lu Rian was truly inscrutable to her. Xiao teacher, you don't have to rush to refuse. Let me finish. Lu Rian seemed to have anticipated that Xiao Qinghua wouldn't easily agree and had prepared her speech in advance. While it is true that the wild is not as safe as the base city, as beast tamers, slaying monsters and defending our home is a responsibility that each of us should bear. Lu Rian spoke passionately, as if she were ready to dedicate everything for the country and family. If Jiang Chun didn't know that Lu Rian was among the first to flee during the turmoil in Yunjing City, he might have believed her. However, Lu Rian didn't notice the contempt in Jiang Chun's eyes and was still immersed in her self-righteous speech. Moreover, as far as I know, the wild is not as dangerous as we imagine. When the base city was established, a crystal vein was discovered in the Ziyun mountain range outside the base city, and military personnel have been stationed there all along. As long as we don't go too deep, the surrounding area is filled with battle servant level monsters of 1 or 2 stars, which pose no danger. Most importantly, Lu Rian elongated her words, deliberately building suspense. Her voice rising a few notches. There are many materials for cultivating beast tamers nearby. If we collect some, we can save a huge amount of costs for cultivating beast tamers. The last sentence was intentionally directed at everyone. The result was exactly what she expected. Many people became uncontrollably excited upon hearing this. What? There's such a place. If we can collect beast taming materials, that would be fantastic. You don't know? My dad gave me 500 yesterday, and that's barely enough to buy a single fur. You have 500, I only have 200. It's just a beast. As long as it can survive as a pet, who cares about materials for cultivation? It really makes my dad furious. For a moment, many students were venting their frustrations, expressing just how difficult things were for them. Lu Ruyan's words struck a chord with them. To become a powerful beast tamer, one needs not only talent, but also high-quality beasts. However, there is one most important factor. Yes, it's money. Just the cost to cultivate an elite-level beast can amount to hundreds of thousands, let alone battle general, commander, or lord levels. The expenses add up to astronomical figures, which ordinary families cannot afford. Therefore, when Lu Ruyan mentioned that the wild could provide materials for cultivating beasts with little danger, everyone lost their composure and couldn't wait to rush into the wild for a first-hand experience. Young people's nature is often simple and clear, and often just a few words can make them flock together, overwhelmed with joy. Clearly, Lu Ruyan successfully persuaded them, especially when they turned around and saw the little wolf by Jiang Chen's feet, gnawing on a rodent worth thousands. Their determination only strengthened. Xiao teacher, I think the class monitor is right. This boring training is of no use. Yes, we all want to make you proud. How can we be flowers in a greenhouse? We want to be roses in the storm. Xiao teacher, please take us to the wild. It will definitely be fine. A group of students began to persuade Xiao Qinghua. Lu Ruyan saw that the time was right and added fuel to the fire. Xiao teacher, none of us want to be ordinary. She paused, glanced at Jiang Chen. I, Lu Ruyan, am even less willing to be behind others. I believe that what others can do, I can do too. Xiao teacher, getting into a good beast taming academy is our only chance to break through the class barrier. And I don't want to waste a single moment of this opportunity. This is my determination and my courage. Please, fulfill it. It must be said that Lu Ruyan's performance was powerful enough that even Xiao Qinghua was swayed at that moment. As for the others, there was no need to say more. They were completely taken in by Lu Ruyan's charisma, almost worshipping her. She really deserves an Oscar for this. It's a pity she doesn't act. Jiang Chun felt like vomiting, the coldness in his eyes deepening. When Lu Ruyan mentioned the Ziyun mountain range, he became even more certain of his suspicions and Lu Ruyan's plan. Now that he fully understood what Lu Ruyan was scheming, how could he not lend her a hand to prevent her from returning empty-handed and disappointed? Just as Xiao Qinghua was about to refuse again, Jiang Chun stepped forward at the right moment. Xiao teacher, let's go to the wild. Chapter 19, Departure. Into the wild. Jiang Chun stood up, a mischievous smile on his face, striding confidently to Xiao Qinghua's side. Xiao teacher, I also think this kind of training is too dull. There are no opponents. Why don't you take us out to the wild for a look? As he spoke, Jiang Chun deliberately glanced at Jiang Yuntao, fully loaded with aggression. Jiang Yuntao was so furious he nearly spat blood. Xiao Qinghua was already annoyed, and now Jiang Chun appeared again, making her head spin. I haven't dealt with you yet. Why are you adding to the chaos? Xiao Qinghua shot him an irritated glare. Do you think the wild is just a place you can go to whenever you want? However, despite her anger, she had to seriously consider his suggestion. Jiang Chun had amazing talent, and the little wolf king was leveling up so quickly. Just one night had passed, and it had already reached the level of a battle servant of 3 stars. If she continued with her planned training, it would undoubtedly be a waste of time for both Jiang Chun and the little wolf king. Should she take Jiang Chun to the wild for training? Xiao Qinghua furrowed her brows, struck by a sudden idea. But just as that thought flashed through her mind, she immediately dismissed it. As the homeroom teacher, she had always emphasized that Class 1 of Senior 3 was a collective. Moreover, she had always known that because of Lu Ruyan's relationship with Jiang Yuntao, the other students in the class hadn't been very welcoming to Jiang Chun. If she openly gave Jiang Chun special treatment, not only would the others feel unfair, but they would also become even more distant from Jiang Chun. This was something she did not want to see happen. Therefore, there was only one solution. After weighing the options, she still felt that Jiang Chun's improvement was more important. It was rare for Yunjiang No. 1 High School to have such a good seedling, and it must be nurtured properly. Furthermore, she had been to the vicinity of the Ziyun mountain range, and there were indeed military personnel guarding the area. Also, the monsters there were generally at the battle servant level, and with her strength, she could fully ensure the safety of all the students. Xiao teacher, please take us. At this moment, under Lu Ruyan's leadership, many students could no longer contain their inner excitement and began to plead. Amid the crowd's pleas, Xiao Qinghua discreetly glanced at the eager Lu Ruyan and nodded silently. This child is not entirely hopeless. She still has ambition. Back in the day, she fought her way through a crowd of talented beast tamers with her indomitable spirit. In her view, those who haven't been tempered by hardship find it hard to become qualified beast tamers. Lu Ruyan's earlier comments weren't without merit. Only with powerful abilities can one be noticed by better beast taming academies and break through class barriers. This requires more beast taming materials. For an average family, this is indeed a considerable expense. If they could collect some beast taming materials in the wild, It would greatly alleviate the burden on these students. However, this matter is not something she can decide alone. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth and made a decision, feeling helpless against them. Just wait, I'll first apply to the principal. With her mind made up, Xiao Qingyue hurriedly left a message and quickly ran towards the administration building. Yay! Finally, we can go to the wild. I must make good use of this opportunity to collect more materials and get into a good academy. Me too. This time I must make my dad see me in a new light. It's all thanks to class leader Lu. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know about such a good opportunity. The students were overjoyed, already fantasizing about the golden dreams that lay ahead in the wild. They held Lu Ruyan in the highest regard for suggesting this. While the one who played a decisive role, Jiang Chun, was completely overlooked. Jiang Chun had long gotten used to it and didn't mind watching everyone cheer and celebrate. He couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. Jiang Chun hesitated. Despite Lu Ruyan's grandiose words and passionate speeches at the end of the day, it was still for her own benefit. There were indeed military personnel protecting the area near the mine, which made it relatively safe. However, Lu Ruyan deliberately concealed one thing. The mine had been nearly exhausted after so long of extraction, and the military was in the process of withdrawing. Calculating the time, they should be about done. By then, the demon beast that had been driven away would reappear, making it dangerous, far from the safety Lu Ruyan spoke of. The military's actions were always secretive. If he hadn't been misled by Jiang Yuntao's nonsense in his previous life, he wouldn't have known about the elite magical beast. Teacher Xiao probably wasn't aware of this matter either. Jiang Chun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ultimately, he decided to abandon this plan. Teaching people requires 100 repetitions, but teaching a lesson only takes once. Given how others treat him, even if he spoke up, he might just get blamed by Jiang Yuntao and Lu Ruyan. It wasn't worth it to get himself into trouble. Ruyan, are we really going to the wild? Seeing Xiao Qingyue rush to the administration building, Jiang Yuntao felt downcast and tugged at Lu Ruyan's sleeve. Even though Jiang Dekai was just a driver in the Jiang family, he had still been exposed to high society and heard quite a few tales. He knew that even some powerful beast tamers had to be careful when entering the wild. It was quite dangerous. Yes, Brother Yuntao. Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded, giving Jiang Yuntao a reassuring look. She was full of confidence. As long as she could get her hands on Dragon Spittle Stone, she was sure she could surpass Jiang Chun in no time. Really, Jiang Yuntao's mood lifted instantly, and he couldn't wait to step on Jiang Chun. In contrast, Lu Ruyan was still smiling, but she wasn't as excited as Jiang Yuntao. She cast a strange glance at Jiang Chun. Ever since he contracted his beast, Jiang Chun had been opposing her. This time, he surprisingly agreed with her suggestion, a blind confidence. Thinking he could act recklessly in the wild? Or was it? A thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head. How could something like reincarnation happen to two people at the same time? She scolded herself for overthinking. As for Jiang Chun suddenly being so tough in front of her, she attributed it to his fragile pride acting up, just a facade. But it was all just a game of feigning weakness to lure in. No one understood how much Jiang Chun loved himself more than she did. And it was precisely because of this that the closer she got to Jiang Yuntao, the more jealous Jiang Chun became. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before Jiang Chun's pitiful pride would be shattered, and he would come crying to her for help. Just like before, she was completely indifferent to it now. Jiang Chun happily walked the little wolf around a few laps, unaware of Lu Ruyan's thoughts, feeling quite good. Next, he just had to wait for Xiao Qingyue's application to come through. Teacher Xiao, how's it going? The students eagerly inquired. Xiao Qingyue smiled mysteriously. Why are you all looking at me? Get ready, we'll be setting off soon. All right, Teacher Xiao is the best. In an instant, the cheers were deafening, echoing throughout the school. Some younger students still in class curiously peeked out from the windows and saw two buses driving into the campus, carrying the students of Class 1 from the third year away. Chapter 20, Young Master Jiang, where's your bodyguard? On the bus, the students were in high spirits, eagerly anticipating this outing to the wild. Of course, even with Xiao Qingyue's guarantee and the school's approval, taking these students to the wild wasn't that simple. They also had to seek the opinions of the students' parents. However, this process went much smoother than expected, with the school's teachers accompanying them. They didn't think any danger would arise. The teachers from Yunjiang No. 1 High School were all formidable beast tamers, and Xiao Qingyue was particularly outstanding. She had obtained her senior beast tamer qualification certificate just 3 years after arriving, which put them at ease. All right, students, since we've decided to go to the wild, I need to mention a few related matters. This wild training session is a special training for our class, one of the third year, lasting 10 days. During this period, I hope everyone will remember the discipline and not leave the team without permission. Otherwise, regardless of who it is, I will impose severe penalties and expel them from the team. Xiao Qingyue stood at the bus door, very serious. She was confident in her abilities, But she also feared that a few reckless students might not understand the dangers of the wild and cause trouble. The wild environment is complex, and anything could happen. She had to warn the students in advance and prepare them accordingly. The students were in high spirits, practically idolizing Xiao Qinghue. At this moment, whatever Xiao Qinghue said felt like an imperial edict, and they all nodded like little chicks pecking at rice, obediently. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. With these rookie beast tamers, if Xiao Qinghue weren't there, even the weakest demon beast could scare them into a frenzy. His grandfather didn't answer the phone. He was probably in a regular meeting. Jiang Chen put down the ringing phone and thought for a moment before editing a text message to send. This special training would last a significant 10 days. So it was necessary to report it, lest the old man get angry again. Jiang Chen's bottom still hurt, and he didn't want to be hit again. Amidst the laughter and noise, the students sang cheerful songs as the bus drove away from the city, heading toward the lush mountains and forests. An hour later, the bus stopped in front of a massive concrete fortification. Surrounding the fortification, many beast tamers in uniform were seen patrolling in formation. Xiao Qinghue led the students off the bus. She walked at the forefront, heading towards the bustling entrance about 20 meters away from the parking area, where beast tamers were coming and going to register. The wild was indeed dangerous, but for some beast tamers, it was also a golden hunting ground. Going out to hunt. And even terrifying, the military will provide varying rewards. As Jiang Chun and the other students from Yunjiang No. 1 High School appeared, they attracted many people's attention. It was obvious to everyone that these students were still inexperienced and quite naive. Only the staff responsible for registration and inspection at the entrance seemed accustomed to it all. As the selection for higher education institutions approached, schools with higher overall student quality would organize students for field training, which had been a routine for years. So they were used to it. With Xiao Qinghue leading, the staff in charge of registration didn't say much. The reason for setting up entrance registration was twofold. First, to prevent malicious and evil beast tamers from entering the base city and harming the public. Second, to prevent reckless youths from going out on their own and losing their lives. Xiao Qinghue had all the necessary paperwork ready, clearly not belonging to either category. After briefly registering everyone's information, the staff let them through. Finally, they were out. One by one, the students emerged from the defensive works, cheering and celebrating. Jiang Chun followed behind, looking at the primitive forest before him, a completely different scene from the steel and concrete skyscrapers of the city, separated by just a wall, yet seeming like two worlds. He opened his arms, and the breath of the wild and primal hit him, a mix of earth and floral fragrances that uplifted his spirits. Young master, wait. At that moment, a hurried shout came from inside the defensive works. A warhorse appeared before Jiang Chun, and a man dismounted, his laughter robust. Young master, you too, such an important matter, and you didn't tell the old man, making me run back again. As he spoke, the man handed Jiang Chen a spatial ring. Soul repair materials are quite rare. Time was tight, so I could only get you 3 items. These 3 materials were even found in the old man's collection. The man was slightly out of breath, clearly having been busy all morning. Uncle Gu, why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Chen smiled as he took the spatial ring, unable to help but complain. Didn't I say not to let Grandpa know? Why did you tell him? The man, named Gu Zhang, had been with the Jiang family for over 10 years, having watched Jiang Chen grow up. And Jiang Chun had always had a good impression of him, finding him reliable in his work. Thus, Jiang Chun had asked him to help gather materials for soul repair early in the morning. However, regarding the matter of the little wolf's soul, he feared it would worry Grandpa, so he thought to keep it hidden for now. Hearing Gu Zhang's words, Jiang Chun felt somewhat helpless, realizing that Grandpa must have known. Well, Jiang Chen chuckled. After transferring the materials from the spatial ring to his beast taming bracelet, he smiled and said, "Thanks for your help this time. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhang shook his head with a wry smile. "Young master, that might not work." In response to Jiang Chen's confused gaze, Gu Zhang said seriously, "The old man knows you're going for special training and gave me strict orders to follow and protect you." "Is that so?" Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. Grandpa was really something. He was already so grown up, didn't he think he could take care of himself? However, Jiang Chun felt warm inside, knowing it was Grandpa's stubborn nature, and he didn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Gu Zhang. Not to mention the 7 wolves wouldn't be able to hold back. Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile wryly, turning to Xiao Qinghue and asking, "Teacher Xiao, what do you think?" "It's fine, but everything must follow my orders," she replied. She had noticed Gu Zhang early on, as a gold-level beast tamer. That warhorse was also a wind-type beast, quite strong. Having one more person to protect them would reduce the danger for the students. Xiao Qinghue didn't say much more and continued leading the way. Gu Zhang naturally joined the group. The others didn't have much of a reaction to Gu Zhang's presence. But some students who usually followed Jiang Yuntao looked puzzled and turned to him. Young Master Jiang. Aren't you also a young master of the Jiang family? Where's your bodyguard? This. Chapter 21. There are. Jiang Yuntao suddenly panicked, avoiding eye contact. In the past, he wouldn't even need to speak. Jiang Chun would automatically say that the bodyguard was specifically arranged for him to please Lu Ruyan. But now, fortunately, Jiang Yuntao had long anticipated such a situation and quickly calmed down, putting on a dismissive look. This special training is a rare opportunity for practice. If I still need someone to protect me, wouldn't that be the behavior of a weakling? He quickly found an excuse for himself. I see. Several students had expressions of realization. Perhaps because they didn't have such special treatment, they were in complete agreement with Jiang Yuntao's words. Young Master Jiang is right. We are to become beast kings in the future. How can we let others protect us? Exactly. Our courage is not something certain people can compare to. I see. Some people rely on their powerful beasts and can only show off in school. If they really encounter, who knows how scared they would be. They habitually sneered, subtly mocking others. Although they didn't mention names, everyone could tell they were targeting Jiang Chun. Many people had become accustomed to this. In the small circle led by Jiang Yuntao, those boys often loved to ridicule Jiang Chun, making snide remarks whenever possible. If one didn't know better, they would think they had a significant feud with Jiang Chun. Young master, your classmates. Gu Zheng, leading the wind horse and walking beside Jiang Chun, had a slightly grim expression. Jiang Chun had been raised before his eyes, and his character was beyond reproach. He was always polite and respectful to everyone. As for those students, they not only looked awkward, but their words were also so sharp, showing no sign of camaraderie. It's fine, just clowns. Jiang Chun waved his hand. Unfazed, if Jiang Yuntao dared to overstep, he wouldn't hesitate to slap him again. Fortunately, after 2 consecutive lessons, Jiang Yuntao had finally become obedient. All right, let's keep moving. The special training is important. Jiang Yuntao didn't engage with the others and moved forward in silence. This made the few boys curious, but they also prudently closed their mouths and followed obediently. Thus, under Xiao Qingyue's leadership, the group of students quietly continued their journey. They followed the muddy stone road worn down over the years, heading forward. After walking for about 10 kilometers, they had completely entered the forest. All around were towering trees and dense vegetation, and from time to time, strange sounds could be heard from deep within the woods, the calls of unknown monsters. Eerie and chilling. Everyone be careful. We have entered the Ziyun mountain range, where low level occasionally appear. After we cross this mountain, we'll be close to the military's mining base. 2 kilometers from the base, there was an open grassy area near the mountains and water, a great camping site. They wouldn't recklessly enter the military's restricted area. Everyone, keep pushing. We'll reach our destination soon. Xiao Qingyue encouraged the students. Once she saw everyone was keeping up, she continued forward. It's so far. Do we still have to walk? Seeing that Xiao Qingyue had no intention of stopping to rest, some students lost the excitement they had at the beginning. Under the blazing sun, they had already walked at least 20 kilometers. Although many had improved their physical condition after contracting beasts, this jungle cross-country trek was still quite exhausting for those who had grown up in the city. We still have to climb a mountain. My legs are about to break. Young Master Jiang, Captain Lu, how about we take a break? You all go ahead. I'm not going anymore. Let me catch my breath first. The few boys following Jiang Yuntao were complaining incessantly. Among them, a short and chubby boy, disregarding Lu Ruyan who was briskly walking ahead with Jiang Yuntao, found a shaded spot to sit down and rest. Seeing this, the others mimicked him and plopped down on the ground as well. They simply couldn't walk any further. If I had known it would be this far, I wouldn't have come, the chubby boy lamented. Hey, you'd think with how rich Jiang Xiao is, he wouldn't put himself through this. He could just swipe a few 100,000 from his card. What materials wouldn't he have? Who knows? The chubby boy fanned himself with his hands in frustration. Maybe this is just the twisted hobby of the rich. Look, that kid Jiang Chen came along too, right? True. As they glanced at Jiang Chen walking at the end of the line, they felt a sense of disinterest. They didn't understand the joys of the wealthy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. While the few of them were chatting, none of them noticed that a striped, venomous snake was slowly slithering closer from the bushes behind them, its scarlet tongue flicking out. Ah, my foot. The next second, a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the mountains. The group was startled and only then realized that a poisonous snake had appeared out of nowhere. The red and white snake wrapped around the chubby boy's calf. Its mouth slightly open as it sank its 2 white fangs deep into his flesh, causing him to scream in agony. In less than 3 seconds, the chubby boy was foaming at the mouth, his legs kicking as he fell over. A monster. There's a monster. The others were terrified, rolling down the slope in a panic, crying out for their parents. A few tall boys, around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, were scared to tears by a snake no thicker than a thumb. Their wails instantly shattered the tranquility of the group, making everyone jump. It's just a little snake. And you're scared to this extent? Pathetic. In their view, Jiang Chen stood with one hand on his hip, atop a rock, holding a snake over a meter long in the other hand, casually swinging it around as if it were a toy. Oh my gosh. Some of the girls couldn't handle such intense stimulation, turning pale and fainting, which caused a flurry of people around them to attempt CPR. In contrast, Jiang Chen remained calm. The snake in his hand seemed harmless, devoid of any lethal threat. If it weren't for the chubby boy still foaming at the mouth, it would be hard for anyone to believe that what Jiang Chen was holding was indeed dangerous. After swinging the snake a few times until it fainted, Jiang Chen casually tossed it away. Coincidentally, it landed right by the feet of the crying boys, prompting another round of wailing. Who asked the ones scared to the point of wetting themselves? Jiang Chen smirked, disdainfully saying, "Come on, let us get these beast-taming men some new pants." Chapter 22. Some little peculiarities of snake kissing. Jiang Chen laughed. At first, he really thought it was a monster. But when he saw the snake clearly, he was instantly amused. This was far from any monster. It was just an ordinary poisonous snake. He didn't even need to call upon the little wolf. He could handle it easily on his own. As a beast tamer, he felt embarrassed for the others who were scared by such a regular snake. What happened? What is going on? Xiao Qingyue reacted quickly, rushing over in a panic. Bro, did you solve it again? Xiao Qingyue was skeptical until her gaze fell on the chubby boy, who was still foaming and twitching. This is what you call solving it? Xiao Qingyue's face darkened again. I did solve it, Jiang Chen replied innocently. Xiao Qingyue was nearly driven to madness. She didn't want to argue with Jiang Chen and quickly squatted down beside the chubby boy. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary poisonous snake, and he was not in life-threatening danger. Noticing that the snake that bit the chubby boy was not a so-called monster, Xiao Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She flipped her hand and took out a bottle of antidote for the chubby boy to drink. Before long, the chubby boy's complexion improved, and some black clots of blood flowed out from the wound on his leg, gradually returning to a healthy color. Xiao Qingyue wiped her sweat, relieved that it was a close call. That said, she was still very angry. Xiao Qingyue looked at Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen leaned back with his hands behind his head, completely relaxed. What is up? Damn snake kiss, I'll kiss you. Xiao Qingyue's lips twitched. You're invincible, kid. She laughed in anger. Sometimes, she really wanted to pry open Jiang Chen's head to see what was inside. To say something like a snake kiss. Didn't his conscience hurt? Huh. Xiao Qingyue was left speechless by Jiang Chen. At this moment, Ge Zheng meticulously explained the whole situation. These students had slacked off and left the group, resulting in being bitten by the snake. Is that so? Xiao Qingyue nodded, looking at Ge Zheng's serious expression with a strange face. If it were really like that, she didn't believe that Ge Zheng, a golden-level beast tamer, wouldn't have noticed. And if such a poisonous snake could bite a student, it could only mean one thing. Ge Zheng had acted deliberately, pretending not to see. Indeed, like father, like son, Xiao Qingyue realized that neither Jiang Chen nor Ge Zheng was someone to be at ease with. She couldn't help but glare at Jiang Chen again, then turned to the few terrified boys who were trying hard not to cry. Stop crying. You guys strayed from the group, and after this special training is over, each of you will write a 3,000-word reflection. Teacher Xiao, please no. The boys turned pale and immediately burst into tears. They struggled to write an 800-word essay every day with Jiang Yuntao, let alone a 3,000-word reflection. It felt like a death sentence to them. If you complain one more time, it'll be 10,000 words. Xiao Qingyue showed no mercy, her expression stern. Before they set off, she had emphasized countless times the importance of obeying management and not straying from the group. These students hadn't taken her words to heart and almost caused a fatal incident. If she didn't impose some strictness and teach them a lesson, who knew what kind of trouble they might cause next? Before long, the chubby boy woke up. It hurt so much, The intense pain made him cry out uncontrollably. Then he saw Xiao Qingyue's face, which was darker than charcoal. Shut up. Now, immediately, get ready to set off. With a furious parting remark, Xiao Qingyue got up to leave. The chubby boy was stunned, frozen in place. Then a wave of urgency hit him. His face turned red with embarrassment as he weakly raised his hand, covering his pants, hesitantly saying, Teacher Xiao, wait a minute. What now? Xiao Qingyue was nearly driven mad. Before she could explode, the chubby boy mumbled, I want to change my pants. Immediately, the other crying boys also blushed and chimed in, we want to change too. Exhausted and defeated, they got ready to move out again. From behind, Xiao Qingyue's straight back seemed to slump, and she looked utterly dispirited. In contrast, Jiang Chen's laughter had not ceased throughout the journey. The chubby boy and the others turned beet red, wishing they could disappear into the ground. The group trudged forward, not daring to lift their heads, looking thoroughly subdued. Indeed, the youthful blush surpassed everything else, and Jiang Chen was overjoyed. I knew it. These students are all fools. Ge Zheng added, seriously. Very perceptive. Jiang Chun patted Ge Zheng's shoulder in agreement. Then, she laughed even louder. The journey ahead went relatively smoothly, without any further accidents. In the afternoon, according to the planned schedule, Xiao Qinghua brought her students to the downstream of the mine on time. The grass was lush and the orioles were flying, with the stream babbling. The view here was very open, with endless mountains and forests in front and a continuous range of mountains behind. No matter what happened, they could see it at the first moment. It was a good camping spot. Since they reached the halfway point, Xiao Qinghua had been lacking in spirit, as if she had lost her brilliance. Of course, there were also those few men from the Beastmaster who had wet their pants. The boys set up tents while the girls came to me for ingredients. The food had to be ready before dark. She weakly directed the students' actions and did not rush to organize a search for beast materials. She was really tired. Jiang Chen knew that Xiao Qinghua was currently in a bad mood and did not dare to provoke her. He found a spot alone and, together with Ge Zheng, set up 2 tents. After finishing the tents, Jiang Chen comfortably sat by the stream, enjoying the breeze and humming a little tune. He was quite satisfied. He didn't know how this woman planned things. Jiang Chun's gaze casually swept over Lu Ruyan, who was cooking for Jiang Yuntao, and he gradually formed an idea in his mind. Chapter 23, Night Training. As the sky darkened, the evening mountain wind blew over the hills, the tree shadows swayed, rustling. The mountains at night were much livelier than during the day, with pairs of crimson eyes opening under the cover of darkness, accompanied by wild low growls. Starting the feast of hunting. Even in the camp, some piercing screams could be heard, and even the cool breeze seemed to be permeated with a hint of blood. Gushu, your cooking skills are quite good. This roast chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making my mouth water. It's delicious. Jiang Chun sat by the campfire, took a bite of the chicken leg, and the juices burst in his mouth, making him feel quite satisfied. That's right. Us Beastmasters go through wind and rain every day, often fighting against monsters, so outdoor survival skills are essential. Guzheng laughed honestly. As a qualified Beastmaster, if you don't have some outdoor survival skills, you'd starve to death. While Jiang Chun was enjoying his meal, the others didn't have such treatment. They had no idea that they still had to solve their own food problems after coming out. What they managed to cook was either a charred pile or raw. Some hadn't even managed to light a fire yet. Ruyan, how about we just settle for some raw vegetable salad? Lu Ruyan was among those people. She had been messing around by a pile of hay for a long time, her face covered in ash, but she hadn't seen a spark. No way, Brother Yuntao. I must give you a bite of something warm. Lu Ruyan stubbornly blew into the hay pile. Boom. Perhaps due to excessive force, a flame shot up half a meter high from the pile of grass, nearly burning Lu Ruyan's eyebrows off. Used to being served, how could she cook? He asked Ge Zheng. Geshu, Xiao teacher has been gone for a while, right? After the students set up their tents, Xiao Qinghua went into the mountains, temporarily handing over the task of ensuring the students' safety to Ge Zheng. After all, she was a teacher, no matter how tired she was. She couldn't rush through the training. After the events of the day, she deeply realized that before truly starting the training, she had to help the students overcome their fears. As soon as she saw that the students were almost done packing, she immediately dashed into the mountains, planning to catch a few low-level demon beasts to boost the students' courage. It had been more than an hour since she left. Prepare yourselves. Everyone gather here in 10 minutes. Jiang Chun was chatting with Ge Zheng when, just as he turned around, he saw Xiao Qinghua emerging from the forest. Behind her was a beast with wings on its back, a single horn on its head, crescent patterns on its limbs, and stepping on flowing light. The beast she had contracted. The Holy Spirit Unicorn. Its bloodline level was at least at the Lord level, if not higher. Even though Ge Zheng's Wind Chaser had reached the commander level, he didn't dare to breathe in front of this unicorn, feeling a deep sense of awe. The unicorn raised its head high, pure and holy, as it drove 3 demon beasts, blood dripping from their mouths, slowly into the camp. The 3 were a 3-star battle servant spiked demon boar, a red-scaled snake, and a buck-toothed demon mouse. Jiang Chun glanced over and immediately recognized the 3 demon beasts, unable to suppress a laugh. These 3 types of demon beasts were quite common near the mine, but their strength was generally around the 3-star battle servant level. It was indeed a challenge for Xiao Qinghua to find such low-level beasts among a group. No wonder, with the unicorn's strength, she took so long. Clearly, it had taken a lot of effort. There was no choice. The students were encountering demon beasts for the first time. And if she didn't find such nearly powerless beasts, Xiao Qinghua was afraid that not many would have the courage to face them directly. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and many people also saw the 3 vicious-looking demon beasts, each of them hurriedly lining up in front of Xiao Qinghua, trembling. Seeing that all the students' attention was on the 3 demon beasts, Xiao Qinghua didn't keep them in suspense. I believe everyone has seen these 3 demon beasts behind me. They are your live combat training exercises for tonight. Now, line up and command your beasts to fight them in turn. After saying that, Xiao Qinghua gestured, and the unicorn kicked the buck-toothed demon mouse, sending it flying in front of a student. Zhou, you go first, Xiao Qinghua said calmly. Zhou, the chubby boy who had played with the snake earlier, felt a bit reluctant when he heard this. Huh, me? The chubby boy's face was filled with unwillingness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The buck-toothed demon mouse, with its small eyes spinning, despite its low strength, still had its beastly ferocity. Once it realized the unicorn was ignoring it, it immediately showed its vicious side and lunged at the chubby boy. Ah, Mom, help. The chubby boy seemed not to have recovered from the fright of the day. As soon as the buck-toothed demon mouse pounced, he panicked and ran away, covering his head. At that moment, it was hard to tell who was the real mouse. Xiao Qinghua shook her head. The unicorn instantly moved, stepping on the buck-toothed demon mouse's tail, causing it to squeal in pain. Next, Xiao Qinghua said flatly. The chubby boy's performance was dismal, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed, but she also understood that this was inevitable. For rookie beastmasters, overcoming psychological fear and being able to fight against demon beasts required a process. Then, Xiao Qinghua continually called out names, one student after another mustering their courage to step forward, only to leave in embarrassment. The three demon beasts were not strong, and their intelligence was low. Only their reckless ferocity made the students extremely unaccustomed. This was much scarier than the playful sparring they had at school. Several students reported that they were not timely in their reactions, and they suspected they would be devoured by the three demon beasts. Of course, there were also some who performed well. For example, Lu Rian. Even though her black soul beast was even worse than these three demon beasts, she could handle it calmly. Although in the end, her black soul beast was still no match for the red-scaled snake and was almost swallowed whole. Her performance still earned the recognition of the other students. The school belle is indeed the school belle. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has such courage. I almost died of fright. To be honest, if her black soul beast hadn't mutated yet and her strength hadn't improved, she wouldn't have taken these three demon beasts seriously. In her view, Xiao Qinghua was just wasting time. Once I get the dragon saliva stone, I will definitely let you all know the power of the black soul beast. Chapter 24, The Coward's Victory. Lu Rian's black ponytail stood high, like a proud swan under the gaze of the crowd. She walked straight to Jiang Yuntao, smiling gently and throwing him an encouraging look. Yuntao Gidge, do your best. Jiang Yuntao nodded heavily, confident in himself. For now, his palm bear was the strongest among everyone except for the little wolf. The chance of winning the first victory was high. Teacher Xiao, let it come over. Jiang Yuntao pointed at the red-letter snake, ready for battle, while the palm bear prepared itself. Wait. Just as he was about to command the palm bear to attack directly, Xiao Qinghua said lightly, your opponent is this. Then, accompanied by the sound of a pig's squeal, the spiked demon pig charged out wildly. Jiang Yuntao's face instantly turned green. Teacher Xiao, this won't do. In terms of size, the spiked demon pig was much larger than the other two demon beasts, even bigger than the juvenile palm bear. Once it started running, the visual impact was immense. Jiang Yuntao felt a wave of insecurity. He had just witnessed the spiked demon pig knock a beastmaster and their beast flying, and that person was still unconscious. The combat power of the spiked demon pig was the strongest among the three demon beasts Xiao Qinghua had caught, and he had no confidence in being able to deal with it. However, under the gaze of so many eyes, Jiang Yuntao didn't want to lose face and could only grit his teeth and command the palm bear to fight. Palm bear, knock it away. With the order given, the palm bear got on all fours and tried to imitate the spiked demon pig's charge. Bang! The palm bear collided head-on with the spiked demon pig. After a moment of stalemate, the palm bear was easily overturned by the spiked demon pig, landing with a bruised nose and swollen face. It was truly hard to watch. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to look. In terms of combat power, the palm bear had a slightly higher bloodline and was stronger than the spiked demon pig. Both relied on strength, and if they fought seriously, the palm bear had a good chance of winning. But Jiang Yuntao made the mistake of directing the palm bear to recklessly engage in the spiked demon pig's preferred combat style. After all, the spiked demon pig had lived in the wild for many years, constantly facing threats from humans and other demon beasts. Its combat instincts were not something the palm bear could compare to. With the same fighting style, how could the freshly weaned palm bear compete with the spiked demon pig? After landing a hit, the spiked demon pig became ferocious and lunged at the palm bear, using its sharp tusks to repeatedly bite into the palm bear's flesh. Fortunately, the palm bear had tough skin. Otherwise, it would have become the spiked demon pig's dinner in no time. Seeing the palm bear being bitten and bleeding from several wounds, Jiang Yuntao couldn't care less and started to command wildly, drawing from the methods of street thugs. Palm bear, kick it. Quickly kick its balls. The palm bear obediently followed, unhesitatingly kicking towards the lower half of the spiked demon pig. The spiked demon pig yelped in pain, staggering back a few steps. rolling on the ground and crying out in agony, even shedding tears. Hiss. At that moment, the empathy of some male classmates reached its peak. All of them grimacing as if they felt the pain themselves. Phew, that was close. Jiang Yuntao let out a long breath, patting his chest. Luckily, he thought quickly, and the palm bear was able to resolve the fight swiftly. More importantly, the spiked demon pig was in too much pain to stand up. While the palm bear only sustained minor injuries that wouldn't affect its combat power, it would recover in 2 days. Clearly, he had won this battle. Teacher Xiao, I won. Jiang Yuntao looked at Xiao Qingyue, his face filled with uncontainable excitement. However, strangely, Xiao Qingyue remained silent. And even the chubby classmates who had been flattering him looked oddly at him. Indeed, looking at it this way, Jiang Yuntao had won and was the first student to defeat a demon beast. But the process was fraught with bumps. It was not only disgraceful, but also somewhat cowardly. As a teacher who had seen many grand occasions, Xiao Qingyue cleared her throat and quickly adjusted her expression. Not bad. Jiang Yuntao did very well. Reacted quickly. After a long pause, Xiao Qingyue finally managed to squeeze out a compliment about his quick reaction. She truly didn't know how to praise Jiang Yuntao further. According to her estimation, with the palm bear's combat power, he should have won the battle easily, not looking so pathetic. Of course, as the first student to defeat a demon beast, encouragement was necessary. She couldn't dampen the student's enthusiasm. Let's continue. After saying that, Xiao Qingyue began calling out the next student. In his expectations, having finally won the battle, Xiao Qingyue should have been generous with her praise, and his classmates should have admired him greatly. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Jiang Yuntao suddenly felt a bit downcast. The night training soon came to an end, and among all the students present, only Jiang Chun had not fought against the 3 demon beasts. Xiao Qingyue glanced at Jiang Chun, showing no intention of letting him take action. Are you kidding? With Little Wolf's strength, those 3 demon beasts would be easily dealt with. She still planned to use these 3 demon beasts to hone the student's courage. So how could she let Jiang Chun take action? Seeing that the time was almost up, she directly announced the end of the special training. Xiao Qingyue calmly tied up the 3 demon beasts and looked at Gu Jingdao. Mr. Gu, let's take turns keeping watch tonight. Once the students adapt to the environment here, we can switch and rest a bit. No worries, you rest. I'll take the watch tonight. Gu Zheng smiled. That's fine, thank you. Xiao Qingyue nodded, not even glancing at Jiang Chun, and directly went into her tent. Jiang Chun felt both amused and helpless, and could not help but fall into contemplation. Does this count as being discriminated against? Though he laughed, he also understood that Xiao Qingyue thought that with Little Wolf's combat power, there was no need for him to participate. Just right, Jiang Chun was also happy to take it easy. The fire flickered, and the moon rose above the treetops. After a day of fatigue, everyone was quite tired, and regardless of whether they had filled their stomachs, they fell asleep immediately. The camp soon quieted down. Only the sounds of snoring and the crackling of burning firewood could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, a figure slowly approached outside Jiang Chen's tent. Young master. As you predicted, those 2 students left the group on their own and headed towards the mine. Chapter 25, The Dragon Saliva Stone in Hand. Inside the tent, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, shooting out 2 beams of light. They're even more anxious than I am. But do they really think the Dragon Saliva Stone can be obtained so easily? Jiang Chun sneered as he walked out of the tent. After the special training ended, he had instructed Gu Zheng to keep an eye on Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao. He had a premonition that the 2 might take action tonight. Unexpectedly, he was right. This was slightly beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. However, it was understandable that Lu Ruyan was so eager. Lu Ruyan was inherently competitive, and after facing setbacks multiple times and seeing Little Wolf's rapid growth, it was natural for her to be impatient. Uncle Gu, keep the camp safe. I'm going out for a bit. Jiang Chun instructed Gu Zheng, summoned Little Wolf, and focused on a direction before setting off. Young master, do you really not need me to go with you? Gu Zheng asked in a low voice, somewhat worried. No need. He was very familiar with the environment around here. Even if Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao acted first, he was confident he could get to the Dragon Saliva Stone before them. Moreover, going too early or too late wouldn't necessarily be a good thing either. Alright then. Seeing Jiang Chun walk far away, Gu Zheng still quietly reminded him, Young master, if you encounter any trouble, just fire the signal gun I gave you, and I'll come right away. Got it. Jiang Chun waved his hand and disappeared into the darkness of the forest in the blink of an eye. The moonlight poured down the mountains, draping the green firs in a layer of silver-white veil, providing good visibility. Jiang Chun navigated through the woods, following the route he remembered, heading up towards the ore vein. After a long time of mining, the mountains were rugged and uneven, with some abandoned mines. If one wasn't careful, they could easily fall. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had a good memory and took a shortcut. Using the faint light of the moon, he quickly spotted 2 sneaky figures near the ore vein. Whispering to each other, acting suspiciously, Lu Ruyan, Is there really the special material you mentioned? Jiang Yuntao looked around nervously, as this area was within the military's warning line, and he was afraid of being discovered. That would be a huge loss. Compared to Jiang Yuntao's timid behavior, Lu Ruyan looked very confident. She knew that the military personnel had already withdrawn, and there was no need to worry about the warning line. Moreover, to catch up with Jiang Qin's progress, she had to obtain the Dragon Saliva Stone tonight. Brother Yuntao, don't worry, no one will notice us. The Dragon Saliva Stone must be here. As long as we have it, my Black Soul Beast can grow rapidly, and I won't have to see that jerk Jiang Chen being arrogant anymore. Seeing Jiang Yuntao hesitating, Lu Ruyan immediately became displeased, pouting and saying, Brother Yuntao, do you want me to lose to that jerk Jiang Chen in the selection? Jiang Yuntao quickly smiled apologetically. Ruyan, that's not what I meant. Although he said that, deep down, he was still filled with doubt. They had already searched several abandoned mines and hadn't seen a single trace. Then let's keep looking. Lu Ruyan shot Jiang Yuntao a glare, sulking, and took her Black Soul Beast into another abandoned mine. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntao felt helpless. Suddenly, a wolf howl came, startling him, and he hurriedly chased after. Ruyan, wait for me. There are wolves. Standing on a giant rock. Jiang Chun watched Jiang Yuntao's timid appearance and couldn't help but laugh. With such little courage, he was learning to treasure hunt? He had indeed told Lu Ruyan that he got the Dragon Saliva Stone from an abandoned mine in the Irvane. But Lu Ruyan had no idea which mine it was. Jiang Chun climbed higher and soon reached the middle of the Irvane, in front of an abandoned mine that faintly emitted light. It should be here. Jiang Chun observed the surroundings and became vigilant. In his previous life, he had accidentally come here and had no idea that a magical beast had made this mine its nest. Even now, with the little wolf contracted, Jiang Chun didn't dare to let his guard down. One should know that magical beasts are fiercer and more bloodthirsty than demonic beasts. It is not an exaggeration to say that a magical beast of the same level can easily tear apart a demonic beast of the same level. Powerful magical beasts can even rival the most fearsome and bloodthirsty demons. The magical beast occupying this mine was an elite-level bloodthirsty bat. Even the little wolf would definitely not be a match for this magical beast. Jiang Chun proceeded cautiously, taking each step with great care. The mine was winding, but fortunately, the deeper parts had already collapsed, only about several dozen meters deep. When he reached the end of the mine, Jiang Qin saw a bunch of palm-sized little bats hanging upside down on the rock wall, sleeping densely, at least 50 or 60 of them, all possessing 1- or 2-star combat servant strength. A stone glowing faintly was lying beneath those little bats, easily visible. As for the elite-level bloodthirsty bat, it was nowhere to be seen. It must have gone out to hunt. Thank goodness I remembered correctly. It shouldn't be in the mine at this hour. Jiang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He skillfully walked to the innermost part and slowly collected the Dragon Saliva Stone, which was emitting a faint glow, into his beast-wielding bracelet. Then, he tiptoed and made a quick gesture to the little wolf, signaling to leave as fast as possible. He jogged away, hiding his figure in the woods far from the mine, and finally relaxed. The Dragon Saliva Stone had a special material. It was said to be a stone that had absorbed dragon saliva, and its energy should help the little wolf advance to a combat servant at 7 stars. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. Strange, there was clearly light here just now. Could I be seeing things? However, before Jiang Chun could leave, Jiang Yuntao appeared at the entrance of the mine, looking irritable. He seemed tired from searching and casually sat on a rock, instructing his palm bear, Xiongba, to go in and take a look. Bang bang bang. The palm bear, being straightforward, shook its big head and went in without any caution. Damn it, this fool. Seeing this, Jiang Chun cursed inwardly and took off running. With such a commotion, it was impossible not to wake those bloodthirsty batlings. Yet, before he could run a few steps, the palm bear's terrified screams came from within the mine. Soon after, the palm bear was seen scrambling out, using all fours to escape in panic. Behind it was a swarm of black, bloodthirsty batlings. Chapter 26, Elite-Level Magical Beast. Bloodthirsty Bat. Looking at the mass of black, bloodthirsty bats, Jiang Qin's hair stood on end. He was truly done in by this fool. Jiang Qin's heart raced, and his feet reacted faster. He took off running. Indeed, these bloodthirsty batlings were not strong, and with the little wolf around, they posed no threat. What really made Jiang Qin wary was that elite-level bloodthirsty bat. Because of Jiang Yuntao's recklessness, such a big commotion had been made. An elite-level magical beast was not something Jiang Qin could contend with right now. If he wasn't scared now, he would eventually be killed by Jiang Yuntao. Jiang Chun dashed through the woods with the little wolf. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow over 3 meters long swept over his head. It was the elite-level bloodthirsty bat. A strong wind swept through, causing leaves to fall all around. The bloodthirsty bat radiated black magical energy and was rapidly flying towards the mine. Seeing this, Jiang Chun dared not delay any longer and put all his strength into running. Jiang Chen managed to escape successfully, running quite far. This idiot won't end up getting himself killed, will he? At this moment, the bloodthirsty bat had flapped its wings and landed in front of the mine. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jiang Yuntao was clearly unprepared, trembling in fear, and collapsed to the ground, stunned. This is easy. The bloodthirsty bat landed swiftly, sending dirt and stones flying, making a series of piercing explosive sounds, with its crimson eyes appearing extremely terrifying in the night. It coldly stared at the terrified Jiang Yuntao, while the swarm of bloodthirsty batlings quickly flew to its side, anxiously chirping. Ziz. The moment it realized its treasure had been stolen, the bloodthirsty bat became incredibly enraged. Its murderous aura skyrocketing. It lunged at Jiang Yuntao, baring its white fangs, seemingly wanting to bite Jiang Yuntao to death. No, brother Yuntao. At that moment, Lu Rian heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed towards the bloodthirsty bat. Then, she pulled out a handful of red powder from behind and threw it at the bloodthirsty bat. This is easy. As soon as the red powder touched the bloodthirsty bat, its vision went dark, and it stung its eyes, causing them to swell. Some bloodthirsty batlings also fell from the air one after another, rubbing their eyes in pain. This woman is quite clever. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. The powder Lu Rian sprinkled was nothing but chili powder. Caught off guard, it unexpectedly achieved an effective result. Although the strength of the blood-sucking bat had reached the elite level, it was still not completely immune to the stinging sensation in its senses. Lu Ruoyan's appearance also bought Jiang Yuntao some time to escape. Brother Yuntao, let's go quickly. Lu Ruoyan pulled Jiang Yuntao and turned to flee. At this moment, Jiang Yuntao finally reacted. Looking at the blood-sucking bat that was nearly 3 meters tall, he felt a wave of fear. Under the intense threat of death, he also unleashed incredible potential. In the blink of an eye, the two had run dozens of meters and dove into the dense forest. Ziz. After a few minutes, the stinging sensation in the blood-sucking bat's eyes finally eased somewhat. The actions of Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao had completely enraged it. With a flap of its wings, it kicked up a lot of stones, leaping into the air and swiftly pursuing the two, staying close to the ground of the mountain forest. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed. If Lu Ruoyan hadn't been prepared, the two might have really died here. However, if they died just like that, he felt deep down it was too easy for the two of them. Little wolf, let's go. The direction in which the two were fleeing was opposite to Jiang Chen's, and he finally relaxed completely. As for whether Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao could escape the blood-sucking bat's pursuit, that was no longer his concern. Jiang Chen turned to leave. Russell. However, at the moment he turned, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several shadows appearing in front of the mine. A few figures were cloaked in black robes, shrouded in dark mist, making it impossible to see their true faces. In the night, Jiang Chen could only see that a white bone claw was embroidered on their black robes. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. How could the people from the dark holy court appear here? He gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The dark holy court originated in the West and was an extremely dangerous organization. Evil and madness were their synonyms, making them detested by all nations. As a result, countries, including Hanxia, issued the highest level of kill orders against them. Jiang Chen had not expected that these foul rats from the sewers would appear here. He was certain that these figures in black robes were from the dark holy court. What were they doing here? Jiang Chen was puzzled and tried hard to hide his figure behind the trees, carefully observing. In his line of sight, a few members of the dark holy court stood in front of the mine, looking around and emitting a series of piercing strange laughs. They had been watching for a long time, then glanced at Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao, who were being chased up the mountain. One of them shook his head slightly, raised his arm, and a snake-like creature made of black mist shot out quickly, appearing directly beneath the furious blood-sucking bat, stealthily exhaling a puff of black mist. Subsequently, the blood-sucking bat's body trembled, swaying unsteadily, its actions gradually becoming sluggish and its speed greatly reduced. With this assistance, it would be difficult for the blood-sucking bat to catch up with Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao in the short term. The few figures in black robes finally felt relieved, their forms flickering as they vanished into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared. They came quickly and left quickly. But Jiang Chen was completely unsettled, his heart surging with turmoil. Could it be that they had been targeting me since this moment in my previous life? Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he felt a chill run through his body. Chapter 27. Holy Spirit. Confinement. This meant that the appearance of the Black Soul Beast on the day of the contract with the beast was indeed a deliberate act by the Dark Holy Court. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he slowly sorted through his thoughts. He had always wondered how he managed to survive after encountering this elite blood-sucking bat in this mine in his previous life. Now it seemed that the Dark Holy Court had been secretly observing the Black Soul Beast. Did they intentionally place the dragon saliva stone here to accelerate the mutation of the black soul beast? Jiang Chen pondered. In his previous life, shortly after obtaining the dragon saliva stone, members of the Dark Holy Court had approached him. Not only that, they even informed him about the powerful mutation and demonization path of the black soul beast. However, he had rejected it without a second thought at that time. He was determined to give the dragon saliva stone to Lu Ruoyan, caring little for any power. Later on, the Dark Holy Court people never sought him out again. Were these persistent rats trying to conduct some insane experiment through the hands of an ordinary beastmaster? Jiang Chen's thoughts gradually became clearer, and his expression grew increasingly intriguing. So, Lu Ruoyan, will you choose to endure the pain of heart-eating and blood-sucking to resist the erosion of the demonic aura within the black soul beast on your soul? Or will you indulge in the pleasure of that powerful force, dive into darkness, and fall into an abyss of eternal darkness? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, finding it quite amusing. Indeed, after the mutation, the black soul beast would become incredibly powerful, far surpassing an ordinary beast. But what Lu Ruoyan did not know was that the mutation and evolution routes of the black soul beast had only two options. One was the dark evolution route, which allowed it to master supreme dark power and grow rapidly. The other was the demon evolution route, where each mutation and evolution would greatly enhance the black soul beast's bloodline, strength, and level. The former still had some rationality and could be controlled by beast masters. In his previous life, Jiang Chen relied on his strong will to repeatedly overcome the impacts of the demonic aura, allowing the black soul beast to eventually evolve into a 9-headed demon dragon, mastering powerful strength while remaining within the controllable range. The latter, however, was like an addictive poison. Every time it gained power, it would awaken the deepest greed in a person's heart until they were consumed by darkness. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited about how Lu Ruoyan would ultimately choose. Undoubtedly, regardless of which choice she made, Lu Ruoyan would endure unparalleled pain. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen had not rushed to deal with Lu Ruoyan. Brother Yintao, let's escape quickly. At this moment, a loud shout interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He turned around and saw Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao stumbling along, their faces and hands scratched with numerous wounds from branches, suffering quite a bit. However, seeing the miserable state of the two, Jiang Chen felt no joy. Instead, his expression grew increasingly serious, until he saw Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao rushing towards the direction of the bright firelight. Jiang Chen finally lost his calm. This is bad. Something's going to happen. The direction in which the two were fleeing was none other than the campsite where the students were resting. It should be noted that besides the elite blood-sucking bat, there was also a large group of blood-sucking bat cubs chasing behind. These two fools are really going to get people killed. Jiang Chen was furious. With the Dark Holy Court's people secretly laying a trap, Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao could have taken their time to shake off the pursuit of the blood-sucking bats. Unfortunately, they seemed unaware of the slowing speed of the blood-sucking bats and were rushing straight into the camp. Jiang Chen was almost livid. If nothing else, the two could at least shout for help. With Xiao Qingyue and Gu Zheng present, even the elite blood-sucking bat wouldn't be much of a problem. But unfortunately, the two might have been scared silly or were too panicked to choose a path, focusing solely on diverting the hatred of the blood-sucking bats to the students accompanying them. Their thoughts were quite simple. Using the cover of night and the obstruction of trees, they had barely escaped the blood-sucking bat's line of sight. But didn't that shout expose their location? Therefore, despite running with sweat pouring down their faces, the two didn't dare to catch their breath. Seeing the blood-sucking bats getting closer to the campsite, Jiang Chen had no time to think further and immediately sprinted towards the camp. Teacher Xiao, Uncle Gu, there are magical beasts attacking at night. While running, Jiang Chen shouted a warning with all his might. His throat was almost hoarse, and there was still no movement in the camp. He could only hope that Uncle Gu was still holding his post. Jiang Chen leaned on his knees, nearly out of strength from shouting. Fortunately, his shouts were not in vain, as Gu Zheng rushed out of the camp at the first moment. Where did the magical beast come from? How dare it show off in front of me? Gu Zheng shouted, and the wind chaser galloped out swiftly, leaping high, landing on its hind hooves and letting out a whinny. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly arose, and a wind blade, about the size of a bloodthirsty bat, quickly formed above the wind chaser. Jiang Chen barely had time to blink before the wind blade cut through the air and shot out. Rip! In an instant, the ferocious bloodthirsty bat was split in two, severed at the waist. However, before Gu Zheng could relax, a large number of bloodthirsty bat cubs appeared in the dark forest, pouncing towards the students' tents. Chase the wind. Hurry! Gu Zheng was anxious. If any of these bloodthirsty bat cubs got into the tents without being noticed, they would bite the students all over. Unfortunately, after the elite-level bloodthirsty bat was killed, the bat cubs went wild, attacking everything they could see. For a moment, Even though the wind chaser was fast, some bat cubs still managed to slip through and flew in front of a few tents. It looked like they were about to get inside. What happened? Luckily, at this moment, Xiao Qinghua finally came out of the tent. She was wearing a light pink silk nightgown, her curves perfect, her eyes still sleepy. Her black hair was slightly curled, cascading naturally over her shoulders. And a hint of redness could be seen on the fair skin of her neck, giving off a lazy beauty. Teacher Xiao, wake up quickly. However, in this situation, Jiang Chen didn't have time to admire the beautiful scene and shouted loudly. After Jiang Chen's shout, Xiao Qinghua finally opened her half-asleep eyes. As soon as she opened them, she saw Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao fleeing in panic to the back of the camp. There were dozens of bloodthirsty bat cubs trying to get into the students' tents, which scared her quite a bit. Without any hesitation, a flash of light appeared, and the Holy Spirit unicorn instantly appeared in front of Xiao Qinghua. Holy Spirit, bind. In an instant, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the entire camp. Bathed in the moonlight, Xiao Qinghua seemed to transcend, pure, noble, and untainted. Two faint dots adorned the front of her nightgown, bright red and dripping. The unicorn's horn radiated beams of moonlight, as if possessing some kind of magic. And at the moment it shone with the moonlight, all the bloodthirsty bat cubs were immobilized. For some reason, Xiao Qinghua's cheeks flushed slightly, and she frowned and glared at Jiang Chen, scolding, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help." Oh. Whoosh, whoosh. The little wolf moved quickly. With every paw swipe, a bloodthirsty bat cub was frozen in frost and fell to the ground. With the Holy Spirit unicorn's control, the little wolf and the wind chaser found it easy to deal with the bloodthirsty bat cubs. In no time, the area around the camp was piled high with the corpses of bloodthirsty bat cubs. What happened? What is all this noise about? Some students, who had been sleeping soundly, were also awakened. One by one, they poked their confused little heads out of the tents, clearly still not understanding the situation. "Young master, are you all right?" After dealing with the bloodthirsty bats, Guzheng immediately ran to Jiang Chen's side. Upon seeing the elite-level magical beast, he was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. He circled around Jiang Chen carefully, and when he saw that Jiang Chen was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the young master looked strange and hadn't he spoken for a long time. Guzheng was puzzled. He had been standing there for a while, and Jiang Chen hadn't he said a word, just staring at a certain direction. Could it be that the young master was scared silly? Guzheng's heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously waved his hand in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. "Young master, don't scare me." His loud calls finally got a slight reaction from Jiang Chen, who curled his lips in disdain. "Do you think I'm blind?" Guzheng was taken aback, completely not responding. "Not bad." He grinned, feeling secretly pleased. However, before he could look a few more times, Xiao Qinghua noticed him. The disappointment in her heart flashed away, and Jiang Chen shook his head, not paying much attention. While everyone was distracted by the corpses of the bloodthirsty bat cubs, Jiang Chen had already walked up to the elite bloodthirsty bat. "Little wolf, go take a look." He casually pointed, and the little wolf trotted over to the corpse. Under Jiang Chen's direction, the little wolf sniffed around, its nose picking up a lot of blood. After a while, it seemed to have discovered something. Sniffed in front of the bloodthirsty bat's head, and took a bite. Crack! A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as the little wolf shook its head, and in its mouth was a crystal about the size of a broad bean, which it placed in front of Jiang Chen. "Good job." Jiang Chen squatted down and tossed the little wolf a piece of jerky as a reward. He casually picked up the crystal and held it up to the moonlight to take a look. The crystal showed a faint blood color, and under the moonlight, it shimmered with a reddish glow, quite peculiar. Guzheng was immediately surprised. "Young master, we are lucky. We actually got a magical beast crystal from an elite-level magical beast." Normally, magical beast crystals were rare on elite-level magical beasts, with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Jiang Chen was indeed lucky to have hit that 1 in 10,000 chance. "Luck is indeed good." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Go, this bloodthirsty bat was killed by you, so the crystal should belong to you. The magical beast crystal contains the most refined power from the beast's body. It's a relatively rare material. This crystal can also significantly enhance the little wolf's strength level, so it counts as a small gain. Young master, you're being too kind. This level of crystal is useless to me. You keep it." Guzheng chuckled. With the current strength level of the wind chaser, he no longer cared for such trivial things. However, for the little wolf, whose strength was only at the servant level, this level of magical beast crystal was just right. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. "Uncle Gu, don't push it away." Jiang Chen joked. All right. Guzheng helplessly agreed, not wanting to dwell on the issue. "Bastard. That magical beast crystal should be ours." Just then, Lu Ruyan stormed over angrily. She stared intently at the magical beast crystal in Jiang Chen's hand like a hungry wolf. After all the trouble they had gone through that night, not only did they fail to obtain the dragon saliva stone, but they almost died at the hands of the magical beast, and she was already filled with pent-up frustration. Now, seeing Jiang Chun obtain a magical beast crystal from the bloodthirsty bat, she was extremely envious. Yes, Jiang Chun, that's not your thing, you can't take it. Jiang Yuntao's face still looked pale, his legs trembling, unable to stand properly, yet he still shouted in support. His thoughts were similar to Lu Ruyan's. After suffering so much, if they walked away empty-handed, it would be a huge loss. After all, they were the ones who discovered the bloodthirsty bat first. If it weren't for them, Jiang Chun wouldn't have been able to get this magical beast crystal. Naturally, the two subconsciously regarded the magical beast crystal as their own property. You want to take someone else's stuff? How shameless can you be? Lu Ruyan looked at him with disdain. Jiang Yuntao was not to be outdone, Jiang Chun. You need to understand that this bloodthirsty bat followed us here. If it weren't for us, how could you have gotten this magical beast crystal? So, no matter how you look at it, this should be ours. The two of them argued back and forth, convinced that the magical beast crystal should belong to them. Who is robbing whom? Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh at their absurdity. Generally speaking, the distribution of beast cores like this is owned by the slayer. In other words, since Guzheng killed the bloodthirsty bat, this beast core belongs to Guzheng. Jiang Chun bought it from Guzheng, so it is his own property. However, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, who were chased by the bloodthirsty bat the whole way, also wanted to claim this beast core for themselves. At this point, it was no longer a matter of being thick-skinned. They were completely disregarding their faces. The argument soon attracted a crowd. Jiang Chun initially wanted to deal with these two properly, but before he could say anything, he saw Xiao Qinghua walking over from the back of the crowd. So, Jiang Chun had an idea and deliberately asked, "Who do you think this beast core belongs to?" "Naturally, it should belong to us," Jiang Yuntao replied proudly. "It came to the camp with us." As Xiao Qinghua gradually approached, Jiang Chun smirked. "I didn't hear what you said." Jiang Yuntao, feeling a bit impatient, crossed his arms and shouted, "I said, that beast came with us, so the beast core should belong to us." "Oh," Jiang Chun feigned understanding. But his smirk was impossible to hide. Seeing Jiang Chun's cheeky expression, Jiang Yuntao felt something was off. The next moment, an enraged voice rang out behind them. "You say that beast came how?" Chapter 29, Lu Ruyan. "You really disappoint me." Xiao Qinghua had changed into a different outfit, looking energetic. But her face was ashen, trembling with anger, on the verge of exploding. "Teacher Xiao, it's not what you think," Jiang Yuntao tried to explain. But he sounded increasingly unsure, his voice dwindling as if caught in his throat. In the end, he couldn't say anything. He was at his wit's end. Without warning, Xiao Qinghua erupted. To everyone's surprise, she shouted, her face showing an anger they had never seen before. The students were so frightened that they fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Yuntao couldn't take it anymore, staggering back a few steps, and tripped, falling into the mud. Jiang Chun stood aside, quite surprised to see Xiao Qinghua like this. In his memory, during the 3 years, Xiao Qinghua had been the head teacher of Class 1. She had never exploded like this. To be precise, while Xiao Qinghua usually appeared stern and strict, she had never lost her temper like this before. It was clear to anyone that Xiao Qinghua was genuinely angry this time. Jiang Chun knew that with Xiao Qinghua in this state, they were bound to witness a volcanic eruption tonight. Not just him, everyone else was equally scared and at a loss. The students at the scene retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Soon, a large space opened up around Jiang Yuntao. Only Xiao Qinghua was furiously staring at Jiang Yuntao. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Qinghua tried to contain her anger that was about to go out of control. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, seeing Jiang Yuntao wronged, foolishly rushed forward and shouted, "Why are you being so fierce to brother Yuntao?" Jiang Chun. For a moment, Jiang Chun's brain seemed to crash. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Big sister, are you okay?" Before they set off, Xiao Qinghua had repeatedly emphasized that no one could violate discipline and leave the team without permission. Now, Jiang Yuntao not only left the team, but also openly admitted to attracting the bloodthirsty bat. With such solid evidence, how could she still question Xiao Qinghua's fierceness? What? Should they set off some firecrackers to encourage them? Jiang Chun couldn't help but complain internally. He couldn't understand what Lu Ruyan was thinking. In front of him, she was calculating and cunning. Yet when it came to dealing with Jiang Yuntao, she acted as if she had lost her mind. It was clear she was treating them differently. Hit her, Xiao. Hit her hard, so she knows how cruel the world can be. Jiang Chun was speechless, muttering to himself, enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that as soon as Lu Ruyan stood up, Xiao Qinghua's expression visibly darkened. Her breathing became uncontrollable, her chest heaving. The volcano was on the verge of eruption. However, Lu Ruyan seemed completely oblivious to Xiao Qinghua's expression. Her attention was solely on Jiang Yuntao. Watching him panic, tears brimming in his eyes from fear of Xiao Qinghua, and her heart ached. No matter what Jiang Yuntao did or said, he was her chosen one, and she wouldn't allow anyone to bully him. Not even Xiao Qingyue. Lu Ruyan's gaze grew cold as she stared directly at Xiao Qingyue's fiery eyes, her aura fully unleashed, exuding the demeanor of the first battle queen of Hanxia. And she arrogantly declared, "Your actions make me very angry. I tell you, I am going to become the strongest beast master in Hanxia. My people cannot be bullied by anyone. Before I completely lose my temper, you'd better." Slap. Suddenly, the sound of a slap echoed through the night sky. No one reacted in time, and no one knew what had happened. They instinctively jumped in shock and then saw Xiao Qingyue, panting heavily, her palms slightly red, having slapped Lu Ruyan hard. The sound was crisp, filled with uncontrollable fury. The volcano had erupted. Everyone was startled, their minds blank, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. In Class 1, who didn't know that Xiao Qingyue valued Lu Ruyan highly? She had never even raised her voice at her, let alone hit her. Her attitude towards Lu Ruyan was completely different from how she treated others, even when criticizing. She usually did so privately, giving Lu Ruyan enough respect and care. Who would have thought that the usually kind Xiao Qingyue would slap Lu Ruyan in front of everyone like this? This was akin to a meteor striking the earth. It was simply insane. Not only were they shocked, but even Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She stood there in disbelief, completely stunned by Xiao Qingyue's slap. Jiang Chun watched with delight, grinning widely, unable to contain his urge to jump up and applaud. Xiao Qingyue's slap had struck right at his heart. It was like a dream come true. However, this slap was just the precursor to the volcanic eruption. It was far from over. Enough. Lu Ruyan, you really disappoint me. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth, letting out a roar that expressed all her pent-up anger. Everyone jumped again in fright. She glared at Lu Ruyan, her anger bubbling up, with disappointment glaring in her eyes. She was completely disappointed in Lu Ruyan. Xiao Qingyue's eyes widened in anger, not giving Lu Ruyan a chance to speak, and yelled, "Lu Ruyan, do you know what you are doing right now? Look at yourself. What have you become? Where is your determination? Where is your courage? Am I blind? How come I can't see any of it? All I see is a reckless, rebellious person who is unaware of themselves, devoid of self-respect and self-love." After a series of outbursts, her face turned pale with rage. She truly couldn't hold it in any longer. All along, Lu Ruyan had seemed outstanding in her eyes, independent and strong. She knew Lu Ruyan had it tough, and, as a fellow woman, had always done her best to help. But now it seemed she had completely misjudged her. Lu Ruyan had reached a point of no return. The so-called deep love leads to intense hatred, and that's just how it is. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have acted so harshly. After a long while, Xiao Qingyue finally managed to calm down a bit and spoke coldly. "I said before that in the wild, one must obey the rules. No matter who violates the rules I set and puts other classmates in danger, I will never let it go. So now, in my capacity as the homeroom teacher, I revoke Jiang Yuntao's qualification." Just as Xiao Qingyue was speaking, Jiang Chen piped up, reminding her, "Teacher Xiao, there's also Lu Ruyan. She violated the rules too." Xiao Qingyue was about to explode and glared at Jiang Chen, telling her to shut up. Of course, she knew Lu Ruyan was involved. She had seen it with her own eyes. Would she really protect Lu Ruyan? Chapter 30. Please, heaven, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. As soon as she finished speaking, it was like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Yuntao's face turned pale, and he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. The other students looked at Xiao Qingyue with astonishment. No one expected Xiao Qingyue to be so strict this time, directly revoking Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao's special training qualifications. They had only just arrived on the first day, without gathering any materials. She felt both angry and wronged, still unable to believe Xiao Qingyue would treat her this way. Fortunately, Xiao Qingyue's slap finally woke her up. She was not the wife of the first battle god, but an ordinary senior high school student. A little Xiao Qingyue could make her obedient. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of determination inside, but on the surface, she didn't dare to show any displeasure towards Xiao Qingyue. Not to mention that the dragon's saliva stone hadn't been found. She hadn't collected any materials at all. Lu Ruyan covered her face, on the verge of tears, and pitifully said, "Teacher Xiao, you can't treat us like this. I was only trying to help everyone by checking the environment around us in advance to prepare for tomorrow's training, and accidentally attracted those bloodthirsty bats." She racked her brains to finally come up with a plausible excuse. However, Xiao Qingyue was already utterly disappointed in her. She couldn't hear anything Lu Ruyan said now. Xiao Qingyue interrupted Lu Ruyan without hesitation, saying directly, "If you truly cared for everyone, you wouldn't have left the team without permission, put everyone at risk, or shown such disrespect. This matter, I will report to the school. For the next few days of special training, you will stay at home and reflect." Xiao Qingyue had completely seen through Lu Ruyan. All her talk about breaking class barriers and not wanting to be ordinary was nonsense. The effort she put into going into the wild was purely for herself. Fortunately, she had felt a bit moved at the time. Looking back now, it was simply a waste of expression. Of course, if Lu Ruyan had only left the team without permission, she wouldn't have been so angry. Given Lu Ruyan's previous behavior, she would have just given her a lesson and let it go. What truly angered her was that Lu Ruyan had completely disregarded the safety of the students for her own sake and for Zhang Yuntao, and had become so unreasonable. She couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath on Lu Ruyan and said sternly to the students, "I'll say it one last time. If anyone dares to violate the rules again during this outdoor special training, it will be immediately cancelled." As soon as the words fell, many students couldn't help but sigh in dismay. Teacher Xiao, please don't. They had thought that once they reached the wild, they would be completely free and no longer bound by the school's rules. However, after the commotion caused by Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, it was clear that Xiao Qingyue would only become stricter during the upcoming special training. Their dreams of being free were dashed, and one by one, they pleaded with Xiao Qingyue. Unfortunately, Xiao Qingyue had already made up her mind. No matter how much the students begged, she remained unmoved. In an instant, all the students were unhappy, and their gazes towards Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao became distant and even somewhat disdainful. Staying up all night. Who knows what they were sneaking around for? I noticed them exchanging flirtatious looks early this morning. I heard the rich kids have a lot of fun, and they sneaked out at night. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? Wow, is it that explosive? Could the pure and innocent Lu Ruyan have? A wave of whispers spread, and everyone looked at Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao with changed expressions, a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Youthful rumors are always so wildly imagined, and coupled with Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao's unusual behavior, it was hard not to let their imaginations run wild. The disdainful looks from the surrounding students made Lu Ruyan furious, especially when she saw Jiang Chun hiding and chuckling. She was so angry she wanted to kill someone. Since the situation had already been set in stone, she absolutely couldn't let Jiang Chun off the hook. With that thought in mind, Lu Ruyan was too lazy to continue pretending to be pitiful and angrily said, "You are targeting us." Xiao Qingyue was ready to rest, but hearing Lu Ruyan's shout, her face turned icy. "Fine. If you won't let me rest, then no one is allowed to sleep tonight." She turned around and coldly looked at Lu Ruyan, curious to see what else she would stir up. At that moment, all eyes were on Lu Ruyan. They were genuinely afraid. Afraid that Lu Ruyan, this living ancestor, would anger Xiao Qingyue again, ruining the outdoor special training they had finally managed to secure. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Lu Ruyan raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Chun. He also left the team without permission. Why isn't he being punished? Is it because of his prominent family background that you are deliberately shielding him? Lu Ruyan stepped forward, clearly not backing down. Her reasoning was simple. Since she had gained nothing from this trip, Jiang Chun should also be the same. As for where Jiang Chun had gone, and whether he really left the team without permission, she didn't care. She only knew that she had seen with her own eyes that Jiang Chun was not in the camp. For her, that was enough. "Teacher Xiao, are you deliberately protecting Jiang Chun?" Lu Ruyan repeated, boldly stating, "If you don't punish Jiang Chun, then I won't accept your punishment today." Lu Ruyan was bold and confident. What a mad dog. Jiang Chun cursed inwardly. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Chun immediately put away his smile. "Teacher Xiao, with your beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight, and your intelligence, you should be able to see that she's just a cornered dog barking wildly." Jiang Chun looked innocent as he blinked at Xiao Qingyue with a pitiful expression. His face seemed to say, "Please, heaven, distinguish between loyalty and treachery." "Teacher Xiao, you must make a decision for me." If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Jiang Chun would have wanted to throw himself at Xiao Qingyue and hug her long legs to plead for justice. Flattery was useless. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes and said flatly, "Explain why you were outside the camp setting off signal flares." When she saw Jiang Chun, who was indeed sweating a lot, she couldn't help but suspect that he had also left the team without permission. Xiao Qingyue thought to herself, who would have thought that Jiang Chun wouldn't play by the rules? Suddenly, Jiang Chun shifted his legs and became shy. "Oh, Teacher Xiao, you know, boys have those few days every month, and I needed to continue the traditional craft." Xiao Qingyue was caught off guard by Jiang Chun, and her anger dissipated significantly, leaving her in a daze. What do I know about that? Ha ha ha, this kid Jiang Chun must be joking. At this moment, some boys understood and couldn't help but laugh, looking at him as if they were saying, "Bro, I get you." Xiao Qingyue was even more confused. Jiang Chun continued, "At that time, my stomach hurt a lot. I was afraid that the dirty molecules would affect the teacher's beauty, so I ran into the woods to relieve myself. And it all came out in one go." Listening to Jiang Chun's increasingly absurd explanations, Xiao Qingyue interrupted coldly, "Get to the point." "All right." Jiang Chun nodded obediently. "Just as I stood up, my legs numb, I saw Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, two classmates, rushing out of the small woods. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, their clothes disheveled. Wow. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and their minds were already painting a picture. Speak. Focus. Xiao Qingyue's head was about to explode. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Jiang Qin stopped making jokes and said, "Then, I saw them charging into the camp with a group of bloodthirsty bats. You know, after squatting for so long, I had to move around. So I triggered the signal to warn everyone." Xiao Qingyue had a black line on her forehead. I see how it is. Chapter 31, Reputation Reversal. Fortunately, after Jiang Qin's explanation, Xiao Qingyue's suspicions were greatly reduced. However, Lu Ruyin was not pleased. "This bastard." She gritted her teeth. "He could have just explained. But he deliberately dragged me and Jiang Yintao into this. Now, her reputation was completely ruined." Lu Ruyin was so angry that her face turned green. "Yes, Teacher Xiao, you can't just believe his one-sided words." To this, Jiang Chun remained calm. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you have any evidence that you saw me leave without permission?" He was full of confidence. From beginning to end, he had been hiding in the shadows. And even the people from the dark church hadn't noticed him, let alone Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yuntao. The two were solely focused on escaping and wouldn't have noticed his presence. The two suddenly had nothing to say. "No evidence, right?" Jiang Qin shrugged and turned to Xiao Qingyue. "Teacher Xiao, I can prove that I didn't leave without permission." As he spoke, Jiang Chun gave Guzheng a glance. Guzheng immediately understood. "I can prove that young master had a stomach ache and went to the woods to relieve himself." While speaking, Guzheng added, "If young master hadn't noticed those bloodthirsty bats in time, many people might have died tonight." After listening to Guzheng's words, Xiao Qingyue had no immediate reaction. But some students cast grateful glances at Jiang Chun. "So that's how it is. Thank you, Jiang Chun, for saving us. I really didn't see this guy had such a good heart. I was wrong about him before." For a moment, Jiang Qin's reputation instantly reversed, gaining a lot of goodwill from his classmates. Facing the gratitude and praise from everyone, Jiang Chun remained humble, smiling and waving his hands dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Chun, feeling proud, threw Guzheng an appreciative glance. "I really want to strangle this bastard." Seeing Jiang Chun so pleased while her own reputation was plummeting due to unfounded fantasies, Lu Ruyin was so angry she wanted to spit blood. However, this time, before she could continue her nonsensical arguments, Xiao Qingyue made a direct decision. Since that's the case, Jiang Chun did well this time. Once most people had dispersed, Xiao Qingyue walked over to Jiang Chun, glaring at him fiercely. She had suspected Jiang Chun from the beginning, and seeing Guzheng supporting him confirmed her suspicions. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chun coincidentally discover the bloodthirsty bat's attack? However, she didn't delve deeper. Everything needs evidence, and unfortunately, she really had no evidence. So what was there to pursue? Yes, Teacher Xiao. Jiang Chun chuckled, knowing that Xiao Qingyue was letting him go. However, Xiao Qingyue didn't want others to hear their conversation, so she deliberately moved a bit closer to him. A faint scent brushed past, and he could even smell the unique fragrance on Xiao Qingyue. It wasn't perfume or foundation, but that kind of unique body scent that women have, incredibly charming. Jiang Chun smiled brightly and leaned a little closer to Xiao Qingyue. "Teacher, I think pajamas suit you better." Without any warning, Xiao Qingyue's face turned bright red. Under the gentle moonlight, it was easy to see that the roots of her ears were flushed. "Jiang Chun." Xiao Qingyue bit her silver teeth, raised her hand, and wanted to give Jiang Chun a teacher's reward. But Jiang Chun was too sly. He had completely anticipated Xiao Qingyue's embarrassment and quickly ran off without a trace. "Oh, time to sleep, pink pajamas, sharp ends, sweet dreams, beautiful, so beautiful." Watching Jiang Chun skip away, laughing happily, Xiao Qingyue turned completely red. "Bah, pervert." She spat lightly, her eyes nearly rolling to the sky. Xiao Qingyue was very frustrated. She was now completely certain that Jiang Chun must have seen everything. Every time she went to sleep, she always completely liberated herself for comfort. She also found it strange, tilting her head in confusion. "I wasn't this mature at my age." Every time she thought of standing in the moonlight in her pajamas, Jiang Chen's clear gaze made the roots of her ears turn completely red. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Unable to deal with Jiang Chun, she shifted her focus to Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yuntao. "You two, come here and sit down. I'm watching you." After all the trouble, she was both angry and furious. Anyway, there were only a few hours left until dawn, and she was determined not to sleep to prevent Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yuntao from causing more trouble. Under Xiao Qingyue's stern gaze, Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yuntao hung their heads in defeat. They had originally been planning to sneak out and check the mining area before dawn. Now that they were called over, their hopes were dashed. Lu Ruyin sat down by the campfire, feeling like she could kill Jiang Chun, that bastard. A night passed without incident, calm and quiet. Perhaps due to being in a good mood, Jiang Chun slept soundly. It wasn't until the sun was shining that he groggily came out of the tent. Many students had woken up early, some washing up, some exercising. But no one dared to run around again. After the example of Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yuntao, they all behaved like little sheep. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin and Jiang Yuntao had long since disappeared. Calculating the time, they were probably still on the way. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiangchen was happy to keep it that way. He casually washed up, sat down in front of the tent, and called out the little wolf. Without Lu Ruyin's entanglement, he also had time to continue planning the little wolf's training. A flash of light appeared in Jiangchen's hand, revealing the dragon saliva stone and the monster crystal core. Staring at the dragon saliva stone in his hand, Jiangchen's eyes brightened. I remember that in my previous life. After absorbing the energy from the dragon saliva stone, the little wolf's level soared. Moreover, it contains a trace of the dragon's power, which can be completely fused with the little wolf, awakening a stronger power in its bloodline. I think that ability was called Wolf Dragon Blood Rage. As for this elite-level monster crystal core, although it contains a lot of energy, the attributes of the bloodthirsty bats and the little wolf don't completely match. However, it can be used during the evolution of the bloodline, so I'll keep it for now. Chapter 32, Dragon Saliva Stone, Dragon Power. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun decided to put away the monster crystal core, leaving only the dragon saliva stone in front of him. He remembered that Wolf Dragon Blood Rage was one of the little wolf's trump card abilities. Once awakened, it could exponentially increase its combat power for a short time. However, due to the power of this ability, awakening it was quite difficult, even in his previous life, with his help. Although the little wolf absorbed the energy from the dragon saliva stone early on, it wasn't until the little wolf was promoted to the golden level that the dragon's power from the dragon saliva stone perfectly fused with the little wolf, allowing it to comprehend the ability Wolf Dragon Blood Rage. Moreover, at that time, absorbing the energy from the dragon saliva stone took Lu Ruyin more than 3 months. But now, with Jiang Chen's exceptional talent, this time would undoubtedly be shortened significantly. As for whether he could ultimately help the little wolf comprehend Wolf Dragon Blood Rage, he could only try. With that thought in mind, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and turned to enter the tent. The effect of Tyrant Devour is extraordinarily powerful, with a tenfold increase in beast taming growth speed, which is shocking no matter where it is applied. He knows that there are some secret techniques that can cruelly plunder a beast tamer's talent. Therefore, he doesn't want to expose himself in front of others without a certain level of self-protection. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he placed the dragon saliva stone beside his leg and made sure the little wolf was calm and sitting properly. After preparing everything, the mark on Jiang Chen's forehead flickered. Tyrant Devour, activate. The domineering devouring power instantly enveloped the dragon saliva stone, and a golden sheen erupted from its surface, with pure energy seeping into the little wolf's body in waves. Roar. As the energy flowed from the dragon saliva stone, Jiang Chen seemed to hear a high-pitched dragon roar in his ear, the dragon's might shaking the heavens. Jiang Chen shivered slightly, feeling a sense of horror in his heart. This trace of divine dragon power made his soul tremble. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful the legendary divine dragon would be. He sighed inwardly. However, even in the beast-taming prevalent Hanya, mythical beasts like the divine dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were nowhere to be seen. Even Jiang Chun had only found some traces when he ventured into certain forbidden areas. As a beast tamer, cultivating a divine beast is undoubtedly the highest pursuit. However, Jiang Chun was not greedy. As long as the little wolf could smoothly absorb the energy from the dragon saliva stone and successfully integrate that trace of divine dragon power, that would be the best outcome. Time passed slowly, and the energy in the dragon saliva stone gradually entered the little wolf's body. The little wolf's aura was steadily strengthening. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and ended the activation of Tyrant Devour. The little wolf's soul flaw seemed to have worsened with the increase in power. Jiang Chun frowned. He was focused and, while helping the little wolf absorb the energy from the dragon saliva stone, keenly sensed that the congenital injury on the little wolf's soul showed signs of expanding. This was not a good omen. It's worth noting that during the entire process of the little wolf advancing to the 3-star battle servant, there hadn't been any such changes. This made Jiang Chen stop. He had to put away the dragon saliva stone for now. The energy within the dragon saliva stone was abundant. Over the next 9 days, he was confident he could elevate the little wolf's strength to 9-star battle servant. Therefore, there was no need to rush this moment. Subsequently, Jiang Chun took out the 3 materials he had obtained from Guzheng that could heal the soul. In the blink of an eye, a flower stamen and 2 sections of withered branches appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. These 3 materials were the twin-born netherflower, rootless floating wood, and 7 souls wudong root, all of which had excellent effects on enhancing soul power and healing soul injuries. They were extremely precious. On the market, they were worth their weight in gold. Rare and hard to come by. Even some jade level or even diamond level beast tamers would fight tooth and nail to seize them if discovered. These materials were worth at least half of what was in his grandfather's collection. Jiang Chen smiled. His grandfather was indeed overly doting on him. No, this wasn't just doting. It was outright pampering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Jiang Chen to act recklessly, letting him be the sole heir of the Jiang family and shamelessly follow Lu Rian around like a sycophant. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. It seemed that after his parents died, his grandfather was greatly affected, which is why he allowed him to act freely. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen held the little wolf in front of him and placed the 3 soul recovery materials around the little wolf. Little wolf, let us continue. Jiang Chen patted the little wolf's head, concentrating his mental energy. These 3 materials were all of high quality and under normal circumstances. The little wolf wouldn't be able to absorb the energy from them at its current strength. However, with Jiang Chen's assistance and the enhancement of Tyrant Devour, it became much easier. The little wolf let out a low growl and quietly lay in front of Jiang Chen, quickly absorbing the energy from the 3 materials. In a moment, 3 faint glimmers of soul light erupted, rising like light smoke and drifting into the little wolf's forehead. These 3 materials were extremely precious, but absorbing them was much simpler than materials like ice crystals that enhance strength. After about an hour, the 3 materials melted away like snow in the sun, fully integrating into the little wolf's body. Just as the 3 materials were completely consumed, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. There was no joy on his face. Instead, his brow furrowed tightly. The flaw in the little wolf's soul was far more serious than he had imagined. Jiang Chen sighed. After the little wolf absorbed the energy from the 3 materials that repaired the soul, there was indeed some relief. The fragmented soul had been slightly repaired. However, for the little wolf, the effect was still minimal. Based on Jiang Chen's estimation, to completely heal the flaw in the little wolf's soul, at least 1,000 such materials would be needed. Such a massive expenditure would be hard to bear even for the Jiang family, let alone the most well-established beast-taming families in Hanya. I was thinking too simply. Jiang Chen sighed. However, he wasn't too disappointed. He quickly lifted his spirits. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had relied on the support of the Jiang family, enduring countless hardships to finally obtain that one material that allowed Lu Rian to help the little wolf repair its soul flaw. He understood that this time, if he wanted to quickly resolve the concerns surrounding the little wolf, it could only be done like this. Everyone gather, and let's immediately start the special training program. At that moment, Xiao Qingyue's voice came from outside the tent. Jiang Chen had to set this matter aside for now and walked out of the tent with the little wolf. Chapter 33, 10 Days of Special Training. Bronze Level Beast Tamer. Soon, everyone was lined up in the clearing of the camp, waiting for Xiao Qingyue's orders. The so-called special training was quite simple. Xiao Qingyue first untied the 3 demon beasts that had been bound on the side, allowing the students to continue training their courage. The entire process lasted until lunchtime. After the training from the previous night, coupled with Xiao Qingyue being much stricter than usual, many students mustered their courage to face the 3 demon beasts. Although they were still quite far from being able to defeat the 3 demon beasts, the progress compared to the previous night was indeed encouraging. Next, there was training in wilderness survival skills, such as making fire and cooking. Many students had gone hungry all night and were eager to eat something warm this time. Without a second thought, they started a fire first. Even though the food they made still resembled dark cuisine, burnt and blackened, at least they could eat something warm. After filling their stomachs and taking a short break, Xiao Qingyue led the students to explore the mine. While collecting materials, she also helped the students become more familiar with the outdoor environment. Of course, during this process, Xiao Qingyue was much more cautious and called Ge Zheng along. This allowed the students to focus on collecting some materials while also gaining a clearer understanding of the outdoor environment. Things they had only seen in books now appeared vividly before their eyes, making it a lively, open lesson. It's worth mentioning that during this process, Jiang Chen was also busy. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Xiao Qingyue didn't give him the opportunity at all. According to her, do you still need these beast-taming materials? Don't think you can slack off. Follow me and help clean up the surrounding demon beasts. Jiang Chen could only feel helpless, silently resisting. This was definitely revenge. He was 100% certain that Xiao Qingyue was settling a personal score, still remembering the 1 or 2 extra glances he had stolen. However, under Xiao Qingyue's fiery gaze, all of Jiang Chen's resistance eventually turned into powerless compliance, and he nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. There was no way out. Jiang Chen could only command the little wolf to follow behind the Holy Spirit unicorn, clearing the surrounding monsters. Fortunately, the little wolf had extremely strong combat power, and even when encountering some 4 or 5-star battle servants, it could easily slay them. In just half a day's time, it had killed more than a dozen monsters that came to hunt after hearing the commotion, achieving impressive results and demonstrating powerful combat strength. That said, Jiangshan always felt that Xiao Qingyue was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, how could so many monsters cross over the Holy Spirit unicorn, which was only about 30 meters away, to rush in front of the little wolf? As they delved deeper into the exploration area, it seemed that the military personnel had completely withdrawn. Later on, even 6-star battle servant monsters appeared, although the little wolf ultimately handled them without any danger. It was enough to indicate that Xiao Qingyue was no longer pretending, but openly taking revenge. Fortunately, under Jiang Qin's intentional guidance, the little wolf made rapid progress in such high-intensity battles. By the end of the day, its combat experience and skills had matured significantly, progressing quite quickly. The beast taming came from the mountains and forests. The most primitive battles could stimulate their most original power. It can be said that no matter the method, nothing helps beasts grow faster than combat. So even though Xiao Qingyue intended for him to suffer a bit, Jiang Chun did not point it out and was quite happy with it. With the protection of Xiao Qingyue, Guzheng, and Jiang Chun, the students' material collection became quite smooth. In one afternoon, many of them filled their backpacks with materials. Common and rare items were all stuffed into their bags. After finally having dinner, the students were ready to use the materials they had collected during the day to cultivate their beasts, but Xiao Qingyue immediately began a courage training session. She even added a new component, a quiz on identifying wild creatures. By the end of the day, the students were exhausted, and even the joy of collecting materials was worn away, leading them to collapse into sleep. In the following days, the special training content was almost consistent. The students' courage, as well as the strength of their beasts, was gradually improving. Among them, Jiang Chun made the fastest progress. After all, he did not need to participate in the adaptive training against monsters or collect materials. Every day, aside from letting the little wolf absorb the energy from the dragon saliva stone to enhance its strength, he fought various monsters. By the last day of special training, the little wolf's strength had already risen to a 9-star battle servant, just one step away from advancing to elite level. His own strength had also improved rapidly. Perhaps thanks to the feedback from the 3 types of soul-repairing materials, he had already advanced to the rank of Bronze Beast Master ahead of time. A remarkable achievement. I am now a Bronze-level Beast Master, much faster than in my previous life. Feeling the abundant soul power within him, even Jiang Chun felt a bit hazy and unclear. It should be noted that in his last life, he had contracted a black soul beast, which had a low bloodline and was weak in combat. He couldn't win against monsters of the same level, and when facing those of lower levels, he often suffered losses, facing countless mockeries. All of this only changed after Jiang Chun withstood the first wave of demon breath, and the black soul beast underwent its first evolution. It was nothing like the current Ice Snow Wolf King, which not only grew astonishingly fast, but also had terrifying combat power. Jiang Chun was very confident that if he encountered that elite-level blood-sucking bat again, the little wolf would definitely be able to defeat it easily, even tear it apart. This is the benefit of a high-level bloodline beast. While its combat power is astonishing, its growth speed is also extremely fast. If there is anything to be dissatisfied with, it is that after the little wolf completely absorbed the energy from the dragon saliva stone, it did not comprehend the power of wolf dragon blood fury. After the energy from the dragon saliva stone was exhausted, that trace of divine dragon power seemed to have completely quieted down within the little wolf's bloodline. Jiang Chun had no certainty about when the little wolf would truly merge. Moreover, as the little wolf's level increased to this extent, Jiang Chun could increasingly feel that the little wolf's wolf soul injury had worsened. The matter of restoring the little wolf's soul defect must be prioritized. Chapter 34, Special Training ends. He didn't want to rush, but the little wolf's condition was indeed not optimistic, perhaps due to the rapid increase in strength. The little wolf would occasionally become dazed, with vacant eyes. Sometimes, it seemed as if it didn't hear Jiang Chun's commands, just blankly lying on the side. It really showed some tendencies of being mentally challenged, often falling asleep without noticing. Just now, while Jiang Chun was focused, the little wolf had fallen asleep on the grass again. Luckily, I have a plan, otherwise, this little guy would really become mentally challenged. Jiang Chun chuckled to himself, secretly relieved. It was also fortunate that he knew the little wolf like the back of his hand and had always been attentive. Otherwise, he would have been helpless and could only let the little wolf fend for itself. Beep. A whistle sounded, and the students quickly gathered. After 10 days of training, they had completely adapted to such whistles. Under Xiao Qingyue's strict training, every student had undergone a remarkable transformation. Almost all the students had cultivated their beasts to 3-star battle servants. The more outstanding ones had even advanced their beasts to 5-star battle servants. Such progress, as long as they did not slack off in the coming time, would be enough for them to achieve good results in the selections for higher educational institutions and enter better schools. Among them, the previously timid chubby boy, Zhou, had also undergone a remarkable transformation. From being timid like a mouse at the beginning, his beast, the brown-haired yak, had already advanced to 5-star battle servant and could even independently confront monsters below 5-star battle servants, showing significant results. Of course, after such special training, all the students had tanned quite a bit and lost some weight. However, their gazes were exceptionally resolute, slowly shedding their childishness and moving towards becoming qualified beast masters. As for Jiang Chun, he hadn't suffered as much. Not only was he eating well every day, but he also looked fair and tender, standing out among the crowd. He resembled a star in the night, standing out like a crane among chickens. What is hardship? He had never experienced it since childhood and did not like it at all. After 10 days, he and Guzheng had upgraded their tent to a simple lakeside cabin, enjoying barbecues and seafood every day with no repetition. Life was incredibly comfortable. It is not an exaggeration to say that while others were there for special training, he felt like he was on vacation. Life without Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao was quite pleasant. Xiao Qingyue, followed by the unicorn, walked to the front of the line. Seeing the spirited students, she couldn't help but nod, quite satisfied. Very good. Xiao Qingyue generously praised them, saying that over the 10 days, aside from a few minor incidents at the beginning, everyone's performance had exceeded her expectations. I believe this 10-day experience will become an unforgettable part of your beast mastery journey, one that you can't easily forget. In the coming time, I hope you will continue to be persistent and meet the selections with a fresh attitude. Xiao Qingyue was radiant, her voice filled with unspeakable joy. Overall, she was very satisfied with this special training. Many students' performances had exceeded her expectations, which made her confident about the upcoming selections for higher educational institutions. If nothing unexpected happens, their class would definitely achieve surprising results in the selections. These children will all become my pride, Xiao Qingyue thought contentedly. However, when her gaze landed on Jiang Chun, she instantly thought, except for this troublemaker. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth. Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen's honest demeanor these past 10 days. He has also made her angry quite a bit. Every time she wanted Jiang Chun to suffer a little, the little wolf's growth rate completely exceeded her expectations. It seemed like there was a change every day. Just the day before, the little wolf could handle 6 or 7-star battle servants, and the next day, it could even crush 8-star battle servants. Besides abnormal, she couldn't find any words to describe it. Naturally, she still hadn't gotten her revenge for Jiang Chen's 2 glaring eyes and the grudge against his pointy ears and pink pajamas, which made her extremely frustrated. Fortunately, with the special training over, she gave her students a 3-day break, and also took a break for herself, finally free from seeing this annoying guy. Just thinking about it made Xiao Qingyue unable to stop laughing. At 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Qingyue and her students left on time. Everyone was eager to return home. 10 days of roughing it had made them impatient. Thus, their speed was several times faster than when they came. As soon as it got dark, they arrived outside the defensive works. After a quick registration, the bus arrived as scheduled. Amid feelings of fatigue, happiness, and satisfaction, everyone boarded the bus, heading straight for the city. Perhaps due to exhaustion, more than half the students fell asleep before reaching the urban area. Jiang Chen also wanted to take a nap, but Xiao Qingyue seemed to have something to say. She switched seats with Guzheng and sat next to him. Xiao Qingyue still carried a faint fragrance, and 10 days of roughing it seemed insufficient to overshadow her beauty. Strands of her hair brushed against Jiang Chen's nose, tickling him. Hey, you must have advanced to the bronze level, right? Xiao Qingyue said casually. She appeared indifferent, but her gaze couldn't help but keep darting toward Jiang Chen. With her strength, it was easy for her to see through Jiang Chen's abilities, but she still wanted to hear him confirm it. Yeah, Jiang Chen nodded, turning to look at Xiao Qingyue, confusion in his eyes. He wasn't sure why she suddenly asked about this. After confirming Jiang Chen's advancement, Xiao Qingyue shrugged and feigned indifference. It's okay, nothing much. She didn't want to praise Jiang Chen, or else his tail would definitely be up in the sky. However, she didn't leave, seeming to have more to say. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Qingyue finally couldn't help but continue. If you perform well in the selection and get chosen by one of the 5 Supreme Academies, I hope. Suddenly, the bus made a sharp break, nearly causing her to bump her head against the seat in front. Startled, Xiao Qingyue rushed to the front to see what was happening. Chapter 35, Mother-Daughter Quarrel, Front Row Spectators. What happened? Jiang Chen wondered. Sitting in his seat, he could only see a crowd gathered on both sides of the road through the bus window. There were also some people on the sidewalk in front of the bus, seemingly residents from nearby communities. Faintly, he could hear some harsh shouting. Look, everyone come and see. My life is so miserable. I've worked my whole life for this family, and this ungrateful wolf has teamed up with that little loser to spend all the money I saved with great difficulty. Everyone come and judge. Li Yuyan, you little beast. You've spent all the money. How are we going to marry your brother off in the future? I'll beat you to death. Today, I'm making it clear. If you can't repay that money after you graduate, I'll sell you to Zhao Laoda's footbath city to serve people. The shouting grew louder, and the crowd grew larger. Jiang Chen vaguely heard someone mention the name Lian, and the curses were especially fierce. This commotion was worth watching. Jiang Chen immediately perked up and hurriedly got off the bus. All right, young master. After getting off, Jiang Chen stepped forward, greeting everyone with a smile. Excuse me. Let me through, everyone. He pushed his way to the front, and sure enough, a group of ants in colorful short sleeves were fanning themselves, pointing at 3 people in the center of the road. Jiang Chen took a closer look and saw it was indeed Lian and Jiang Yuntao. At this moment, the two had lost their usual arrogance. Lian had several bright red handprints on her face, which were swollen. Jiang Yuntao was cowering to the side, like a frightened groundhog, trying to hide his head in his pants, trembling. He let a stout woman with yellow hair and curled hair berate Lian with a mouthful of spittle, and he didn't dare to breathe a word. Jiang Chen took the small stool that Guzheng handed him, offered some sunflower seeds to the nearby ants, and sat down, naturally blending into the crowd watching the drama. Oh, young man, you don't know? The daughter of the Liu family has gone crazy and stole money from her card, almost driving her mother to death. Having such a daughter, the Liu family has really run out of luck. After saving money for half a lifetime, it's all been squandered away. Hey, did you see that little loser over there? I heard this girl stole the money with that little loser. TSK. At such a young age, already knows how to keep a little white face. When she gets older, who knows how promiscuous she'll be. Just look at her. She yes like a little vixen. Being sold to the footbath city would be good. Those women under Zhao Laoda are all cheap goods, ridden by many men. After Zhao Laoda gives her a good beating, she won't even have the heart to flirt anymore. The ants exchanged banter, getting increasingly vulgar, and began jokingly admonishing each other to keep an eye on their own men. Haha, so that's how it is. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh, realizing this woman was indeed driven to desperation. However, the entire Liu family was no good either. He still remembered how, during his repeated attempts to be kind to Lian, her family, her parents, brother, and even some relatives, shamelessly leaned on the Jiang family to suck blood, greedy and insatiable. He could still vividly recall their greedy expressions. The Liu family's parents were notoriously biased towards sons over daughters, and this woman was bound to have a rough time. Seeing Lian with tear-filled eyes, looking wronged, Jiang Chen found it amusing. He sneered, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. In the past, when he was around, he poured a lot of real gold and silver into the Liu family, and Lian had never lowered her proud head like this. But now, without him, Lian would surely face a grim fate in the hands of her blood-sucking parents. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a new round of cursing began. You little beast. Tell me, did you offend young Master Jiang for this poor loser? You stole so much money from me and scared off my golden son-in-law. Just wait for me to beat you to death. Lian's mother was seething with rage. She rolled up her sleeves, grabbing Lian's hair, and slapped her hard across the face. One slap after another, with great force. Her expression was twisted with anger, looking extremely fierce, truly a shrew. Interesting, very interesting. Jiang Chen watched with great interest, nodding his head. Hey kid, what are you doing here? At that moment, Xiao Qingwei squeezed her way to the front. Seeing Jiang Chen casually sitting with his legs crossed, cracking sunflower seeds, looking like he was enjoying the show, she didn't know what to say. Teacher Xiao, want some sunflower seeds? Jiang Chen, seemingly oblivious to the irritation on Xiao Qingwei's face, directly offered her some seeds. Xiao Qingwei became even more annoyed. Eat your big-headed ghost. She glared at Jiang Chen angrily and was about to step forward to pull the mother and daughter apart. Lian was still her student. She couldn't just stand by and watch. Enough. However, before Xiao Qingwei could step forward, Liu Rian had already let her hair down, wiped away all her tears, and forcibly broke free from Lu Mu's grip. She remained stubborn, biting her lip tightly. After all, they were mother and daughter, despite having lived 2 lifetimes. It was still hard for her not to care about Lu Mu. You can hit me, scold me, but why do you have to slander me like everyone else? Tears were welling up in Liu Rian's eyes. Click. From childhood to now, in terms of study, looks, and personality, what am I not better than my brother? Why are you always so biased? Click. Yes, I used the family's money, but I didn't steal it, I borrowed it. In the near future, I will be the strongest beastmaster in Huanxia. Can I not pay back this mere 1 million? Click. Liu Rian was becoming increasingly agitated. Every time her emotions rose, there would always be the sound of someone cracking seeds nearby to interrupt her, driving her almost mad. Just wait until I become. Click. The harsh sound of seed cracking rang out again. Liu Rian's veins were popping, and she could no longer endure it. Who is interrupting me over there? In a fit of excessive anger, she unusually lost control of her temper and shouted out a curse. Then, when she turned her head and saw Jiang Chen leaning forward, legs spread apart, sitting on a small stool, cracking seeds with a serious expression while watching the show, she exploded on the spot. Jiang Chen, it's you again, you bastard. Chapter 36, Lu Mu's plea, Jiang Chen's indifference. What does it have to do with me? Lu Ruyan, did I provoke you? Jiang Chen immediately stood up. Seed shells falling all over the ground. He hadn't done anything yet, but Lu Ruyan was venting her anger on him. Even a clay figurine has some temper. Let alone Jiang Chen. After all, he was the favored grandson of the rich old man. Letting Lu Ruyan step over him in front of so many people was unacceptable. That would be outrageous. Xiao Chen, it's really you, Xiao Chen. But before Jiang Chen could retaliate, the plump woman rushed towards him, her face full of flattering smiles. As if she had seen gold. The eagerness to curry favor was even more intense than when she saw her own father. Jiang Chen hadn't paid any attention to Lu Ruyan for over 10 days, and she had suffered immensely. The latest designer bags were gone. The high-end perfumes and cosmetics were gone. Even the small family business had been significantly affected. Previously, she thought she had climbed onto the Jiang family tree. Used to being arrogant. No matter how others felt inside, they dared not voice their anger. Moreover, she had to wear a smile at all times, fearing she would stir up trouble in front of Jiang Chen and offend the Jiang family. But ever since Jiang Chen stopped visiting their home frequently, everyone's attitude had changed. One day she woke up to find someone had even thrown excrement at her door, which infuriated Lu Mu. Now, having finally seen Jiang Chen, one could imagine her excitement. Her face was all smiles, with no extraneous thoughts, purely filled with a desire for money. This foolish rich second generation must be firmly secured. Lu Mu made up her mind. This time, she absolutely could not let Jiang Chen slip away again. Jiang Chen subtly dodged Lu Mu, taking a step back, raising an eyebrow and saying, "No, you mustn't, I wouldn't want to be wronged. Also, are we that familiar?" Jiang Chen's disgust was plainly written on his face. Lu Mu was momentarily taken aback, her outstretched hand awkwardly hanging in midair. She wasn't stupid, she quickly realized, thinking that Jiang Chen was still mad at Lu Ruyan. Haha, all right, it was Andy's mistake, Andy is wrong. She nodded and bowed, apologizing, trying to comfort Jiang Chen. Look at you, are you still angry? Auntie has also gone through your age. It's normal for young couples to have emotional disputes. Saying this, she patted her chest and promised, Auntie guarantees that Ruyan still has feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes turned playful. Oh really? Seeing that Jiang Chen finally reacted, Lu Mu was overjoyed, thinking Jiang Chen was swayed by her words. Xiao Chen, don't worry, after I teach this girl a lesson today, you two will definitely reconcile. Lu Mu's smile stretched from ear to ear, growing more excited as she spoke. Reconcile? Jiang Chen could hardly hold back his laughter. He thought Lu Mu was naive, truly believing he was a cash cow that they could manipulate at will. Lu Mu's ignorance really amused him. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with Lu Mu, turning to look at Lu Ruyan, his eyes full of mockery, deliberately saying, Is that so? Bastard. You are utterly despicable. Lu Ruyan erupted instantly. She had always been proud in front of Jiang Chen. When had she ever submitted or lowered her head? It was like this in the past. And it still was. Lu Mu's constant flattery and attempts to please Jiang Chen only made her feel utterly humiliated. It was even more unbearable than being slapped. How could she, Lu Ruyan, be so pitiful in front of Jiang Chen? Anger surged. Lu Ruyan's voice became hoarse, almost shouting, Bastard, you think I will bow my head? I, Lu Ruyan, in this life and the next, will never have a place in my heart for you, you bastard. Her hoarse roar echoed around, filled with hysterical madness, chilling everyone. At the same time, with a loud shout, the black soul beast suddenly appeared from somewhere, exuding astonishing momentum. Compared to 10 days ago, the black soul beast had also undergone significant changes, with sharp fangs and fierce eyes. As soon as it appeared, it scared away many onlookers. Battle Servant, 6 stars. Jiang Chen was equally surprised. The Beastmaster Ring's scanning feature immediately relayed the black soul beast's information to him. Of course, besides the rapid increase in strength. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that with the appearance of the black soul beast, dark blood veins faintly surfaced on Lu Ruyan's fair neck, barely visible. It looked like a giant net from the depths of darkness, gradually engulfing her. Even though Lu Ruyan was desperately suppressing the inhuman pain of torment, it was hard to hide her gradually pale face. She could only clench her fists, not allowing herself to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Chen almost knew without thinking what had happened, a cold smile forming in his heart. Lu Ruyan, you must be suffering greatly, constantly resisting the pain of demonic energy eroding your heart. Lu Ruyan had stolen all the money from home and recklessly strengthened the black soul beast. So she naturally had to bear the backlash of even stronger demonic energy. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this feeling. In the past, because of the black soul beast's low strength, Lu Ruyan's disdainful and distant looks had made him feel like his heart was being cut, wishing for death. Back then, Jiang Chen was just like Lu Ruyan was now, recklessly strengthening the black soul beast, almost being eroded by demonic energy, turning into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. One could say that what Lu Ruyan was experiencing now, he had experienced too. Even more painfully. Lu Ruyan. Rest assured, all the pain I have endured, you cannot escape, even one. Thinking of the suffering from his past life, Jiang Chen's gaze unconsciously turned cold. Perhaps I should help you a little, Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen quietly observed the initially fierce black soul beast, a faint smile on his lips, but it was particularly cold. He shook his head, feigning a regretful sigh. Annie, you heard that. It seems I was overthinking it after all. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu immediately panicked. Xiao Chun. No. It's not like that. You have to listen to me. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Mu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly explaining. Then, the furious curses and Lu Ruoyan's hoarse screams intertwined, turning into a chaotic scene that escalated quickly. Chapter 37. The acting seems a bit exaggerated. Seeing that the commotion had reached its peak, Jiang Chen calmly instructed Ge Zhang. Uncle Ge, our Yunjiang city is a civilized city. It's not good to let some idle people continuously obstruct traffic and affect the city's appearance, right? What the young master said is right. Ge Zhang chuckled, instantly understanding Jiang Chen's intention. He quickly made a phone call. 3 minutes later, a large group of uniformed personnel arrived to disperse the crowd. Soon, the bus started moving again. However, under Ge Zhang's special instructions, as the bus passed by the sidewalk, everyone caught sight of Lu Ruoyan's disheveled appearance and Zhang Yuntao's bruised face. They didn't have Jiang Chen's courage. Without Xiao Qingyue's permission, no one dared to get off the bus to watch the excitement. At first, they only vaguely heard Lu Ruoyan's name, not particularly sure. It wasn't until they saw the former campus beauty, now a shadow of her former self, sitting on the roadside crying and being questioned by relevant personnel, that they finally lost their composure. See, I told you. I heard Lu Ruoyan got beaten. Wow, Lu the campus beauty was a prominent figure at school. Always the center of attention everywhere. How could she change so much in just 10 days? Who knows? Did you see? Zhang Yuntao is there too, looking all battered. He must have been beaten. Could it be that they got caught in the small woods by their families? No way, even if that's true. Didn't Zhang Yuntao always say he's the young master of the Zhang family? Who would dare to hit him? The crowd exchanged speculations, surprised by Lu Ruoyan's embarrassing state, while also beginning to waver slightly about Zhang Yuntao's identity. After all, they had never seen a rich young master being beaten on the roadside like this. Unfortunately, they didn't get off the bus, so they could only gather limited information. As the bus entered the city, drowsiness set in, and no one had the interest to gossip anymore. However, no one noticed a pair of resentful and hateful eyes following the bus's movement, like the fiercest beast lurking in the darkness, exuding a bloodthirsty glare. Bastard, just wait. I will make you kneel and beg me. Uncle Ge, you've worked hard these past few days. I'll talk to Grandpa and ask him to give you a few days off so you can rest well. Jiang Chen sent Ge Zhang home and waved goodbye. Given Ge Zhang's performance over the past few days, he could easily score over 100 on a 100-point scale. Previously, Jiang Chen only thought of Ge Zhang as honest and diligent. After spending time together these days, he discovered many hidden strengths of Ge Zhang. No wonder the old man felt at ease sending him alone to follow. Jiang Chen was very satisfied and naturally wanted to reward his excellent employee. Not hard at all. It's my honor to protect the young master, Ge Zhang smiled. Frankly speaking, this outdoor trip wasn't even as tiring as executing a task. Moreover, spending time with Jiang Chen was quite easy. He felt no constraints. If it weren't for the special training lasting only 10 days, he would have wanted to stay longer. Suddenly, Ge Zhang seemed to think of something and specially reminded Jiang Chen, "Young master, I think that black soul beast seems a bit off. You made Lu Ruoyan lose face this time, so be careful at school." Jiang Chen smiled. "She's embarrassed in front of me more than once or twice. Don't worry. I can handle it." Then, Jiang Chen waved his hand and left directly. He didn't explain much to Ge Zhang. The demonic aura within the black soul beast would grow stronger as its power increased. In the early stages, even powerful beast tamers might not notice anything wrong and would only instinctively resist. It's not surprising that Ge Zhang had such a feeling. However, once Lu Ruoyan took that step, it would be another story. Dark beast tamers are not tolerated by society. Lu Ruoyan, you must hold on until a month later. Don't get yourself killed. Jiang Chen's gaze was deep as he sped away. He didn't want to think about anything related to Lu Ruoyan right now. He just wanted to take a nice shower and sleep well first. However, as soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Chen felt something was off. At this time, the people in the manor, whether bodyguards or cleaning staff, would usually come up to greet him warmly. But today was different. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to say a word, just walking ahead silently. What is going on? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, a familiar sound of the seven wolves' whip cut through the air, and Jiang Chen's face immediately went pale. "No way, old man." When Jiang Chen looked up, he saw the old man fully armed, standing on the steps, swinging a small whip. "What did I do now?" But it seemed the old man had no intention of letting Jiang Chen speak. He approached Jiang Chen with the whip. As he walked, the old man kept glancing behind Jiang Chen, as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, and he cracked the whip. Strangely, it didn't actually hit Jiang Chen. It merely swished past him, making some noise. While continuously cracking the whip, the old man was also winking at Jiang Chen, as if to say, "Watch how I deal with you. Haha, look at this." Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what the old man was up to. He kindly placed his hand on the old man's forehead. "Grandpa, you're not having an episode, are you? Get out of here, you brat. You're the one who's gone mad. Hurry up and cooperate with my act." Huh. Jiang Chen was even more confused. However, instinctively, he numbly cooperated with the old man. Like an emotionless actor. "I'll whip you. Oh, let's see if you dare to ignore Ji Xia, the little girl. Ah, it hurts." The two were performing enthusiastically, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Just then, a figure slowly brushed past them, lightly dropping a comment. The acting seems a bit exaggerated. Chapter 38. A grandson is not as important as a granddaughter-in-law. Ji Xia walked up the steps with a blank expression, her demeanor calm. She pierced through the old man's act with her straightforward words. Despite that, she couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing. She secretly thought the old man was still childlike. Grandpa Jiang really is something. Does he think I'm the kind of person who doesn't understand? Ji Xia chuckled silently. She understood that the old man was worried that Jiang Chen's 10 days of special training would make her think he was deliberately ignoring her. So, he acted out a scene of teaching Jiang Chen a lesson in front of her. However, even though the old man deliberately chose a dimly lit spot, she could still tell whether the whip actually hit Jiang Chen or not. Furthermore, she wasn't that petty. Even if Jiang Chen lacked resources for beast training, practical experience was still invaluable. This was a rare opportunity for him to grow. Deep down, she actually hoped Jiang Chen would go. With his talent and the little wolf, he had a great chance of becoming an outstanding beast tamer. It shouldn't be wasted. Moreover, and most importantly, during these days in the Jiang family, she didn't feel neglected at all. Everyone, including the old man, treated her well. She could see that the old man genuinely wanted her engagement with Jiang Chen to continue. Ji Xia didn't rush to express her feelings about this. The reason she stayed was, to some extent, to observe Jiang Chen. Deep in her memories, she still cared about that little kid who once snot-nosely asked for a hug. However, perhaps due to growing up, after getting to know each other, Jiang Chen did not feel distant in front of her, but there was also no childhood intimacy. Everything still needed time to adjust. Deep down, she was not resistant to this engagement. Of course, her decision to stay was partly to observe Jiang Chen's current character. During the annual selection of higher education institutions, representatives from the 5 Supreme Academies would also come to scout for talent and recruit promising students in advance. She was the representative sent by the Zhuke Academy to Yunjiang City, along with dozens of companions who had come from Yunjiang City to be admitted to Zhuke Academy. When the selection began, they would record the information of those who performed exceptionally well and report it to the school. As for the final admission decision, it was beyond their control. The Academy's mentors would make the final assessment based on the final results and the materials they reported. However, this time, Ji Xia felt that there was no need to complicate things. Jiang Chen's talent had already reached the level qualifying for direct admission to Zhuke Academy. She hesitated in her mind about whether to notify the mentors to come and take a look. Forget it, let us see how this guy performs first. You've been promoted to bronze level. Ji Xia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How long has it been? Just 10 days. In just 10 days, Jiang Chen had leaped from a black iron 3-star Beastmaster to a bronze level Beastmaster. Such speed could only be found among a few geniuses in the academy. Ji Xia momentarily lost her focus. It is worth noting that even she took half a month to advance from black iron to bronze level. Compared to that, Jiang Chen is simply a prodigy. Not bad. Jiang Chen shrugged, not denying it. He appeared calm, but the more he did so, the less calm Ji Xia became. She had to notify the mentors as soon as possible. She immediately made a decision in her heart. Hearing their conversation, the old man was slightly stunned as well. And while surprised, he felt more gratified and proud. Having lived more than half his life, he did not show it too obviously. Instead, he rushed to Ji Xia's side and said gently, "So what if he is promoted to bronze level? Girl, this kid has ignored you for so long. I'll still deal with him. A bronze level beast master is nothing compared to a beautiful and kind-hearted granddaughter-in-law," he stated directly, to show my apology. "I'll have this kid accompany you around Yunjiang City these days. Tomorrow night, I'll have him book a table full of good food at the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace to apologize to you." Huh. At almost the same time, both Jiang Chen and Ji Xia exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chen was still planning to take a break and head to the Beastmaster Guild to quickly heal the little wolf's soul defects. Ji Xia, on the other hand, did not expect the old man to be so serious, even going as far as to say he would apologize. "Grandpa, Grandpa." The two spoke simultaneously. But the old man had no intention of giving them a chance to refuse. His face darkened as he said sternly, "All right, this matter is settled. If you two refuse, it's disrespectful to an old man." After saying that, he emphasized to Jiang Chun, "Especially you little brat, if you dare to neglect Xia girl, I guarantee your backside will bloom." Now that it had come to this point, refusing would be impolite. Jiang Chun could only nod tearfully. "Little wolf, for my backside, I can only trouble you for 2 days. Ji Xia hesitated for a moment, but did not say much. She felt a sense of joy in her heart. The old man was no longer pretending. He was eager to create opportunities for her and Jiang Chun to be alone together. To be honest, in comparison, the old man was indeed more pleasing than the wooden Jiang Chun. She had been here for a while, and he hadn't even taken the initiative to show her around, which was truly lacking in romance. However, opportunities to be alone together would surely be plentiful in the future. What she was anxious about now was that the seniors who had come with her also needed to interact with Jiang Chun in person. That way, with more recommendations, Jiang Chun's chances of being directly admitted to Zhuke Academy would be even more guaranteed. Once Jiang Chun entered Zhuke Academy, he would also enjoy better treatment. Mentioning her companions, Ji Xia inevitably thought of that silly girl who was close to her. She frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Jiang Grandpa, is there surveillance nearby?" "What's the matter, Xia girl? Do you need to do something? If you want, I can have all the surveillance within 10 miles brought up for you to look at." The old man immediately replied. He saw this granddaughter-in-law as someone who was generous, well-mannered, talented, beautiful, and clever, definitely an excellent choice for Jiang Chun. He was very attentive to Ji Xia's matters. Jiang Chun was slightly startled, and then said with a strange expression, "Are you sure it's really 2000? Chapter 39, what do you want to do? What? Do you have a clue?" Ji Xia's eyes lit up immediately. Jiang Chun quickly shook his head. "No, I didn't see anything." "All right." Ji Xia felt a little disappointed, but didn't he think much of it. For those 2000, that silly girl had cried on her shoulder for several days. She truly felt sorry for her. "In that case, Xia girl, since it's your friend's matter, Grandpa will definitely take care of it." This was not a big deal. He could solve it with a flick of his finger. After receiving a positive response, Ji Xia smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Grandpa. We'll soon be a family. So there's no need for thanks." The old man beamed with joy. The old and young chatted happily, leaving Jiang Chun alone outside, feeling solitary. "Grandpa, I'm your real grandson." Jiang Chun was exasperated. He understood that the old man was immersed in the joy of having a granddaughter-in-law and naturally had no time to pay attention to him. However, from Jiang Chun's perspective, this matter was still far from settled. Night fell, and the long night stretched on. Some were sound asleep, while others were destined to spend a sleepless night. In Hanyang community, by the roadside, Lu Rian sat on the grass in the green belt, hugging her knees, resting her side face on them. With tear stains of sadness in the corners of her eyes, she looked extremely haggard, her eyes vacant, her hair disheveled, her school uniform dirty. And even the white shirt underneath had been torn in several places, exposing her smooth skin and some bloodstains. Occasionally, a glimpse of spring light would appear, causing Jiang Yuntao to lean forward uncontrollably, bending over discreetly. How could she treat me like that? Why did she have to treat me that way? Lu Rian still couldn't believe that the person she loved most would turn against her over a little more than $1 million. If this had happened before, she would have never believed it. After all, back then, she wouldn't even have bothered to glance at a few $100 million. Fortunately, she was someone who had lived through a lifetime. Some feelings, although hard to let go, could no longer affect her emotions after the anger. Her gaze turned cold, and she gritted her teeth. "Jiang Chun, all of this is because of you. If it weren't for Jiang Chun, how could she have stolen her family's savings to buy Beastmaster materials? If it weren't for Jiang Chun, her mother would still be that loving mother, not someone who had torn their relationship apart. All of this was because of Jiang Chun." Lu Rian clenched her fists, her gaze terrifying like a demon. "Bastard. Once I get that thing from the Beastmaster Guild, I want to believe you one to kneel down and beg me." After a good venting, Lu Rian's emotions gradually eased. She stood up, looking at Jiang Yuntao, who had been with her the whole time, her gaze softening. "Brother Yuntao, I'm glad I have you." Perhaps it was the atmosphere. Lu Rian naturally hugged him. In an instant, the unique fragrance of the girl filled Jiang Yuntao's nostrils, leaving his mind blank. His breathing became uncontrollably rapid. 3 seconds later, a slight shiver ran through him, as if he had emptied his body, leaving his bones soft. Brother Yuntao, I'm talking to you, can you hear me?" Noticing Jiang Yuntao's strange behavior, Lu Rian's face flushed slightly as she gently called out to him twice. Strangely, Jiang Yuntao rested his head on her shoulder, completely motionless. At that moment, Lu Rian finally realized something was wrong with Jiang Yuntao. She straightened up and pushed him. Bang! Without any warning, Jiang Yuntao closed his eyes and fell face first to the ground, completely still. "Brother Yuntao, This sudden situation left Lu Rian extremely shocked. She hurried to check on Jiang Yuntao's condition. Roar. Just then, several figures in black robes slowly emerged from the dark corners. Even the black soul beast, which had disappeared for a long time, was perched on one of their shoulders, behaving very affectionately. Who are you? Lu Rian's expression changed dramatically. She instinctively sensed a strong danger from these figures in black robes. Unfortunately, the black soul beast completely ignored her commands. No matter how she called, it remained indifferent. Just as Lu Rian was filled with despair, the figure in black robes with the black soul beast on his shoulder finally stopped and slowly spoke. Do you want to gain greater power? Embrace the darkness. Only through extreme madness can one achieve supreme respect. The dark divine court is eternal. The next day, Jiang Chen finally woke up from his muddled sleep when the sun was high in the sky. In the familiar bed and environment, he had slept very comfortably all night. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so at ease. Previously, he was always pondering Lu Rian's thoughts and was on edge during the struggle against the invasion of monsters. In the future, while nurturing beast tamers, he also needed to enjoy life. Jiang Chen stretched contentedly, washed up briefly, and then went downstairs. When he entered the hall, Ji Xia was sipping coffee, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Grandpa Jiang said we would handle our own lunch. He went to the company early this morning. Ji Xia said softly, taking a sip of her coffee. Jiang Chen nodded. Deep down, he couldn't help but complain that the old man was being too obvious, clearly trying to create space for him and Ji Xia to be alone. Indeed, he had no thoughts about romantic matters at the moment. However, he didn't dislike Ji Xia. To this day, Jiang Chen still remembered how Ji Xia had rushed to him, disregarding her own safety when his life was in danger. Even for the sake of this friendship, he felt he should treat her well. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and sat across from Ji Xia, casually sipping some tea. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after a simple greeting, the atmosphere fell into silence, becoming somewhat awkward. Yunjiang City has developed quite well in recent years. Many new attractions have been opened, and many places have changed a lot. Where do you want to go for a stroll? Jiang Chen broke the awkward silence. You can arrange it. Ji Xia felt it was necessary to mention something to Jiang Chen. About tonight's banquet, I might need a few more people. What's that? Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Whether it's a few more or a few less people, it doesn't make much difference to me. However, Ji Xia's suggestion that he could arrange the itinerary stuck in his mind. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, feeling somewhat excited as he slowly approached Ji Xia. If I'm arranging it, then I won't hold back. Ji Xia instinctively crossed her arms, her face full of vigilance. What do you want to do? Chapter 40. Yunjiang Beast Tamer Association. Ji Xia frowned tightly. She was mentally prepared to subdue Jiang Chen on the spot if he had any ulterior motives. Under Ji Xia's surprised gaze, Jiang Chen stopped about a meter in front of her, his gaze clear. I know a place. Why don't you accompany me to take a look? Ji Xia. Yunjiang Beast Tamer Association. Above the entrance of the association, a vividly sculpted dragon head was raised high, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Here, not only can one take the qualification examination for beast tamers, but it is also a large-scale transaction market exclusively for beast tamers, making it the most bustling and crowded landmark building in Yunjiang City. The place you want to take me is here? Standing in front of the iconic building. Ji Xia fell into deep thought for a moment. What did you think it was? Jiang Chen retorted. Jiang Chen's question made Ji Xia's face flush slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. I thought you were thinking of going to a hotel or something. Ji Xia secretly muttered in her heart. The moment this thought arose, her face turned even redder. Phew, Ji Xia, what are you thinking? He's still a kid. Amid her annoyance, Ji Xia felt a strange sense of disappointment. Yes, indeed, she hadn't had any expectations for Jiang Chen at first, but in her mind, this could still be considered their first date. Even if they weren't going to a coffee shop or a movie theater, they should at least take a walk by the lake or enjoy the breeze in a pavilion. She never expected Jiang Chen would take her to the Beast Tamer Association. To say the least, throughout the year, besides school, she spent the most time at the Beast Tamer Association, even more frequently than going home. She truly had no defenses against this. So he is just a straightforward guy? Ji Xia looked at Jiang Chen strangely and sighed. How is it? Not bad, right? Jiang Chen beamed with joy. He didn't think as much as Ji Xia did. His thought was simple. Since Ji Xia didn't have any particular place she wanted to go, and there weren't many good places to stroll in Yunjiang City, it was better to come directly to the Beast Tamer Association. This way, he could fulfill the old man's request to take Ji Xia around, while also repairing the little wolf's soul defects. It was a win-win situation. Perfect. Not bad. Ji Xia felt utterly speechless. This was just Jiang Chen. If it were anyone else, she would have turned around and left without staying for even a second. But what could she do? After all, this person was Jiang Chen. Even though she was somewhat reluctant in her heart, she could only follow Jiang Chen into the Beast Tamer Association. The two walked side by side and quickly entered the Beast Tamer Association. The layout inside the association was quite simple. The first floor was a comprehensive hall, where various bounty tasks were released, as well as rewards. Most of these were bounties related to beast taming materials and special beast searches. In addition, deep within the hall was a large trading market where all kinds of cultivation materials, peculiar items, and even pure-blooded beasts were sold. Many speculators spent all day in the market, hoping to strike it rich among the numerous treasures. Therefore, no matter when one arrived, the hall was always crowded with people from all walks of life. However, Jiang Chen's goal was not the hall on the first floor. He headed straight for the second floor. The qualification assessment for beast tamers was on the second floor. As long as one passed the assessment successfully, they could obtain their beast tamer qualification certificate within half an hour. In this world where beasts were revered, the beast tamer qualification certificate was extremely useful. The most common use was that whenever one killed a monster, magical beast, or even a demon, they could bring the proof of the kill to the Beast Tamer Association to receive varying amounts of merit points, which would be recorded in detail. These merit points can be exchanged for materials to cultivate beast companions at the beast tamer guilds throughout Huanxia. When the contribution points accumulate to a certain level, one can also receive special rewards issued by the authorities. These rewards include, but are not limited to, materials, beast companions, soul artifacts, soul skills, and so on. The rewards are quite generous. Of course, Jiang Chen's purpose for coming to the Beast Tamer Guild this time was not only to obtain the Beast Tamer qualification certificate. His main goal was the special reward in the qualification assessment. Only that top-grade material for repairing soul injuries could completely fix the defects in the little wolf's soul. As for the assessment for the Beast Tamer qualification certificate, the content is not complicated. One only needs to clear any of the 5 difficulty levels: simple, normal, difficult, hell, or nightmare. Even clearing the simplest difficulty level would grant the corresponding Beast Tamer qualification certificate. However, obtaining that special soul-repairing material is more challenging. It can only be acquired by passing the Hell level difficulty. Given the Little Wolf's superior bloodline advantage and Jiang Chen's experience, clearing the Hell level difficulty should not be too difficult. As long as he can clear the Hell level difficulty and obtain the special material, the colorful soul flower, he would be able to cultivate the Little Wolf without any worries. Jiang Chen walked confidently in front, while Ji Xia, following behind him, gradually became curious about which difficulty level he was preparing to challenge. Seeing Jiang Chen head straight for the second floor, she naturally understood that he was there to obtain the Beast Tamer qualification certificate. However, whether a beast companion could unleash strong combat power is closely related to the strength of the Beast Tamer. Both sides need time to hone their synergy. In just 10 days, Jiang Chen managed to cultivate the Little Wolf to a battle servant of 9 stars, and he himself could also advance to the bronze level, which was quite remarkable. As for how much combat power the Little Wolf could unleash, she felt a bit anxious. It should be noted that for the qualification assessment, the simple difficulty only requires dealing with 1 demon beast of a similar level to the tamer's own beast, while the normal difficulty requires 2. The difficult level is 3, and the Hell level is 10. As for the Nightmare level difficulty, since the establishment of the Beast Tamer Guild, very few have been able to pass it. In any case, she had never heard of anyone doing so, let alone seeing it. Rumor has it that only the founder of the Beast Tamer Guild has been able to pass this Nightmare level difficulty, and he is the only one in Huanxia so far. Hell level, Jiang Chen said. Ji Xia thought for a moment and nodded. All right, we can give it a try. In her opinion, the Hell level difficulty was indeed the most suitable for Jiang Chen. After all, there was no limit to the number of challenges. If he failed, he could just try again. Bastard, what are you doing here? Just as Jiang Chen and Ji Xia were moving forward to register for the assessment, a surprised, angry, and somewhat aggrieved shout rang out. At the far end of the second-floor corridor, Lu Rian and Jiang Yuntao were standing there, furious. Chapter 41. Coincidence or Accident. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, their expressions turned as ugly as if they had swallowed something vile. Lu Rian shot a cold glance at Jiang Chen, and unusually, she did not appear frantic this time. Instead, she wore a detached expression. Still only capable of playing such stalking tricks, Jiang Chen. If you had a bit of backbone, I, Lu Rian, might still look up to you a little. Her gaze swept over him with a high and mighty disdain. Are you crazy? Jiang Chen was bewildered and seriously doubted Lu Rian's sanity. How did she get such confidence? How could she say something as absurd as stalking? After seeing Lu Rian's true colors, he had come to understand completely. This woman was simply an idiot, self-righteous and laughably arrogant. However, when Lu Rian's gaze fell on Ji Xia beside Jiang Chen, it noticeably paused. She seemed quite surprised. She didn't even have time to pay much attention to Jiang Chen. In terms of beauty, Lu Rian prided herself on it being her strong suit, confident that no one could surpass her in this regard. Yet upon seeing Ji Xia for the first time, Even someone as conceited as Lu Rian couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Ji Xia was dressed very casually today, in a white shirt, tight pants, and a pair of simple patterned white shoes. It was a very simple outfit. Yet it made Ji Xia seem unattainably beautiful. Even if everything was designer, on Ji Xia, it became a mere compliment. It couldn't hide Ji Xia's innate brilliance and beauty. The feeling was such that no matter how luxurious or expensive something was, it couldn't highlight even a fraction of her beauty. Lu Rian felt this way now. Even she had to admit, standing in front of Ji Xia, she was utterly defeated in both beauty and temperament, especially the innate aura that Ji Xia exuded, which couldn't be achieved with just a few expensive cosmetics or designer items. At this moment, Lu Rian felt inexplicably like a pitiful ugly duckling. All her insecurities and unworthiness were laid bare in the sunlight with Ji Xia's appearance, leaving her nowhere to hide. Lu Rian was extremely irritated, tightening her school uniform and instinctively wanting to seek comfort from Jiang Yuntao. However, when she turned her head, she saw Jiang Yuntao staring intently, his gaze fixed on that detestable woman, unable to look away. Humph! Lu Rian coldly snorted, her face icy. Then, in a fit of anger, she stomped on Jiang Yuntao's foot. Ah, Rian, why did you step on me? Jiang Yuntao yelped in pain, hopping on one leg, looking quite ridiculous. Lu Rian loved Jiang Yuntao dearly, yet now she couldn't be bothered to glance at him. She was furious, wishing she could just kick Jiang Yuntao away. But in front of Ji Xia and Jiang Chun, she didn't want to lose face like that. Jiang Chun, to attract my attention, you really are going to great lengths. Lu Rian said coldly. Lu Rian quickly adjusted her expression and walked step by step to Jiang Chun. If you want to save that stupid wolf of yours, I can give you one last chance. Just bring me the items from the mine, and even if you can't win the bet in the end, I can tell you the way to save it right now. At that time, only Jiang Chun, she, and Jiang Yuntao were not in the camp. The dragon saliva stone couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Otherwise, those men in black wouldn't have sworn to tell her that the dragon saliva stone was in the cave of the blood-sucking bats. It forced her to expend great effort to search again, only to find nothing. She had every reason to believe that the dragon saliva stone was most likely in Jiang Chun's hands now. Jiang Chun was initially unwilling to pay much attention to Lu Rian, but hearing her words, it was highly likely she knew he had gotten the dragon saliva stone first. How did Lu Rian find out? Jiang Chun was confident that no one had noticed his movements at that time. Could it be? Suddenly, Jiang Chun's heart jolted as he thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that the people from the Dark Church had already contacted this woman? Jiang Chun speculated inwardly. If that were the case, then Lu Rian's suspicion would make sense, given that he was not in the camp at the time. It would not be difficult for Lu Rian to suspect him. Matters concerning the Dark Church couldn't be taken lightly. I don't understand what you're saying. Jiang Chun coldly glanced at Lu Rian and said indifferently, good dogs don't block the way. You. Lu Rian was furious, but soon she calmed down, eyeing Jiang Chun suspiciously. She was absolutely certain that Jiang Chun had taken the dragon saliva stone. Yet now, seeing Jiang Chun's reaction so indifferent, she felt a bit less confident. Was it really not him? Lu Rian was doubtful. There was a flicker of doubt in her heart, and she began to question her own assumptions. But those people said that the dragon's saliva stone was definitely in that cave, and that night, only that bastard went out. The more Lu Ruoyan thought about it, the more strange it became. When she saw Jiang Chun brushing past her and heading deeper into the passage, towards the information registration for the assessment, Lu Ruoyan couldn't remain calm any longer. What are you going to do? Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but shout, and quickly chased after him. This startled both Jiang Chun and Jiang Yuntao. Seeing Lu Ruoyan looking extremely anxious, Jiang Chun sneered and said, what's wrong? Is the Beastmaster Association your family business? Can I go in? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless, and the panic in her eyes flickered away. There was no way, mainly. Jiang Chun's appearance here was too coincidental if it was just a coincidence. She seriously suspected that Jiang Chun knew something. After all, in her previous life, Jiang Chun found the 5-color soul flower through the power of the Jiang family, miraculously curing the little wolf's soul defect. It wasn't surprising that Jiang Chun could find this place. However, the 5-color soul flower was unique to the Beastmaster Association, very secretive, and few people knew about it. Even in her previous life, it took Jiang Chun 2 or 3 months to find it. But now, it had only been a short time, and Jiang Chun had already found it. Bastard. He definitely has something up his sleeve. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, feeling resentful that Jiang Chun hadn't made an effort to search for it in her previous life. What are you really doing here? Lu Ruoyan asked, her expression dark and persistent. What am I doing? Jiang Chun chuckled coldly. Of course, I'm here to take the Beastmaster qualification test on the 2nd floor of the association. Do you think I want to act crazy like you anytime and anywhere? If you don't want to get beaten, just get out of my way and stop bothering me. Jiang Chun had no patience for Lu Ruoyan and directly stepped into the window where the staff were, registering for the assessment. Watching Jiang Chun fill out the information, Lu Ruoyan's expression changed constantly. From his demeanor, it seemed like he really didn't know about the existence of the five-color soul flower. Lu Ruoyan's gaze turned icy as she stared at Jiang Chen's back, tightly clutching the filled-out assessment form, and hurriedly left. But no matter what, I must get the five-color soul flower first to seize the opportunity. Chapter 42, Honorable Golden Level Beastmaster. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chun completed the assessment form. Then, guided by the staff, Jiang Chun walked through a deep corridor and arrived outside a closed examination room. The door of the examination room was tightly shut, and the walls were lined with transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the furnishings inside. The light was bright, the space was spacious, and in the center of the room was a strange device, emitting a faint glow. That was the instrument used for the assessment, connected to the entire Beastmaster Association's database. All the information of the Beastmasters coming for the assessment would be recorded after the assessment ended and transmitted to the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association for proper management. The examination room Jiang Chun was in was numbered 002, and the staff was adjusting the equipment. There were several other examination rooms of the same kind nearby, where many novice Beastmasters were undergoing assessments. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was in the examination room numbered 001. As soon as she saw Jiang Chun approaching, her mood soured. The qualification assessment for Beastmasters was not something just anyone could pass. Is that so? Jiang Chun's expression was indifferent, too lazy to say much. Oh, so that's how it is. She elongated her tone, revealing a look of realization, as if she had discovered something significant. Is this why you are so willing to fawn over that woman? Jixia elbowed Jiang Chun, teasingly saying, I think she's just average. She clicked her tongue, unimpressed. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, thinking that women were quite narcissistic. However, Jixia's statement wasn't entirely wrong. Compared to ordinary people, Lu Ruoyan was indeed outstanding in appearance. With red lips and white teeth, a beautiful girl who could be seen at a glance in a crowd. But compared to Jixia, Lu Ruoyan was completely unremarkable. They were not even in the same league. One was in the sky, and the other was underground. Looking at Jixia's exquisitely flawless features, sometimes even Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel. Who said the creator was absolutely fair? If it were fair, there wouldn't be such a devastatingly beautiful face like Jixia's. It simply left no room for others. If you have to say that, then indeed, she is just average. Jiang Chun and Jixia conversed openly in front of Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao, without any reservations. Their words fell into Lu Ruoyan's ears without missing a beat, instantly turning her face from green to red, exploding with rage. Bastard! Do you think using this method will make me look at you more? Dream on! Lu Ruoyan shouted angrily. She finally confirmed. Jiang Chun's appearance here was not a coincidence. It was a premeditated act of stalking and revenge. To her, the more Jiang Chun acted this way, the more it proved his unwillingness. Asking her to be jealous of Jiang Chun was simply a dream. She coldly smiled, deliberately glancing toward Jiang Yuntao outside the examination room, casting flirtatious glances. Yuntao brother, don't worry, the one I love is only you from beginning to end. Dizzy, I'm about to faint. Jiang Yuntao looked intoxicated, staring at Lu Ruoyan's bouncy red lips. His head spinning, as if he were in a fog. He almost wanted to passionately kiss her through the glass of the examination room. But at that moment, Lu Ruoyan snorted coldly, glaring at Jiang Yuntao and irritably signaling him. Huh. Oh, Ruoyan, you are right. Jiang Yuntao instantly regained his composure and bragged to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, no matter what tricks you play, Ruoyan will never like you. So you might as well give up. Also, having just looks is useless. Let me tell you, Ruoyan is now a Black Iron 9-star Beastmaster, and it won't be long before she advances to bronze level. No matter if it's this woman next to you. Jiang Yuntao pointed at Jixia, then looked at Jiang Chun. Or you, Jiang Chun. Ron will always be an unattainable existence for both of you. Jiang Yuntao was smug. Lu Ruoyan's overnight promotion from Black Iron 6-star to Black Iron 9-star truly surprised him. Along with him, due to Lu Ruoyan, he had also become a Black Iron 5-star Beastmaster, with his level and strength improving at an extraordinary rate. Right now, he was feeling two words, inflated. He still believed that following Lu Ruoyan was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. If he continued to improve at this rate, he was confident that even without special training, no one could catch up to him and Lu Ruoyan. Most importantly, in his eyes, Lu Ruoyan was now unattainable and belonged solely to him. How could he not be inflated? However, Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao's self-satisfaction did not make Jiang Chun and Jixia the slightest bit angry. The two looked at them as if they were fools. These two were so noisy. Jixia frowned slightly. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. That's how rabid dogs are. They bark at anyone they see. Uffed. Seeing Jiang Chun say this with a straight face, Jixia couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. It was the first time she found Jiang Chun so interesting. Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao, however, were extremely angered, instantly going into a rage. Jiang Chun's blunt comparison of them to rabid dogs truly infuriated them. Jiang Chun, what are you being so arrogant about? Ruoyan is now a black iron 9-star. Jiang Yuntao shouted, his face flushed and neck thick. However, before he could finish his words, the door of examination room 002 slowly opened, releasing a puff of misty steam. Then, a staff member came jogging up to Jiang Chun. Dear Bronze-level Beastmaster, your assessment instrument has been calibrated. Please proceed to the assessment room immediately and select the difficulty level for participation. As the words fell, Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao stood frozen in disbelief, like wooden puppets. Bronze level. Lu Ruoyan's eyes were vacant, her lips numbly repeating the words bronze level, deeply shocked. However, their astonishment did not end there. After clearing a path for Jiang Chun, the staff respectfully bowed to Ji Xia. Noble golden-level Beastmaster, your friend is about to be assessed. Would you like some tea or snacks while you wait outside? Golden level. Chapter 43, Black Soul Beast, Hell Difficulty? The moment these words were spoken, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the ground. Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao felt as if they had been hit by 5 lightning bolts, petrified in place. Their eyes almost popping out. Golden level. Jiang Yuntao took a deep breath, feeling somewhat breathless. It is known that even in the entire Yunjiang city, golden-level Beastmasters are rare and absolute experts among various factions. Moreover, judging by Ji Xia's age, she was not much older than them, at most a couple of years apart. A young and beautiful golden-level Beastmaster like her is truly a unique existence even in the entire Hanxia. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Ruoyan's mere black iron 9-star strength not only fell short of Jiang Chun, but, when compared to Ji Xia, was absolutely left in the dust. Who on earth is this person? A question arose in Jiang Yuntao's heart, his eyes turning red with jealousy. A woman with such outstanding looks, strength, and talent is his only choice. If he could win such a woman, Jiang Yuntao's expression became infatuated, and he instantly felt that Lu Ruoyan standing beside him was no longer appealing, his eyes unable to stop wandering over to Ji Xia. Clearly, compared to Lu Ruoyan, bringing Ji Xia out would give him more face. As for Lu Ruoyan, she was equally shocked. With the help of those from the Dark Church, she had just managed to elevate her strength level this much. Even so, she was still far behind Jiang Chen's speed of improvement. She was still stuck at black iron 9 stars. What other detestable woman could possibly be a golden-level Beastmaster? Lu Ruoyan's face instantly turned ugly. Who exactly is this woman? She had the same question in her heart. Finally, suppressing the rejection and disgust within her, she seriously observed Ji Xia's appearance. Upon closer inspection, she indeed felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Lu Ruoyan's heart tightened, and she finally remembered. The Red Lawn War God, so it was this woman. Lu Ruoyan's eyes lowered, and she felt a surge of unnamed anger. To be honest, she wouldn't be angry no matter who Jiang Chun was with. But Ji Xia was the exception. No one knew better than her how powerful Ji Xia was, the unprecedented female war god in Hanxia's history, adorned with glory and attracting worldwide attention. Even at that time, she had no shine in front of Ji Xia and was ignored. In her view, all the glory, praise, and admiration should have belonged to her, if not for Ji Xia. No one understood better than her how much Ji Xia loved Jiang Chun. If it weren't for Ji Xia's resolute sacrifice in the end, unleashing her potential, she wouldn't have been affected by the battlefield of the 9 demon gods and would not have died in resentment. Jiang Chun caused her to live a life filled with regrets. In this lifetime, she would not allow Jiang Chun to receive such deep and passionate love. Since you have appeared here, I will make you watch as the man you love so deeply submits to me time and time again. Lu Ruoyan clenched her fists tightly, and without hesitation, pressed the button to start the assessment. Even though Jiang Chun had already advanced to a bronze-level Beastmaster, greatly surpassing her in level and strength, Lu Ruoyan still had confidence in crushing Jiang Chun and obtaining the 5-color soul flower. After all, the assessment for the Beastmaster qualification certificate tests more the combat ability of the beasts than their realm level. In fact, the stronger the realm of the beast, the greater the difficulty of participating in such assessments. Soon, as the lights dimmed, everything in the assessment room where Lu Ruoyan was located slowly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the environment changed dramatically, and Lu Ruoyan found herself on a vast grassland. This was the 3-dimensional imaging function of the assessment instrument, which could present everything the assessor experienced during the assessment in a virtual projection. Lu Ruoyan stood still as a panel for selecting the difficulty level of the assessment rapidly appeared before her. Without hesitation, she chose Hell difficulty from the 5 levels: Simple, Ordinary, Difficult, Hell, and Nightmare. She actually chose Hell difficulty. Her choice surprised the staff outside the assessment room slightly. Generally speaking, passing the ordinary level of difficulty requires the beast's bloodline power to reach the elite level, and the Beastmaster must also possess excellent combat adaptability. As for the difficult and hell levels, they require the beast's bloodline power to at least reach the general level or higher to have a chance of passing the assessment. The difficulty is considerable. However, the rewards for passing the assessment are also very generous. Not only can one freely choose a special material from the Beastmaster Guild's warehouse, but one can also gain higher authority when exchanging materials for merit points, allowing for better items. Yet, they had been working at the Yunjiang City Beastmaster Guild for so long and had never seen a novice Beastmaster dare to choose hell difficulty for their first assessment. Generally, everyone would gradually improve their strength through continuous cultivation, slowly raising the level of their beasts, and then gradually increasing the assessment difficulty to challenge themselves. Someone like Lu Ruoyan, who directly chose hell difficulty, was either overly confident in their strength or a pure clown trying to attract attention. Black Soul Beast. But when they saw Lu Ruoyan summon a completely ordinary Black Soul Beast after selecting her difficulty level, everyone couldn't hide their disappointment and shook their heads. It turned out to be just the most inferior Black Soul Beast. They really wondered how she dared to challenge hell difficulty. This girl looks decent, but her brain seems a bit off. I see this girl is probably still in high school, if she contracts such a trash beast, let alone hell difficulty. Even passing the simplest level might be a stretch. It's a pity. She probably will be wasting her efforts this time. Several staff members whispered to each other, completely not optimistic about Lu Ruoyan, mainly because the Black Soul Beast was too special, notoriously known as a trash beast. Even a normally grown Black Soul Beast has pitifully weak combat power. It's simply not worth mentioning. Naturally, they silently categorized Lu Ruoyan into the clown category. Hell difficulty, huh? Jiang Chun frowned slightly. To be honest, he was also quite surprised by how quickly Lu Ruoyan's strength had improved overnight. He was well aware of Lu Ruoyan's personality. Although she was arrogant, she wouldn't do anything without confidence. Lu Ruoyan's actions surely had her own trump card. It seemed that the Black Soul Beast had evolved. Jiang Chun thought it over, and this was the only possibility that could give Lu Ruoyan such confidence. So, which evolutionary route did you ultimately choose, Lu Ruoyan? Watching the black mist gradually rising around the Black Soul Beast in the image, Jiang Chun grinned, resembling a devil's whisper. Chapter 44, Eight-Armed Fierce Demon. Whoosh. A swift wind swept across the grassland, and finally, some changes occurred on the boundless plain. On the image in the assessment room, thick fog began to rise, and 10 fierce silhouettes gradually emerged from the mist. They were ferocious, with sharp fangs, and each monster exuded a brutal aura, radiating a bloodthirsty malice. Why are all of them beasts with the bloodline of a war general? As the 10 monsters revealed themselves, the staff were all taken aback. It is well known that the qualification assessment for beast tamers only matches opponents with attributes consistent with their own beasts. The Black Soul Beast, being the lowest bloodline of a beast, should have a bloodline of a war servant even if Lu Ruoyan chose the hell level difficulty. If that's the case, Jiang Chun quickly reacted, his gaze falling on the Black Soul Beast in front of Lu Ruoyan. The bloodline of the Black Soul Beast had already evolved to the level of a war general. His eyes shone brightly, fixated on the Black Soul Beast. Lu Ruoyan seemed to sense something, locking eyes with Jiang Chun from a distance, a self-satisfied smile playing on her lips. Did you see that? This is my strength. In the future, it will evolve into a commander level, lord level, and even king level powerful beast. Lu Ruoyan stood proudly in the arena, unafraid in the face of 10 9-star war servant beasts. Black Demon, battle stance. Lu Ruoyan shouted, and a thick black mist surged around the Black Soul Beast. Within that black mist, the Black Soul Beast underwent an astonishing transformation, its size dramatically increasing. Roar. Then, a deafening beast roar echoed as the black mist began to dissipate. A monstrous creature with a fierce appearance, 8 arms, and a robust physique appeared before everyone. What kind of beast is this? Observing the Black Soul Beast, which displayed a more powerful battle stance under Lu Ruoyan's soul power, everyone was filled with astonishment, especially the faint, persistent black mist swirling around the Black Soul Beast that refused to dissipate gave them a chilling feeling deep within, quite eerie. An 8-armed demon? Jiang Chun was also slightly surprised, his smile growing more pronounced. Then came an indescribable sense of schadenfreude. Lu Ruoyan, you have indeed chosen the path to self-destruction. Others might not understand, but Jiang Chun was very clear about the changes in the Black Soul Beast at this moment. Clearly, after coming into contact with the Dark Holy Sea, Lu Ruoyan made a choice that was completely opposite to his. Lu Ruoyan ultimately could not withstand the corruption of the demonic aura and chose the demonic evolution path for the Black Soul Beast, driven by her deepest desires. This evolution path was more domineering and powerful compared to the dark evolution route. Conversely, the side effects were also quite significant. Once this evolution path was chosen, both the beast and the beast tamer would be assimilated by the most sinister demonic aura. In the end, they would become demons, transforming into monstrous beings that were neither human nor ghost. Lu Ruoyan was well hidden, but the moment the Black Soul Beast revealed its true form, Jiang Chun keenly noticed the deep, sinister demonic mark on her neck. The moment the demonic mark spread across her body was also the beginning of Lu Ruoyan's descent into doom. However, at present, it seemed Lu Ruoyan was still desperately suppressing this trend of demonic transformation. Was it because she did not want her beautiful appearance to be damaged? Jiang Chun sneered. He knew all too well how much Lu Ruoyan valued her looks. To be disfigured would be worse than death for her. But the more this was the case, the more Jiang Chun eagerly anticipated the moment when Lu Ruoyan would plunge into the abyss in pursuit of greater power. The thrill of repeatedly enhancing her strength was an addictive poison. So, when witnessing her transformation into a demon, with her beauty destroyed, would she be able to bear this devastating blow? Jiang Chun's gaze was profound as he looked at Lu Ruoyan in the footage, his eyes filled with amusement. At this moment, perhaps because the Black Soul Beast's appearance was too hideous and terrifying, many staff members wore serious expressions and began to speculate. Can the Black Soul Beast evolve like this? Could it be an evil dark beast? It looks a bit like it, but it's not certain. It doesn't have the filthy, bloody smell like sewer rats. Could it be that this student has found a new evolution direction for the Black Soul Beast, taking the dark power route? Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the Black Soul Beast, each contemplating, their expressions wary. If the Black Soul Beast truly came from the hands of the Dark Holy Sea and was that kind of evil dark beast, they were already considering whether to kill it on the spot. Seeing the inexperienced expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Yuntao couldn't help but feel a bit smug. However, before Lu Ruoyan entered the assessment room, he had already anticipated this situation and had informed them about some aspects of the Black Soul Beast to prevent unnecessary thoughts. Zhang Yuntao walked proudly in front of everyone and said with pride, "That's right. This is the hidden evolution route of the Black Soul Beast that Ruoyan has explored, the Dark Evolution route." The Dark Evolution route. Hearing this, the staff were taken aback. However, their wariness completely dissipated. The rumors about dark power being quite peculiar, allowing even a trash beast like the Black Soul Beast to grow to this extent, made them regard this young girl with newfound respect. They were aware of the Dark Evolution route, which, like elemental powers such as light, lightning, and water fire, was accepted by the Beast Tamer Guild. However, the classification standards for Dark Evolution routes and some dark beasts were very vague. Fortunately, they had not observed the unique, bloody, and brutal sensation found in some dark beasts on the Black Soul Beast. Mainly, they saw that Zhang Yuntao did not seem to be lying. Moreover, they still did not believe that a true dark beast tamer could appear openly in the Beast Tamer Guild. If that were the case, even 10 lives would not be enough. Naturally, they completely believed Zhang Yuntao's words. However, Ji Xia remained furrowed, her expression serious. Is that really the case? Ji Xia quietly asked Jiang Chun. She did not believe Zhang Yuntao's words, even though she could clearly see that Zhang Yuntao was not lying. She had seen beasts of the Dark Evolution route before, which were far less grotesque than the 8-armed demon form of the Black Soul Beast. Most importantly, the moment the Black Soul Beast showcased its battle form, she keenly captured a flash of blood light within the black mist. Chapter 45, The Price of Becoming Stronger. That blood light flashed by, suppressed by something, but she still managed to catch it. She had a strong premonition that this Black Soul Beast was far from being as simple as Zhang Yuntao claimed. Looking at Ji Xia's inquisitive gaze, Jiang Chun shrugged and said nothing more. Lu Ruoyan was putting in so much effort to contract with the Black Soul Beast. If he didn't let her play around a bit, wouldn't that be too unromantic? It would be too cheap for this woman. Seeing this, Ji Xia was puzzled but did not say anything more. She slowly turned her head to look at the footage in the assessment room, her brows furrowing even deeper. Inside the assessment room, in the assessment footage, Lu Ruoyan consumed soul power to maintain the battle stance of the Black Soul Beast, the 8-armed demon, and did not immediately issue an attack command. Although maintaining this battle form required her to constantly expend soul energy, she did not rush to deal with the 10 beast illusions. She was waiting, also calmly listening to the movements outside the assessment room. After a long time, confirming that no one had come in to interrupt her assessment, Lu Ruoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should have worked. A flicker of glee and pride flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes, feeling quite pleased with herself. To perfectly conceal the fact that the Black Soul Beast had undergone a demonic evolution, she had even told Zhang Yuntao a half-truth, casually saying it was the Dark Evolution route that controlled dark power, all to present a more authentic effect. After all, if it were just the evolution path of controlling dark powers, it would still be within the acceptance range of the Beastmasters Guild and various forces. However, if the fact that the Black Soul Beast is taking the demon evolution route were to be exposed, meaning that the truth of the Black Soul Beast becoming a dark beast was revealed, then what awaited her would be an incredibly tragic outcome. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would be a joint punishment from both humans and gods. She wasn't that foolish. Fortunately, the Black Soul Beast was originally a dark attribute beast, and the dark powers were very close to demonic powers, making it difficult for the staff of the Beastmasters Guild to distinguish between them. Her explanation could indeed pass muster. Furthermore, as Lu Ruyan's gaze slightly dropped to the black rose brooch that had appeared on her chest at some point, she felt completely at ease. She had heard that this black rose soul device could conceal demonic auras, and it was indeed true. As long as she didn't expose herself actively, with the help of this soul device, even powerful Beastmasters wouldn't be able to discover the demonic transformation of the Black Soul Beast. However, this damn evolution route would actually damage her appearance, making her pay such a huge price. No, I must find a way to eliminate this side effect as soon as possible. Otherwise, how would Brother Yun Tao still like me? Lu Ruyan's thoughts were racing, and after feeling completely at ease, she finally focused her attention on the 10 demonic beasts not far away. Could this also be considered hell-level difficulty? Lu Ruyan pouted, particularly disdainful. The Black Soul Beast, in its 8-armed fierce demon battle stance, had a combat power that soared significantly, even against demonic beasts of the same level. Lu Ruyan was confident that the Black Soul Beast could completely handle these 10 demonic beasts. The Dragon Saliva Stone might really be on that bastard. So it would be better to pass the assessment early. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered, and a fierce determination rose in her heart. As long as she got her hands on the 5-colored soul flower, she believed that bastard would obediently hand over the Dragon Saliva Stone. With this thought, Lu Ruyan no longer hesitated and directly issued the command, Black Demon, tear them apart. Roar. The Black Soul Beast roared, its momentum impressive. 8 arms swung like devilish hands, leaving behind afterimages as they moved with great force, maintaining the 8-armed fierce demon battle stance. The Black Soul Beast stood nearly 2 meters tall, and its running momentum was also quite astonishing. The thumping footsteps created an inexplicable sense of oppression. Roar. The 10 demonic beasts almost simultaneously pounced, baring their sharp fangs or slashing down with their sharp claws. The assault was fierce, seeming as if they wanted to tear the Black Soul Beast apart directly. Bang, bang, roar. In an instant, the shadows of the beasts intertwined, and the roars echoed continuously. The chilling screams resounded throughout the wilderness, and the battle was intense. In the continuous clashes, the 10 demonic beasts suffered some injuries to varying degrees, and their combat power declined. However, the Black Soul Beast was also not doing well, even in the 8-armed fierce demon battle stance. Due to its lineage being only at the battle general level, facing 10 demonic beasts of similar strength put a lot of pressure on it. So far, it had been fighting these 10 demonic beasts for over half an hour. There were numerous injuries on its body, and its state had significantly deteriorated, no longer displaying the ferocity it had at the beginning. At this rate, it would be a maximum of 7 demonic beasts that it could kill, which would already be its limit. As for passing the assessment, there was not the slightest possibility. Damn it, Lu Ruyan was furious. She had gone to all this trouble to cultivate the Black Soul Beast to this level for the assessment. Yet the battle was far from the one-sided situation she had imagined. This truly left her somewhat disappointed. Moreover, that damn Jiang Chun might still be watching outside. She had to resolve the battle quickly. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. In front of Jiang Chun, she never admitted defeat and was even less willing to back down. Only by demonstrating absolute dominance could she prove that her choice had never been wrong. With this thought in mind, Lu Ruyan unconsciously accelerated the operation of her soul power, in addition to consuming soul power to maintain the Black Soul Beast's strong battle stance. She forced herself to push through the weakness that was continuously flooding her mind and urged her soul power. Talent, soul power surged, unleash. Buzz. In an instant, Lu Ruyan felt a thunderous roar explode in her head. Her vision darkened, and her body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the Black Soul Beast's state was the complete opposite of Lu Ruyan's. Roar. It let out an excited roar, as if it had been pumped full of adrenaline, and its momentum surged. Everyone saw a flash, and the Black Soul Beast left a residual image in place, instantly appearing in front of a demonic beast illusion. With 8 arms, it lifted the demonic beast illusion high and then tore it apart. A crisp sound echoed, and the demonic beast illusion instantly shattered into glowing fragments, disappearing without a trace. Immediately after, the Black Soul Beast charged forward again. Using the same method, it tore apart another demonic beast. In an instant, the situation that was still hard to determine had completely reversed, becoming a stage for the Black Soul Beast's one-sided massacre. Overbearing, arrogant, fierce. As one after another demonic beast illusion disappeared, the onlookers could only think of these words, utterly shocked. In their view, Not only had Lu Ruyin discovered the hidden evolution route of the Black Soul Beast, but she had also enabled it to display such combat power. It was unimaginable and truly astonishing. Chapter 46. So, did I pass the nightmare level difficulty? In the blink of an eye, under the overwhelming strength of the Black Soul Beast, the 10 demonic beasts in the image had completely vanished. Hell level assessment difficulty passed, granting level 3 Beast Master Qualification Certificate. Immediately after, a string of golden text appeared, and the image in the assessment room slowly dissipated, revealing Lu Ruyin and the Black Soul Beast in everyone's sight. Level 3 Beast Master Qualification Certificate. This girl is not simple. Until the assessment room regained its brightness, the staff responsible for the assessment exclaimed in disbelief. Normally, the Beast Master Qualification Certificates are divided into levels 1 to 9, with each level further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. The higher the level, the greater the privileges one could enjoy in the various Beastmaster guilds across Hanxia. In her first assessment, Lu Ruyin not only passed the Hell level difficulty, but also obtained the certification for a level 3 Beastmaster Qualification Certificate, which is quite astonishing in the records of all Beastmaster guilds in Hanxia. What is even rarer is that Lu Ruyin's beast is the notoriously weak Black Soul Beast. Cultivating the Black Soul Beast to such a powerful level clearly shows Lu Ruyin's talent as a Beastmaster. This young girl is indeed extraordinary. It won't be long before a nationally renowned genius Beastmaster emerges in Yunjiang. Did you see that? The talent skill she used at the end seemed to greatly enhance the combat power of the beast. That beast's speed, strength, and combat power surged by more than 3 times. And that battle stance was also quite impressive. When I have time, I must study this evolution route thoroughly. The staff marveled, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lu Ruyin. A few of them, while excited, were already hastily leaving to report the situation here. It was rare for such a talented Beastmaster to emerge in Yunjiang, and they must pay special attention to her. The surging soul power is indeed a very good combat power enhancement talent. Jixia took a rare extra look at Lu Ruyin. In real combat, this type of talent is quite practical. However, that's all there is to it. She didn't say much. The Black Soul Beast always gave her a strange feeling, an instinctive aversion. As for Jiang Chun, he remained calm throughout. Lu Ruyin's talent is not weak. She possesses the Beast Tamer talent, Soul Power Surge, which can enhance the combat power of her beast by about 3 times for a short period after consuming soul power. He had known this long ago. Moreover, the bloodline of the Black Soul Beast had rapidly risen to the Battle General level, making it reasonable for her to pass the Hell level difficulty assessment. It turns out that the evolution route of demonization is like this. When compared carefully, it does seem to be significantly stronger than the dark evolution route I initially chose. Jiang Chun pondered silently. At this moment, Lu Ruyin also walked out of the assessment room. After losing her soul power infusion, the Black Soul Beast returned from its 8-armed demon state to its normal appearance. Only by reaching the Battle General level could it freely control the power brought by bloodline evolution without relying on the Beast Tamer's help. Otherwise, before this, it needed Lu Ruyin's soul power support to display its most powerful combat stance. This is also an important factor in the unbreakable bond between Beast Tamers and their beasts. Both need to cooperate to achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 effect, unleashing combat power far beyond the ordinary. It is precisely this kind of power that has allowed humanity to endure and resist fiercely in the millennium-long history of fighting against demons. Lu Ruyin's complexion was slightly pale, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had to consume soul power to maintain the Black Soul Beast's 8-armed demon combat stance, while also using her talent to enhance its combat power, which had depleted her soul power, leaving her looking somewhat listless. However, passing the Hell level difficulty assessment smoothly, even after living 2 lives. A flush of joy appeared on her face. She naturally held Jiang Yuntao's hand as they walked out of the assessment room. Ruyin, you are amazing. You passed the Hell level difficulty assessment. You are the greatest genius beast tamer in our Yunjiang, no, in the entire Hanxia. Jiang Yuntao was so excited that he was dancing with joy, not sparing any words of praise. Lu Ruyin smiled, extremely happy, and thoroughly enjoyed the flattery. As they passed by Jiang Chun, Lu Ruyin couldn't hide her pride, raising her eyebrows slightly. As for the Hell level difficulty, to me, it was just a warm-up. Saying this, she also glanced at Jixia beside Jiang Chun, clearly comparing herself. In response, both Jixia and Jiang Chun directly ignored her. Oh, I'm so hungry. What should we eat later? Jixia said. Don't worry, after I finish the assessment, we'll go have a big feast, Jiang Chun replied. The two chatted casually. And instead of the surprise Lu Ruyin had expected, they left her completely aside, without even a glance at her stunning performance. It was as if she didn't exist at all. How could Lu Ruyin tolerate this? Anger welled up inside her as she pushed Jiang Yuntao aside and stubbornly stood in front of Jiang Chun. Bastard! I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Lu Rian shouted angrily. Jiang Chen finally reacted slightly, glancing at Lu Rian with indifference before looking at Ji Xia. Is someone talking? I thought it was just a dog barking, quite noisy. You. Jiang Chen's completely dismissive attitude made Lu Rian furious. Bastard! Don't get too cocky. Lu Rian gritted her teeth. But thinking of the 5-colored soul flower already in her possession, she suppressed her anger and sneered. Do you believe that in 10 minutes you will be on your knees begging me? Jiang Chen also sneered. Idiot. He knew exactly what Lu Rian was thinking, believing that after passing the hell-level difficulty assessment, she could smoothly obtain the 5-colored soul flower to threaten him. Lu Rian was indeed overthinking. While she had the advantage of being the first to complete the assessment, he also had a backup plan. Regarding the little wolf, he had to get the 5-colored soul flower. Seeing Jiang Chen still indifferent, Lu Rian was furious. She thought Jiang Chen didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, so she didn't bother to beat around the bush any longer. Lu Rian smiled recklessly, her eyes filled with cold cruelty. At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I will choose the 5-colored soul flower as my reward for passing the hell-level difficulty assessment. And the key to healing your idiot wolf is the 5-colored soul flower. With that, Lu Rian changed her tone, saying lightly, of course. If you can get me the dragon saliva stone, I might consider helping you. After saying this, Lu Rian felt relaxed. With her arms crossed over her chest, she stood tall, sending out a signal that screamed, beg me, go ahead and beg me. Even if you do, I won't agree. Having said this, regardless of whether Jiang Chen had the dragon saliva stone, he would surely go to great lengths to get it for her. By then, the bloodline of the Black Soul Beast could be raised another level. After all, with the 5-colored soul flower in hand, Jiang Chen would have no choice but to submit to her, with no possibility of resistance. As for letting Jiang Chen know about the 5-colored soul flower in advance, it didn't matter to her since she was already going to obtain it. As long as she held the 5-colored soul flower, Jiang Chen would have to submit to her will, with no chance of resistance. No matter what, she was bound to win this time. Oh, seeing Lu Rian's victorious demeanor, Jiang Chen smiled. However, to cooperate with Lu Rian's performance, Jiang Chen pretended to be extremely surprised. Oh my, is that so? Lu Rian smiled even more proudly. She was eagerly anticipating that Jiang Chen would soon kneel down and tearfully beg for her forgiveness. However, the next second, to Lu Rian's astonishment, she saw Jiang Chen walk steadily into the number 002 assessment room, a smile full of intrigue on his face. Then what if I pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment? Chapter 47, Nightmare Level Difficulty. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, nor was it particularly emotional. However, within that calm tone lay an unparalleled confidence that was hard to doubt. Thus, even when he spoke such an astonishing claim as wanting to pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment, the staff momentarily did not react, instinctively nodding instead. What? You want to challenge the nightmare level difficulty? Lu Rian, on the other hand, looked as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide in disbelief. After Lu Rian shouted, the staff finally reacted. Nightmare level difficulty. Did I hear that right? Are you sure this isn't a joke? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, the entire corridor was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, dumbfounded. Not to mention Jiang Yuntao and Lu Rian. Even the staff were exclaiming in surprise. No one knew better than them what the nightmare level difficulty represented. It meant battling against 100 illusions with combat power, bloodline, and strength similar to one's own. That scene was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about, let alone implement. At least, in their many years in the Beast Tamer Guild, no one had the courage to challenge this level of difficulty. To make it even more ridiculous, the 3 words nightmare level were something they wouldn't even dare to mention when bragging. It was not something normal humans could achieve. And now, Jiang Chen was boldly claiming he would challenge something that was beyond human capability. How could this not astonish them? Little brother, I think you should reconsider. Although the assessment won't cause you any substantial harm, such a high difficulty test could lead to accidents. In past assessments, there have been cases where individuals with insufficient strength experienced intense shocks during the assessment, damaging their souls. Although such cases are rare, they have certainly occurred. They thought about how young Jiang Chen was to have already risen to the bronze-level Beast Master and did not want him to seek trouble for himself. From the beginning, they had seen the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Lu Rian. Therefore, after calming down, they only felt that Jiang Chen was acting out of spite and began to advise him. Little brother, there's no need to be impulsive. Yes, as long as you pass the assessment and obtain the Beast Master qualification certificate, the guild will reward you. There's no need to get angry. One should be grounded and not aim too high. It could be said that if Jiang Chen chose the hell level difficulty, they would still have some expectations. But if it were the nightmare level, there was completely no possibility. For a moment, they classified Jiang Chen as a vain and ignorant person, and their perception of him diminished significantly. Faced with everyone's persuasion, Jiang Chun appeared very calm. Originally, he only intended to choose the hell-level difficulty. However, he was more aware of the rules of the Beastmaster Guild. For first-time assessment rewards, there has always been a first-come, first-served order. This means that even if his performance in the hell-level difficulty is better than Lu Ruyan's, with a shorter time and stronger combat power, the 5-color soul flower would still only be awarded to Lu Ruyan. This is the rule of the Beastmaster Guild. The only way to break this rule is if the assessment certification authority is above Lu Ruyan's. In other words, after passing the assessment, the Beastmaster qualification certificate that Jiang Chun obtains must be at least level 4, above level 3. However, the highest authority obtained by passing the hell level assessment is only level 3. Only the nightmare level difficulty can grant Jiang Chun such authority and the right to choose before Lu Ruyan. Of course, he knew that the nightmare level difficulty assessment was extremely difficult, but he did not want to be constrained by Lu Ruyan and see her smug face. Naturally, Jiang Chun could only choose this way. I understand what you all mean. What I mean is, if I can pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment. At this point, Jiang Chun glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, then can the material she chose be mine? Seeing Jiang Chun's resolute attitude, the staff were troubled. Indeed, in the Beastmaster Guild, all resource distributions are divided according to the level of authority. If Jiang Chun can pass the nightmare level assessment, the authority of the Beastmaster qualification certificate he obtains would certainly be above Lu Ruyan's, thus allowing him to choose first. However, they fundamentally did not believe that Jiang Chun could pass the nightmare level assessment. Coupled with Lu Ruyan's outstanding performance in the assessment, she had already shown her value worth cultivating. As for Jiang Chun's strength, they knew nothing about it, and naturally, they did not want to offend Lu Ruyan, this talented Beastmaster, because of Jiang Chun's empty words. Okay, just as everyone was hesitating, a tall man strode over from the depths of the bright corridor. His strong voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Vice President Zhou. Upon seeing the man, all the staff respectfully saluted and stepped aside. This man was Zhou Dechuan, the vice president of the Beastmaster Guild's Yunjiang branch and the main person in charge of the Yunjiang Beastmaster Guild branch. Zhou Dechuan approached the crowd, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruyan before landing on Jiang Chun. He had a standard square face, and when not smiling, he gave off a serious aura, creating a sense of pressure. After scrutinizing Jiang Chun for a moment, Zhou Dechuan said sternly, as long as you can pass the nightmare level assessment, I can make the decision to let you choose first. Once he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. A few staff members looked at Zhou Dechuan in confusion, surprised. They knew very well the vice president's temperament. He never did anything meaningless. Logically speaking, Lu Ruyan had genuinely passed the hell level assessment and should be the focus of their efforts. Yet now, Zhou Dechuan seemed to disregard Lu Ruyan's feelings and made a decisive statement. Did the vice president really believe this kid could pass the nightmare level difficulty? Everyone's hearts trembled, feeling a sense of unease. However, Zhou Dechuan paid no attention to their thoughts. He turned to Jiang Chun and confirmed confidently, what I say is what it is. All right, then there's no problem. Since the person in charge had spoken, there was nothing more to hesitate about. He no longer hesitated and walked to the center of the assessment room, sitting steadily under the apparatus. Then let me see if this nightmare level difficulty is truly a nightmare. The apparatus activated, a gust of wind surged, and the wasteland reappeared. Subsequently, bloodthirsty, violent crimson pupils opened in the darkness. Chapter 48, Truly Capable. Roar. The 100 beasts howled, their voices shaking like dragons. 100 ferocious beast shadows slowly emerged, and just the overwhelming sound of their roars seemed to shake the entire wasteland, intimidating everyone. 100 demon beasts and magical beasts gathered together, their fierce aura soaring to the sky. Even though it was only a virtual illusion and merely observed from outside the assessment room, it still sent shivers down people's spines and left them in shock. Jiang Chun, in the midst of the assessment, faced this overwhelming momentum, looking so slender. He seemed like a lone boat in a storm, about to be swallowed by the tsunami-like waves at any moment. Is this the nightmare level difficulty assessment? Watching that visually impactful scene, everyone seemed frozen in place, feeling dry in their mouths. Even the numerous staff had never seen such a shocking scene before and were astonished. The onlookers outside the assessment room, only Zhou Dechuan, Lu Ruyan, and Jixia appeared somewhat calm. 100 Lord Bloodline battle servants at the 9-star Beastmaster level was truly unbelievable. Perhaps only Lord Tianqi, when establishing the Beastmaster Guild and setting these assessment contents, could have imagined such a scene. Zhou Dechuan's pupils trembled, and he unconsciously clenched his fists behind him, his blood boiling. Even after so many years in the Beastmaster Guild, this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ruyan completely relaxed. The smug expression on her face was unmistakable, and her smile carried a hint of ridicule. as the saddest thing for a person is to be blind to their own strength. Just a clown seeking attention, yet daring to covet my 5-color soul flower. Truly wishful thinking. Saying this, she turned to Jiang Yuntao and smugly said, "Watch, I bet that in 3 seconds. This bastard Jiang Chun will be torn apart by those illusions," looking utterly defeated. "That's for sure." Jiang Yuntao, feeling apprehensive, strongly agreed. At the same time, he did not forget to mock. "I think someone is going to seek their own suffering. I'm just afraid the soul shock is too intense and turns him into an idiot. That would be interesting." The two laughed as if no one else was around. Their laughter extremely grating. Ji Xia looked at the smug faces of the two and her expression changed repeatedly. This foolish boy must have been blinded by grease. How could he have fallen for such a thing? She looked at them with disdain and disgust. Regardless of the outcome of Jiang Chen's assessment, at least he had the courage to challenge himself. The courage to challenge the nightmare-level difficulty in his first assessment was rare, even in the entire Hanxiao region. Yet now, the battle hadn't even begun, and Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao had already jumped out to mock him. It truly made her look down on them from the bottom of her heart. Ji Xia disdainfully glanced at the two and said loudly, "Coincidentally, my view is completely different from yours. In this assessment, he will definitely pass." She just couldn't stand the two scheming together, mocking others. Although in her heart, she also felt that Jiang Chen's chances of passing the assessment this time were slim, she couldn't let the momentum weaken. No matter the outcome, the spirit must not lose. As her voice fell, everyone glanced at Ji Xia, but no one echoed her. Many sighed and shook their heads. Deep down, they simply couldn't believe Jiang Chun could pass the assessment. Any talk of definitely passing the assessment was viewed as self-deception, merely a joke to laugh at. It was only because Ji Xia was a golden-level beast master and quite pleasing to the eye that they tolerated her words. Otherwise, if someone else had said such things, they would have laughed out loud without hesitation. "Heh," Ji Xia sneered, taking note of everyone's expressions. Especially the whispered laughter between Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao made her blood boil. She gritted her teeth, staring at Jiang Chun in the assessment illusion. Feeling a surge of anger, "Jiang Chun, you must give me some face." Outside the assessment room, it was noisy and chaotic, while inside, it was not calm either. Jiang Chun was unusually serious, focusing intently on the 100 illusions ahead, not daring to be careless. Among these illusions, the majority were beast-like creatures, with quite a number of demon beasts as well, at least a dozen or so. More importantly, Jiang Chun also noticed a few impressive figures among these beasts, weaving in and out of the herd, hiding. Even from a distance, he felt a chilling sense of danger. It seemed that even the most ferocious demon illusions were mixed in this assessment. They really think highly of me, even arranging for demon illusions. Jiang Chun shook his head self-deprecatingly. That said, he felt no fear. What if they were demon beasts? What if they were monsters? Illusions are ultimately just illusions. Even if real demons or beasts appeared before him, he would not feel the slightest fear. The belief of the strong always moves forward. "Little wolf, are you ready?" Jiang Chun turned to the little wolf that had been waiting by his side. "Howl." "Good." Jiang Chun smiled and turned his gaze back to the 100 illusions, his eyes becoming exceptionally firm. "Let's go." With a low growl from the little wolf, everyone saw a flash of white light shoot out, charging into the midst of the illusions with a fearless attitude. Immediately, the sound of shattering ice crystals rang out as 3 or 4 illusions had their necks shattered with a single strike and vanished in an instant. The little wolf's attack was impressive right from the start. After advancing to the rank of battle servant at 9 stars, its ice elemental power had become even more concentrated. With one paw strike, it brought forth bone-chilling ice, demonstrating immense lethality. "This little ice snow wolf cub seems to be extraordinary," several staff members exclaimed. They were merely responsible for ordinary reception work in the Beastmaster Guild, with their ranks only at bronze 2 stars, slightly above Jiang Chun. The little wolf's sudden and swift attack left them barely able to comprehend what happened. Among the crowd, Zhou Duchuan's keen eyes were more discerning. After just one glance, he roughly deduced the little wolf's combat attributes: a speed close to 20 meters per second and an explosive power exceeding 200 kilograms. Truly a beast with a lord-level bloodline. Its combat power was astonishing. Zhou Duchuan's eyes sparkled as he nodded to himself. Ji Xia remarked, "Such combat power far exceeds that of ordinary elite-level beasts. Once it advances to elite level, with its innate bloodline advantage, it will become even stronger." Hearing this, many people expressed astonishment. They looked at Jiang Chun, filled with envy. They hadn't expected him to have such skill. Chapter 49. The despair brought by numbers. The one-sided situation they imagined did not occur, which surprised them somewhat. This is the power of high-level bloodline beasts. With the support of bloodline strength, the combat power they can exert far exceeds their own level. The little wolf, bearing the bloodline of the Ice Snow Wolf King, ranks among the top, even among many lord-level bloodline beasts. Even though the illusions generated in the assessment also had Lord-level bloodlines, their attributes were highly consistent with the little wolf. But when it came to actual combat, there was still some difference. After all, illusions are ultimately just illusions, reliant on rigid data attributes from instruments. Even if their attributes were similar to the little wolf's, the combat power they could exert would still differ. No, it's more than that. Watching the little wolf darting left and right, taking down several illusions, Zhou Dechuan seemed to discover something. He added, "This little wolf's timing and angles of attack are excellent, almost always achieving one-hit kills, clean and efficient. Its combat experience is comparable to some seasoned beast masters." The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Among so many illusions, the little wolf always managed to find a few isolated ones, striking fiercely at their vital points. This kind of combat experience cannot be simulated by the rigid attributes of instruments. Only through constant battles, with the conscious training by the beast master, can such results be achieved. Without at least half a year of accumulation, it would be impossible. Otherwise, even if the little wolf's bloodline were quite advanced, it could not reach such a level. Zhou Dechuan looked at Jiang Chun, who stood calmly at the back, directing the battle with an indifferent expression, and his gaze changed. No wonder he is a gifted beast master. In such a short time, he has managed to cultivate a beast to this level. It's truly impressive. Indeed worth my personal visit. Hearing Zhou Dechuan praise Jiang Chun like this, the staff members were somewhat taken aback. Zhou Dechuan was usually a very serious person with exceptionally high standards. At least, so far, they had not seen him praise anyone like this. Is this person really that impressive? They instinctively looked at Jiang Chun, their thoughts gradually wavering. Could he really pass the nightmare-level assessment? But just then, Lu Ruyan spoke up. He's just playing a little trick, seizing the initiative. Taking advantage of the enemy's disorganized formation, he can only rely on luck to defeat a few illusions. After she finished speaking, those who had previously doubted her thoughts became convinced again. Indeed, as Lu Ruyan said, at the start of the battle, the illusions of the beasts and demon beasts in the assessment could not organize effective attacks. Although it was 1 against 100, in reality, only a few could actually attack the little wolf. However, once these illusions organized into a proper formation, it would be difficult for the little wolf to continue picking them off one by one. There was a high probability it would be overwhelmed by such a large number of beast and demon illusions. It had to be so. Zhang Yuntao echoed. He can only be arrogant for a little while before being torn apart. The two supported each other, believing without a doubt that Jiang Chun could not last long under the siege of so many beasts and demon illusions. Indeed, this could only be considered an appetizer before the assessment. The real battle was probably just beginning. Many people shook their heads and sighed, agreeing with the two. The reality indeed unfolded as they had imagined. After continuously defeating a few illusions, all the beast and demon illusions seemed to receive some kind of command simultaneously. Moving in perfect unison, they no longer waited, roaring as they charged forward. As for their target, it was crystal clear. Suddenly, the entire wasteland was thrown into chaos. A dense mass of various beast and demon illusions rushed towards the little wolf. Like a black torrent, they almost swallowed the little wolf. In front of the 80 or 90 demon beasts and monster illusions, the little wolf was solitary and helpless. Anyone in such a situation could only feel despair. However, Jiang Chun was not among them. After all, he was once a figure standing at the top of the pet taming world in Hanxia, having fought in countless battles. He had experienced many battles that were more complicated and had a greater numerical disadvantage than this one. For him, this scene was just ordinary. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, how would he dare to directly challenge the nightmare-level difficulty assessment? Jiang Chun's combat thinking was clear. Naturally, he could think of what others could. He knew that once the demon beasts and monster illusions entangled the little wolf, even though it had made rapid progress in combat skills and experience during the 10-day special training, it would still be overpowered and would face instant defeat. Jiang Chun decisively ordered the little wolf to avoid their sharp edges. The little wolf responded quickly, unexpectedly eliminating a few illusions before turning around to run. Not wanting to engage in battle at all, while the little wolf was escaping, Jiang Chun was not idle. He stood at a distance, observing the overall situation. And whenever there was an opportunity, he would let the little wolf strike decisively. Little wolf, ice claw attack. Sure enough, after running a few hundred meters, a few slightly faster monster beasts broke away from the main force. Jiang Chun seized the opportunity and commanded the little wolf to turn back and strike with a claw. One monster beast could not dodge in time and fell to the ground with a thud. Unfortunately, this time the little wolf did not strike at the monster's vital points. It stumbled and rolled a few times before roaring and getting back up to continue the chase. Alas, it was a pity that this time it only struck the monster's front limb. If that claw could have hit the neck or abdomen, it would have definitely been a one-hit kill. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but feel regret for Jiang Chun. Although they did not hold out much hope for him to pass such a difficult assessment, they still thought it was good to hold on a bit longer. In the few seconds they were lamenting, the little wolf struck again and knocked down several monster beasts in succession. But the result was the same as before, only causing some scratches without completely eliminating them. Soon, more and more monster beasts and demon illusions were injured by the little wolf's attacks. Without exception, they still had fighting strength and did not suffer fatal injuries. It's over. Given such a high difficulty assessment, it's already remarkable that he can hold on for so long. Some people shook their heads in disappointment. However, deep down, they had a bit more admiration for Jiang Chun. To be able to last this long in such a difficult battle was already impressive to them. What they regretted was that if the little wolf's attacks hadn't gone astray, perhaps it could have eliminated a few more illusions. Thinking this, they prepared to leave. Strangely, at this moment, Zhou Dechuan, Ji Xia, and even Lu Rian, who had initially been so certain that Jiang Chun would fail, all stood still, showing no signs of leaving. The three of them were fixated on the images in the assessment room. Their expressions varied, yet they did not move an inch, their eyes growing brighter. Was there going to be a turnaround? The crowd was puzzled and looked back at the assessment room. Upon glancing, they were almost scared to death. In the images, the demon beasts and monster illusions that had been chasing the little wolf had disappeared by more than half. Moreover, this trend was accelerating. It looked like Jiang Chun was about to pass the assessment. What on earth happened? Chapter 50, Demon and Monster Illusions. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. They had originally thought that in such an intense battle, the little wolf would be exhausted, frequently making mistakes, and that defeat was merely a matter of time. They hurriedly looked at the images. No, those illusions were still there. They had not truly suffered fatal injuries or disappeared. Soon, someone noticed something was off. They saw that behind the main force of demon beasts and monster illusions chasing the little wolf, there were still some illusions either crawling painfully on the ground or greatly reduced in speed, barely stabilizing themselves as they slowly chased forward. Due to the freezing effect of the ice claws, the actions of those illusions were impaired, significantly hindering the speed of the main force's pursuit. Some, caught off guard, were even trampled by the pursuing illusions from behind, completely losing their fighting strength. This situation worsened as more and more illusions were attacked by the little wolf. The reason they had mistakenly believed that most of the illusions had been eliminated by Jiang Chun was entirely due to the actions of these illusions being impaired and being blocked by others, temporarily disappearing from the images. Upon seeing this, someone finally realized Jiang Chun's intent. That little wolf was being deliberate. It hadn't shown its true strength yet. It wasn't a mistake. It was intentionally scratching those monster beasts to impair their movements, hindering the main force's pursuit while causing them to weaken themselves, consuming some of the illusion's fighting strength. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped in shock. Who on earth was this person? Such outstanding decision-making and adaptability. I see that the assessment information he registered seems to be named Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun. Could he be the one who had a talent mutation and gained the level pet taming talent? Many staff members couldn't help but become concerned about Jiang Chun's identity. When someone mentioned Jiang Chun's name, they became even more agitated. The only level pet tamer in Yunjiang City, a rising star, the name Jiang Chun was indeed ringing in their ears. No wonder he had the courage to challenge the nightmare-level difficulty assessment. No wonder he had such excellent combat command skills. He truly deserved to be called a genius with level pet taming talent. The crowd was astonished. There was no longer any doubt in their eyes, only admiration. I said, how could Vice President Zhou risk offending a genius who passed the hell-level difficulty assessment? He must have known his identity all along. Some people also suddenly realized that Zhou Dechuan must have known Jiang Chun's identity, which was why he didn't take Lu Rian seriously. While it was rare for Lu Rian to pass the hell-level difficulty assessment, compared to a top genius with level pet taming talent, it seemed less impressive. And indeed, whether Jiang Chun could pass the nightmare-level difficulty assessment was still uncertain, but just based on his current performance, he had already surpassed Lu Rian. After all, although what the little wolf was doing seemed easy to say, if one were in that situation, no one would have confidence in being able to create such an effect in such a difficult assessment. Everyone knew that if it were them, they would probably be torn to shreds before even causing any casualties to those demon beasts and monster illusions. The reason it looked so easy for the little wolf was that its combat talent was simply too powerful. Impressive. Truly impressive. The Ice Snow Wolf King was already the top lineage among Lord-level pet beasts, and that little wolf's potential was terrifying. Jiang Chun was also remarkable, with excellent strategic vision and precise command. The cooperation between the pet and the pet master was truly enjoyable to watch. For a moment, praises and exclamations of admiration filled the air. In such a short time, Jiang Chun had conquered everyone present with what could be called a perfect performance. Of course, Lu Rian and Zhang Yuntao were exceptions. They would never accept Jiang Chun and wished nothing more than to see him torn apart by those illusions and fail miserably. Rian, what should we do? It seems like this guy is really going to pass the assessment, Zhang Yuntao said anxiously. Lu Rian's face was dark, her expression equally grim. And she rarely snapped at Zhang Yuntao. What are you shouting about? He hasn't succeeded yet. She was thoroughly annoyed. From the very beginning, she had made all the plans. But now, everything was completely different from what she had imagined. She never expected that after Jiang Chun contracted with Little Wolf, he could train it to be this powerful in such a short time. Even though she resolutely allowed the Black Soul Beast to become demonized, greatly increasing its strength, she thought it would be able to overpower Jiang Chun. But now it seems that if the Black Soul Beast were to face Little Wolf, it would have no chance of winning at all. Why? Why is this happening? Lu Ruyan felt a bit flustered and somewhat withdrawn at that moment. Meanwhile, the battle in the assessment room was gradually nearing its end. Jiang Chen's dog-walking strategy was very successful, as most of the illusions had already lost their combat capability. Some had even started to disappear slowly due to worsening injuries. Fortunately, everything in this assessment was simulated real combat. Otherwise, if these illusions couldn't be injured and wouldn't have any negative states, Little Wolf's ice claws wouldn't be as effective. Thankfully, after more than half an hour, only 10 magical beasts were still in pursuit. The number was still considerable, but compared to before, the difficulty had been greatly reduced. Good job, Little Wolf, just like that. Jiang Chun was highly focused, occasionally glancing towards a dark corner. There, an illusion remained inactive. From beginning to end, it had been hiding in the darkness, like a statue. Jiang Chun felt a sense of vigilance within. If he had any concerns about this assessment, it would be that particular demon illusion. At the same level, the combat power of demons was at the top tier. Jiang Chun knew that the real battle was only just beginning and had to be treated with caution. Roar. Bang. At that moment, an exhausted roar sounded, and the last magical beast still chasing Little Wolf fell to the ground. Although it was an illusion, its eyes revealed an emotional frustration. Since the battle began, they hadn't even managed to touch Little Wolf once, which was truly frustrating. Unfortunately, the freezing effect of the ice claws was still ongoing, and its limbs were covered with ice shards, clear as crystal, completely limiting its mobility. Aside from the one inactive demon illusion, the other remaining illusions in the assessment were in the same state. One could say they were all lambs waiting to be slaughtered, no longer able to pose a threat to Little Wolf. Next, whether they could pass the assessment depended on this final battle. Zhou Dechuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shining with anticipation. They must do well. Unfortunately, she had only chosen the held difficulty level at that time, and once she obtained the Beastmaster qualification certificate, she could no longer participate in such assessments. She only needed to keep slaying demons to accumulate merit points to improve the permissions and levels of her certificate. Otherwise, she would have wanted to try if she could pass the nightmare difficulty with her current self. Hiss. Before Ji Xia could think more, a sharp hissing sound rang out. The demon illusion that had been hiding in the shadows moved. Chapter 51. Human-Faced Demon Spider. In an instant, streams of demonic energy surged from the ground, fierce and violent. The brutal and bloody aura instantly enveloped the entire wasteland, creating an immense sense of pressure. Amidst the thick, demonic energy, a sinister, eerie face with a creepy, sinister laugh slowly emerged. Just a glance made one feel as if their soul would be devoured. The human-faced demon spider. The expressions of the people outside the assessment room changed drastically, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back, pressing against the wall, their faces turning pale. This was a demon, the deepest nightmare in everyone's heart. Even though the human-faced demon spider was the lowest tier among all demons, it still made them feel fear and panic from the depths of their hearts. Ha ha ha. Demons, truly demon illusions. Lu Rian was overjoyed. The terror of demons was well known. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disturbed humanity for thousands of years. Even the lowest tier demons had an unimaginable level of horror. She had already lost hope for the five-colored soul flower. But now, seeing the appearance of the human-faced demon spider, Lu Rian's hope was rekindled. Tear it apart. Tear it apart right now. Lu Rian leaned forward, laughing heartily. Completely absorbed in the images from the assessment room, she clawed at the air, looking quite manic, to the point of being somewhat abnormal, attracting the attention of quite a few people. They all looked at Lu Ruyan with strange expressions, filled with disdain. Ruyan, calm down. Under the scrutiny of so many peculiar gazes, Jiang Yuntao felt his face turn red, feeling like a monkey in a zoo, and hurriedly tugged at Lu Ruyan's sleeve. Obviously, Lu Ruyan, who was wholeheartedly hoping for Jiang Chen's failure in the assessment, completely ignored him. Helpless, Jiang Yuntao could only silently step back a bit to avoid being misunderstood as a lunatic. The human-faced demon spider was adept at mental attacks, striking at the soul. Although the strength limit of the battle servant at the 9 stars level limited the damage of the human-faced demon spider's mental attacks, Its 8 spider legs were like steel bars, with extremely strong piercing power, making it not easy to deal with. Jixia had no time to pay attention to the eccentric couple. She couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Chun. Little Wolf had great potential, but how much could Jiang Chun dig out in such a short time? The physique of demons was notoriously tough, and she couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Chun. That's right. Zhou Dechuan kept his gaze steady, picking up on Jixia's words, but the battle servant at the 9 stars level, like this Little Wolf, was still in its juvenile stage. That said, Zhou Dechuan wasn't completely sure. Everything in the assessment was conducted through illusions, but they were a 100 restoration of real combat. As the battle continued, Little Wolf had already consumed a lot. If it continued, Zhou Dechuan felt uneasy. The reactions of the spectators outside varied, but the battle in the images was about to ignite again. Jiang Chun stood in place, his palms sweating uncontrollably. The fierce, violent, bloodthirsty feeling was familiar, making his body tremble. However, it wasn't nervousness, but excitement. He craved such an enemy. With Little Wolf's current combat power, whether it was a demon beast or a magical beast, it was hard to pose a threat to it. Only such demons were worthy opponents. They could perfectly stimulate the potential within Little Wolf. Little Wolf, defeat it, and draw a perfect conclusion to today's battle. Roar. Little Wolf crouched low, its body pressed against the ground, taking on a hunting stance. It panted heavily, as the prolonged guerrilla warfare had consumed 90% of its stamina. Even so, in its eyes, there was no sign of fatigue or weariness. What remained was just the boiling blood flowing deep within, a fierce fighting spirit. It was a natural fighter. Roar. Facing the fierce momentum of the human-faced demon spider, Little Wolf showed no fear and lunged forward. Hiss. The human-faced demon spider also swung its 8 spider legs at the same time, charging rapidly. Little Wolf was extremely fast, its sharp claws striking the human-faced demon spider repeatedly, leaving behind pale claw marks. The human-faced demon spider was not to be outdone, biting with its sharp teeth and piercing with its sharp legs, forcing Little Wolf back time and again. In just a few minutes, both had numerous wounds, and the battle was intense. Of course, Little Wolf's injuries were somewhat more serious. It had eliminated nearly 100 illusions, and it was close to its limit. Its speed, reflexes, and even attacks had dropped a notch, no longer as fierce. As the wounds on its body increased, Little Wolf gradually fell into a downturn. Even worse, the hissing sound of the human-faced demon spider almost carried a faint soul attack. After Little Wolf's strength had increased, its wolf soul was already unstable. Continuous exposure to such soul-type attacks left it with no strength, feeling drowsy, and its movements became sluggish. It had to hold on. Jiang Chun watched with concern. In this situation, even he had no good solutions. Having reached this point, he could only hope that the Little Wolf was strong enough to squeeze out its potential and break through its limits in a desperate situation. Fortunately, Jiang Chun continuously supplied soul power to help the Little Wolf withstand some soul shocks, allowing it to maintain some level of consciousness and not completely lose its ability to fight back. However, as the battle continued, the Little Wolf's condition deteriorated, making it increasingly difficult to contend with the human-faced demon spider. Under the relentless attacks of the human-faced demon spider, the Little Wolf was repeatedly knocked away, only to rise again, swaying and dragging its exhausted body to fend off the spider's attacks time and again. It was truly a resilient little creature. Jixia bit her lip, feeling a bit pained. She could see that the Little Wolf had reached its limit. Continuing this kind of battle was meaningless. It would only be a one-sided torment, even if it was just an illusion. The 100 sense of reality would make the Little Wolf feel the most genuine pain in this torment. Even Jiang Chun would empathize and endure great soul shocks. She opened her mouth, wanting to tell Jiang Chun to stop, but as she looked at Jiang Chun's tightly clenched jaw and unwavering gaze in the image, she swallowed her words. Ha ha ha, it's over. In the end, he is going to fail. Unlike Jixia, Lu Rian clapped her hands and laughed, reveling in the moment. She had transformed the Black Soul Beast into a demon to pass the Hell-level difficulty assessment. If Jiang Chun passed the Nightmare-level difficulty and surpassed her, she would really go crazy. TCH. The Little Wolf was once again hit by the human-faced demon spider, unable to dodge. One of its spider legs pierced through half of its body, blood gushing out. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Chun. Alas, in this final step, he ultimately couldn't make it. He was the closest and most hopeful beastmaster to catch up with Lord Tianqi. Zhou Dechuan shook his head, feeling mixed emotions. However, at that moment, a sharp female soprano pierced through the eardrums, sounding almost insane. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a war servant level ice snow wolf king cub possibly master that power? Chapter 52, Wolf Dragon Blood Fury. Lu Rian's voice was sharp, clutching her head as if she had suffered a tremendous mental shock, nearly breaking down. At first glance, she seemed to have gone mad. But this time, No one paid attention to her. Everyone sensed something at the same time and looked up at the assessment room. Roar, roar. In the assessment image, at some unknown time, the little wolf's entire body radiated a faint light. No one knew if it was an illusion or what, but they could only hear alternating sounds of dragon roars and wolf howls. The human-faced demon spider illusion seemed to sense something and emitted sharp shrieks, filled with fear. It retreated in panic. Strangely, the little wolf floated in midair, golden light transforming into strands of golden lines, merging and illuminating within its bloodline. Blood energy surged. Even Jiang Chun, watching the little wolf's changes, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It worked. It succeeded. The trace of divine dragon power contained in the dragon's saliva stone had completely merged into the little wolf's bloodline during this high-intensity battle, becoming part of its power. Jiang Chen's gaze was intense. His soul power surged, and without hesitation, he commanded the little wolf to unleash this ultimate move. Roar! Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a layer of blood color enveloped the little wolf's eyes, and with a long howl, it resembled both a dragon's roar and a wolf's howl. The roar was deafening, exuding incredible pressure. Immediately, the little wolf showed no sign of weakness. Its fighting spirit soared. Even its momentum increased several levels. In that instant, the little wolf's combat power skyrocketed, almost reaching the elite level tier. Its battle power had increased by at least 3 times, and by the looks of it, it was even more terrifying than Lu Ruyan's talent of soul power surge. Roar! Unmatched power filled its entire body, and the little wolf seemed to be burning. Its blood boiling. It leaped into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages that were hard to see with the naked eye. Meanwhile, its wolf claws were completely covered in a layer of bone-chilling frost, emitting a cold aura. TCH. A flash of cold light passed, and the ferocious human-faced demon spider was split in two, collapsing in response. Then, a string of golden text, accompanied by a powerful prompt sound, completely dominated everyone's senses. Nightmare-level difficulty assessment, passed, reward, honor black gold beast master qualification certificate. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire venue was silent. One could hear a pin drop. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with that string of golden text. He passed? Among the crowd, someone was the first to tremble and speak. Then, the second floor of the Beastmaster Guild erupted. Wow. 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 Nightmare level. Black gold Beastmaster qualification certificate. Is he even human? No. Someone tell me if this is all an illusion. I can't tell. I really can't tell. Everyone struggled to contain their excitement. One by one, they turned red with excitement, waving their arms and legs, unable to control their shock. It can be said that at this moment, Jiang Chun completely created history, creating the history of their entire Beastmaster Guild. Jiang Chun became the first person to pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment since the founding of the Beastmaster Guild. His future is limitless. Zhou Duchuan's serious face finally revealed a smile, feeling greatly relieved. He could already see a star about to shine over the entire Hanxia, radiating brilliance. Outside, cheers erupted, but inside the assessment room, Jiang Chun was utterly exhausted. He sat in the device, smiling at the equally worn-out little wolf, who was on the verge of collapse. Little wolf, you're amazing. This time, you surprised me. Jiang Chun patted the little wolf's head, still feeling a bit excited. Wolf Dragon Blood Fury is not an ordinary skill. It is the little wolf's ultimate move. When unleashed, its power is astonishing, increasing combat power by more than 3 times and directly putting the little wolf into a berserk state. In this state, even the fierce demon, the human-faced demon spider, was easily killed by the little wolf. It was exceptionally fierce. However, such an ultimate move cannot be executed solely by the little wolf. It requires Jiang Chen's soul power as support. In such a short time, Jiang Chen already felt his soul power was nearly depleted. It is indeed powerful. But based on my current soul power, I can only maintain the little wolf in a berserk state for a maximum of 10 seconds. This is a big killing move, and the timing for its use must be grasped well. Once my level increases and my soul power grows, I can allow the little wolf to unleash an even stronger combat power for a longer duration. Jiang Chun felt satisfied, resting for more than half an hour before barely recovering some spirit. He put the little wolf back into the Beastmaster ring to rest and walked out of the assessment room. Clap, clap, clap. Just as he stepped out, he was met with waves of applause, each louder than the last. Amazing. Even Ji Xia gave a thumbs up, praising him extravagantly for the little wolf's performance this time. He was also quite satisfied. If the little wolf continues to maintain this growth rate, then even a year later, when the beast tide strikes, I should also be able to have the strength to protect Grandpa and the others. Jiang Chen still remembers the tragic scene of Yunjing City's downfall. The stronger the little wolf becomes, the more confident he is in facing that disaster. Everything he is doing now is for that purpose. Of course, there is also Lu Ruyan. The grudges between him and Lu Ruyan will soon come to an end. He doesn't know if Lu Ruyan has heard his thoughts. But she has a sour expression, her eyes filled with resentment, resembling a discarded wife. The dragon saliva stone is indeed in his hands. The moment she saw the little wolf comprehend, wolf dragon fury, she knew that the dragon saliva stone had definitely been seized by Jiangchen first. Her mind was in chaos. She couldn't understand how Jiangchen managed to obtain the dragon saliva stone, and even more so, why the little wolf could grow so quickly in such a short time, not only passing the hell level difficulty assessment, but also comprehending the ultimate move, wolf dragon fury. She had witnessed the power of the black soul beast firsthand. A grown black soul beast would not be a match for the little wolf at all. However, now the situation seemed completely different from what she had anticipated, even if she spared no expense to allow the black soul beast to undergo demonic evolution. It seemed to still fall short compared to the little wolf. This was something she wouldn't have dared to imagine in her previous life. Did I make the wrong choice? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Chapter 53. A shocking secret? What should we do, Ruyan? Her expression dimmed as she glanced at Jiang Yuntao, then looked at Jiang Chun, who was surrounded by admirers, and a bitter taste welled up in her heart. But soon, Lu Ruyan's gaze became resolute again. No, I will never be wrong. This time, every choice I made is what I yearned for in my past life. It is my obsession that I could not obtain. Having finally achieved all this, how could I be wrong? Indeed, although there were some unexpected developments during the process, the outcome would definitely not change. Brother Yuntao, it's okay. Lu Ruyan comforted Jiang Yuntao. But obviously, this kind of comfort was of no use at this moment. Jiang Yuntao wore a mournful expression, almost on the verge of tears. From the very beginning, he had not believed that Lu Ruyan could defeat Jiang Chun with the Black Soul Beast. This distrust gradually faded during the 10 days when Lu Ruyan stole their family's savings and rapidly cultivated the Black Soul Beast into a 6-star battle servant. Lu Ruyan's ability in nurturing beasts impressed him greatly. Then, within one night, the Black Soul Beast completed its bloodline evolution, leveling up. And Lu Ruyan also used special methods to elevate her Palm Bear's level, which made him fully believe that Lu Ruyan could defeat Jiang Chun. However, this trust completely crumbled the moment he witnessed Jiang Chun pass the nightmare-level difficulty assessment. The little wolf had become this strong. How could the Black Soul Beast possibly be its opponent? They had to hand over the contract with the beast if they lost the bet. If it came to that, how would he be any different from a useless person? Most importantly, Lu Ruyan had even told Jiang Chun about the 5-color soul flower, which was related to the little wolf's innate soul injury. Even if the Black Soul Beast couldn't defeat the little wolf later, it wouldn't be able to threaten Jiang Chun anymore. They would have lost their only bargaining chip. How could he not be anxious? However, Lu Ruyan was completely uninterested in Jiang Yuntao's concerns. She remained proud, standing at the edge of the crowd, watching Jiang Chun. I admit you won this time. But the one who will lose utterly in the academy selection will definitely be you. Holding back her frustration, Lu Ruyan had no desire to stay any longer. She felt that the people here were particularly glaring, their laughter particularly grating, and she silently left with a stern face. Lu Ruyan's departure did not attract anyone's attention. No one noticed. At this moment, everyone's focus was on Jiang Chun. A group of staff surrounded Jiang Chun, filled with admiration. In a testing area, making such a ruckus was quite inappropriate. Jiang Chun, congratulations. From now on, you are a member of our Beastmaster Association and a part of the entire Hansha Beastmaster family. Having this not only represents Jiang Chun's status in the Beastmaster Association, but also allows for the allocation of certain resources, which is of great significance. Thank you. Vice President Zhou. Wearing it, Jiang Chun felt that his soul power recovery speed had increased a bit, which surprised him. Therefore, he didn't understand it very well. Zhou Dechuan noticed Jiang Chun's confusion and explained, it is not only a symbol of status, but also a rare soul weapon that can help you recover soul power. Additionally, you can inject soul power into it to activate the Holy Light Guardian's defensive barrier. The stronger your soul power, the stronger this defense will be. Jiang Chun understood. Once a day is not too bad. Compared to this limitation on usage, Jiang Chun was more concerned about the function of the Holy Light Guardian. Soul weapons that can enhance the effect of soul power are rare. It is indeed a growth-type soul weapon, very practical. Vice President Zhou. The 5-color soul flower belongs to me now, right? The 5-color soul flower is crucial for the little wolf's recovery, and Jiang Chun naturally valued it immensely. Of course, it has been prepared for you. Zhou Dechuan nodded, gesturing for a staff member to bring over a purple wooden brocade box. Inside the brocade box lay a flower with 5 petals of different colors, exuding a rich soul aura. It was exactly the 5-color soul flower that Jiang Chun had been longing for. Jiang Chun was not polite and directly placed the 5-color soul flower into his Beastmaster ring. With this, he finally had no more worries. With the 5-color soul flower in hand, Jiang Chun hurried to heal the little wolf, giving a nod to Zhou Dachuan before preparing to leave. Before he left, he still asked Zhou Dachuan, "By the way, what about those two?" He was referring to Lu Rian and Jiang Yuntao. To prevent Lu Rian from causing any more trouble, he needed to keep track of their movements. They left early, Zhou Dachuan replied. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Chun seriously and reminded him, by the way, before she left, she also took a special material from the Association's warehouse, obsidian. Obsidian? Jiang Chun paused. Obsidian is extremely rare, a material of the dark type. And its uses are limited, so even though it is a rare special material, it is not very popular in the Beastmaster community. Lu Rian could take advantage of her level 3 authority. The only thing Jiang Chun knew was that some demons were extremely fond of obsidian. Is she trying to replace the dragon saliva stone to help the black soul beast evolve again? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chun thanked Zhou Dachuan. Then, he left with Jixia. Once outside the Beastmaster Association, Jixia finally let loose. Wow. Nightmare level difficulty. That's amazing, young man. You managed to eliminate 100 beasts, magical beasts. Soon, I won't be your match anymore. And you should have seen that girl's expression. She was almost driven mad by you. She must be quite surprised, hee. Jixia chattered away, feeling free to express her thoughts without outsiders around, bouncing and skipping. Cheerful and lively. Like a little angel, her smile was warm. Jiang Chun looked at Jixia and couldn't help but feel happy too. What's this? There's even more to surprise her later. The two walked side by side. The handsome guy and beautiful girl pairing stood out on the street, becoming a beautiful sight as they gradually walked away. Yet no one noticed that after they left, a sneaky figure emerged from the roadside greenery. A bigger surprise? Jiang Yuntao frowned in thought. Ding dong. Then, the screen of the phone in his hand lit up, and a message came through. Everyone pay attention. Tonight at 8 o'clock, the young master of the Jiang family will hold a grand dinner for his most beloved person at our hotel. All arrangements for the banquet must be perfect, and no errors are allowed. A dinner? Most beloved person? A surprise? Looking at this message, Jiang Yuntao stopped his steps that were about to chase after, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Ruyan, wait a moment. I've discovered a shocking secret. Chapter 54, Repairing the Wolf's Soul, Promoting. Elite Level. Jiang Family Manor. The matter of the little wolf repairing its soul was of great significance, so he had early on cleared out everyone from the training hall. As for Jixia, she was quite understanding and knew that Jiang Chun had things to attend to, so she went out shopping with her friends. This time, he hadn't taken good care of her, but he would make it up to her when he had the time. Jiang Chun was in high spirits as he took out the 5-color soul flower. The little wolf appeared in front of him. Perhaps it was too tired. The little wolf was still fast asleep. Jiang Chun called out several times before the little wolf finally sat up weakly. Be good, just hold on a little longer. Once you get through this, the sky will be high for birds to fly, and the sea vast for fish to leap. Nothing will hinder your growth anymore. Jiang Chun encouraged while stroking the little wolf's smooth fur. Roar. The little wolf affectionately rubbed against Jiang Chun's palm, as if it understood what was about to happen, and quickly perked up. Once the little wolf was ready, Jiang Chun took a deep breath, held the 5-color soul flower in his palm, and said, "Let's begin." The power of devouring spread, and a faint soul light enveloped Jiang Chun and the little wolf, resembling the stars in a white night, dreamy and illusory. Roar. Pure soul power surged into the little wolf's soul, and the tearing pain made its fur stand on end, rolling uncontrollably on the ground. It was very painful and tormenting. Jiang Chun watched and couldn't help but sweat for the little wolf. But he also knew that souls were inherently fragile, and the process of repairing a soul was extremely dangerous. If there was the slightest mistake, not only would the repair fail, but he would also suffer severe soul backlash. At this point, all he could do was to soften the effects of Tyrant Devour, trying to lessen the pain the little wolf was experiencing. This process lasted for more than 3 hours. As the petals of the 5-color soul flower gradually withered, the little wolf's soul injuries were gradually repaired. Inside the training hall, the little wolf's painful low growls slowly disappeared, and snores began to rise. The repair of its soul made it feel completely comfortable, and it fell asleep peacefully. You little guy, you're quite carefree. Jiang Chun looked at the sleeping little wolf helplessly and smiled. He had been struggling to maintain Tyrant Devour, trying to let the little wolf fully absorb the energy from the 5-color soul flower, while the little wolf had just fallen asleep. That said, feeling the little wolf's soul becoming gradually whole and stronger, Jiang Chun was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. It was not yet time for him to relax. After the little wolf's soul was completely repaired, there was still half a petal's worth of energy from the 5-color soul flower left. The power of this soul was more precious than the attribute power and vitality power found in ordinary materials. Jiang Chun would not waste it. With the little wolf's soul restored, he had no more worries, so he could now attempt to help it break through to the elite level. Jiang Chun thought, wiping the sweat from his forehead, while continuously outputting soul power to maintain the effect of Tyrant Devour. Time passed little by little. The little wolf's size slowly increased, and its aura became stronger and stronger, until the energy from the 5-color soul flower was exhausted, and the process still showed no signs of stopping. No wonder it's the bloodline of the Wolf King. Each promotion requires a large amount of energy. Luckily, I was prepared. Jiang Chun had anticipated this situation. The moment the 5-color soul flower withered, he took out the materials from the Beastmaster ring and piled them up like a small mountain. With ample energy, the little wolf's growth became even smoother. He didn't know how long had passed. Several times Jiang Chun had reached his limit and gradually became numb. Bang! Suddenly, a shockwave exploded. Jiang Chun was momentarily caught off guard and almost got blown away. It broke through. Jiang Chun was overjoyed and hurriedly checked the little wolf's attributes with the Beastmaster ring. Beastmaster, Ice Snow Wolf King, Growth Phase. Level, Elite Level 1 Star. Talent Skill, Will of the Wolf King Skills, Bite, Ice Claw, Ultimate Move, Wolf Dragon Bloodstorm. At this moment, the little wolf had completely advanced to the elite level, and its strength had increased, while its size had also skyrocketed to over a meter. From a little wolf cub, it was almost turning into a large wolf dog. It looked outstanding and particularly majestic, exhibiting the bearing of a wolf king. Unfortunately, this guy was still soundly asleep and hadn't he woken up at all, breaking through a level in its sleep. You might be the first one in the Beastmaster world to do that. Jiang Chun chuckled silently, leaning against the little wolf, using it as a wolf-shaped pillow. He lay there, finally catching his breath. Though tired, the smile at the corner of Jiang Chun's mouth never faded. He hadn't expected to resolve the ticking time bomb inside the little wolf so quickly. Moreover, with the little wolf advancing to the elite level, his own level also increased again. Now, Jiang Chun was already a bronze level 2-star Beastmaster. Generally speaking, to enter the 5 Supreme Academies, a bronze level Beastmaster would definitely be selected. Let us keep moving forward, until I stand once again at the untrodden peak. Filled with hope, Jiang Chun rarely relaxed, and soon fatigue struck him, causing him to doze off. One person and one wolf, just snuggled together, soundly asleep, while Jiang Chun enjoyed a peaceful time. Chaos reigned in the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace. Ji Xia stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, followed by more than a dozen extraordinary peers, both male and female. In addition, beside her stood a graceful and dignified, beautiful woman, as well as a lively girl with twin ponytails. If Jiang Chun were there, he would immediately recognize that this girl was the one who let Wang Fugui pick up $2,000. Without exception, all of them stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, watching a group of high school students inside dancing wildly and drinking Lafite like water, getting drunk to the point of chaos, without saying a word. Especially Ji Xia, whose face turned pale. She knew that Jiang Chun's beast mastery talent was rare in 100 years, and she had planned to take the opportunity of the banquet to gather the classmates from the Zhuke Academy who had come for the complex selection around Yunjiang, to help Jiang Chun gain a guaranteed admission spot. For this, even her mentor had taken the earliest flight to attend the banquet. Who would have thought that as soon as she arrived on time at the banquet entrance with everyone, she would witness such an infuriating scene? She didn't know who let those high school students in, causing the banquet to become a complete mess. What was even more frustrating was that Jiang Yuntao, who had always been at odds with Jiang Chun, and Lu Ruyin were also among them. As soon as he saw her, Jiang Yuntao, reeking of alcohol, said, "Oh, it's you? What are you doing here? Are you here to find Jiang Chun? I knew it. Jiang Chun must have dumped you after using you, haha. Do you really think Jiang Chun likes you? Don't dream. Look, this banquet was specially arranged by him to please Ruyin. Everything he did was for Ruyin, haha." Chapter 55-4. The one I love most. Being so blatantly blocked outside by Jiang Yuntao, Ji Xia felt like she could kill someone. If it weren't for the ban on weapons in the base city, she would have wished to have Huyunk spit Jiang Yuntao to ashes. "Xia, is there some misunderstanding here?" The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked. The girl beside Ji Xia asked, Xia, didn't you say this banquet was specially prepared for us by that Jiang Chun? How could there be other people?" While the two were relatively calm, the others were not so easy to talk to. Their faces were all dark. They were all geniuses from the Zhuke Academy, and not only was Jiang Chun late, but this banquet had also been messed up by a group of unrelated people, making them feel disrespected and very angry. Among them, a particularly well-dressed boy with a meticulously styled haircut was the most displeased. "Miss Ji Xia, I think we don't need to go in." I haven't seen any sincerity from him. He paid attention to his own image and spoke quite restrainedly. "Do we really need to let these people ruin our mood just because we're gathering once? Today I'll treat everyone. How about we find another place to meet?" After he said this, Many people's expressions shifted from gloomy to bright, and they all agreed. If Senior Song is treating, we would definitely be honored. Some people looked at Song Mingyuan, whose gaze was fixed on Ji Xia, and began to tease. Xia Xia, look at Senior Song. He is handsome, capable, and his family background matches yours. Don't think about that Jiangchen anymore. You should just go with Senior Song. In the Zhuke Academy. Who didn't he know that among Ji Xia's many pursuers, Song Mingyuan was the most fervent? From the day Ji Xia entered the Zhuke Academy, he had openly declared his love and pursued her madly. Unfortunately, Ji Xia had always maintained her distance, and their relationship hadn't progressed further. Listening to the teasing behind him, Song Mingyuan didn't say anything but couldn't help but smile slightly. He subconsciously adjusted his hairstyle and asked Ji Xia in a very gentlemanly manner, Miss Ji Xia, what do you think? Seeing this, Ji Xia felt a bit of a headache. Although she had only spent less than half a day with Jiang Chun, she knew deep down that Jiang Chun wouldn't be so unreliable. Moreover, she also knew that Jiang Chun must have been delayed because of the little wolf's matter. As for why Jiang Yuntao and Lu Rian were here, Ji Xia was also unclear. She looked around at her classmates and teachers, then shook her head. Everyone, I will give you an explanation for today's matter. Please wait for me a moment. Then she turned and pulled the girl with 2 ponytails, Can. Come with me. 10 minutes later, Ji Xia was so furious that she was about to crush her phone. Is this bastard doing it on purpose? She gritted her teeth. Over 100 missed calls, and Jiang Chun hadn't picked up a single one. Seeing Ji Xia so angry, Li Cancan knew that Ji Xia was really about to blow up. Hesitatingly said, Xia Xia, he might have been delayed by something. Why don't you try calling him again? Okay. Ji Xia nodded emphatically and began a new round of relentless calls. In addition to dialing, Li Cancan didn't forget to remind her, Xia Xia, remember to ask him if he knows that fat guy in the surveillance. In the training hall. Beep 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 beep. Jiang Chun's phone in his pocket kept vibrating, from the initial intermittent rings to the last completely frantic. Jiang Chun finally woke up. Who is it? So noisy. He rarely had a good sleep, so he felt a bit irritated. Picking up the phone, he sleepily glanced at it, and then exploded. What the hell, this is bad. Looking at the over 100 missed calls from Ji Xia on his phone, Jiang Chun instantly sobered up. Little wolf, hurry, hurry. Jiang Chun didn't have time to tidy up much. He directly summoned the little wolf into his beast-handling bracelet, and without saying a word, drove out a Porsche from the garage at full speed. 10 minutes and 34 seconds later, Jiang Chun arrived in front of Ji Xia just in time. Sorry, I was delayed by something. Looking at Ji Xia's darkened face, Jiang Chun felt a mix of emotions, a tiny bit of guilt. He was simply too tired and had actually forgotten about this matter. Fortunately, he was only an hour late, and the banquet could still continue. Feeling guilty, Jiang Chun was very enthusiastic, greeting the crowd from Zhuke Academy under Ji Xia's almost murderous glare. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't just stand at the door, come in and sit. Jiang Chun chuckled awkwardly a few times and prepared to push the door open. Strangely, everyone stood still, including Ji Xia. You really want to invite us in? A boy spoke up, his tone laced with sarcasm. Jiang Chun felt even more confused. He had just arrived and hadn't offended this person. So why was he speaking so aggressively? There was even some inexplicable hostility. Finally, Ji Xia didn't let Jiang Chun feel too awkward and explained. Some people inside seemed to not be very welcoming to us. Jiang Chun was even more puzzled. Long before the banquet was booked, the old man had specifically told him not to neglect the precious granddaughter-in-law he valued. Therefore, all the invited guests were personally invited by Ji Xia. So how could there be other people? With this mindset, Jiang Chun pushed open the banquet door with a puzzled expression. Eat to your heart's content, classmates. I, Jiang Xiao, am least lacking in money. Zhou, what are you doing eating? Who ordered the main dish? Hurry up and change that bad habit. Lobster and bird's nest can fill your stomach. Hello, everyone, let me perform a pig for you. As soon as the door opened, a wave of alcohol smell hit Jiang Chun, making it hard for him to open his eyes. The scene in the banquet hall was chaotic, with students from class 1 of the 3rd year almost all there, eating and drinking heartily. In the crowd, Jiang Yuntao was flitting around like a social butterfly, enjoying himself. Lu Rian was sitting at the front, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. When her gaze landed on Jiang Chun, her eyes were filled with endless pride and disdain. What made Jiang Chun's head explode was that on the projection wall at the front of the banquet, there was a bright banner that read, "To the one I love the most." Jiang Chun's vision went dark, and he almost spat blood. Old man, spare me. Jiang Chun knew this must be the old man's doing, feeling like crying but having no tears. But how did Lu Rian and Jiang Yuntao end up here? Jiang Xiao. The hotel staff had been trained in advance and recognized Jiang Chun at a glance. Seeing Jiang Chun's expression of questioning, they trembled in fear. Pointing at Jiang Yuntao and stammering, he said he was your guest, so. Okay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun immediately understood that it was Jiang Yuntao who was causing trouble again. He glanced apologetically at Ji Xia. Wait. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Then he strode into the banquet hall. Chapter 56. The entire venue's expenses will be covered by Jiang Yuntao. Hey, it's Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun is here. Jiang Chun. Hurry. Jiang Xiao is treating to a big meal. Why are you so late? Yeah, Jiang Chun. Look at this decor, this banquet. It's simply amazing. Come on, let us have a drink. As Jiang Chun walked into the banquet hall, many students greeted him enthusiastically. During the 10 days of special training, Jiang Chun had been following Xiao Qingyue to protect them, and even provided timely warnings when the bloodthirsty bats appeared. Although their interactions with Jiang Chun were still limited, everyone had unconsciously become much closer to him. Enjoy yourselves. He knew very well that today's matter probably hadn't reached these people yet, and it had little to do with them. With a clear objective, Jiang Chun walked up to Jiang Yuntao, who was full of confidence and mingling among the crowd. I heard you're treating tonight, huh? Jiang Chun coldly stared at Jiang Yuntao, sneering, which startled Jiang Yuntao. Seeing Jiang Chun's unfriendly expression, Jiang Yuntao's heart trembled, and he sobered up quite a bit. Out of fear of Jiang Chun, he instinctively wanted to run. But then he reacted and laughed smugly. Heh, Jiang Chun. You've been planning and holding back for so long. What are you pretending for in front of me? Jiang Chun frowned slightly, not understanding what Jiang Yuntao meant. Instead, Jiang Yuntao looked quite confident. He swayed a bit, barely steadying himself, walked up to Jiang Chun, and whispered with a sly smile. This banquet. Isn't it prepared for Rian? Hee. How does it feel now that I've exposed your little scheme of feigned indifference? Jiang Yuntao was feeling extremely proud. After coming out of the Beastmaster Association, he initially wanted to plead with Jiang Chun to let the betting matter go. Unexpectedly, I found out about Jiang Chun's plan to surprise Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, I realized, I never thought that Jiang Chun was actually playing such a big game. However, as long as I am here, Jiang Chun's desire to win over Lu Ruyan is simply a pipe dream. How could I tolerate that? Just as I learned about Jiang Chun's dinner arrangement, I couldn't wait to organize a feast for the whole class. By the way, I also informed Lu Ruyan about this in advance, determined to thwart Jiang Chun's plan. The more I thought about it, the more I felt I was brilliant. Spending Jiang Chun's money to win everyone's favor, and then making Lu Ruyan see through Jiang Chun's intentions, leading to her increased disdain for him. It was simply perfect. I'm truly a genius. I couldn't help but smile broadly, convinced that Jiang Chun couldn't let go of Lu Ruyan, and I became even bolder. Jiang Chun, you thought you could make a world-shaking confession on Ruyan's birthday? I really underestimated you. I swaggeringly said, since you're here, go settle the bill and prepare us a few dishes, then stand aside and serve us tea and water. If you can make me happy, I'll let Ruyan drink a toast with you. Ha ha ha. It won't be in vain for all the hard work you've put in. I thought I had Jiang Chun in my grasp, but I was completely oblivious to the coldness in his eyes, which was increasingly piercing. Let me settle the bill and prepare a few dishes, serve tea and water. Jiang Chun was truly angered to the point of laughter. He even forgot that today was Lu Ruyan's birthday. He couldn't understand where Jiang Yuntao found the courage to treat him like before. However, he guessed that Jiang Yuntao must have misunderstood something. Since that was the case, Jiang Chun smiled coldly, looking at Jiang Yuntao's arrogant demeanor as if he had him under control, and suddenly had an idea. Did you hear that? Bring out your hotel's best dishes. One of each, for everyone. Jiang Chun instructed the waiter following him, emphasizing the words one for each person. Hey, you're quite perceptive. Jiang Yuntao grinned from ear to ear, extremely happy. He missed this feeling too much. Spending money like water, enjoying high society. With Lu Ruyan here, Jiang Chun? Huh. The so-called young master of the Jiang family was nothing but a dog wagging its tail in front of him. Just as Jiang Yuntao was lost in his delight, he did not expect Jiang Chun's next words to send him crashing into an ice cave, nearly causing him to pass out on the spot. Remember, tonight's bill will be settled by Jiang Yuntao, the young master of the Jiang family. The words fell like a thunderbolt, striking Jiang Yuntao right in the forehead. His drunkenness vanished instantly. He almost doubted whether his ears were playing tricks on him. Jiang Chun actually wanted him to pay the bill. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his entire body, and amidst the dizziness, his vision went dark. And he collapsed straight down. The sky is falling. The waiter looked at Jiang Yuntao, who was so frightened that his soul seemed to have left his body. And then at the calm-faced Jiang Chun. Young Master Jiang, this. He was in a difficult position. The Yunding Tiangong was the highest-rated hotel in Yun City, and this banquet was arranged at the highest standard. Just the one-time expense started at a minimum of 1 million. It wasn't that he looked down on Jiang Yuntao. With such expenses, even if he bought Jiang Yuntao, it probably wouldn't be enough to cover the tip. Jiang Chun's smile grew wider. Since Jiang Yuntao wanted to play, how could he not join in? If we're playing, let's play big. He didn't care whether Jiang Yuntao's heart could take it, with a wave of his hand. He revealed his generosity. What are you still dawdling for? Didn't you see that young Master Jiang is so happy he's about to faint? Hurry, run. Today, we must let our young Master Jiang have a great time. With Jiang Chen's status, he was not someone Jiang Yuntao could offend. Whatever Jiang Chen instructed, he dared not be the least bit negligent. However, Jiang Chen preemptively stopped him, his laughter filled with mockery, shaking his head and chuckling. Oh, young Master Jiang, enjoy yourself. Jiang Yuntao completely lost it. Jiang Chen, I curse your ancestors. Jiang Yuntao was furious, spitting out words in anger. He was feeling suicidal. This huge sum of money, even if he sold his whole family, he couldn't pay it back. After doing all this, Jiang Chen was too lazy to continue to mess around with Jiang Yuntao. As for how Jiang Yuntao would settle the bill, that was no longer his concern. Bastard, didn't I say not to bully my brother Yuntao? At that moment, Lu Ruyan rushed over angrily. Her eyes were filled with fury, but more than that, there was surprise. Before coming, Jiang Yuntao had confidently said that Jiang Chun had prepared a surprise for her, assuring her 1,000 times. When Jiang Chun first entered, she thought he was there to make peace and appease Jiang Yuntao. She had already prepared to humiliate Jiang Chen severely, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuntao had fainted from anger more than once, leaving her dazed. As Lu Ruyan rushed over, Jiang Chun had already anticipated it. He didn't even bother to look at her again. Lu Ruyan, you should be grateful that this base city still adheres to the rule of law. Leaving behind a faint remark, Jiang Chun turned and left without any hesitation. Bastard. Lu Ruyan was furious, momentarily frozen in place. In that one sentence, she actually saw an unprecedented coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes. There was no longer a trace of love. Chapter 57. Please teach me, Senior Song something. This mess is left for Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao to deal with themselves. With this sky-high bill, their meager wealth wouldn't even cover a fraction of it. Jiang Chun could already envision the miserable life awaiting them. Lu Ruyan, without me, what are you worth? Jiang Chun snorted coldly, feeling extremely pleased. I didn't see that you were so scheming. When Jixia saw Jiang Chun come out, she smiled brightly and teased him a bit. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chun a few more times. When they were young, Jiang Chun was naive and often made her laugh until she cried. She had truly never noticed that Jiang Chun could have such a scheming side. I'm sorry about today, Jiang Chun said apologetically. Although it was Jiang Yuntao who stirred up trouble, he indeed had a part of the responsibility today. Hey, what are you talking about, young man? It's not your fault. Jixia pretended to be serious as she patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, not taking it to heart. She could tell that Jiang Chun was unaware of the situation. Otherwise, if Jiang Chun was still being foolish, hanging on to a crooked tree, she would definitely have asked the old man to use the 7 wolves. Jiang Chun didn't expect Jixia to be so magnanimous, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Keeping your friends waiting for so long is indeed my fault. How about this? Everyone come with me to the top floor to enjoy the scenery of Yunjiang, and I'll have someone prepare the dinner as quickly as possible. Jiang Chun led the way, not wanting to make it difficult for Jixia, quickly instructing the waiter to prepare the dinner again. Wait a minute. Just as Jiang Chun hadn't walked a few steps, Jixia stopped him. In Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze, Jixia seriously introduced, this is my mentor, the head of the Fire Academy at Zhuke Academy, the top floor of Yunding Tiangong, under Jiang Chen's orders. A lavish dinner was quickly served on the top floor. The night was dim, with stars twinkling. A group of people took their seats in turn. Soon, Jiang Chun got to know everyone through Jixia's introductions. The beautiful woman was named Du Lan, the leader of the Fire Beastmaster Academy at Zhuke Academy. In addition, Jiang Chen also got to know the double ponytail girl Li Kan, the inexplicably hostile boy Song Ming Yuan, and other students from Zhuke Academy. I just heard that someone in Yun City awakened a high-level Beastmaster talent. I didn't expect it to be Xia Xia's childhood friend. What a coincidence. Jiang Chen's little brother had such a high talent. He would definitely be able to enter our Zhuke Academy. Yes, when the time comes. Everyone should take good care of brother Jiang Chun. Among them, Li Kan is especially enthusiastic, praising Jiang Chen's strengths and weaknesses to the point where Jiang Chen almost sold Wang Fuguwei. Such talent is indeed rare. Being able to advance to a bronze Beastmaster in such a short time is even more uncommon. No wonder Jixia insisted that I come and see for myself. Dulan gave Jixia a look, clearly doting on her. Jixia has a cheerful personality and high beast taming talent, making her very likable. In the midst of Jixia's constant praise, she became unusually friendly towards Jiang Chun. Of course, how about it, teacher? This trip wasn't in vain, was it? Hearing Dulan's praise for Jiang Chun, Jixia looked proud, even happier than when praised herself. Song Mingyuan had been silent since sitting down, and his expression was not very pleasant. Especially when he saw Jixia smiling so happily every time she looked at Jiang Chun, he felt even worse. Humph. He was jealous and had no good feelings towards Jiang Chun. So what if he has talent? It's not like I haven't dealt with it before. One has to test it out to know what it is. As soon as the words fell, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked awkwardly at Song Mingyuan. Then at Jiang Chun, not daring to speak. Senior Song, what do you mean by that? Ji Xia was immediately displeased. No matter what, Jiang Chun was the person she recommended. How could she tolerate others questioning him? It means nothing. Facing Ji Xia's question, Song Mingyuan appeared very calm. He leaned back comfortably, swirling his wine glass with an arrogant posture, saying, I just want to see how much weight this genius in front of us really has. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed again. Song Mingyuan stopped pretending and was full of provocation. Senior Song, is this amusing? Ji Xia's face darkened. She was already getting angry. After all, Jiang Chun was her brother. With her around, she would definitely not let anyone bully Jiang Chun. However, the more Ji Xia protected Jiang Chun, the more Song Mingyuan's anger surged. This only strengthened his resolve to teach Jiang Chun a lesson. This way, Ji Xia would clearly see who was the best and most suitable for her. Song Mingyuan ignored Ji Xia and fixed his aggressive gaze on Jiang Chun, asking, What's wrong? Great genius, are you scared? Or are you just a fraud with no real strength? He sneered, saying, It seems Miss Ji Xia also has her moments of misjudgment. After this remark, Ji Xia's blood pressure rose sharply. Song Mingyuan, you have gone too far. If you want to fight me, bring it on. Ji Xia's face turned pale with rage as she called out Song Mingyuan's full name, ready to summon the Fire Cloud Sparrow without hesitation. He is talking to me. Why are you in such a hurry? But before Ji Xia could show her might, Jiang Chun held her back. Jiang Chun helplessly grasped Ji Xia, puzzled. The legendary Red Lawn War God is supposed to be aloof and unflappable. No matter the situation, they should remain calm and be a formidable opponent. But now, Ji Xia was so agitated by Song Mingyuan's few words, which was not in line with her character. Of course, just like when Ji Xia resolutely accompanied him to his death back then, it didn't fit her character either. However, by now, Jiang Chun knew that Ji Xia had organized this banquet to help him obtain the guaranteed admission to the Zhuge Academy. He didn't care much about that admission slot. However, since Ji Xia was so dedicated, he couldn't let her lose face. All right then, I shall invite this Senior Song to give me some advice. Chapter 58. A true man never says no. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, including Ji Xia. Song Mingyuan indeed had some aggressive elements. But Jiang Chun clearly displayed even more strength. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, ready to ignite. Jiang Chun. Ji Xia looked at Jiang Chun in disbelief. Throughout the day, Jiang Chun had given her the impression of being mature, steady, and somewhat scheming. He rarely did anything without confidence. Yet, she never expected Jiang Chun to show such an impulsive side. Indeed, from Ji Xia's perspective, Jiang Chun was being impulsive this time. Song Mingyuan, as a top student in his third year at Zhuge Academy, was undoubtedly powerful. He had long become a gold-level beast master, and the beast he had contracted, the Fire King Snake, had reached the commander level. Even if the Fire King Snake with a commander-level bloodline was slightly inferior to the Little Wolf, the huge gap in levels was not something the Little Wolf's bloodline advantage could make up for. Ji Xia felt a tightness in her heart, unable to help but worry for Jiang Chun. She wanted to hold Jiang Chun back, but Song Mingyuan didn't give her a chance to speak and stood up directly. All right. So arrogant. Do you really think having a level beast taming talent means you can look down on everyone? Song Mingyuan sneered repeatedly, filled with rage. Jiang Chun's provocative words had completely infuriated him. A mere rookie who had only contracted a beast for a little over 10 days. Not only did he not run away with his tail between his legs, but he also dared to provoke him. It was simply outrageous. Then let us see. I will let you know that even the strongest frog in a well is just a piece of dirt before a deep-sea dragon. It will shatter with just a touch. Song Mingyuan was burning with anger, completely unconcerned about maintaining his composure. He made it clear to everyone that he intended to teach Jiang Chun a severe lesson. All right then, let us see who is the frog in the well and who is the deep-sea dragon. Jiang Chun was also getting a bit angry. Song Mingyuan was clearly trying to embarrass him, and he naturally wouldn't let it slide. Let's do it. He truly didn't believe that with so many people watching, Song Mingyuan would dare to do anything outrageous. The two were at a standoff, looking like they wouldn't back down until one of them was bloodied. And even Ji Xia couldn't hold them back. She was anxious and angry, helpless, and could only seek help from Du Lan. Teacher, please intervene. Du Lan sat in her seat, looking at Jiang Chun with great surprise. Seeing Ji Xia's pleading gaze, she smiled and unexpectedly said, It's not a bad thing for young people to communicate more. Just right. I also want to see the strength of your brother. Ji Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe such words would come from Du Lan's mouth. Teacher, how could you join in the nonsense? Ji Xia's little temper flared up instantly. It was clear that Jiang Chun was about to suffer, and and Dulan not only didn't stop it, but also encouraged it. She couldn't comprehend it all. However, with Dulan's permission, Song Mingyuan had even fewer concerns. Without saying a word, he walked to the back of the dining table, in front of the more than 300 square meter observation platform. With a flash, a firelight ignited, and a 10-meter-long king snake, as thick as an adult's waist, appeared behind him. Its scarlet tongue flickered in and out, and its pair of eerie triangular eyes stared at Jiang Chun, exuding an immense sense of pressure. My beast is only at the commander level of 3 stars. It shouldn't scare you off, right? Song Mingyuan's expression was full of pride, the corners of his mouth unable to stop rising. A beast at the commander level was already considered rare in Yun City. As a student of Zhuke Academy, he indeed had enough capital to be proud. After the Fire King snake appeared, he observed Jiang Chun's every move. And when he saw that Jiang Chun did not show the fear and timidity he had imagined, he felt bored. Even so, he had no intention of fighting fairly. He was determined to embarrass Jiang Chun, and he knew he had to crush him to achieve the desired effect. Jiang Chun had overestimated him. In order to humiliate Jiang Chun in front of Ji Xia, Song Mingyuan had completely abandoned all pretenses. Unfortunately, Dulan did not allow Song Mingyuan to have his way. Since it's a test of strength, the difference in strength levels naturally shouldn't be too great. Duran casually waved his hand, and a circular soul tool was firmly placed around the neck of the Fire King snake. With this addition, the Fire King snake immediately began to stir restlessly. As the soul light on the soul tool flickered, the size of the Fire King snake rapidly shrank. Its level also dropped accordingly. This soul tool is called the Magic Suppression Ring, which can suppress the strength level of monsters to a certain extent, and it works the same way on beast tamers. Duran explained briefly, then glanced at Ji Xia, asking, "Now, can I still mess around?" Ji Xia's face flushed red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the saying goes, care breeds chaos. She hadn't expected Duran to consider everything so thoroughly. Even so, she couldn't help but feel worried for Jiang Chun. Under the suppression of the Magic Suppression Ring, the Fire King snake still maintained an elite level of 6 stars. Coupled with Song Mingyuan's commanding coordination, it was certainly not as easy to deal with as the illusions in the Beast Tamer qualification assessment. Ji Xia still felt a bit uneasy and asked Jiang Chun, "Are you okay?" Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel speechless. Was it really necessary to ask such a question in front of so many people? A true man would never say he couldn't do it. Jiang Chun responded confidently, leaving Ji Xia with a strong back as he walked up to face Song Mingyuan. "Little Wolf, wake up, it's time to stretch your muscles." Roar. The biting cold wind accompanied Little Wolf's roar as it appeared in front of everyone. As expected of a Lord-level bloodline beast, even with only an elite level of 1 star, its aura was incredibly strong. Everyone looked at Little Wolf, which had shed its childishness and begun to resemble the Ice and Snow Wolf King, nodding in appreciation. In terms of momentum, even though the Fire King snake's size had been reduced to over 3 meters, it still seemed very powerful. But Little Wolf stood there, not losing any ground. In fact, in terms of appearance, it completely outshone the Fire King snake. So handsome. Damn it. So what if it's a Lord-level bloodline beast? Soon, you'll be lying on the ground begging for mercy. Hearing the crowd praise Little Wolf, Song Mingyuan's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Duran to pull such a stunt, but he still remained confident. "Watch me crush you." Song Mingyuan gritted his teeth, hands clasped behind his back, fully embodying the posture of a strong person accepting a challenge from a weaker one. "Come on, use all your strength. I hope your wolf can hold out a few more minutes against my king snake. If you lose too badly, I'll be quite disappointed." He emphasized the words "quite disappointed," not considering Jiang Chun a real opponent at all. In his eyes, even if the Fire King snake's strength was suppressed to this extent, defeating Little Wolf would still be an easy task. At most, it would just take a little more effort. Seeing that Song Mingyuan didn't attack first, Jiang Chun grinned and said without hesitation, "Then, as you wish. Little Wolf, attack." Chapter 59, You Don't Have Much Strength Either. Roar. Little Wolf, brimming with fighting spirit, underwent a complete transformation once its soul wounds were no longer a concern. It darted out quickly, leaving faint ice flowers blooming on the ground wherever it passed. Hiss. The Fire King snake watched Little Wolf's trajectory, and when Little Wolf reached the attack range, its head slightly retracted, and sparks began to form in its mouth. Hiss. Then, a fireball was spat out, flying straight towards Little Wolf. Boom. The fireball exploded, and though it didn't hit Little Wolf, it left a dark mark on the pristine ground. Fortunately, the Fire King snake's strength was suppressed to the elite level. Otherwise, just that fireball could have created a large pit in the viewing platform. It actually dodged. After missing the attack, Song Mingyuan's face showed signs of losing composure. After all, he was a golden-level beast tamer. If he couldn't deal with a bronze beast tamer in seconds, even if he eventually won, it would be embarrassing to talk about. This wolf is too fast. I must restrict its movements. Song Mingyuan, with his rich combat experience, quickly reacted, ordering, fire chains, bind it. As he commanded, the Fire King snake moved its body to evade Little Wolf's assault, its eyes flashing with a cold light. Hiss! At that moment, the Fire King snake lunged forward, employing the strangling technique that snakes excel in, wrapping its body around Little Wolf tightly like a rope. Sigh. It's over. Senior Song is still impressive. Seeing this scene, Li Can and others sighed. It seemed that Little Wolf had just recently advanced to elite level, and its internal attribute powers hadn't been activated yet. Coupled with the level difference, it was too disadvantaged. They all felt a bit sorry for Jiang Chun. Generally speaking, when a beast advances from servant level to elite level, it can gradually master its own attribute powers, and its attack methods become more diverse. Just like the Fire King snake, which is a fire-type beast, capable of controlling fire power and spitting flames to attack, even though its strength was suppressed. The limited power it could use was still not something Little Wolf could handle just by pouncing. Seeing that the Fire King snake had completely subdued Little Wolf, Song Mingyuan felt triumphant and deliberately glanced at Ji Xia, full of pride. See, even with strength suppression, I can easily defeat you. This is the gap between us. Now, with just a command, the Fire King snake could easily swallow Little Wolf whole. It could be said that this battle held no suspense anymore. Really? In response, Jiang Chun remained calm. Little Wolf's previous attacks were just playful. He hadn't taken it seriously. Similarly, Little Wolf hadn't either. All right, Little Wolf, stop playing. Let's end this, Jiang Chun said casually. As soon as those words were spoken, Song Mingyuan laughed, seriously doubting whether Jiang Chun had recognized the current situation. Not just him, but Li Can and others also found it amusing, thinking Jiang Chun was trying to save face. Among everyone present, only Duran and Ji Xia nodded silently in approval. Ants, the outcome is decided. Just as Song Mingyuan was about to announce his victory loudly, a wolf howl pierced the night sky. Amid the howl, it seemed to carry a certain magic, revealing the pressure of a higher being. In the air, there seemed to be a trace of dragon might shaking. Wolf Kingwell. Talent revealed. Wolf, Dragon Blood Fury. Battle power doubled. In an instant, Little Wolf's aura surged at an incredibly violent speed. Caught off guard, the Fire King snake seemed stunned, standing still for a moment. It was at this moment that Little Wolf broke free from its bindings and struck down with its ice claws. Bang! The Fire King snake let out a pained cry. Its flames extinguished, and its body uncontrollably flew backward, rolling dozens of meters along the ground and crashing through the protective glass on the perimeter. No. Song Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind blank, buzzing with noise. He couldn't accept the reality before him. Attack! Attack! He even forgot to consider what would happen to the Fire King snake after falling from 100 meters high, screaming in desperation. Bang! Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the air. Little Wolf bit the Fire King snake's tail and slammed it down hard in front of him. Song Mingyuan immediately fell silent. His body trembled, and in an instant, he lost all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Watching the Fire King snake, now covered in frost and temporarily unable to move, Song Mingyuan's gaze turned vacant, shattering on the spot. Jiang Chun glanced at the dazed Song Mingyuan, showing no extra expression, and slowly stepped over the Fire King snake with Little Wolf. You don't have much strength either. Clap, clap. 2 rounds of applause rang out, intermittent. Ji Xia looked at Jiang Chun walking towards her with a proud smile, her eyes filled with unforgettable brilliance. Clap, clap, clap. Immediately, everyone stood up and sincerely applauded Jiang Chun. What a beautiful, truly beautiful counterattack. From Xiao Lang being suppressed by the Fire King snake to the counterattack, a series of movements flowed seamlessly, to the point where they couldn't find any flaws. Xiao Lang's performance even made these high-achieving students from the Zhuke Academy, who had high standards, genuinely admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Still as worrisome as ever, Ji Xia glared at Jiang Chun but couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. She leaned closer to Jiang Chun's ear and whispered, "But this time you really did well. You made me proud." Of course. Back then, Ji Xia wasn't afraid of death for him, so he had to save face for Ji Xia. Jiang Chun, tell us how you did it. Li Can's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked impatiently. She was really curious. Even now, she couldn't understand how Xiao Lang managed to turn the situation around so quickly. Not just her. A group of students were eagerly looking at Jiang Chun, all wanting to know how Xiao Lang did it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Chun smiled and shook his head, teasing them. Well, that's a secret. Xiao Lang's sudden explosive power surprised even him. He hadn't expected that using Wolf King's will together with Wolf Dragon Blood Fury would yield such unexpectedly powerful results. Moreover, after Xiao Lang activated Wolf King's will, not only did it amplify Wolf Dragon Blood Fury to nearly quadruple his combat power, but the howling also contained a unique intimidation ability from the Dragon Clan. At close range, it even caused the Fire King snake to momentarily lose focus, allowing for a turnaround. This was Xiaolang's strongest state. Even Jiangchen couldn't help but marvel at Xiaolang's terrifying combat power when he fully unleashed himself. Originally, because Wolf King's will required Xiaolang's soul power for support, and since Xiaolang's soul wounds had never healed, he didn't dare let Xiaolang use this innate ability. But from now on, he had no more worries. Xia, quickly manage your brother. Why is he still playing coy? Upon hearing that Jiang Chun was unwilling to speak, the group grew anxious and turned to Jixia for help. Jixia chuckled, her beautiful eyes sparkling, glanced at Jiang Chun. Well, that's a secret. Oh. As soon as she finished speaking, a chorus of lament followed. Dulan watched the students frolic and couldn't help but smile. Then, she solemnly walked up to Jiang Chun and said earnestly, Now, Jiang Chun, in the name of the head of the fire department, I grant you a quota for direct admission to the Zhuke Academy. Chapter 60, Welcome Gift? Equality for All. Dulan's voice was steady, each word clearly reaching everyone's ears. Teacher, is that true? Jixia was the first to jump up, her face unable to hide her surprise, excitedly grabbing Dulan's sleeve. She was extremely surprised. One must know that every quota in the Zhuke Academy is precious. Under normal procedures, it requires recommendations from more than 10 people, then reported to the school's higher-ups, with layers of approval before it can be confirmed. Although each department head has the right to grant direct admission quotas, each year, each department head only has one quota. Now, Dulan publicly announced that she would grant her own quota to Jiang Chun, which truly delighted Jixia. You girl, when I take care of you. I've never seen you so excited. Dulan cast a sidelong glance at Jixia, then looked at Jiang Chun with a knowing smile. In front of her, Jixia was always very well behaved, but she could always control her emotions well. It was rare to see Jixia so openly happy. Having been through Jixia's age, she couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle to herself. However, she didn't expose it. Hearing this, Jiangchen thought for a moment and smiled. Teacher Du, you're joking. I naturally can't ask for more. But then Jiangchen added, however, I still want to participate in the selection for the higher academy. Dulan was momentarily puzzled. Jiangchen explained directly. It's all because I have some personal grievances to settle in the selection process. Please understand. Teacher Du, is that so? Upon hearing this, Dulan nodded, secretly relieved, but didn't think much of it. Instead, Jixia looked thoughtfully at Jiang Chun, knowing it was likely due to the issue with Lu Ruyan. She didn't say much but instead linked her arm with Du Lan's and smiled. Teacher Du, since Jiang Chun is already a direct admit student, do you have any welcome gifts or something? As she spoke, she playfully blinked her eyes, looking mischievous. Seeing Jixia like this, Dulan felt somewhat helpless. She affectionately rolled her eyes at Jixia and couldn't resist teasing. What? Are you already trying to extort your teacher for your little fiancé? Upon hearing this, Jixia's face turned bright red, looking incredibly cute. Jixia was flustered. She was usually calm and composed, but after all, she was still a young girl who had never been exposed to such things. Her face was so thin that she couldn't withstand Du Lan's teasing. She immediately lowered her head, her ears visibly reddened, not daring to meet Du Lan's gaze. Seeing Jixia rarely show such girlish shyness, Du Lan found it amusing but chose not to continue teasing her. Deep down, she understood that every year, the selection for higher academies was not just about the universities selecting students, but also about outstanding students choosing prestigious schools. It was a mutual selection process. After Xiaolang defeated the Fire King Snake, which had its strength suppressed to the elite 6 stars, she had completely recognized Jiang Chun. Moreover, Jiang Chun was a talent with top-tier potential. Such talent, let alone the Zhuke Academy, even other top academies would be eager to recruit. Now, Jiang Chun accepted her direct admission quota. If one were to speak of it, she was the one who gained the most. Thinking of this, Dulan considered for a moment and said, in that case, you are now considered a student of my Zhuke Academy. So this magic suppression ring will serve as my welcome gift for you. Wow. As Dulan unhesitatingly handed the magic suppression ring to Jiang Chun, the scene erupted into exclamations of awe. One must know that crafting soul weapons is not easy. Each soul weapon is extremely rare, depending on the strength of the Beastmaster's soul power, especially for a soul weapon like the magic suppression ring, which can provide actual combat assistance. It is even more precious. Generally speaking, soul weapons are classified into 5 qualities: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, based on their functional effectiveness. Just like Jiang Chen's Beastmaster bracelet, it belongs to the blue quality soul weapon. But this magic suppression ring can significantly suppress any demon. And the level of the beast it controls, without a doubt, is of gold quality. Simply put, this is an equality for all device. As long as Jiang Chen's soul power is strong enough, he can easily suppress the strength of a commanding level beast to elite level, just like Dulan. This welcome gift cannot be considered light. Even though Jiang Chun had seen and even owned many powerful soul weapons, he was still slightly taken aback. Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment, not being pretentious, nodded and accepted the Beastmaster bracelet, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Doom, that's good." Upon hearing Jiang Chun change how he addressed her, Dulan nodded in satisfaction. She knew that Jiang Chun was expressing his acceptance of his identity as a student of Zhuke Academy. A soul weapon capable of making a genius with immense potential and strength willingly joined Zhuke Academy. No matter how one calculates it, she wouldn't lose out in this deal. With that thought, Dulan found herself liking Jiang Chun more and more. What she didn't know was that, for Jiang Chun, it didn't matter which academy he entered. Different academies might differ in resource allocation. However, the final outcome of him becoming a peak Beastmaster in Huanxia would not change in the slightest. Moreover, he had long been interested in the Vermilion Bird Academy. Even if Duran did not gift him the forbidden magic ring, the agreement he made would not change. The two had different thoughts, but their understanding regarding Jiang Chun becoming a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy was highly unified. So from now on, you are one of us at the Vermilion Bird Academy. After Duran clearly stated that Jiang Chun was a member of the Vermilion Bird Academy, the atmosphere at the banquet became even more harmonious. Everyone had already regarded Jiang Chun as their junior and enthusiastically shared some experiences about beast taming. They chirped around Jiang Chun, repeatedly looking at the forbidden magic ring in his hand, unable to put it down. Jiang Chun was quite helpless about this. It was a small matter for Li Qingcan and the others to look at the forbidden magic ring, but with his experience as the first battle god of Hanxia, the beast taming experiences shared by these students were undoubtedly shallow. However, Jiang Chun did not want to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, maintaining the necessary poise and pretending to listen attentively. This made Li Qingcan and the others even more excited and lively. Of course, Song Mingyuan was not among them. He sat at the viewing platform with a gloomy face, blowing cold air in an unnoticed corner. The joys and sorrows of humans are different. And all I feel is their noise. The night is too long and I cry. After a long time, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, including Ji Xia, who was surrounded by Jiang Chun, Song Mingyuan completely gave up struggling. "Jiang Chun, you wait for me." He ground his back teeth together. He felt he had lost all face to stay here, and with a sullen face, he did not even say goodbye to anyone before leaving in a dejected manner. Chapter 61. The Potential of the Little Wolf. The banquet continued, with cups clinking and laughter echoing. Although there were some unpleasant little episodes, they ended on a pleasant note in a harmonious atmosphere. Since everyone rarely gets to come here, just stay a few more days. I've arranged everything for you so you can experience the local customs of Yunjiang. After the banquet, Jiang Chun had already arranged accommodations in advance. Oh, Jiang Chun is such a warm-hearted little brother, so thoughtful. No wonder he has made our Xia Xia lost. Li Qingcan smiled brightly, extremely happy. Perhaps due to drinking some red wine, her little face was flushed, quite adorable. However, her words made Ji Xia a bit embarrassed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Qingcan," Ji Xia scolded, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Duran's teasing had already made her uncomfortable, and now with Li Qingcan saying this, she felt even more embarrassed. Unknowingly, whether intentionally or not, she secretly glanced at Jiang Chun and saw that he happened to be looking at her as well. Confirming their gaze, a sweet feeling quietly spread in Ji Xia's heart. Seeing Ji Xia's shy and annoyed expression, everyone else looked at each other with strange expressions. Ji Xia was ranked first on the beauty list at the Vermilion Bird Academy and was indeed the first school beauty of the academy. They could tell that while Ji Xia did not have excessive affection for Jiang Chun, she certainly did not reject him. Coupled with their engagement, it was very likely that their relationship would progress further. Thinking about how many had pursued Ji Xia without even getting a glance. Yet it seemed Jiang Chun was likely to capture her heart. Everyone felt a mix of envy and jealousy. As this thought arose, some people also reacted, "Hey, where's Senior Song?" Finally, someone noticed that Song Mingyuan was missing. They looked around and, seeing no sign of him, did not continue searching. After losing so miserably in front of so many people, even if it were them, they would definitely not have the face to stay any longer. It was understandable why Song Mingyuan left without saying a word. He couldn't afford to lose face. Li Qingcan and the others continued to laugh. Duran, Ji Xia, and Jiang Chun walked at the back. Duran stood in the middle, her attention focused on the little wolf following Jiang Chun. To be precise, since the little wolf defeated the Fire King Snake, her attention had hardly strayed. "Jiang Chun, your beast should be able to initiate the first round of bloodline evolution, right?" Duran said. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia first smiled and said, "Instructor, are you drunk? The little wolf's strength is only elite level. Even if it were to advance to Lord level, it is still far off. How could it evolve its bloodline so quickly?" In Ji Xia's understanding, a beast could only evolve its bloodline after its strength reached a corresponding level, and after a long period of accumulation, it could then evolve its bloodline. She had not spent much time with Jiang Chun, but she knew that the little wolf had just reached the elite level today. If it were to evolve its bloodline, it would definitely be too early. To Jixia's surprise, Jiang Chun actually nodded. Yes, I have such preparations. Jixia was momentarily confused. Duran then explained, bloodline evolution is a crucial step for beast tamers. While our common understanding links strength to bloodline levels as the most reliable, there is another way. When a beast's strength far exceeds its current level, as long as the necessary materials for evolution are gathered, it can also complete bloodline evolution. Each of these beasts has immense potential. Jixia was slightly stunned. She had not expected Duran to have such high hopes for the little wolf. It was known that even though her Fire Cloud Sparrow had already reached the commander level, Duran had never mentioned anything about bloodline evolution to her. As Jixia pondered about the little wolf's evolution, suddenly, a look of shock flashed in her eyes, her pupils shaking. The little wolf's current bloodline is Lord level. If it evolves again, wouldn't it become a king-level bloodline beast? In an instant, the words king-level beast echoed in Jixia's mind, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. King-level bloodline beasts are rare even in the Vermilion Bird Academy, with only a few monsters having cultivated their beasts to such a level. Teacher, are you really placing Jiangchen on par with those monsters? Jixia was stunned. After a brief moment of astonishment, she pouted in disbelief. Is this guy really that monstrous? She curiously looked at Jiangchen, feeling a tinge of jealousy in her heart. Duran, however, was too busy to care about Jixia's little emotions as she continued to speak to Jiangchen. I remember there are two evolution routes for the bloodline of the Ice Snow Wolf King. One is physical attack, infinitely amplifying the wolf nature within the little wolf. Through countless battles, it can constantly temper its physique and evolve into the king-level bloodline ice, peak giant wolf in the most primitive way. The other is absolute control of ice elements, becoming the king-level bloodline ice soul demon wolf. Overall, there is no distinction in superiority between these two evolution routes. It mainly depends on your choice. So, have you decided which evolution route to take? Duran's words carried concern. Now that Jiang Chun was a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy, as a mentor, she naturally had to pay more attention, and it was inevitable that she would mention it a few more times. Deep down, she hoped Jiang Chun would lean towards the latter. From the battle with the Fire King snake, it was clear that the little wolf had a high affinity for ice elemental power. Jiang Chun smiled, but did not respond. Indeed, the two evolution routes Duran mentioned were the best choices for the little wolf. However, he had already planned a third option, a hidden evolution route about the Ice Snow Wolf King that he had discovered by accident in an ancient ruin before his previous life fell. It was even an evolution route that even Lu Ru Yin did not know. It was also the absolutely perfect evolution route, the Howl of Winter. Frosty curves, freezing 1,000 miles, a thought blossoms, ruling the world. Also a king-level bloodline. If the little wolf evolves into the Howl of Winter, then it could truly be called an absolute king. The Howl of Winter is also the evolution path that Jiang Chun most wants for the little wolf. Seeing that Jiang Chun didn't speak, Duran knew that he already had plans in mind. It seems you have a plan. She smiled and didn't dwell on the issue. A teacher's role is to impart knowledge and resolve doubts, and since Jiang Chun has made a choice, she would just wait for the result. Jiang Chun also didn't continue the topic. Regarding how the little wolf would evolve into the Howl of Winter, he was still missing a crucial material, known as the high-level evolution source crystal, and it wasn't time to boast yet. This material is the most perfect one for the evolution of beast bloodlines. Extremely hard to obtain, and is only found in the Dead Spirit Graveyard outside the ancient capital of Hanxia. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen knew that a beast master had just the high-level evolution source crystal in his possession. In his previous life, Lu Rian had also used this material to evolve the little wolf into the Ice Peak giant wolf. However, that beast master had a reclusive personality and was elusive, making it rare for anyone to come into contact with him. Jiang Chen's gaze deepened as he licked his lips, calculating the time. That old man should be arriving in Yunjiang City soon. Chapter 62, Jiang Yuntao's Revenge. Jiang Chun was silently calculating in his heart regarding the evolution of the little wolf's bloodline. Even if Duran didn't mention it, he had always kept it in mind. Now, it was certain that Lu Ruyan had already led the Black Soul Beast down the path of demonization. Jiang Chun had fought against the 9 great demon gods and knew the terror of such demonization. It could be said that if Lu Ruyan were to spare no expense, the strength of the Black Soul Beast would grow tremendously, reaching heights that ordinary beast masters could hardly aspire to in a short time. He had to be on guard. Fortunately, he was better prepared along the way. Jiang Chen sneered, looking up at the night sky. Lu Ruyan, the moment you chose the Black Soul Beast, you must have thought you were guaranteed to win. Just wait, it won't be long before I show you the true power of the little wolf. Outside the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, after settling Duran and the others from the Vermilion Bird Academy, it was already past 11 at night. The night in Yunjiang City was even more bustling, with neon lights intertwining and traffic flowing. Jiang Chun walked on the street, looking back at Ji Xia and Li Qingqian following him, feeling quite helpless. Didn't I arrange a suite for you at the hotel? Why are you still following me? Are you not full? Jiang Chun looked at the two of them in confusion and suggested, how about we go for some barbecue? He knew that some girls had big appetites. Ji Xia hadn't eaten much at the banquet, so he assumed she wanted a late-night snack. Ji Xia pouted, and her smile instantly disappeared. Li Qingqian rolled her eyes and whispered to Ji Xia, Xia, why do you like this kind of straight man? What nonsense are you talking about? Who likes him? Ji Xia frowned tightly, exerting force as she pinched a bit of flesh on Li Qingqian's waist, causing her to yelp in pain. Under Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze, Ji Xia said defiantly, who wants to stay at the hotel you arranged? Grandpa Jiang specifically saved a room for me. After saying that, Ji Xia added, my exclusive room. Staying with Qingqian. Jiang Chun was stunned, looking at Li Qingqian in disbelief. Huh? She wants to go too? What do you mean? Ji Xia's expression turned unfriendly, thinking Jiang Chun didn't welcome Li Qingqian to the manor. Li Qingqian was her best friend. If Jiang Chun had that kind of attitude, she would really be angry. Seeing this, Jiang Chun quickly explained, smiling bitterly, don't think too much. That's not what I meant. He could tell that Ji Xia and Li Qingqian had a good relationship, and of course, he wouldn't refuse Ji Xia's friend. What he was worried about was that if they lived so close, the chances of Wang Fuguwei being exposed would increase. He knew Li Qingqian's obsession over the past few days. Just moments ago, she had been nagging him about the $2,000. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Wang Fuguwei happened to run into Li Qingqian. Would he get beaten up? Despite Li Qingqian's twin ponytails making her look adorable like a little loli, she was a solid silver 8-star beastmaster, with Wang Fuguwei's mediocre fighting ability. Even 10 of him wouldn't be enough for Li Qingqian to handle. Before Jiang Chun could think more, Ji Xia questioned him again. Then what do you mean? Ahem. Ha ha ha. I just thought you two might be cramped together and wouldn't rest well. Jiang Chun laughed awkwardly, trying to come up with a reason. Clearly, this didn't convince Ji Xia. The manor is so big. Can't you arrange another room for Qingqian? Ji Xia asked suspiciously. Jiang Chun suddenly realized, oh, how did I not think of that? I must be drunk. Jiang Chun slapped his head and swayed a few steps in place, pretending to be drunk. Bro, I really tried my best. You two wait a moment. I'll go get the car. Under Ji Xia's suspicious gaze, Jiang Chun staggered towards a row of luxury cars parked to the right of the hotel. Driving after drinking? Ji Xia gave Jiang Chun, who was not reassuring at all, a look and was about to chase after him. However, at that moment, her pupils shrank sharply as if she had been severely frightened, her face changing dramatically. Jiang Chun. The panicked scream was filled with tension, drowning out all the surrounding sounds, reaching Jiang Chun's ears. Jiang Chun was just pretending to be slightly drunk when Ji Xia suddenly shouted like this, making him feel a bit guilty, and he instantly became alert. Could it be that Fuguwei has been exposed? Jiang Chun's heart raced, just about to turn his head. However, at that moment, his vision went black, and a fierce gust of wind rushed towards him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Jiang Chun was completely overshadowed by a robust bare figure. Ji Xia was instantly panicked to the extreme. Jiang Chun. The attack came so suddenly that even she couldn't react in time. In Ji Xia's chaotic gaze, she saw Jiang Yuntao emerging from the shadows by the roadside, his face full of resentment. Ha ha, Jiang Chun, you scoundrel. Watch how I deal with you. Jiang Yuntao harshly scolded, laughing cruelly. His laughter was filled with hysterical madness. He was already going insane. After Jiang Chun left, when the waiter handed him the exorbitant bill of over 3 million, he had already lost his mind. A meal costing over 3 million was something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. And the instigator of all this was Jiang Chun. If Jiang Chun hadn't said some words that led him to misunderstand, if Jiang Chun hadn't appeared at the banquet, if Jiang Chun had been obedient like before, just a sycophant to Lu Ruyan, wholeheartedly being her wallet, then he could have ended this gathering in a glamorous way under Jiang Chen's name. None of this would have happened. What he couldn't accept the most was that the hotel staff showed him no respect, demanding that he wash dishes for 30 years in front of all his classmates to settle the bill. Under so many scrutinizing eyes, they actually brought all the dishes to him. God knows how suffocating it was for him at that moment. His hands turned pale, peeling, and blistering, and his waist felt like it was about to break. The astonished, disdainful, and disgusted gazes he received were permanently etched in his heart. Every time he thought of this, Jiang Yuntao's hatred for Jiang Chen only grew. Now, taking advantage of the hotel staff's moment of inattention, he threw down the dishes in his hand, sneaked out, and lay in ambush here, just to take revenge on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you didn't expect me to be here, did you? You also didn't expect that the young master of the Jiang family would spend the latter half of his life in a wheelchair, right? Jiang Yuntao's eyes were completely bloodshot. Looking insane, watching the palm bear's paw slam down on Jiang Chun, he felt extremely pleased. Even if Jiang Chun was a bronze-level beastmaster, in the surprise attack of the Palm Bear's full-force strike, even if he didn't die, he would end up half-disabled. Finally, he could vent a little of the resentment in his heart. Looking at Ji Xia and Li Qingcan, the two women were completely flustered. Unfortunately, the Palm Bear's body completely blocked their line of sight, and they couldn't see Jiang Chen's current situation. Both women were terrified and ran forward as fast as they could. It was indeed a bit surprising to me. However, before the two women could get closer, a calm voice came from behind the Palm Bear. Then, Jiang Chun appeared unscathed, surrounded by a circle of holy light barriers, walking out from behind the Palm Bear. Jiang Chun. Chapter 63. Who is really hurting whom? 3 exclamations sounded almost simultaneously. Ji Xia, Li Qingcan, and Zhang Yuntao all cried out in surprise. The two women showed joy, patted their chests, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Jiang Chun was unharmed. Zhang Yuntao, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. He had planned it out and struck suddenly. With the Palm Bear being a 6-star battle servant, it could have caught Jiang Chun off guard. But now, seeing Jiang Chun without a single hair harmed, he was completely stunned. I really didn't expect you to be this weak. Jiang Chun walked step by step to the front of the group, and the little wolf also appeared, pressing the Palm Bear firmly to the ground. I also didn't expect you to be this foolish, openly choosing to attack in the base city. Jiang Chun sneered repeatedly. To be honest, Zhang Yuntao's sudden order for the Palm Bear to attack was completely beyond his expectations. After all, there are explicit regulations in the base city that prohibit any beast master from having their beasts attack others. Once discovered, the punishment is extremely severe. The lightest punishment would be labor reform, while the heaviest could lead to the death of the beast and the deprivation of the beast master's identity. Only Zhang Yuntao could act without thinking and do something so foolish. He even summoned the little wolf to subdue the Palm Bear. Otherwise, even with his elite beast master's physical strength, being unexpectedly struck by a 6-star battle servant, especially a strength-type Palm Bear, would definitely not feel good. It seems I've indeed pushed him to a corner. A corner dog is bound to jump over the wall. The coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes was evident. Zhang Yuntao's sneak attack did indeed catch him by surprise. However, this made it very simple for him to deal with Zhang Yuntao. Jiang Chun wasted no time in having the little wolf keep an eye on the Palm Bear and Zhang Yuntao. He quickly dialed a phone number. Hello, Uncle Hat. Someone here is illegally using beasts to attack others. Yes, the address is 45, Chonglu Street, Cloud Top Palace. Seeing Jiang Chun make the call, Zhang Yuntao's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly said, Jiang Chun, what are you doing? Jiang Chun coldly glanced at him, but didn't pay much attention. Leisurely whistling and waiting. Before long, the sound of vehicles rushing in could be heard. Who reported the crime? A group of uniformed individuals quickly got out of the car, followed by various beasts. All of them battled general level, observing everything around them with vigilance. They were members of the base city's inspection team, all capable beast masters responsible for maintaining law and order within the base city. Jiang Chun immediately raised his hand. Uncle Hat, this. He pointed at Zhang Yuntao. This person ordered the beast to attack me, severely endangering the personal safety of a lawful citizen. One of the inspection team members looked at Zhang Yuntao, who was cornered by the little wolf and trembling, then glanced at Jiang Chun, who was humming a tune and seemed unaffected. For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Who is really endangering whose personal safety here? Fortunately, Ji Xia promptly revealed her identity as a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy to vouch for Jiang Chun. Only then did the inspection team members finally believe everything Jiang Chun had said. The leader instructed someone to take Zhang Yuntao away and to retrieve the surveillance footage from the hotel entrance. However, given Ji Xia's identity as a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy, he didn't dare to trouble her. This is the transcendent status of the 5 supreme academies in Hanxia. Everyone respects it. Even the students are given the greatest tolerance by all sectors of society. The inspection team quickly took Zhang Yuntao away. This commotion attracted a lot of attention. People gathered around, each curious and peeking in. As the crowd grew larger, Jiang Chun quickly led Ji Xia and Li Qingcan to disappear from the public's view. With no excitement to watch, many felt quite regretful, and the crowd slowly dispersed. In the distance, however, there was a lone figure who remained, unwilling to leave as she watched Zhang Yuntao being taken away. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead. Jiang Chun, you've completely angered me. As Lu Ruyan's emotions surged, the black soul beast quietly appeared in the shadows behind her, revealing its vicious fangs. Rushing all the way, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun brought Ji Xia and Li Qingcan to the villa area. Jiang Chun found it amusing and thought about asking something. Ji Xia finally couldn't hold back and directly said, Are you just going to let him go like this? She was genuinely a bit angry. Zhang Yuntao clearly intended to ruin Jiang Chun. and even if the inspection team investigated thoroughly afterward, they would most likely treat it leniently because Jiang Yuntao was still a high school student. The most he would get would be a few days in a detention center. In her view, this punishment was far from enough compared to the fact that Jiang Chun was nearly harmed. What do you mean by just letting him go? Jiang Chun chuckled in disbelief. Turning back, he looked at Ji Xia seriously and said slowly, "Have you ever heard the saying, to destroy someone, first make them go mad?" Ji Xia frowned, not quite understanding Jiang Chen's meaning, but still reminded him with concern, "That person is not a good one. You still can't let your guard down." "Thanks." Jiang Chen felt warm inside. Being with Ji Xia was different from the constant scheming with Lu Ruyin. She could unconsciously make him relax. He had to admit that sometimes he really liked this feeling. As for Jiang Yuntao, he certainly wouldn't just let him go. Whether it was the exorbitant bill or a few days of eating royal rations in the detention center, it was just an appetizer. No matter if it was Jiang Yuntao or Lu Ruyin, he wouldn't let either of them go. However, to someone like Jiang Yuntao, whether in the past or now, he was merely an ant that could barely hop around in Jiang Chen's eyes. Would an elephant care about an ant? Of course not. Moreover, he needed to use Jiang Yuntao to make Lu Ruyin prove her unwavering love. So how could he let him disappear so easily? Since you regard him as your most beloved, then I also want to know, when you become unrecognizable and turn into a demon in front of him, will there still be you in his eyes? Lu Ruyin. Jiang Chun sat in the passenger seat, laughing lightly, his eyes full of playfulness. At this moment, Gazhong, who was called to focus on driving, seemed to have noticed something. "Young master, ahead. It seems the young master of the Wang family is waiting for you." Eh? Jiang Chun was suddenly startled. He quickly sat up straight and looked straight ahead. As luck would have it, Wang Fugui's conspicuous bag was waving at the entrance of the manor. Jiang Chun turned his head, wearing an expression that said, "Keep your distance." "Uncle Gu, what young master of the Wang family? I don't know him. Let's go quickly." But at this moment, Li Qingqian poked her head out from behind. Her hand resting on Jiang Chen's back, one finger pointing excitedly at Wang Fugui's direction, her hand trembling. "Stop, stop. That's him. He's the damn liar who made me lose money." Chapter 64, A Man of His Own. 5 minutes later. "Ah, don't slap my face. Ah, Jiang Chun. Save me, you bastard." Inside and outside the manor, heart-wrenching screams echoed, truly heartbreaking and tear-inducing. Jiang Chun covered his eyes with his hands, leaving a gap between his fingers to peek at Wang Fugui, who was being chased around the world by Li Qingqian, his heart racing. Li Qingqian's little fists pounded on Wang Fugui, each punch sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. The irritable lowly, Jiang Chun, couldn't bear to watch. He could only widen his eyes and silently turn on his phone's recording function. Ji Xia stood beside Jiang Chun and said with annoyance, "You knew it all along, didn't you? If she can't see that Jiang Chun and Wang Fugui have an unusual relationship by now, then she's really foolish." "Hee. I didn't know you were talking about him," Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly, not directly admitting to covering for Wang Fugui. Given Li Qingqian's current state, if he admitted it, it would be a disaster. "Jiang Chun, you little brat, help me." Unfortunately, Wang Fugui shouted again, his face bruised and swollen as he hid behind Jiang Chun. "Don't run. You tricked me into being grateful to you for several days, using my money to support me, right? I must vent this anger today." Li Qingqian was furious. Seeing the situation, Jiang Chen's heart ached. He turned around and nodded seriously, giving Wang Fugui a reassuring look as if to say, "Leave it to me." Then, he quietly retreated to Ji Xia's side, making space. "If there's an issue, call me," he encouraged. "Sister, go for it, I support you." Without a second thought, Jiang Chen sold out Wang Fugui and pulled Ji Xia toward the manor. The scene was too bloody. "Let us go. I'm afraid it will scare you." Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chun turned and left. He had no fortune to enjoy the beauty of being pounded by a 100-plus-pound fist. It was better for Wang Fugui to slowly savor it. Ji Xia reluctantly walked into the manor, looking at Jiang Chun suspiciously. "Too bloody? I think you're afraid of getting beaten." Half an hour later, in the living room, Jiang Chun, Ji Xia, Li Qingqian, and Wang Fugui were gathered together. Looking at the bruises on Wang Fugui's face, Jiang Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. "You little brat. If you want to laugh, just laugh," Wang Fugui said, filled with resentment. He glanced nervously at Li Qingqian, who was counting stacks of cash, not expecting the lowly girl to have such a powerful punch. If it weren't for Li Qingqian's cute twin tails, he would have thought she was a heavy artillery piece. After this beating, he had learned his lesson. Jiang Chun couldn't contain his laughter and teased, "Ha ha ha. You brought this upon yourself, didn't you? If you can't speak, just shut your butt." Ouch. Wang Fugui felt a wave of frustration and was about to explode when he accidentally pulled his mouth, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Chun stopped teasing him and asked, "What are you doing here?" He found it strange that Wang Fugui had to come at this time. It was as if he was delivering himself to the chopping board. As soon as this was mentioned, Wang Fuguei perked up, disregarding his pain, and said with shining eyes, I heard someone had a banquet worth millions at the Cloud Summit tonight, hosted by someone named Jiang Yuntao and Lu Ruyan. I figured this must have something to do with you, so I came to ask. Ouch. Jiang Chun shrugged helplessly. Even in this situation, Wang Fuguei still had the mood to gossip. He nodded. That was indeed arranged by me. I knew it. Wang Fuguei leaped up excitedly. Those two poor guys got completely screwed over by you. I heard they have to wash dishes for 30 years now. Ha, ouch. Seeing Wang Fuguei's pained expression made Jiang Chun feel resigned. He had Guzheng find some medicinal wine for Wang Fuguei's injuries and said, There's less than 20 days until this election. You still have time to inquire about this gossip? $1 million banquet. There aren't many occasions like that in Cloud City all year round. Those two unlucky guys have become famous now. Ouch. Wang Fuguei wiped the medicinal wine and raised his eyebrows at Jiang Chun. As for this election, I'm fully prepared. Oh, Jiang Chun was slightly curious. What do you mean? Wang Fuguei patted his chest, overflowing with confidence. Let me tell you, I'm now a 6-star beast master. I have a secret weapon ready. I'm definitely going to be chosen by the 5 top academies. He was quite proud of himself. Jiang Chun suddenly became interested. What is your secret weapon? Under the slightly curious gazes of Jiang Chun, Ji Xia, and Li Cancan, Wang Fuguei grandly waved his hand and pulled out a slightly shiny soul device from behind him. The soul device looked quite special, resembling an old-fashioned speaker at first glance. Then, Wang Fuguei looked up at a 45-degree angle, turning his back to the others. With his hands behind his back, displaying a somewhat melancholic expression, resembling a peerless master. The invincible is so lonely, the invincible is so empty. I stand in the cold wind. In an instant, Jiang Chun and the others were petrified. It really was a speaker, truly, self-contained. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed. In the following days, Jiang Chun took a 2-day break and returned to school as the holiday ended, resuming his routine of going from home to school and back. Occasionally, he would accompany Ji Xia for a stroll or let Xiao Lang spar with Hui Yonk. Notably, on the first day back from the special training, the school officially announced the punishment for Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao for violating the rules during the training. Both received a probationary punishment from the school. Additionally, after Jiang Yuntao was taken away by the inspection team, he was sentenced to 10 days of administrative detention. Both of them simply stayed home to reflect and didn't go to school. Jiang Chun unexpectedly enjoyed over 10 days of peace and quiet. Due to the exorbitant debt, he had completely severed ties with his family, working tirelessly day and night in various places to earn money. Thinking back to when Lu Ruyan was high and mighty, living a life of luxury like a rich girl, with Jiang Chun's endless care, compared to her current situation, it was two extremes. How tragic it was. One day, as usual, after school, Jiang Chun was training Xiao Lang in the training hall. Young master, here's an anonymous invitation. The old man said you should take a look. Guzheng quickly walked into the training hall and handed an invitation to Jiang Chun. It's here. Returning to the old place, full of emotions. Meeting the son of an old friend is like seeing an old friend, sincerely inviting young friend Jiang Chun to gather at the Emerald Garden to discuss beasts over tea. Signed, Master Beast Tamer Xiao Tiance. Chapter 65. Old man, come out and see me. Jiang Chun looked at the invitation, his eyes lighting up. Xiao Tiance was indeed the master who possessed high-level evolutionary source crystals. Speaking of the connection between Xiao Tiance and the Jiang family, it was a long story. Simply put, Xiao Tiance once passionately loved his mother and even insisted on eloping with her the night before their wedding. Then, the old man chased him away with 7 wolves for 8 streets. From that point on, Xiao Tiance angrily left Yunjiang and vowed never to set foot in the Jiang family again. Just thinking about how a dignified master was once chased like a dog by the old man made Jiang Chun unable to contain his laughter. At this moment, Guzheng added, Young master, the 2 people you asked me to keep an eye on have been kneeling at the place where the master is staying for 3 days and nights. Should I? He hesitated, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A master-level beast tamer is revered wherever he goes. It's rare to have a master with such a close relationship with the Jiang family. If those 2 provoke him, it would be disastrous. He had long thought of getting Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao out of the way to avoid angering Xiao Tiance, which would cause the Jiang family to miss the opportunity to mend relations with him. Oh, Jiang Chun reacted very calmly, as if he had anticipated this. If they like kneeling, let them kneel. In his previous life, Jiang Chun had meticulously arranged everything so that Lu Ruyan could smoothly meet Xiao Tiance and obtain the high-level evolutionary source crystal. However, this time, without him backing her up, Lu Ruyan wouldn't even have the chance to arrogantly obtain the high-level evolutionary source crystal. Whether she could even get through the door was in question. Without needing to think, he already knew Lu Ruyan would face quite a few setbacks this time. He had long predicted this step. Lu Rian definitely wouldn't miss the high-level evolution source crystal. She also definitely wouldn't see Xiao Tian's this time. This time, Lu Rian was destined to return empty-handed as well. Uncle Ge, help me prepare. I need to go out for a while, Jiang Chen instructed. Yes, young master. Ge Zheng quickly exited the room. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, Ji Xia suddenly blocked his way. Are you going to meet that woman? She pouted, adding with significance, there are only 3 days left until the selection. I think you need to put in more effort. Put in more effort? Jiang Chen looked at Ji Xia with suspicion. So far, Little Wolf had already reached elite level 4 stars, and had even comprehended a unique attack method for controlling ice elements, Ice Spike Assault, which allowed him to summon 3 ice spikes from the ground to attack enemies. Not only that, but he had also initially grasped the unique attack method of the Wolf King's physique, Wolf Strike, and would soon be able to use it proficiently. Jiang Chen wasn't being arrogant. With Little Wolf's current strength, it was indeed hard to find any opponents at the elite level. Even against the suppressed Fire King Snake, he could easily defeat it without using Wolf Dragon Blood Fury. How could he possibly put in more effort? It could be said that even without a guaranteed admission spot, it was a done deal for him to enter the Zhuke Academy this time. Moreover, Ji Xia's focus was quite peculiar. She was actually concerned about whether he was going to see Lu Rian. This made Jiang Chen suspect Ji Xia's intentions. He stared intently at Ji Xia and slowly moved closer. Jiang Chen approached suddenly, and Ji Xia could even feel the warmth of his breath. A blush quickly spread across her face, as if she were on fire. What are you looking at? Ji Xia took a half step back, her heart racing and flustered, trying to conceal her inner turmoil. I'm just looking, Jiang Chen said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Are you jealous? No. Ji Xia immediately denied it. She turned her head, her heart racing even faster, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. The panic in her gaze completely betrayed her. Indeed, just the thought of Jiang Chen meeting Lu Rian made her feel a little uncomfortable. Despite knowing that Jiang Chen wouldn't have any extra feelings for Lu Rian, she still felt a twist of discomfort inside. Even she herself didn't understand why she suddenly cared so much about Jiang Chen's interaction with Lu Rian. Ha. Then why are you blushing? Jiang Chen, seeing through her but not saying it outright, teased. Let us go. If you're free, let us go together. Beast masters aren't seen often. No. Ji Xia glared at Jiang Chen and directly refused. She didn't want to see Jiang Chen being all lovey-dovey with Lu Rian. Also, how could Jiang Chen talk about beast masters like they were monkeys in a zoo, as if he could just go see them whenever he wanted? She knew Jiang Chen was going to handle serious business, and she didn't want to go along recklessly. After all, each beast master was a pillar of Hengxia, and their personalities could be quite peculiar. What if they didn't take a liking to her? That would make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Go if you want. Ji Xia coldly snorted and turned away proudly. I need to go play chess with the old man. This girl really had the attribute of being picky yet straightforward. Watching Ji Xia leave, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. After spending time together these days, he found that this future Red Lawn war god was indeed quite interesting. Serious matters were a priority, so Jiang Chen didn't delay further. In Jiang Chen's impression, Xiao Tian's had always been a quirky person. A lone wolf who wore a sour face towards everyone, as if everyone owed him billions. In his previous life, he had begged Xiao Tian's for over half a month just to finally agree to meet Lu Rian. During that time, he had been scolded by Xiao Tian's for over 10 days. He understood that Ji Xia was also wary of the Grand Master's identity, fearing that she might inadvertently step on the Grand Master's toes and make him unhappy, which was why she didn't want to accompany him this time. She was indeed a sensible girl. Given that the high-level evolution source crystal was in Xiao Tian's hands, Jiang Chen unconsciously quickened his pace. After wandering around the streets for over an hour, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the city, in front of a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo and wood, resembling an ancient building style, like a hermit master's secluded residence. The Tsuan elegant residence was one of the few properties still owned by Xiao Tian's in Yunjiang City. A handsome car drifted to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Coincidentally, it raised dust in front of Lu Rian and Jiang Yuntao, who were kneeling at the courtyard's entrance and looking a bit sleepy. Both of them appeared somewhat sluggish and covered in dust, looking even more disheveled. Especially Jiang Yuntao, who had been locked up in a detention center for 10 days. Hadn't had a proper rest, and was brought by Lu Rian to seek out this beast master grandmaster, feeling utterly exhausted. When they saw someone approaching, both of them curiously sized him up. Then, they saw Jiang Chen elegantly open the car door and walk straight to the tightly closed courtyard door without looking aside. You bastard you. Jiang Yuntao stood up, intending to stop Jiang Chen and harshly condemn him from a moral high ground. But at that moment, they heard Jiang Chen shout loudly, Old man, why don't you come out and see me? Do you believe I'll tear down your courtyard? Chapter 66, Seeking Death? Jiang Chun's shout was anything but polite, shocking Zhang Yuntao so much that his vision darkened, almost fainting. He was screaming inside, "The Beastmaster Grandmaster lives here. Do you know how valuable a Grandmaster is? Just a stomp of his foot could shake the entire Yunjiang city. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at a Grandmaster? Do you want to die?" His face turned pale. They had been kneeling for 3 days and nights to meet Xiao Tians, with reverence and awe. Jiang Chun, however, acted like a bandit leader, completely overstepping the bounds. It was simply courting death. Without thinking, Zhang Yuntao grabbed Lu Ruyan and started to retreat. He didn't want to be implicated by Jiang Chun provoking the Grandmaster. Jiang Chun, however, ignored the two of them and continued to do as he pleased. Zhang Yuntao was scared enough to back away several dozen meters. Seeing Jiang Chun's utter lack of decorum and the door remaining shut, Lu Ruyan finally relaxed. This time, she didn't want Jiang Chun to get his hands on the high-level evolution source crystal again. A figure like the Grandmaster wasn't someone just anyone could meet. Her words were filled with sarcasm. Jiang Yuntao echoed, "Exactly, you fool, if you want to seek death, don't drag us down with you." He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Chun's arrogance would get him slapped to death by Xiao Tians the next second. If Jiang Chun died, that would be one thing. But if they ended up ruining their 3 days of hard work because of him, that would be the worst. However, Jiang Chun seemed to not hear their words at all, still knocking on the door. Even worse, seeing the door still tightly closed, he summoned Little Wolf. Fully intending to break down the door, Zhang Yuntao's face turned pale instantly. "Lu Ruyan, let us get out of here, or..." Just then, as Zhang Yuntao was about to pull Lu Ruyan away to hide, unexpectedly, the door opened. Then, a furious voice came from within, "Who's making all that noise outside? Disturbing me from drinking and sleeping?" Under the shocked gazes of Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, a scruffy-looking, bearded drunkard with a strong smell of alcohol staggered out. "He is dead. He is definitely dead." Hearing that furious voice, Zhang Yuntao felt overjoyed. "Grandmaster Xiao." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, but she couldn't think too much about it and hurriedly ran in front of Xiao Tians, saying, "I am Lu Ruyan, a student, here to seek an audience with the Grandmaster." She slightly nodded her head, neither servile nor arrogant, with a faint touch of cunning makeup. Her somewhat charming face filled with confidence. In her previous life, it was after seeing her that Xiao Tians, without hesitation, gifted her a high-level evolution source crystal. That's why she had been waiting here for 3 days. She was fully confident that as long as Xiao Tians met her, he would definitely hand over the high-level evolution source crystal. This was her confidence in her beauty. It was also her confidence in her talent. Because, in her previous life, without any help from Jiang Chun, Xiao Tians had favored her greatly. She believed that this time would be no different. Xiao Tians must have been moved by her sincerity, just like in her previous life, which is why he appeared. "Master Xiao, I specifically came here for..." Lu Ruyan was eager to ask for the high-level evolution source crystal. What left her dumbfounded was that Xiao Tians didn't even look at her. His attention was entirely on Jiang Chun from start to finish. "He really looks like him, just like him." Xiao Tians examined Jiang Chun from head to toe, nodding frequently. "I thought someone was disturbing my sleep. Even this temper is exactly the same, huh?" Xiao Tians' mood shifted from anger to joy, changing his expression like flipping through a book, leaving Lu Ruyan completely confused. In her memory, Xiao Tians was not an easy person to get along with. He could scare people with a stern face at any moment. And Jiang Chun was so arrogant. If he were an ordinary person, even if Xiao Tians didn't crush Jiang Chun, he would definitely teach him a harsh lesson. Did they know each other already? Lu Ruyan's heart sank, secretly thinking it was bad, and her heart hung in suspense again. "Master Xiao?" She deliberately raised her voice to attract Xiao Tians' attention. This time, Xiao Tians finally noticed her presence, but it was just a glance before he turned back to Jiang Chun. "Your friend? Why are you still standing outside? Come in." Bang! Without any warning, the door slammed shut, and Lu Ruyan instinctively stepped forward, almost bumping her nose. The only thing left in her ears was Jiang Chun's cold words. "You're right, the Grandmaster doesn't meet just anyone." Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, staring at the tightly closed door. Unable to believe, she stepped back several paces. Impossible. How could this happen? It wasn't like this before. She could not accept what she was seeing at all. It could be said that if she didn't want to pay too high a price and wanted to defeat Jiang Chun in the college selection, the evolution source crystal was her last hope. But now, the last glimmer of hope was shattered. Everything that originally belonged to her. Why? She felt like she was on the verge of collapse, unable to bear such a blow. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized that everything she had in her previous life was inextricably linked to Jiang Chun. Little Wolf was like this. The Dragon Saliva Stone was like this. The 5-color Soul Flower was like this. And the high-level evolution source crystal was like this. Even everything she had possessed in the past was like this. Jiang Chun's shadow existed at all times. No, It shouldn't be like this. Lu Ruoyan screamed in despair, her voice hoarse and frantic. She thought everything was under control. But now, her confidence had finally been worn down by repeated blows. She was finally panicking. She was also afraid. Afraid that in living another life, she would still be overshadowed by Jiang Chun. Afraid that her persistence all along was both pitiful and laughable. Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun. She kept shouting Jiang Chun's name in anger, feeling both furious and panicked. Jiang Yuntao stood by, timidly looking at Lu Ruoyan, not daring to approach. He seriously suspected Lu Ruoyan was going crazy. The reality was not much different from what he thought. Lu Ruoyan was already on the brink of collapse. After Lu Ruoyan vented for a while, Jiang Yuntao finally dared to harden his resolve and slowly approach her. Ruoyan, what should we do next? According to Lu Ruoyan, after using obsidian to elevate the bloodline of the Black Soul Beast to the general level, only the high-level evolution source crystal could allow the Black Soul Beast's bloodline to catch up with Little Wolf in a short time, or even surpass it. But now, seeing that the high-level evolution source crystal was hopeless, and with only 3 days left for the higher education selection, it was hard for him not to be anxious. If he couldn't crush Jiang Chun in front of so many people, then who would make up for the humiliation he had suffered these days? Ruoyan. Jiang Yuntao anxiously shouted again. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan finally showed some movement. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with terrifying madness. 3 days, the last 3 days. No matter the cost, I must prove that my choice has never been wrong from the beginning. The one who is wrong has always been Jiang Chun. Chapter 67. High-Level Evolution Source Crystal. In a daze, Lu Ruoyan seemed to be enveloped in heavy magical barriers, her temperament drastically changing. A sinister and evil aura radiated from her, frightening Jiang Yuntao into silence. In the small courtyard, Xiao Tian seemed to sense something and looked outside, wondering internally. How could there be a demonic aura in the base city? That evil aura flickered and disappeared, and even he wasn't too sure. Jiang Chun sat opposite Xiao Tian's, bringing the teacup to his lips and taking a sip, looking at Xiao Tian's strange expression with a clear mind. Forcing that woman to this point. Has she finally been unable to hold back and is about to plunge into the bottomless abyss? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, filled with endless indifference. From the moment Lu Ruoyan contracted the Black Soul Beast, it could be said that every step he took was pushing Lu Ruoyan in this direction. The bet was like this, and all the material contests he took a step ahead were like this. All along, he had been nurturing a devil flower with care. And now, that devil flower was finally reaching the moment of maturity. Lu Ruoyan, if I don't make you suffer the pain I've endured, how can I justify the grave I've dug for you step by step after crawling out of that treacherous hell? The coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes was terrifying, like ice that had not melted for 10,000 years. Having come this far, he had to be fully prepared. Old man, stop dragging this out. I'm here for the high-level evolution source crystal on you. Hand it over, and I'll leave. Jiang Chun got straight to the point. You brat. Who are you calling old man? Do you know what it means to respect your teacher and elders? Xiao Tian's glared. No matter how you put it. You should at least call me godfather. To hell with your godfather, don't think you can take advantage of me. Jiang Chun said disdainfully. At this point, the image of Xiao Tian scolding him while hanging him up couldn't be shaken off from his mind, and he was filled with pent-up anger. This time, he wouldn't make the same foolish mistake for Lu Ruoyan again. There was no need to be polite with Xiao Tian's. If that old man had really eloped successfully back then, he wouldn't even exist now. How dare he snatch his dad's wife? It was simply detestable. Therefore, Jiang Chun didn't give Xiao Tian's a good face. Are you going to give it or not? Jiang Chun extended his hand, almost ready to snatch it. In response, Xiao Tian's was quite helpless. I'm really scared of you. Just like your mother, I really owe you. He sighed with a wry smile, casually flipping his hand. And a crystal gleaming with holy light and shimmering with colors appeared in his palm. This crystal was different from all other materials. The halo flowed around it, as if a dragon was soaring over the sea, or a phoenix was singing in the sky. Every bit of it was the supreme evolution power that countless beast masters yearned for and pursued throughout their lives. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate, quickly putting the high-level evolution source crystal into his pocket. With this material in hand, the next 3 days would be enough for Little Wolf's bloodline to advance to the king level. With the material secured, Jiang Chun was too lazy to waste words with Xiao Tian's and left. You're just leaving like this? Not even saying thank you? Do you know how much effort I put in to get this advanced evolution source crystal? Xiao Tian's also didn't expect Jiang Chun to be so ruthless. To take the thing and abandon him, this lonely old man. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Xiao Tian's was his father's rival in love. And just talking to Xiao Tian's made Jiang Chun fear that his deceased father would never rest in peace. Hearing Jiang Chun mention the old man Jiang, Xiao Tian's was also filled with anger, saying angrily, that old man, if it weren't for him stopping me from being with Wan Ning back then, you would have to call me dad. After all these years, he still harbored resentment over the old man's interference in his elopement. "I'll call you Grandma." Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back from kicking Xiao Tian's in the face. Was he addicted to taking advantage? But at that moment, Xiao Tian's expression suddenly became much more desolate. He took a swig of strong liquor, and feelings of sorrow, regret, guilt, and nostalgia intertwined in his eyes. Soon, it transformed into boundless rage. "Wan Ning, soon, I will bring out everyone who has harmed you, and I will make them all pay with their lives." Jiang Chen's steps paused. The old man had never mentioned his parents much. He only knew they likely died in a battle against demons. But now, hearing Xiao Tian say this, it seemed there was more to the story. Even after becoming the #1 war god, he still couldn't find any clues, which was quite strange. What was infuriating was that after mentioning it, Xiao Tian immediately fell silent. It was as if he could see through Jiang Chen's thoughts and waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Adults matters, children should not pry." Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse Xiao Tian's ancestors. He knew Xiao Tian's temperament. If he didn't want to talk, it was pointless to ask. Jiang Chen took a sip of tea to calm down, finally feeling a bit more composed, and his gaze moved, reminding him of something. Xiao Tian glanced at Jiang Chen and shook his head. Seeing this, Jiang Chen became much more serious and said in a deep voice, "What if I told you that in a year, Yunjiang would disappear?" Xiao Tian paused in his drinking, somewhat surprised. He scrutinized Jiang Chen with great interest, then shook his head again, saying, "The person I love is no longer here. Even if the sky falls, what does it have to do with me?" At this point, he added, "I have more important things to do." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed. As a Grand Master, if he were around, the catastrophe that would befall Yunjiang City in a year could be completely avoided. However, he could also tell that Xiao Tian didn't want to get involved. Moreover, he seemed somewhat skeptical of his words. Jiang Chen had long considered this situation, which is why he hadn't been overly vocal about it. After all, Yunjiang City had been peaceful for so many years. Who would believe such an outrageous event would happen in a year? Furthermore, in his previous life, Xiao Tian had indeed disappeared shortly after meeting him. Jiang Chen didn't know what he had gone to do, and even until his death, he hadn't seen Xiao Tian again. Anyway, although Xiao Tian was said to be a Grand Master, he didn't seem very reliable in Jiang Chen's impression. It seemed he could only rely on himself. Jiang Chen sighed. Xiao Tian smiled, seemingly unaware of Jiang Chen's thoughts, and casually said, "The evolution of beast-taming bloodlines is particularly difficult. Every step must be precise. Your little wolf bloodline is innately high, so you must be even more cautious. Before the academy selection, you can evolve your bloodline here with me." Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, saying, "Okay." From his request for the advanced evolution source crystal, it wasn't hard for Xiao Tian to deduce that he wanted to evolve his beast-taming bloodline. Moreover, the evolution time for the little wolf bloodline would definitely not be short, so having such a Grand Master watching over him would save Jiang Chen a lot of worry. Determined, Jiang Chen sent a message to the old man and Ji Xia. Then, he summoned the little wolf. Jiang Chen placed the evolution source crystal in front of the little wolf, took a deep breath, and looked forward with excitement. "So, little wolf, are you ready to showcase your unparalleled power to the world?" Bloodline Evolution. Begin. Chapter 68. The Spectacle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout Yunjiang City, transportation was blocked, and people flowed like a sea, gathering at the entrances of various universities for the entrance examinations. This was a hopeful day. A day to witness the fledgling eagles soaring high. The university selection had begun. Inside Yunjiang #1 High School, Xiao Qingyue and a group of teachers had been waiting in the school's training hall, which could accommodate thousands, to oversee the selection event. Representatives from prestigious families, forces, and enterprises within Yunjiang were also invited to the stands surrounding the training hall to observe. In addition, a group of examiners from different schools moved around the various testing instruments, carefully calibrating parameters. Without exception, their gaze often drifted towards the podium, where a beautiful woman in a light green gown, embroidered with a flaming vermilion bird, sat. I remember she seems to be a mentor from the Vermilion Bird Academy. Could it be that there's a genius at #1 high school worth the mentor's personal visit? It must be for that exceptionally talented little guy. I remember he's called Jiang Chen. It has to be. Didn't you see the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association sitting next to her? The crowd murmured. Generally speaking, every year's selection only requires the teachers from the universities to record each student's scores, and then students fill out their preferences, which are entered into the system, and the universities will screen from there. It's rare for academy mentors to personally observe an event like this, especially from one of the top 5 academies. Vermilion Bird Academy. Even Zhou Dechuan was present. The teachers from #1 high school were all beaming with pride. Zhou Dechuan sat to the right of Duran, chatting cheerfully. He discreetly glanced at Ji Xia beside Duran, feeling a bit of a headache. This could be troublesome. Jiang Chun had early on sealed off information about the nightmare level difficulty. He had only privately informed an old classmate who served as the head of the Xuanwu Academy, one of the 5 top academies, hoping to recruit an outstanding genius for his alma mater. Unexpectedly, the Vermilion Bird Academy came all the way here. This would inevitably lead to competition. Zhou Dachuan chatted casually with Duran, his gaze occasionally darting towards the entrance of the training hall, waiting for someone. Moments later, a group of arrogant individuals walked in through the entrance, all dressed in the embroidered robes of Xuanwu Academy. Head of Xuanwu Academy, Hu Li, leads the team to observe. Zhou Dachuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up to greet them. However, before he could exchange a few pleasantries, another group of people entered from outside, and Xiao Qingyue, with a joyful expression, moved forward to greet them. Head of White Tiger Academy, Chen Junfeng, leads the team to observe. Wow! The training hall immediately erupted in an uproar. Many people stood up in shock, feeling a bit surreal. The 3 top academies, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, and White Tiger, had all arrived. This was absolutely unimaginable compared to previous years. An unprecedented spectacle. In the crowd, in the front row of the stands, the old man Jiang was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, beaming with a radiant smile that never left his face. As soon as he arrived, many familiar faces gathered around him, showering him with compliments, basking in the limelight. Just then, a cold laugh rang out of place. Heh, what level of genius? Nonsense. A Mediterranean man with a jade ring on his hand and a gold chain around his neck, showing disdain. I've heard that no. One high school has a genius with exceptional talent taking a different path. One Smiley family trains him well and pours in resources. It won't take long for him to soar. The smiles of those around instantly froze. In all of Yunjiang, if any force or family could compete with the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly be the Li family led by Li Biao. In recent years, the Li family had developed rapidly and had a strong momentum to catch up. Therefore, every time the Jiang family and the Li family appear together, it is accompanied by a strong smell of gunpowder. In the face of Li Biao's provocation, old Master Jiang remained calm and pretended to question, which is bigger? Then, he slapped his forehead, looking surprised. Oh, this must be knowledge from at least kindergarten. I forgot. This question is beyond your level, brotherly. No wonder you got fooled. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone turned red in the face, holding back their laughter until their stomachs hurt. Hang in there, little wolf. Jiang Chun was sweating profusely as rare materials and monster crystal cores piled up around Little Wolf as if they were free. In just 3 days, as Little Wolf's bloodline continuously improved, the courtyard of Tilinyash was already covered with a layer of pure white frost. A cold mist enveloped the area, freezing the light of the sky. Bang, bang. Amidst the chill, the strong and powerful heartbeat sounded rhythmic, like a drumbeat striking deep into the soul, growing louder and louder. It's done. Xiao Tiant sat in a pavilion in the distance, his hand holding the wine cup suspended in midair, his eyes clearing up from the murkiness, revealing brilliance. He stretched his neck and gazed into the cold mist, where a pair of sharp blue gem-like eyes emerged vaguely. His pupils trembled violently, and he was shocked. At this moment, he felt an extremely cold aura enveloping his entire body, as if even his soul was showing signs of freezing. Clang! The wine cup uncontrollably fell to the ground. Xiao Tian stood there dazed, listening to the deep breathing in the thick fog, his lips trembling. What kind of evolutionary path is this, to be so terrifying? Chapter 69, The Selection Begins. Yunjiang No. 1 High School was crowded with people. As time passed, the selection was about to start. Attention, students, please pay attention. The selection will begin in 15 minutes. Please, class teachers, count the number of students and prepare for the selection. The school broadcast rang out, and the selection for the higher education institution officially entered a 15-minute countdown. In front of Class 1, Senior 3, Xiao Qingyue was in a state of panic, the continuous busy signal from her phone making her even more distressed. Ji Xia, Du Lan, and even Zhou Dachuan, Hu Li, and Qin Junfeng were all gathered around Xiao Qingyue. Still not connected? Hu Li and Qin Junfeng looked at Xiao Qingyue. No. Xiao Qingyue was extremely irritated. With only 15 minutes left before the selection began, Jiang Chun just had to be unreachable at this time. If it weren't for the students in Class 1 who needed her attention, she would have hated to go directly to the Jiang family to drag him out. The selection rules were very strict. If he was late, Jiang Chun would have to wait for the next opportunity to participate. It's fine if he can't get through. Maybe that guy is just sound asleep. Ji Xia snickered behind Du Lan. She had experience being stood up by Jiang Chun and remained calm. Besides, Jiang Chun had already secured a spot at Juke Academy, so it didn't matter whether he participated in this selection or not. Du Lan smiled faintly, thinking the same. Watching Hu Li and Chun Junfeng's eager expressions, she remained steady and confident. Students in Class 1 saw Xiao Qingyue dial Jiang Chen's number repeatedly, and many couldn't help but become concerned. Jiang Chun wouldn't really be sleeping in, would he? The selection for higher education institutions only happens once a year. If he misses it, the requirements for next year as a repeat student would be even stricter. Does anyone have any other contact information for Jiang Chun? Quickly call him. The students looked at each other, and only then did they realize that no one had any of Jiang Chun's contact information. Instinctively, everyone looked at Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, who were at the front of the line. What are you looking at me for? Are you planning to have me call that jerk? Jiang Yuntao said disdainfully. I think he is not sleeping in. He is just afraid of being crushed by Ruyan in the selection, scared to hide like a turtle. For some reason, he seemed particularly confident today. Completely different from a few days ago. Lu Ruyan also spoke up. Whether he comes or not, he has already lost the bet. I will definitely watch him personally break the beast contract in front of everyone. Unlike before, Lu Ruyan's voice carried a hoarse rasp, and her whole demeanor was cold and unapproachable. She wore a layer of black gauze over her face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes that occasionally flashed a beast-like ferocity, which was quite eerie. That would be interesting. Jiang Yuntao grinned, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Ruyan, eager to see Jiang Chun kneel and beg for mercy. The two of them, in a sort of duet, exuded an inexplicable confidence that left many students stunned. Are they crazy? Many students, including Zhou Zhou and a few of Jiang Yuntao's close friends, looked at the two as if they were mentally challenged. In response, Lu Ruyan was surprisingly calm, patiently waiting for the selection to begin. The 15 minutes quickly passed. Still, there was no sign of Jiang Chun. Jiang Yuntao eagerly raised his hand, and under Xiao Qingyue's furious gaze, he addressed an examiner. Teacher, if someone doesn't arrive within the stipulated time, will they be disqualified? Yes. The examiner nodded, not understanding the situation. Haha, that jerk Jiang Chun was indeed scared. But if he doesn't come, the bet counts as our victory. Jiang Yuntao was overjoyed, counting down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. Just as Jiang Yuntao was about to declare them the winners of the bet, Jiang Chun appeared just in time, walking into the line. Unfortunately for you, I'm here. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the bell signaling the start of the selection rang out. Jiang Chun, you jerk, you finally made it. Many students, including Xiao Qingyue, were overjoyed to see Jiang Chun arrive just in time. Jiang Chun walked to the front, staring directly into Lu Ruyan's eyes. What's wrong? Do you no longer have the courage to face me head-on? You plan to rely on such lucky chances to become the winner of the bet? Lu Ruyan's gaze was icy, the red lips under the black gauze curling into a dangerous arc. Today, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I will definitely trample your pride and dignity, and everything you possess, underfoot. Jiang Chun, I am destined to be something you can only look up to for your entire life. The one harboring delusions should be you. Is that so? Jiang Chun remained noncommittal, his eyes shining with unparalleled brilliance, like an invisible sword piercing Lu Ruyan's heart. I truly feel sorry for you, still immersed in your imagined world. Jiang Chun said coldly, but it's okay. Soon, I will help you see reality. The two were at odds, their gazes clashing as if countless sparks were exploding. Everyone around fell silent. Even their breathing grew tense. Now, I announce that the 135th selection for higher education institutions at Yunjiang No. 1 High School officially begins. Bang! Just then, a grand cannon fired in the air, marking the official start of the selection. Glug! Around them, someone swallowed nervously, and everyone relaxed. The momentum that had erupted from Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan just now had given them a sense of overwhelming pressure, like a mountain collapsing. It was stifling. Even Du Lan, Hu Li, and Chen Junfeng were astonished. The kind of momentum they displayed was something they had only seen in desperate gamblers. Crazy, suffocating, and carrying deadly danger. Interesting. Hu Li looked at Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan with intrigue. Just from their first encounter, she had a premonition that neither Jiang Chun nor Lu Ruyan was an easy opponent. Neither was a fuel-efficient lamp. Then, taking the students of Class 1 from the third year back to the side, this time, a total of 20 graduating classes from Yunjiang No. 1 High School participated in the selection, and Class 1, being the most outstanding class, was specially arranged by the school leadership to be the last to perform. Taking this opportunity, she could also give the students more time to prepare. I have already explained the subjects of this selection clearly, and to avoid anyone forgetting, I will emphasize it again. While waiting, Xiao Qingyue explained once more. This selection is divided into 4 subjects: Beast Mastery Level, Strength, Speed, and Combatability. Chapter 70, Another Bronze 8-Star. Xiao Qingyue explained patiently and in detail. While speaking, her gaze kept wandering nervously between Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan. Fortunately, although the two were at odds, they still maintained some decorum during this significant event concerning everyone's future. They stood on opposite sides, ignoring each other. Xiao Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to explain. The results of the tests for the 3 subjects of level, strength, and speed are based on the final results from instruments, so everyone need not be nervous. Just perform to your normal ability. As for combat ability, as long as you relax and display your usual level, the teachers believe you will achieve satisfactory results. Mentioning combat ability, even she couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The combat is conducted using instruments similar to those used for assessments in the Beastmaster Guild. And after donning the special helmet, candidates enter a virtual world to battle with beasts. As for the assessment criteria, it is quite simple. For those applying to general academies, they only need to defeat a beast of a level similar to their own. Various performances, such as the time taken to clear the challenge and combat reaction, will be comprehensively assessed, and the examiners will give different scores. In previous years, the scoring for this subject has also been crucial, accounting for 50% of the overall score. For regular students, this assessment is the most challenging. The students of Class 1 from the 3rd year have undergone special training, but at such a moment, Xiao Qingwei couldn't help but feel nervous. Go further. And the sky is vast. Take a step back, and you blend into the crowd. To exaggerate, this concerns the future of every student, so she must be cautious. At this moment, listening to Xiao Qingyue's explanations and continuous encouragement, the students of Class 1 nodded frequently. Unconsciously, they were also affected by the serious atmosphere around them and became tense. While Xiao Qingyue was doing ideological work with the students, the selection officially began. The students of Class 3 took turns to the stage for the tests of beast mastery level, strength, and speed. During this process, a few students who performed well managed to cultivate their beasts to the level of battle servants at 5 stars, which was quite impressive. They gained the attention of some small forces. However, overall, the results were not satisfactory, as many students only managed to cultivate their beasts to 3 stars of battle servants, barely reaching the passing line. As for the combat ability subject, a separate space was opened up. There were as many as 60 or 70 instruments set up, and students could wear the special helmets to enter the simulated battlefield. Meanwhile, the performance data of the students would be transmitted to a specially designed monitor, where the examiners were responsible for recording. The selection was in full swing, and after more than 3 hours, all classes except for Class 1 from the 3rd year had completed their selections. The senior students of Yunjiang No. 1 High School stood on the sidelines, many of them beaming with smiles, clearly very satisfied with their class's performance. However, not a single person left. Their eyes were bright, and they were fully focused. Everyone was looking at the location of Class 1. Everyone understood that the main event was about to begin. This was also true for the instructors from the 5 Supreme Academies, including Du Lan, Hu Li, and Xin Junfeng. Their gazes were all fixed on Jiang Chun, filled with anticipation. Next, please have all candidates from Class 1 of the 3rd year enter the arena. The high-pitched announcement rang out. Xiao Qingyue clenched her fist and swung her arm down heavily, cheering. The students of Class 1 lined up and walked orderly to the level testing instruments. Faced with such a grand selection, many students felt a bit at a loss. Jiang Chun, however, appeared very calm, taking the lead. Roar! The little wolf let out a long howl, appearing in front of everyone. What a handsome snow wolf. From the looks of it, it must at least be an elite-level beast. In just a month, it could be cultivated to the elite level. Indeed, it is worthy of being the owner of a high-level beast talent. As soon as it made its appearance, the little wolf won the applause of the entire audience. The atmosphere around was instantly ignited. Even Jiang Chun received countless flowers and applause. Compared to a few days ago, the little wolf had grown quite a bit and was almost as tall as Jiang Chun when standing. Its sky blue fur fluttered in the wind, making it appear even more majestic. Candidate Jiang Chun, please test the beast mastery level. Standing in front of a complex instrument, where soul power flowed like electric circuits. An examiner looked serious. He gazed at Jiang Chun, his eyes filled with strong anticipation. Up to this point in the selection, the best performing student had only cultivated their beast to battle servant at 6 stars, and he was eager to see Jiang Chun's performance. Little wolf, go. Jiang Chun nodded. The little wolf strode confidently to the instrument. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the examiner, a line of information appeared above the instrument. Candidate, Jiang Chun. Level, Bronze 8-star Beast Master. Beast, Ice Snow Wolf King. Beast level, Elite 8-star. Final score. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. Bronze 8-star Beast Master. Elite 8-star Beast. My goodness, am I dreaming? This level, even compared to freshmen in the 1st and 2nd year of general academies, is no different. Many people stood up in disbelief, staring at the words displayed on the instrument, unable to calm down for a long time. This kid is so monstrous. On the podium, even Ji Xia's eyes were filled with an indescribable look of shock. Du Lan, Hu Li, and Xin Junfeng also had shining eyes. To cultivate a beast to such a level in such a short time shows Jiang Chen's talent. Especially Du Lan, who remembered that during the banquet, The little wolf's level was only an elite 1 star. How long has it been? It has actually advanced to elite 8 stars. Just in terms of the growth rate of the beast, Jiang Chun is already on par with any student from the Zhuke Academy. In fact, he might be even stronger. Among the crowd, the only one who remained relatively calm was Jiang Chun. The enhancement of bloodline power allowed the little wolf's level to soar, rising 3 levels in a row. Jiang Chun was confident that if no accidents occurred, with such results in all of Yunjiang and even Huanxia, he would undoubtedly be the national champion. However, soon after, a series of gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Jiang Chun turned his head and saw Lu Ruyan standing on the left side, her expression cold. The result of the test also prominently appeared above that instrument. Candidate, Lu Ruyan. Level, Bronze 8-star Beast Master. Beast, Black Soul Beast. Level, Elite 8-star. Final score, Bronze 8-star. Another Bronze 8-star Beast Master. Chapter 71, Strong? My wolf shatters the testing instrument with one hit. In an instant, the entire crowd stood up excitedly, creating a clamor. No one expected that after Jiang Chun, Yunjing one high school would have another bronze level 8-star beast master who cultivated an elite level 8-star beast. This is undoubtedly shocking. Everyone was on edge. In previous years, it was already incredibly rare to have one elite level beast master emerge, and now, 2 have appeared in succession. The level of astonishment was comparable to a meteor hitting the earth. Yunjing No. 1 high school was definitely going to gain prestige this time. Class 1 had 2 geniuses. No wonder the class teacher, Xiao Qingyue, was granted special permission for field training. She must have known about the talents of these 2 promising students long ago. She truly deserves to be the best teacher at Yunjing No. 1 high school, having educated not 1 but 2 extraordinary geniuses at the same time. Everyone was amazed, and the atmosphere around them instantly reached a peak. Even some who had been dozing off, finding the selection process monotonous, straightened up, wide awake. Amid waves of praise, even Xiao Qingyue felt a bit dizzy, as if it was all surreal. It was one thing for Jiang Chun to cultivate his beast to such a level. But for Lu Ruyan, she knew her background well. Not only had she been stripped of her special training qualifications, but she also had the most inferior Black Soul Beast contract. How could she progress so quickly? Xiao Qingyue frowned, and instead of feeling any joy, her eyes revealed a deep sense of worry. Like Xiao Qingyue, Jiang Chun also looked at Lu Ruyan in astonishment. He had worked hard day after day, using materials that were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Dragon saliva stones, 5-color soul flowers, high-level evolution source crystals, beast crystals, and countless other materials, both large and small. By today, the materials that old Master Jiang had prepared for him were almost depleted. Even so, the little wolf was only an elite level 8-star beast. Yet Lu Ruyan, with nothing at all, had managed to cultivate the Black Soul Beast to this level in such a short time. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Was this woman planning to risk everything for a desperate fight? Jiang Chun looked at Lu Ruyan, whose gaze was sometimes shrewd and sometimes fierce like a beast. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized why Lu Ruyan seemed like a different person, even wearing a veil. It must be because she had spared no effort to raise the level of the Black Soul Beast, unable to suppress the backlash of the demonic aura, which had even affected her own self. Sometimes human, sometimes demonic. To surpass me, she truly was willing to go all out. Jiang Chun smiled. It was hard to tell whether it was mockery or sympathy. Lu Ruyan, however, paid no mind to that, her mixed and clear eyes fixed firmly on Jiang Chun. Why? I have given everything, yet I can only share equal footing with this detestable bastard. She was screaming in anger deep within. Although both she and Jiang Chun received the same evaluation in the end, Lu Ruyan was very dissatisfied with the result. In the past 3 days, she had pushed the strength of the Black Soul Beast to the limit at any cost, even suffering serious backlash from the demonic aura, greatly affecting and even eroding her body and soul. She did not care. But in the end, she could only achieve a score on par with Jiang Chun. She simply could not accept it. Her eyes were cold, filled with unwillingness. Bastard, this is just the tip of my strength. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and reluctantly stepped back. Do you think this is all my strength? Jiang Chun sneered and also stepped aside. The subjects of the level testing continued. However, with the stunning performances of Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan, the subsequent students seemed lackluster, and the audience's enthusiasm waned. Even Jiang Yuntao, who became a bronze-level beast master and cultivated the palm bear to elite level 1-star, received little attention. Soon, the first subject's test ended. The strength testing began. Similarly, it was an oddly shaped instrument. The strength testing device was much larger overall and had an additional force measurement plate. As long as the beast attacked it with all its strength, it would display the magnitude of the force and yield a result. I'll go first. This time, Lu Ruyan was unyielding and stepped up first. The Black Soul Beast walked to the strength testing device. Roar. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan channeled her soul power. showcasing the battle stance of the 8-armed demon of the Black Soul Beast. The Black Soul Beast swaggered, slightly sideways to gather strength, with 4 arms on the left leaning forward and 4 arms on the right pulled back. Bang! The powerful 4 punches slammed onto the force measurement plate, causing the entire device to visibly shake violently. The values on the device skyrocketed, climbing from 1 all the way to 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, until the end. It turned into a series of. The examiners responsible near the device were filled with shock. The measuring device used for the selection was the lowest grade, capable of withstanding the maximum force of ordinary elite-level beasts, which was 2,000 pounds. Once the force impact exceeded this limit, it surpassed the maximum threshold of the measuring device, hence the series of question marks displayed. After a moment's thought, he announced loudly, "Candidate Lu Ruyan, Beast Strength Evaluation." So strong. Everyone present watched the ferocious punch of the Black Soul Beast, unable to help but gasp in awe. It's no exaggeration to say that the punch from the Black Soul Beast could eliminate 99 of the candidates from Yunjing No. 1 High School. Lu Ruyan's lead was not just by a little. Some even compared her to Jiang Chun, clearly indicating a momentum of equal standing. Strong? Hearing the astonished voices around him, Jiang Chun grinned. "Little wolf, it's time to show your true strength." While everyone was still immersed in Lu Ruyan's perfect performance, Jiang Chun stood in front of the strength measuring device with the little wolf. Roar! The little wolf let out a low growl, slightly crouching down to gather strength. Then, it suddenly sprang up. Bang! Boom! Without warning, a deafening explosion echoed through the training venue. Everyone turned their heads and saw that, at some point, a measuring device had uncontrollably flown out, crashing heavily onto the ground and shattering. That device, capable of withstanding a full strike from a typical warrior-level beast, cracked under the little wolf's paw. The visual impact was even more terrifying than the series of question marks created by the Black Soul Beast. With just this one strike, the superiority was evident. Gulp! Watching the tragic fate of the measuring device, many found it hard to swallow, suddenly losing their ability to speak. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire venue was quiet. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 72. These two. Our academy must have them. The performance of the Black Soul Beast could already be described as stunning, with strength exceeding the highest threshold measurable by the device. But the little wolf's performance was even more astonishing. The measuring device was completely destroyed. This was unprecedented in the history of the entire Hanwha Higher Academy selection, extremely shocking. After all, a level is just a level. I heard that the bloodline of that little wolf king is still Lord level. Is this really the strength that a Lord level bloodline beast should have? The dragon emerges from the seas, the rivers are calm. Is it possible that Yunjing will truly see the emergence of a real dragon? The crowd's exclamations nearly drowned the entire training venue. If the Black Soul Beast's display of power was terrifying and few could match it, then the little wolf's performance was unmatched, a true standout. There was no one else like it throughout Hanwha, highly dominant. It could be said that there had never been such a precedent, and it would be hard to find another in the future. Of course, Xiao Lang's extraordinary performance made it difficult for the examiners. The selection was temporarily halted, and all the examiners gathered together to discuss what kind of score would be appropriate for Jiang Chun. After a round of discussion, they dispersed, and a conclusion was finally reached. One of the chief examiners stepped forward and announced loudly, "Candidate Jiang Chun, final score." As soon as the words were spoken, a chorus of questioning boos erupted from the crowd. What? The force measuring instrument was shattered, and the score was still just that? This is unreasonable. Exactly. If it were me, giving a score of that would not be excessive. You don't understand. The examiners are all renowned teachers from major universities, and they certainly have their own considerations. Many people were indignant and felt that Jiang Chun's score in the strength category should be higher. Others believed that the score given by the examiners was justified. The two viewpoints continued to clash. Jiang Chun stood in the center, listening to the discussions around him. But he had no excessive thoughts. Indeed, if it were any other time, with such a strong performance from Xiao Lang, the evaluation would definitely be more than this. But this was a selection at the academy, and the full score was set. Even if the examiners felt Xiao Lang's performance was astonishing, the highest score would still be limited to this. Otherwise, would they give him extra points specifically? That's unrealistic. Damn it. Lu Ruyan looked at the shattered measuring instruments with a dark expression throughout. With the same score, she knew in her heart that compared to Jiang Chun, her full score seemed to lack value. This was completely contrary to her initial intention of testing first. Not only did it fail to overshadow Jiang Chun with the Black Soul Beast, but it also highlighted Xiao Lang's strength even more. Again, she was unwilling. So she brought the Black Soul Beast to the speed tester in advance and stood ready. Before the examiner could announce the start, the Black Soul Beast turned into a black line and instantly appeared 100 meters away. Similarly, without any surprises, The numbers displayed on the tester were once again a series of... The speed of the Black Soul Beast once again broke the threshold of the speed tester. Lu Rian raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Jiang Chun, her eyes full of provocation. Seeing this, all the examiners exchanged glances. Logically, since the start had not been announced, Lu Rian's score this time should not count according to the rules. However, the series of question marks left them in a dilemma. In the end, the chief examiner made a decision. For the remaining subjects of these two students, I will personally take charge, and you can continue with the orderly selection of other students. He flexibly adapted, eager to see what level Lu Rian and Jiang Chun could ultimately achieve. After instructing others, he saw Jiang Chun also bringing Xiao Lang to the speed tester, clearly ready to compete with Lu Rian. He said in a deep voice, "Candidate Jiang Chun, please begin the speed test." Okay, Jiang Chun nodded. Soon, Xiao Lang stood still at the 100-meter track. With a swoosh, like an arrow leaving the bow, it flashed past, leaving a residual shadow. The spectators were left dazed, unable to see Xiao Lang's movement clearly. Even a semblance of a shadow remained in place, while Xiao Lang's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Immediately after, the measuring instrument displayed another series of question marks. It broke the speed measuring instrument's upper limit again. The crowd gasped, although they had anticipated this. Watching the confrontation between Lu Rian and Jiang Chun still left them wide-eyed in shock. So whose speed was faster? This question arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. The speed test, compared to the strength test, did not provide such an intuitive feeling. From a visual perspective, most people found it difficult to determine which beast, the Black Soul Beast or Xiao Lang, was faster. Teacher, Ji Xia frowned slightly, looking at Duran with a curious gaze, momentarily unsure how to judge. But before Duran could speak, Hu Li's voice, filled with uncontrollable excitement, exclaimed, "That little wolf's speed is as high as 120 meters per second. That girl's Black Soul Beast is also impressive, with a speed of 100 meters per second." With this announcement, the outcome of the clash between Xiao Lang and the Black Soul Beast was determined. So it was Jiang Chun who won. Ji Xia beamed with joy, feeling extremely happy. Although the speed difference between Xiao Lang and the Black Soul Beast was only 20 meters per second, it was well known that even a 1 or 2 meter difference per second in speed represented a huge gap. It could be said that Jiang Chun and Xiao Lang had achieved another crushing victory. Hu Li, Qin Junfeng, and even the students from the two prestigious academies who had followed them had a different focus from Ji Xia. What a terrifying talent. A powerful beast. 100 meters per second is precisely the maximum speed that an ordinary elite-level beast can achieve, whether it was Xiao Lang or the Black Soul Beast. Both had not yet reached the elite level of 9 stars, but could exhibit strength far beyond that of an elite. They saw immense potential in both Jiang Chun and Lu Rian. We at Xuanwu Academy want both of them. Seeing this, Hu Li understood Jiang Chen's talent and was even impressed by Lu Rian. She boldly announced on the spot that she wanted to recruit both Jiang Chun and Lu Rian into Xuanwu Academy. Both. Qin Junfeng slightly tilted his head, somewhat displeased, and said, "Teacher whose appetite seems a bit too big. Unfortunately, we at Baihu Academy also have our eyes set on these two." He did not back down at all, speaking just as assertively. The moment their gazes met, sparks ignited in their eyes, escalating the tension. Neither was willing to give way, and both displayed a determination to go all out, not to mention other factors. Just the performances of Jiang Chun and Lu Rian in the first 3 subjects were enough to earn their respect. Even in the entire Hanxia, it would be difficult to find 2 talents like them. Just then, Duran smiled slightly and spoke up. "You two don't need to argue. Anyway, that kid Jiang Chun is definitely going to be ours at Juke Academy." Chapter 73, the final subject. Instant kill. Or still instant kill. Duran's words had barely left his mouth when Hu Li and Qin Junfeng immediately averted their gazes, forming a united front. Anyone could see that if there were to be a comparison of merits, Jiang Chun was absolutely the more outstanding one compared to Lu Rian. And Duran's immediate intent to poach the most outstanding student made it intolerable for Hu Li and Qin Junfeng. "Duran, I didn't expect you to be the one with the biggest appetite." Hu Li looked at Duran disdainfully, frequently pursing her lips. Her gaze toward Duran was filled with hostility. She was just short of saying that Juke Academy was not worthy of such words. Qin Junfeng was somewhat more polite, saying, "Dindu. This good seedling can only maximize his potential and talent at Baihu Academy." Yet, his words hinted at disdain for Duran and Juke Academy. It wasn't that he looked down on Juke Academy. Rather, he genuinely felt that if Jiang Chun went to Juke Academy, it would be a waste of talent. Indeed, the 5 supreme academies had always held an extraordinary status, far surpassing many higher education institutions. However, outsiders did not know that there were also differences among the supremes. Take Baihu, Xuanwu, and Juke Academies, for example. In annual academic exchanges, Juke Academy consistently ranked at the bottom. while Baihu Academy and Xuanwu Academy, though not able to match the top-ranked two academies, had been competing for the third and fourth positions. Even aside from rankings, in terms of resources, campus facilities, environment, and various other conditions, Zhuke Academy was also far behind them. If it weren't for the deeply rooted presence of the 5 supreme academies, which had lasted for 1,000 years, the recent performance of Zhuke Academy would warrant its removal from the rankings. They don't say it out loud, but deep down they all believe that there are only the 4 supreme academies today. As for the Zhuke Academy, does it even count as supreme? Therefore, Hu Li and Qin Junfeng never regarded Zhuke Academy with any seriousness, nor did they see Duran as a competitor. Duran could sense their disdain and was used to being viewed through colored glasses by people from the other 4 supreme academies, so she didn't react too strongly. Holding back her anger and blushing, Ji Xia, who wanted to argue, gave a faint smile, shook her head, and said nothing more, keeping her accomplishments hidden. Jiang Chun had already accepted her recommendation slot, and he was destined to be a student of Zhuke Academy. As for Hu Li and Qin Junfeng, they could compete if they wanted. She was happy to watch the excitement. Seeing that Duran was smart enough not to speak, Hu Li and Qin Junfeng finally gave up. Turning around, the two started arguing again about Jiang Chun and Lu Rian's affiliations, refusing to back down. At this moment, Jiang Chun and Lu Rian also scored full marks in the speed test. When it came to the last subject, the practical ability test, neither of them wasted a word and directly began as they approached the testing equipment. They put on their helmets and connected to the device. Above the equipment, their shadows were instantly projected onto the virtual battlefield. It began. The most important subject. Level, strength, speed, these are the basic abilities of a beastmaster. And the practical ability is the most crucial for determining the strength of a beast. The excellence of a beastmaster is also closely related to the practical ability of their beasts. Everyone was invigorated. They all sat up straight, fully concentrated, afraid of missing an exciting moment. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan, the center of attention. In the 2 projections, the figures of Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan appeared one after the other. The test for this subject was significantly different from the assessments in the Beastmaster Guild. Just as the scene in front of Jiang Chun became clear, an elite 8-star blood-sucking mantis, over a meter tall, appeared 100 meters away. Little Wolf. Jiang Chun was familiar with it. With a thought, Little Wolf appeared in front of him and pounced. Swish. The next second, a deep claw mark appeared on the head of the blood-sucking mantis, freezing the air. It vanished in an instant. That's it. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had all been fully alert, expecting an exciting battle. Who would have thought it would end before it even began? Instant kill. Facing a beast of the same level. Little Wolf was overwhelmingly powerful. Bang. Meanwhile, in another projection, the Black Soul Beast displayed the battle stance of the 8-armed demon, ripping the elite 8-star blood-sucking mantis in half with its 8 hands. One could imagine that if this were a real battle, it would have been a bloody scene. It was unclear whether they had discussed it beforehand or just had a perfect tacit understanding. After instant killing the blood-sucking mantis, Jiang Chun and Lu Rian had already completed the subject of demonstrating their abilities with full marks. However, neither of them showed any signs of stopping and continued to stand in the virtual battlefield. Then, an elite 9-star beast, the Flame Demon Lion, appeared. Swish. Bang. The Black Soul Beast and Little Wolf moved simultaneously. Instant kill. Then, an even stronger elite 9-star beast, the Blood Eye Poison Python, appeared. Swish. Bang. Instant kill. Still instant kill. In the virtual battlefield, Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast executed their moves cleanly, instant killing each elite 9-star beast and monster that appeared. All were one-hit kills. Watching the monsters refresh and seeing Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast crush them, the excitement in everyone's hearts was hard to contain. And cheers erupted like a tsunami throughout the training facility. Such exhilarating battles made many older women feel their long-standing menstrual irregularities had resolved. The chief examiner watched the battles in both virtual arenas, feeling the surrounding atmosphere reach a peak with rising emotions. He also felt it, took a deep breath, and pressed a special button on the testing devices for Jiang Chun and Lu Rian. Then, a line of small text appeared above both battlefields. Candidate Jiang Chun, kill count, 7. Candidate Lu Rian, kill count, 6. As soon as the kill counts appeared, they began to jump wildly. 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 7, 8, 9. Resembling the pounding hearts of the crowd, rising higher and higher. Jiang Chun and Lu Rian also saw the kill count records above the virtual battlefield at the same time. It seemed everyone was having a great time. Jiang Chun chuckled silently. He knew this was the examiner's deliberate intention, wanting to see who would come out on top between Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast. Otherwise, the subject should have ended when Little Wolf instant killed the blood-sucking mantis. Since it was like this, let the cheers grow even louder. Jiangchen shouted. And Little Wolf became even more excited. Although he couldn't see the situation outside the virtual battlefield, he could hear the continuous, excited shouts from the outside world, which stirred his blood. At the same time the kill counts appeared, Lu Ruyan also understood the examiner's intentions. However, unlike Jiang Chun's carefree demeanor, her expression was icy, not daring to relax for a moment. For her, this was also a competition against Jiang Chun. I absolutely cannot lose. Chapter 74, Want to cheat? Then let's fight. To be precise, this competition had already begun for both Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan since the selection started. The kill points soared at an extremely fast rate, even breaking into triple digits. The crowd was filled with excitement, and the repeated instant kills by Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast provided an experience many had never had in their lives. It was a complete, crushing victory. Even just watching from a distance, they couldn't help but immerse themselves, feeling extraordinarily wonderful. It is worth mentioning that while the beasts and monsters that could appear in the virtual battlefield did not exceed Elite 9-star level, and there was only ever one at a time, all of them inevitably met the same fate of being instant killed by Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast. However, since entering the virtual battlefield, Little Wolf's kill count had consistently maintained a leading momentum. No matter how hard Lu Ruyan urged the Black Soul Beast, it was difficult to catch up with Little Wolf's far-ahead kill count. As time passed, the gap between Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast's kill counts continued to widen, soon to surpass double digits. 182, 173. The onlookers instinctively read the numbers behind the kill counts. Their emotions stirred. 195, 184. Finally, when Little Wolf's kill count exceeded double digits, deafening cheers erupted all around. It was at this moment that, for some reason, the constantly jumping kill counts completely froze. Why did it stop? The crowd was puzzled, not understanding why. Oh, when did the students of Class 1 of Senior 3 finish the last subject? A loud voice rang out from the crowd. It was only then that people were surprised to find that the rest of Class 1 of Senior 3 had, at some point, retreated outside the assessment area. Some were downcast, while others were eagerly waiting, having completed all subjects of the selection. Only Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan remained standing in front of a pile of equipment, seemingly at a loss. The assessment was over. The chief examiner looked at Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan with helplessness. He realized that if he let the two stay there, even when night fell, they would not stop. With no other choice, he could only actively shut down the instrument, forcibly allowing Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan to retreat from the virtual battlefield. No, I must be able to surpass him. Lu Ruyan's gaze was cold and frightening. Standing still in place, unmoving, she was already blinded by rage, determined to distinguish a victor from Jiang Chun in the final subject. Surpass him? The chief examiner was somewhat displeased. Wasn't the outcome already quite clear? Anyone with eyes could see that even if it continued, the number of kills for the Little Wolf would only increase, and the gap between the Black Soul Beast and it would only grow larger. In the first three subjects, aside from the beast control level, the performance of the Black Soul Beast was completely inferior to that of the Little Wolf. He had already seen the result he wanted and believed that both the judges and many spectators in the stands could see it clearly as well. There was no need to continue. Losing is losing, what? Do you want to go back on your word? Jiang Chun looked at Lu Ruyan indifferently, the depths of his eyes holding a coldness that could freeze the scorching sun of June. Fulfill the bet. I didn't lose. Lu Ruyan shouted hoarsely, denying this fact without a second thought. Did she lose? Or did she lose in the competition against Jiang Chun? How is that possible? Since her rebirth, she had been trying her best to surpass Jiang Chun, which was not only about the bet, but also related to the deepest obsession in her heart. It was a complete resolution of all past grievances. As she recognized that everything in the past could only be possessed because of Jiang Chun, this obsession grew even stronger, tormenting her daily, ravaging her body and mind, and destroying her soul. For her, this had become a kind of demonic obstacle. She wanted to prove. She also wanted to tell everyone. Even without Jiang Chun, she Lu Ruyan could forge ahead, not a vassal of anyone. She abandoned Jiang Chun. The choice of exchanging beasts, and it could not be wrong. She, Lu Ruyan, would not be the person who was oppressed by Jiang Chun and unable to lift her head again. How could I lose? How could I lose? How could I once again have my brilliance taken away by you? Lu Ruyan shouted 3 times in succession, her unwillingness, anger, and grievance all vented out. She gathered all her strength, pointing at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, I am the most outstanding beastmaster in Hanxia. Right here, today, I will prove all of this with absolute strength. Lu Ruyan seemed to be mad. The Black Soul Beast revealed its fierce aura, and the combat state of 8-armed demon was instantly activated, baring its fangs and claws, eager to try. Seeing Lu Ruyan and the Black Soul Beast in a fight to the death, the chief examiner was startled. The selection had already ended, and there was no real combat subject in the selection rules. Not only him, But many others were also puzzled to see Lu Ruyin and Jiang Chen standing there, not leaving the field. Isn't the selection over? Why are they still standing there? That girl looks like she is going to fight. Fight? How are they going to fight? Watching the combat posture of the Black Soul Beast activate, they became even more spirited. Is this private grievance the child mentioned at that time? Only Duran's eyes sparkled with insight. Ji Xia pouted, looking displeased. This bastard still dared to keep staring at that woman. She was filled with jealousy. Just then, Duran slowly stood up. Teacher. Under Ji Xia's puzzled gaze, Duran slowly walked to the center of the field, seeming to negotiate with the chief examiner. The chief examiner smiled wryly, looking quite troubled. In the end, he still compromised, walking to the edge of the field with Duran, and quickly had the instruments used for the selection removed, freeing up a large space for Jiang Chen. What are they going to do? Seeing the examiners bustling back and forth, the people in the stands were somewhat confused. Just show your talent, no need to worry. Until Duran's voice spread throughout the training venue, and he cast a reassuring glance at Jiang Chen. In an instant, the entire training venue erupted. They were really going to fight. They instantly understood why Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyin had not moved. They were going to settle the score. This was much more interesting than the selection subjects. Everyone became excited, eagerly watching Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyin. In a daze, the entire training venue seemed to turn into an arena. The battle intent was loud, and the drums of war sounded. Your hardest part is indeed your mouth. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruyin coldly, full of disdain. The little wolf understood, baring its teeth, crouching down, ready to strike at any moment. Then let us fight. Chapter 75, One-Sided Suppression. Jiang Chen let out a loud roar, shaking the surroundings. The burning battle intent was like the hottest fire in the world, burning everything. He knew Lu Ruyin would not give up until she reached the Yellow River, and he understood that Lu Ruyin would not easily fulfill the bet. This battle, he had been looking forward to for a long time. All along, he had been anticipating this moment. Didn't Lu Ruyin want to surpass him? Didn't she want to prove herself under everyone's gaze? Didn't she want to make those choices with great effort? He wanted to plunge her into the abyss at her most proud, confident, and crazed moment, to experience the pain of decaying and wilting alone in an unnoticed corner. Jiang Chen was more serious than ever, all past events surfacing in his mind, transforming into the little wolf's high-pitched roar. Roar. The little wolf's eyes were cold, as if sensing the boundless anger in Jiang Chen's heart, its claws deeply embedded in the ground. Hiss. It scratched out a shocking mark. Jiang Chen, fighting me will be your last glory in this life. Lu Ruyin said each word coldly. I will step on you and walk towards the supreme hall of beast masters. Roar. Bang bang bang. The black soul beast, like a raging gorilla, pounded its chest with its 8 arms, exposing its sharp fangs. Coincidentally, both the little wolf and the black soul beast moved at the same time. The little wolf charged forward, its sharp claws exuding cold air. The black soul beast's steps were heavy, each footfall creating a dull thud. In the blink of an eye, the two beasts clashed together. The little wolf struck down with a claw, while the black soul beast raised its heavy fist to strike back. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the two collided fiercely, their gazes fierce, only a few centimeters apart, locked in a standoff. After a moment of stalemate, the black soul beast ultimately could not withstand the little wolf's force and stumbled back a dozen meters. It roared in fury. Black magic. Furious heavy fist. Lu Ruyin issued the command. A trace of blood light flashed in the black soul beast's eyes, looking increasingly ferocious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It clenched its fist, swinging its 8 arms back and forth, creating afterimages. Ice claw. Jiang Chen did not back down, allowing the little wolf to pounce forward aggressively. Roar. Watching the black soul beast rapidly swinging its fists, the little wolf's eyes were full of disdain. It flashed its body, leaping above the black soul beast, and with great force, struck down with a claw. The chilling temperature froze the air, causing frost to fall. Bang! At the moment the wolf claw met the heavy fist, the black soul beast's movement froze. Subsequently, a thick frost visibly formed on one of its arms. However, that was not the end. The power of ice had strong aggressiveness. Like a spark, it spread rapidly, instantly freezing its entire arm. Then came the second arm, the third, the fourth. The little wolf continued to attack. And even with the black soul beast's full-force counterattack, its speed still lagged far behind the little wolf. Its heavy fists all missed, and even all 4 of its arms were frozen. Lu Ruyin's expression darkened, her lips nearly biting into blood. Retreat. Seeing the situation was not good, she immediately issued the order to withdraw. The black soul beast reacted quite swiftly, enduring the intense pain in its arms. After letting out a roar, it struck down with a heavy fist to force back the little wolf, quickly creating some distance. Just when everyone thought the black soul beast had escaped disaster, the little wolf suddenly flickered and appeared like a ghost beside the Black Soul Beast. In the blink of an eye, the 4 frozen arms of the Black Soul Beast exploded, turning into frozen chunks of ice that fell to the ground and scattered everywhere. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. An elite-level, 8-star Beast Master wielding such mastery over ice power, even able to freeze an enemy's body, was truly eye-opening. No one doubted that with just a few more strikes, the Black Soul Beast would absolutely be frozen into an ice sculpture. Lu Ruoyan also recognized the little wolf's strength. After the Black Soul Beast withdrew from combat, she no longer dared to let it approach the little wolf easily. Her brows furrowed deeply, feeling quite troubled. Deep down, she was surprised that Jiang Chun had managed to nurture the little wolf to this extent in such a short period. After the little wolf had incapacitated the Black Soul Beast's 4 arms, it didn't rush to continue the attack. Its sharp eyes were always watching the movements of the Black Soul Beast, filled with mockery. Such an opponent had already lost most of its interest. Too weak. For a moment, the battle suddenly quieted down. The spectators were still somewhat unaccustomed to this. Sigh, the gap is just too great. Being incapacitated with 4 arms lost in one exchange, how can one fight back? That little wolf, even a silver-level Beast Master would find it troublesome to face. I think there's no need to continue the fight. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. Deep down, the Black Soul Beast was already not weak. However, the little wolf was stronger. The combat power displayed by the little wolf was overwhelmingly oppressive, even if it were any bronze-level or silver-level Beastmaster. If they were to compete with Jiang Chun, they wouldn't have much confidence. They couldn't even see a glimmer of hope. The little wolf could easily inflict serious damage on the Black Soul Beast. It was no exaggeration to say that this could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided crushing. The crowd lost interest. They had expected a spectacular battle, but to their surprise, the outcome was so obvious right from the beginning. Many had already stood up, preparing to leave, including Duran, Old Master Jiang, and others. They also lost interest in this battle. Among all the people present, only Jiang Qin stood in place, coldly watching Lu Ruoyan and the Black Soul Beast. Show me your true strength, Jiang Chun said coldly. Lu Ruoyan, if this is all the strength you have, I would genuinely look down on you. He patted the little wolf, which had its tail raised high and was somewhat impatient, calming it slightly. Yet he knew very well that after preparing for so long, Lu Ruoyan must have something up her sleeve. This woman could wait until he was in a desperate situation before showing her venomous fangs. At any moment, she could deliver a fatal bite. Even today, Jiang Chun, though he no longer had past feelings, still remained wary of Lu Ruoyan in his heart. Undeniably, Lu Ruoyan's scheming was deep. Even he sometimes couldn't see through it. A woman's heart is as hard to fathom as a needle in the ocean. Behind the calm surface of the sea often brews a devastating storm. Look down on me. Lu Ruoyan suddenly laughed. To this day, what qualifications do you have to look down on me? She roared in anger. Jiang Chen's words seemed to have touched a nerve, causing her to appear grotesquely twisted. Dark magic, blood-healing light. Her voice was hoarse as she let out a low growl, resembling a wounded beast. The next moment, the Black Soul Beast let out a furious roar toward the sky. Rustle, rustle. A series of faint, strange sounds arose, as if some flesh was being crushed, blended, and crushed again. Blood light emerged, and the 4 arms of the Black Soul Beast, which had been frozen, were rapidly growing and healing. Not only that, at this moment, the aura of the Black Soul Beast was also suddenly surging upward. Behind it, a pair of demon wings entirely made of bones burst forth from its flesh, slowly unfolding. Chapter 76, Lord-Level Bloodline. Black Soul Beast. Lord-Level. This is a beast with a Lord-Level bloodline. Suddenly, Duran, Hu Li, and Qin Junfeng stood up excitedly from their seats, their pupils shaking violently. With Hu Li's sharp, near-screaming cry echoing throughout the training hall, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, all incredulously gazing at the Black Soul Beast, which had regenerated its severed limbs and grown bony wings, in shock. Lord level? Isn't the Black Soul Beast a lowly battle, servant-level bloodline beast? Why has its bloodline advanced to Lord level? And that ability to regenerate severed limbs, is it also its ultimate skill? Incredible. Truly incredible. Has this female student found the perfect evolution path for the Black Soul Beast? If that's the case, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented feat. Once the mysteries are unveiled, the Beastmaster community in Hanhua will surely be stirred up. Everyone felt it was unbelievable, including all 3 Supreme Academies. Everyone was shocked to the point of being speechless. Anyone could see that the Black Soul Beast was universally recognized as the worst beast. If Lu Ruoyan's nurturing path for the Black Soul Beast could be replicated, one could imagine that a batch of outstanding talents would erupt in Hanhua in no time. Many people were restless. If it weren't for Jiang Chun and Lu Ruoyan still battling, they would have rushed to Lu Ruoyan to ask for details immediately. A bunch of naive folks, making a fuss over nothing. Among the crowd, Jiang Yuntao was smug, watching the astonished expressions of those around him, his mouth disdainful, but inwardly he felt immensely proud. It was as if all the admiration and praise belonged to him. Damn, didn't scare you to death, did I? Ha ha. He laughed loudly, looking in Jiang Chen's direction. His face twisted with a grin. This was the surprise Lu Ruoyan had prepared specifically for Jiang Chen. He was certain that Jiang Chen must be terrified. On one side of the stands, Li Biao was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline, shouting loudly, Lord level? Lord level? What good is high talent? Old Jiang, can your boy raise a battle servant level bloodline beast to a lord level bloodline in such a short time? Jumping for bloodline levels? Shout it out. Keep shouting at me. Li Biao's imagination ran wild, filled with lewd desires, and before he could act, he had already twitched several times. Old Master Zhang's forehead creased deeper. Having no time to pay attention to Li Biao's shouting. Little Chun, he should be fine, right? He couldn't help but start to worry for Jiang Chen. Even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, this woman, whom he had always looked down upon, had indeed accomplished something that would shock all of Hanwha. It was alarming. The battle continued. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat surprised as well. Lord level? To surpass me, you truly are desperate. His eyes resembled a bottomless cold pool, filled with inscrutable meanings. At this point, Jiang Chen finally understood that the reason Lu Ruoyan had always worn a black veil was definitely due to the severe backlash from elevating the Black Soul Beast's bloodline to this extent. Suffering from demonic energy. Interesting. He grinned, looking at Lu Ruoyan, showing no panic, his eyes filled with amusement. Is this your true strength? Lu Ruoyan held her proud figure high, displaying an expression of arrogance. That's right, Jiang Chen. Are you ready to bow your head before me and accept your defeat? Looking at Lu Ruoyan's confident demeanor, Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly, Defeat? My life has never known the words failure. My starting point has always been the endpoint that you can only gaze upon from afar. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, and then, with a gleam in his eyes, he stared directly into Lu Ruoyan's eyes, his voice suddenly rising. Let's fight. Without any unnecessary words. Two resounding declarations of war echoed as Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan issued battle commands to their respective beasts, the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast, almost simultaneously. Roar! Roar! In the center of the arena, two blue and black phantoms suddenly charged out. The battle reignited. Bang! 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 In an instant, a series of dull, thunderous collision sounds reverberated. In a daze, every clash between the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast made the ground tremble powerfully. Unlike the previous battle, the Black Soul Beast no longer hid its strength in head-on combat. It could even match the Little Wolf evenly. Each collision sent both beasts flying several dozen meters away due to the immense rebound force. Then, they crashed into each other again. Lu Ruoyan's soul power shone brightly in her eyes, unreservedly surging. Her soul power was rapidly depleting as she maintained the Black Soul Beast's strongest battle form while unleashing her unique talent. Jiang Chen remained unfazed. The moment Lu Ruoyan took action, he wasted no time and activated the Wolf Dragon's blood. At the same time, the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast let out wild roars, their momentum surging rapidly. Their battle power skyrocketed to an exaggerated level. Their speed was so fast that their movements could no longer be seen by the naked eye. All that could be heard was the explosive sound of their collisions. Boom. Bang. The blue and black shadows were like thunderbolts. Each time they swept by, they created deep craters in the ground. In no time, the training arena's floor had become pockmarked and chaotic. This astounding destructive power left the spectators dumbfounded. Is this really a battle between elite-level beast tamers? How can it feel like even a battle between general-level beast tamers wouldn't have such momentum? The same question arose in everyone's minds. Whether it was the Little Wolf or the Black Soul Beast, the battle power they unleashed was truly terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they could hardly imagine that this was merely a battle between elite-level beast tamers. Look, the Black Soul Beast is about to unleash its killing move. But at that moment, the continuous sounds of collisions came to a halt. Everyone turned to look, only to see that after the Black Soul Beast had created a safe distance with the recoil, a rich dark light suddenly surged from its bony wings. Lu Ruoyan's black hair floated without wind. Her cold and emotionless voice echoed, word by word. Dark light. Black wing slash. Chapter 77. Still can't do it? Roar. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Black Soul Beast swung its bony wings. Its massive body slowly lifted off the ground. As the dark power surged rapidly, a chilling sheen gradually covered its bony wings. At first glance, it resembled a sharp blade. Tear it apart. Once the dark power fully merged with the bony wings, Lu Ruoyan waved her hand, and the Black Soul Beast charged forward with great force. Roar. It glided close to the ground, moving like a raging storm. As its bony wings touched the ground, They tore a smooth opening in the earth, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Is it finally getting serious? Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Once the black soul beast fully revealed its fangs, he had to treat it with utmost respect. Even the little wolf had set aside its initial nonchalance and mockery. It bent its limbs slightly, focusing its mental energy intently, watching every move of the black soul beast. Finally, when the black soul beast was just a meter away, the little wolf moved. Roar! The little wolf suddenly exerted its strength. As the bony wings swept by, it dashed forward, slightly adjusting its stance to narrowly evade the black soul beast's bone wings. Then, the little wolf appeared behind the black soul beast, its wolf eyes shining with an unprecedented cold light. Wolf strike. Activate. The little wolf flickered, almost teleporting, and instantly appeared above the black soul beast. From above, it pounced down with its claws. Bang! In an instant, dust and smoke rose. The ground cracked open, creating a fissure at least 5 or 6 meters wide, extending over 10 meters away. Little wolf. Ice spike assault. This time, Jiang Chun had no intention of giving Lu Ruyan any chance. He quickly issued the command. Roar. The little wolf raised its head and let out a roar. It lifted one of its wolf claws and slammed it onto the ground. Boom. A fierce wind surged. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless water molecules in the air crystallizing into ice flowers, floating and swirling, coalescing in midair like a dream. As the ice power surged wildly from the little wolf's body, the temperature throughout the training arena rapidly dropped, becoming bone-chilling. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of 3 hard objects piercing the ground echoed. At the thickest part of the dust and smoke, 3 ice spikes, each 3 meters long, intersected at a triangular angle, penetrating the ground at an incline. Drip, drip. As the ice spikes pierced through the smoke, it was clear that they were stained with bright red blood. Drops of blood trickled down from the sharp tips of the ice spikes onto the ground. It dodged. Looking at the little wolf, which was unscathed, many people's minds went blank. Confusion, shock, and doubt intertwined on their faces, creating a complex array of emotions. The black soul beast's killing move could not be underestimated. It could be said that 90% of the people present had no confidence in being able to counter it, let alone the fact that the little wolf not only dodged the black soul beast's attack, but could also launch a fierce counterattack. Although there was a thick fog obscuring their view, they still couldn't discern the exact condition of the black soul beast. However, just looking at the 3-meter-long ice spikes, with parts as wide as a bowl, they could imagine that this time, the black soul beast had undoubtedly suffered devastating damage from the little wolf's attack. Whether it could continue to fight was a big question. Still can't do it? Some people shook their heads and sighed, their eyes betraying their disappointment. Indeed, from the very beginning, they knew Jiang Chun had to be stronger. But when Lu Ruyan fully showcased the black soul beast's strength, they were pleasantly surprised to see the great potential within it, capable of astonishingly evolving its bloodline to the Lord level. Inevitably, a glimmer of hope reignited in their hearts. Hope that Lu Ruyan could create miracles again. Hope that the black soul beast could defeat the little wolf. The persistence of the weak, hope and despair. A miracle that turns the tide. These things always stir the blood and ignite passion. Yet, unfortunately, even though it seemed like Lu Ruyan had exhausted all her strength, she was still helpless against Jiang Chun and the little wolf. The more outstanding Lu Ruyan's performance, the more it highlighted Jiang Chun's brilliance. Subconsciously, everyone's attention was drawn to the arena, focusing on the slightly thin yet resolute youth who seemed unyielding against the winds and rains. They were deeply captivated, as if even the strands of his hair were glowing. A towering mountain. At this moment, Jiang Chun truly became that insurmountable mountain, one that could only be gazed upon, with no one able to surpass it. A profound sense of powerlessness, a deep sense of despair, like a tranquil deep sea, nearly swallowed them whole. They could only sigh. No one noticed that Lu Ruyan had been very quiet, standing still and silently watching everyone. Look, they are always like this. She spoke in a low voice. Always feeling that she was not as good as you. Always feeling like a vassal. As long as you are there, no one will ever see my efforts. Even if I have bet everything. She gazed at Jiang Chun, speaking to herself. In her tone, there was much loneliness, unwillingness, and even the deepest, most hidden jealousy. Jiang Chun watched Lu Ruyan perform, with no emotional fluctuations in his heart. He even felt a little amused. All along, the so-called pity, the so-called disdain, the so-called vassal, were all the result of Lu Ruyan's pathetic self-esteem. Under Zhang Yuntao's instigation, it was merely a one-sided self-pity. Lu Ruyan always felt that he had destroyed all her beauty, robbed her of all her glory, and overshadowed all her brilliance. But what about him? The heartfelt love that once pierced his bones, the longing that turned into pain, Lu Ruyan had never seen a fraction of it. When he was humbly trying to please her, when he was wholeheartedly sincere, When he was trapped in despair, Lu Ruyin watched from the sidelines. Who could understand the pain, unwillingness, anger, and despair in his heart? At the beginning, it was Lu Ruyin herself who willingly promised to marry him. The wedding attire, the white dress and veil, were all arranged and worn by Lu Ruyin herself. In the end, it was she who shared a bed but had different dreams. It was she who regretted her initial decision, and it was still she who watched coldly from the sidelines. In the end, all the blame was placed on him. What kind of reasoning is this? To put it bluntly, from beginning to end, what Lu Ruyin focused on, cared about, and loved was only herself. Jiang Chun had long since given up any hope for Lu Ruyin and felt not a shred of sympathy between them. From the moment Lu Ruyin chose to watch coldly, from the day she made her choice, only one conclusion remained. Self-pitying and complaining. Lu Ruyin, proud as you are, have you finally tasted the pain today? Jiang Chun said coldly. Put away your disgusting self-deception. I really want to vomit after hearing it. All along, it has been your foolish and ridiculous self-esteem that has demeaned yourself. His words were sharp, showing no mercy. Listening to these words, Lu Ruyin laughed. She laughed recklessly, laughed wildly, her eyes turning red from laughter, bending over with laughter. Suddenly, she stopped laughing, her laughter cut off, and she coldly looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, do you think you have already won? Chapter 78, Immortal Body? Lu Ruyin suddenly raised her gaze, a strange smile appearing on her face. She instantly stopped her mad self-talk, confidence filling her chest. That said, looking at the indifference in Jiang Chen's eyes, she still couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Jiang Chen's dismissive and unconcerned gaze inexplicably caused a sharp pain in her heart, stirring up an inexplicable anger. That was originally the expression she should have had facing Jiang Chun. Of course, I will win. Jiang Chun was extremely confident. The Black Soul Beast had taken the path of demonic evolution, although he didn't know what tricks Lu Ruyin could still play. His belief in victory would not waver in the slightest. With things having come to this, all he had to do was trample Lu Ruyin into the dust. Such misplaced confidence. Lu Ruyin sneered. Then, she shouted loudly, Black Demon. Roar. The beast's blood boiled, and its roar shook the heavens. Amidst the thick smoke, the Black Soul Beast let out a powerful roar. Immediately, a violent wave of energy dispersed the dust, and the Black Soul Beast reappeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, the appearance of the Black Soul Beast was particularly terrifying. 3 ice spikes pierced through its flesh, protruding from its body, pinning it in midair, blood flowing incessantly. Large patches of bright red blood flowed from the wounds, the blood steaming slightly, merging and solidifying with the cold of the ice spikes, dripping down. Its body was mostly stained red with blood, severely injured. Yet even so, in the Black Soul Beast's cold, emotionless black eyes, there was still a fierce, wild light, and a terrifying madness. It showed no signs of weakness, but instead appeared ferocious and horrifying. Crack, crack, crack. It moved slightly, flapping its bony wings, gripping the ice spikes with its 8 arms, and forcefully pulled its body free from the ice spikes. Whoosh! Blood flowed like a fountain, large amounts of blood splashing from the 3 wounds that pierced through its body, soaking the ground. The Black Soul Beast seemed unbothered, as if it felt no pain, letting the blood spray out. This extremely bloody and brutal scene instantly frightened some young girls, their faces turning pale as they screamed. Not just them. Many people's faces in the audience turned slightly pale, clearly frightened. The Black Soul Beast's strength might not be the strongest among all the beasts they had seen, but it was definitely the most frenzied and terrifying. Its brutality could rival, if not surpass, some fearsome demons. The crowd was horrified and dared not speak. As it let out a low growl, the blood spilled on the ground also began to pulse slightly. Rustle, 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 as if drawn by some mysterious force. It gathered around the Black Soul Beast. The blood light erupted, and in an instant, the Black Soul Beast was enveloped in a mass of blood. Bang! Soon, the blood light exploded, and the Black Soul Beast landed safely, looking completely unharmed. My God! Such heavy injuries healed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was amazed. Even Jiang Chun took another look at the Black Soul Beast. Was it this ability again? He knew that whether it was the Black Soul Beast's earlier regeneration of its severed limb or its current miraculous recovery from deadly injuries, it was all related to Blood Healing Light, this Black Soul Beast's ultimate skill. Blood Healing Light, like the wolf dragon Blood Fury, that the little wolf comprehended, was an ultimate skill unique to their respective beasts. However, Blood Healing Light leaned more towards an abnormal recovery ability, while the little wolf's wolf dragon Blood Fury was a combat ability that directly doubled its fighting power. As long as I am here, the Black Demon will be immortal. Seeing the Black Soul Beast fully recover, Lu Ruyin laughed loudly. Jiang Chun, how can you win against me? It can be said that as long as the talent of Blood Healing Light exists, the Black Soul Beast is an immortal body. Even though the little wolf's combat power is higher, the Black Soul Beast is already in an undefeated position. Even if it grinds, it can wear the little wolf down to death. Immortal? Jiang Chen scoffed. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted in the wind? Even the 9 great demon gods wouldn't dare to boast like this in front of him. Yet Lu Ruyan dared to brag about the Black Soul Beast. A mere elite-level beast. He laughed. Indeed, with the existence of the ultimate skill, Blood Healing Light, it would be quite tricky for the little wolf to completely defeat the Black Soul Beast. However, there was also a way to counter it. You help it recover once, and I will kill it once. You help it recover 10 times, and I will kill it 10 times. Lu Ruyan, I want to see whether I kill it faster or you help it recover faster. Jiang Chen's expression was grim, unafraid. To be honest, the recovery ability of Blood Healing Light was indeed quite perverse. However, it also had a fatal weakness. It had to rely on Lu Ruyan consuming her soul power to be cast. This was a common trait for all beasts that comprehended ultimate skills. Once Lu Ruyan's soul power was exhausted, the Black Soul Beast's perverse recovery ability would cease to exist. At that time, the little wolf would find it easy to deal with the Black Soul Beast. Understanding the key to this, Jiang Chun wasted no time and commanded, "Little wolf, blow it up, roar." The little wolf dashed out rapidly, aiming for the Black Soul Beast's bony wings, and swiped at it with a claw. Black Demon, don't let it escape. Lu Ruoyan made a decisive decision, causing the Black Soul Beast to completely abandon its meaningless defense. Taking advantage of the moment when the little wolf attacked, the Black Soul Beast wildly swung its fists, striking at the little wolf. Ripping sounds followed, blood splattered, and the bone wings, attached to flesh, were brutally snapped by the little wolf. Bang! The Black Soul Beast's fist also slammed into the little wolf. The little wolf reacted quickly, using Wolf Strike to dodge the critical hit, but still took a punch from the Black Soul Beast, getting knocked back several dozen meters. Roar! For the first time, the little wolf suffered a loss at the hands of the Black Soul Beast. Filled with rage, it charged again. However, it continued to exchange injuries for injuries, sustaining damage from the Black Soul Beast. The two beasts exchanged blows, creating a spectacular scene. For a moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched, hard to distinguish a winner. The Black Soul Beast relied on its abnormal recovery ability to wear down the little wolf's combat power. What was being tested was the will and decision-making of both beast tamers. Boom. Ice spikes flew, snow danced wildly. Bang bang bang. Heavy fists smashed down, bone wings sliced. The little wolf tore off one of the Black Soul Beast's bone wings and retreated to Jiang Chen's side, panting heavily, its stamina severely depleted. It had sustained some injuries, bleeding from several wounds. In such high-intensity combat, even the little wolf could not avoid injury. If the little wolf was suffering, the Black Soul Beast was in even worse shape. The ferocity in its eyes had faded, replaced by exhaustion. Although it had an abnormal recovery ability, the relentless tearing of flesh and freezing of bones brought excruciating pain that pushed it to the brink of madness, an endless torment that left it physically and mentally drained. Both beasts were in this state, and Jiang Chun and Lu Ruoyan were no exception. The rapid consumption of soul power left both of their faces pale. Lu Ruoyan was the most affected, her face ashen, swaying, and barely able to stand. She not only had to maintain the Black Soul Beast's combat form, but also had to consume soul power to activate Blood Healing Light, leaving her nearly exhausted. Was this battle ultimately a win for Jiang Chen? Chapter 79, Lu Ruoyan's Final Madness. It was only then that some people around began to murmur. The clash between the little wolf and the Black Soul Beast was so captivating that they were entranced. However, whether it was the little wolf and the Black Soul Beast or Jiang Chun and Lu Ruoyan, after such fierce fighting, many could see that Lu Ruoyan and the Black Soul Beast had clearly reached the end of their rope. While Jiang Chun and the little wolf had also consumed a lot of energy, they still had some strength left, gradually gaining the upper hand. As time passed, this advantage would likely turn into a definitive victory. When Lu Ruoyan ran out of soul power and the Black Soul Beast could no longer use Blood Healing Light, it would likely be killed by a single claw from the little wolf. After all, in such a battle, no one would hold back or spare their strength. Damn it! Lu Ruoyan clearly foresaw such a result. For the first time since the selection, panic appeared on her face. She could feel that with the remaining soul power, at most, she could support the Black Soul Beast to use Blood Healing Light one more time before she would be completely drained. At that point, she couldn't bear to think of that kind of ending. No, just thinking about that result made her head spin. She had worked so hard to get to this point, and she had nearly lost everything. Even her parents, who once took pride in her, had severed ties with her. Arriving at today, she was all alone. Having fought to this point, she had bet everything. She would never accept such an ending. Ruoyan, you need to pull yourself together. You absolutely cannot lose. At that moment, Jiang Yuntao shouted from the sidelines, his voice reaching Lu Ruoyan's ears. His face was filled with anxiety, wishing he could join the fight himself. In Lu Ruoyan's eyes, this urgency turned into care and encouragement. Yes, even if I have lost the whole world, Brother Yuntao will still be by my side, always with me. For Brother Yuntao's sake, I absolutely cannot lose. She instantly regained her spirit, looking at Jiang Chun with madness in her eyes. Jiang Chun, don't you want to know how I, without any resources, can make the black soul beast possess such strength? Under the veil, she stuck out her tongue and licked her crimson lips, muttering something incoherent. Hearing Lu Ruoyan's words, everyone present was confused, not understanding what she meant. At such a critical moment, they truly could not fathom why Lu Ruoyan still felt the need to resist futilely. Only Jiang Chun understood the meaning behind Lu Ruoyan's words. He sneered coldly, a weakling-esque self-narrative? I'm not interested. Weakling? Lu Ruoyan muttered to herself in self-deprecation. Then, no longer suppressing herself, she released the deepest demons from within, completely going insane. Then, I will show you who the real weakling is. She soared into the sky, her black hair dancing wildly. In that endless abyss, dark god, I am your most devout dark disciple, willing to offer my most fervent soul. Please descend upon this world, let darkness engulf everything, and bring forth the horror from the depths of hell. Lu Ruoyan clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in utmost sincerity. She murmured incomprehensible words, chanting in a dark tone, as if opening the gates of hell, revealing her final madness. Jiang Chun had pushed her to the brink. She had no choice but to act this way, sacrificing her soul. Boom. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the training ground, like a curtain of darkness, enveloping the entire venue. Surrounding Lu Ruoyan, demonic energy surged, and shadows of demons loomed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, now filled only with a blood-red madness. With a crisp sound, the black rose brooch on Lu Ruoyan's chest shattered, no longer able to conceal the demonic aura emanating from her. A fierce wind swept through, causing the black veil on Lu Ruoyan's face to fall away. Patterns of demons twisted like maggots, intertwining, permeating, and spreading across her delicate face, rotting flesh and decaying souls. Grotesque and horrifying. My God, what has she done? Watching Lu Ruoyan's appearance change instantly into something ugly and horrific, all the students from Yunjiang No. 1 were left incredulous, covering their mouths in shock. The once renowned school beauty, at this moment, was no longer even a shadow of her former beauty, clearly transformed into a hideous monster. Fear, shock, and disgust appeared in their eyes. Is this really Lu Ruoyan? Is this the school beauty we knew? How ugly. I won't be able to eat for 3 days. No way. Is this really the goddess I've had a crush on for 3 years? Wow. If anyone says I have a crush on this ugly monster, I'll be furious. They had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, filled with disdain. No one wanted to admit that the person standing before them was the school beauty goddess that everyone admired and revered. No, it can't be. Not like this. Feeling the countless looks of disdain, disgust, and contempt around her, Lu Ruoyan could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. She hurriedly covered her most proud face. Feeling anxious and panicked, like a rat that had lived in the sewers for years, suddenly exposed to the sunlight, all she wanted was to escape. Dark Beast Tamer. How could there be a Dark Beast Tamer in the selection? Du Lan, Hu Li, and Qin Junfeng immediately recognized the trickery behind Lu Ruoyan. Their pupils widened in shock as they jumped up from their seats. Dark Beast Tamers are taboo beings everywhere, hunted by both gods and men. No one expected that the Lu Ruoyan, who had dazzled them and shown extraordinary talent, had already embraced the demons and become their most devout follower. They had previously doubted how Lu Ruoyan could raise the Black Soul Beast to such a level. Until now, all answers have been revealed. Quickly capture her. The three, in a hurry, summoned their beasts, ready to directly seize Lu Ruoyan. Stop. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice emerged from the thick, demonic aura. This is my battle with her. No one is allowed to interfere. His voice thundered like a dragon, carrying an undeniable determination. For a moment, all three stood frozen in place. Dulan looked deeply at Jiang Chen, slightly hesitant. But at that moment, Jixia grabbed Dulan's wrist and calmly said, "Teacher, sit down." Her voice was calm, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen, her beautiful face, which hinted at national beauty, filled with trust. This is his battle. I believe in him, he can definitely do it. The demonic aura surged, and as Jiang Chen's words fell, the entire training venue held its breath. No one dared to move easily. In the arena, only Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan remained. It's you. Everything is because of you. Jiang Chen. Lu Ruoyan was anxious and panicked, unable to accept her ugliest side being laid bare in the sunlight without any cover. She was the undeniable schoolflower, goddess, an academic powerhouse of Yunjiang. How could she allow others to slander her? How could she let others despise her? Black demon, tear them apart. Tear them all to shreds for me. She was furious and lost her rationality, frantically venting the fear in her heart. She just wanted to shred anyone who saw her in such a disgraceful light. Boom. The demonic energy rolled and gathered into the body of the black soul beast in an instant. It let out a demonic low roar, bloody, brutal, and ferocious, revealing the most genuine side of a demon. With the support of the thick demonic energy, the black soul beast gradually floated into the air, flapping its wings. And its violent momentum almost lifted the entire training venue. King-level Bloodline Demon. Chapter 80. The Wrath of Winter. The intense demonic aura rushed towards them, chilling them to the bone and filling them with inexplicable fear. Looking at the blood-red light blooming, the terrifying black soul beast, all the students instinctively shrank back, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In front of such a demon, despair and fear, madness and slaughter, rapidly spread and corroded in the deepest parts of their hearts, as if to completely engulf them. This level of demonic energy would have a serious negative impact on these novice beast masters. Over time, their minds would be completely lost in the endless abyss, turning into beasts that knew only how to kill. Holy light shine. Li Li Li, Xiao Qinghua acted in time. The holy light unicorn leaped into the air above the training venue, its horn shining with holy light, dispelling the darkness and enveloping the heads of the students. That oppressive, terrifying, and mad aura instantly dissipated, disappearing from the hearts of the students. They were still apprehensive. Is this the demon with a king-level bloodline? How terrifying. Many students' lips turned pale and trembled. Just a moment ago, they felt as if their souls were about to be swallowed by that ferocious demonic aura. Xiao Qingyue's expression was serious, her brows furrowed into a line. Complex emotions of heartache, pity, and anger flashed in her eyes. She hated that she could not change things. She found it hard to accept that Lu Ruyan had become a dark beast master, embracing demons, and became a follower of the evil demon god. Even more infuriating was that a traitor among humans had appeared in her class. She clenched her fists several times, then relaxed, clenched again, and then let go. In the end, she abandoned the idea of personally capturing Lu Ruyan. It's up to you. After leaving Jiangchen a word, Xiao Qinghua let the unicorn retreat to the side. Jiangchen nodded, looking meaningfully at the demonic aura soaring from the black soul beast, then glanced at Lu Ruyan. TSK, this is your last struggle, isn't it? Lu Ruyan's gaze was chillingly fierce, as if she were truly a fierce demon crawling out of hell. She was burning with rage, especially when she bet everything without reservation. Jiangchen still maintained that indifferent and unbothered demeanor, making her anger hard to suppress. Jiangchen, you better look clearly. My black soul beast is now a king-level bloodline demon, she said sharply. In an instant, it can crush you and your damned little wolf. Really? Jiangchen shrugged, unimpressed. His eyes emitted sharp cold light, as if he could see through people's hearts. Lu Ruyan, do you still want to deceive yourself? Jiangchen's words were plain, but rang clearly in everyone's ears. What does Jiangchen mean? Everyone was confused. Even the people from the 3 Supreme Academies, as well as all the teachers from Yunjiang No. 1 Middle School, did not understand. From their perspective, the Black Soul Beast had clearly advanced to the level of a king-level bloodline. Its combat power was terrifying, bloodthirsty, and brutal. There was no doubt that the Black Soul Beast was now an invincible existence at the elite level. Even if the little wolf had astonishing combat power, they had no confidence in being able to handle the current Black Soul Beast. They understood even less what Jiangchen meant. Instead, Lu Ruyan seemed to have stepped on her tail, panicking. The confusion in her eyes flashed by, and she said angrily, Jiangchen, what do you want to say? Jiangchen's expression was calm, showing little emotion. Only the slight cold smile at the corner of his mouth sent chills down people's spines, filled with an aura of danger. King level? You better be. Jiangchen sneered, full of disdain. What do you mean? As soon as Jiangchen said this, Lu Ruyan became even more flustered. Her heart racing uncontrollably, filled with anxiety, and an unprecedented chill enveloped her, icy to the bone. Others were even more confused, like a monk who couldn't figure it out. Among the crowd, only Ji Xia's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, completely focused on Jiangchen's figure. Could it be? She thought of the shocking possibility. Her body trembling uncontrollably, her palms sweating, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Under the bewildered gazes of countless people, Jiangchen finally moved. He had a solemn expression, standing in the arena, slowly raising his right hand, palm facing down. Then, he exerted force with his 5 fingers, slapping down into the air. The wrath of winter. Roar. In an instant, a storm swept through, snowflakes fluttered, time seemed to freeze, and space seemed to stagnate. The entire training venue appeared to be eerily frozen at this moment. Between heaven and earth, only a thunderous wolf howl remained, soaring into the sky, shaking the heavens. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, The little wolf slowly took a step forward, its body swelling against the wind. A giant beast, radiating pressure in all directions, stepped on the frost, carrying wind and snow. Suddenly opened its eyes in a snowstorm, looking down upon the world. Its wolf head was held high, like a king in the snow, overlooking all, ruling the world. The king's unique pressure transformed into a rolling, chilling current, sweeping across the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. As it took a step, the air instantly solidified, freezing, rapidly spreading in all directions. Unique cold ice condensed, like a battlefield belonging to the king. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters around the little wolf turned into a world of ice and snow, the cold wind piercing, the snow dazzling. Even the raging demonic aura was frozen along with it. Even the black soul beast had layers of thick solid ice forming on its feet in an instant. It roared incessantly, sensing a life-threatening threat. Flapping its bony wings, it tried to escape from the ice. In just a few seconds, the black soul beast could no longer move at all, instantly turning into an ice sculpture. In its eyes, only endless fear and despair remained. King level. A true king level bloodline. Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body limp, sitting on the ground in disbelief. Her gaze was hollow, instantly losing all strength. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with hysterical madness, unwillingness, and despair. Looking at the majestic and fierce appearance of the little wolf, her heart was like dead ash, pale and devoid of color. Yes, even if she'd burned her bridges and gambled everything. The bloodline of the black soul beast had only barely stepped into the king level. Yet the little wolf, in such a short time, had truly achieved a king level bloodline, thanks to Jiang Chun. Even more domineering than the evolution path she had chosen for the little wolf in her past life. With a thought, flowers bloom, ruling over the world, frost cold in 9 curves, 1,000 miles of ice sealed. This was the true king. This was the supreme king's might. Confusion, disbelief, shock, despair, all sorts of emotions instantly spread in Lu Ruyan's heart. She could not understand how she, with memories of her past life, could lose to Jiang Chun. Even harder to accept was that the little wolf, which she had discarded like trash, could completely defeat the black soul beast. She felt extremely bitter, and unexpectedly, a trace of regret suddenly arose in her heart. If everything had not restarted, would things have been different if I had not pushed him into a situation of certain death? But Jiang Chun did not give Lu Ruyan any chance. His gaze was firm and resolute. As the little wolf struck down with its paw, the black soul beast turned to dust, scattering throughout the training venue. Along with Lu Ruyan's last glimmer of hope, completely shattered. Chapter 81. Lu Ruyan, fulfill the bet. Wow. He won. He defeated a demon. King level. This was the true king level. Jiang Chun, as a bronze beast master, had written an unprecedented history for Yunjiang No. 1 High School. In just 1 month, he had made the beast grow to this extent. Incredible. Truly incredible. The golden scales are not mere creatures in a pond. When encountering wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. This child's future achievements are incalculable. After a brief silence, the entire training venue shook as if a great earthquake had opened up the heavens and earth, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Until now, whether it was Jiang Chun or the little wolf, they had given them too many surprises. I knew you could win. Ji Xia's beautiful eyes were filled with smiles, a smile that could topple cities. Staring at the arena, she thought of the boy's awe-inspiring demeanor buried deep in her heart, and the deepest feelings seemed to stir. Du Lan, Hu Li, Qin Junfeng, and even all the teachers and students of Yunjiang No. 1 High School, including Xiao Qinghua, were all moved and excited. It could be said that the terrifying strength and potential displayed by Jiang Chun had successfully conquered them all. It was foreseeable that in the future of Hanxia, there would undoubtedly be a top beast master who could shake the heavens. Cheers rose and fell, and praises echoed louder and louder. The arena was completely drowned in flowers and applause and infinite glory. These flowers and applause, without exception, all belonged to Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, at the moment the black soul beast was defeated, was surrounded by 5 or 6 examiners with vigilant expressions. She sat alone in the arena, seemingly becoming a rat that everyone wanted to beat. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, was about to ascend to a higher stage, to soar to a broader world amidst countless flowers and applause. The contrast between the two was as great as heaven and hell. Lu Ruyan bit her lip tightly, her nose feeling sour. Bastard, I hate you. Her voice was hoarse, tightly holding the black soul beast, which had exhausted its last bit of soul power, and barely cast blood-healing light, restoring it to its juvenile form. It seemed that only in this way could she find a trace of comfort in the endless bitterness of her heart. Lu Ruyan, you are audacious and reckless, disregarding the law. Now, we will deprive you of all your rights and wait for the inspection team to come and arrest you. The examiners, however, did not care about this. Without saying a word, they were about to put handcuffs on Lu Ruyin, waiting for the judgment and punishment of the inspection team. Yet Lu Ruyin seemed not to see the examiner's hostile gazes, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. I should not have such an ending. Her eyes were hollow, losing all their luster. Jiang Chun. Suddenly, a different emotion flashed in her eyes. In her line of sight, she saw Jiang Chun's gaze burning, unwavering, walking straight towards her. Just like before, those times of selfless protection and the meticulous care during those days. Jiang Chun, you still love me, right? Lu Ruyin seemed to grasp the last straw of hope, excitedly struggling to stand up from the ground, looking at Jiang Chun with full expectation. At this moment, she hoped so much that Jiang Chun would once again stand in front of her, blocking all the winds and frosts. Love? Jiang Chun sneered, his eyes cold and indifferent. Deep down, he couldn't help but find it amusing. People are often like this. When in love, they repeatedly doubt and test, trying to find 1,000 reasons not to love. Yet when they truly stop loving, they deceive themselves, wanting to find traces of love in countless painful memories. But unfortunately, his love had long been worn away and vanished in Lu Ruyin's repeated indifference. He did not pay much attention to Lu Ruyin, but greeted the vigilant examiners beside him. Everyone, there are some grievances between me and her that need to be clarified. Please give me a few minutes. The examiners looked at each other. Lu Ruyin's identity as a dark beast master had been exposed, and she was not supposed to contact anyone. However, in the end, they made a concession. They noticed Jiang Chen's pale face and somewhat unsteady steps, having exhausted himself, and kindly reminded him to be careful. Jiang Chen nodded. Then, he strode over to Lu Ruyin. Cut the crap, Lu Ruyin, fulfill the bet. What? Lu Ruyin almost doubted her ears. Jiang Chun came over not to save her, but to completely end her beastmaster career. Even though her identity as a dark beastmaster had been exposed, she would eventually come to this step. But she could not accept that it was Jiang Chun who pushed her into the abyss. You can't do this to me. You love me. You love me. You said you would protect me for a lifetime. Those vows, those heartfelt feelings. Have you forgotten them all? Lu Ruyin cried out in despair, her hair disheveled, her image completely gone. Yet even more unbearable was the loss of Jiang Chen's love. Unfortunately, it was all too late. No matter how Lu Ruyin tried to awaken the love in Jiang Chen's heart, he remained unmoved. He looked down at her, his expression indifferent. Lu Ruyin, if you still have a bit of backbone, do it yourself. Don't make me look down on you. No. You were never like this before. Lu Ruyin still refused to give up, her eyes full of sorrow, almost crying. The current Jiang Chun felt strange to her, making her sad and difficult to understand. Clearly, Jiang Chun had always stood firmly by her side. Even if it was out of spite, she regretted it. And Jiang Chun should forgive her. Lu Ruyin's mind was a mess. In contrast, Jiang Chun, at some point, had a layer of impenetrable frost covering his cold face. He leaned into Lu Ruyin's ear, his voice deep and slightly hoarse, filled with endless anger and a hidden hatred deep in his heart. In the past. Lu Ruyin, how dare you mention the past? Jiang Chen's words were sharp, like a ghost struggling in the depths of hell. The moment you coldly watched me sink into the abyss, there was no longer a past between us. Now, do you feel my helplessness and despair from back then, Lu? Yen. You. Lu Ruyin's pupils widened in shock. She suddenly realized that Jiang Chun had also been reborn. No. Her face was filled with fear, completely unable to accept it, as if struck by lightning, her mind shaken. It turns out that everything was designed by you. Lu Ruyin panicked, feeling a sudden chill run down her spine. She woke up from her dream and finally understood that from the moment she chose the Dark Soul Beast, everything was Jiang Chen's calculation, calculating her steps toward the abyss, calculating her frantic madness again and again, calculating her being despised by thousands and buried in the abyss without a glimmer of light. She cried, wondered, and felt helpless, as if she was shrouded in endless darkness, falling into the abyss, plummeting, descending rapidly, sinking, and endless sinking. Brother Yuntao, her vision blurred, like a drowning person, frantically searching in the crowd, wanting to find the last trace of warmth. In the sea of people, she placed her last hope, firmly believing that no matter when or where, that figure would steadfastly stand in front of her, retreating rapidly, resolutely turning away. Lu Ruyin, you are so rebellious to become a dark beast master. It truly disgusts me. Don't come looking for me again. I have no connection with you. Jiang Yuntao's eager words to sever ties felt like 1,000 knives cutting through her heart. Isolated and helpless, betrayed and coldly treated by her beloved. Now, she also felt that kind of soul-devouring pain. Jiang Yuntao's actions undoubtedly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Ruyin felt utterly hopeless. Bang! Without any warning, she fainted. Chapter 82. Repay kindness with kindness. Repay hatred with hatred. Is she fainted already? Jiang Chun looked at the collapsed Lu Ruyan with suspicion. Hey, wake up. He tentatively kicked Lu Ruyan's waist a couple of times. Her delicate body swayed slightly, but still showed no reaction. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. According to the bet, Lu Ruyan must actively break the contract with the Dark Soul Beast. Only then would the bet be considered over. Jiang Chun was particularly serious about this matter, not allowing the slightest carelessness. Since that is the case, I can only help you. Jiang Chun propped his chin with his hand, pondering for a moment, then turned to the examiners and asked, "Do you have a soul-shattering hammer on you?" Soul-shattering hammer? The examiners exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The soul-shattering hammer is a very special soul weapon that is only used to punish extremely wicked beastmasters. Once struck upon a beastmaster, it directly attacks the soul, shattering the contract between the beastmaster and the beast, and can even harm the soul. Lightly, it can reduce a beastmaster to an ordinary person. Severely, it can injure the soul, causing unimaginable consequences, such as turning into an idiot or a vegetative state. They did not understand why Jiang Chun wanted that thing. At that moment, it was Duran who took out a narrow top and wide bottom, completely black, uniquely shaped soul weapon from her spatial ring and tossed it into the air, landing directly in Jiang Chun's hands. Jiang Chun nodded in thanks, and just as he turned around, he caught a glimpse of Lu Ruyan's mouth twitching. Indeed, she was pretending to be unconscious, trying to escape at this moment. Jiang Chun's lips curved slightly as he walked slowly to Lu Ruyan and crouched down. Lu Ruyan tightly closed her eyes, her muscles unconsciously tensing. After having lived 2 lives, her mind was not something ordinary people could compare to. After fainting for a moment due to anxiety, she quickly woke up. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the examiner's relaxed moment to find a chance to escape. But upon hearing Jiang Chun loudly asking for the soul-shattering hammer, she immediately lost her composure, especially since she could clearly feel Jiang Chun had approached her. In the shadowy figure, a hand was raised. "Jiang Chun, you." Lu Ruyan panicked, trying to get up in a hurry. But just then, her vision went dark, and with a bang, she received a heavy blow to her forehead. "Good luck to you." The soul-shattering hammer fell fiercely, making a buzzing sound. In a daze, she could vaguely see a transparent, ethereal soul exuding a sinister aura being shaken out of Lu Ruyan's body. Deep within the soul, a blood-red contract shattered with a sound, completely severing the last connection between Lu Ruyan and the Dark Soul Beast. The Dark Soul Beast immediately reacted violently, letting out a shrill roar. Then, it weakly lowered its head, collapsing into Lu Ruyan's arms, lifeless. And this time, Lu Ruyan also lay flat on the ground, lying extremely straight, her breath weak to the extreme, looking as if she had already gone far away. This is how it should be. Jiang Chun's lips curved slightly, feeling satisfied. He used a lot of strength, striking her hard. The injuries would worsen in no time, eventually claiming Lu Ruyan's life. Of course, he did this very discreetly. Even the patrol team would find it hard to notice anything amiss. At most, they would think Lu Ruyan's soul was injured, becoming a vegetative state, slowly dying. By then, even if someone wanted to investigate, it would be hard to pin the blame on him. After all, who would speak up for a soon-to-be rotting dark beastmaster? Even if Lu Ruyan fell into their hands, it would inevitably end up this way. However, Jiang Chun took great pleasure in personally delivering this fatal blow to Lu Ruyan. For Jiang Chun, doing this did not feel cruel at all, nor did he have the slightest bit of sympathy. Everything was a consequence Lu Ruyan deserved. A debt owed to him. Repay kindness with kindness. Repay hatred with hatred. He was merely settling the score. With this hammer strike, he felt a sense of clarity and tranquility in his heart. Exhaling a breath of foul air, he felt relaxed all over, extremely comfortable. Boom. Just then, a faint explosion sounded in Jiang Chun's mind, and his soul power surged rapidly, his level quickly rising. Bronze 9 stars. Breakthrough. Silver 1 star. In the blink of an eye, he had become a silver 1-star beastmaster. Promoted? Feeling the abundant soul power in his mind, Jiang Chun was quite surprised. He did not expect that by personally resolving this knot with Lu Ruyan, his state of mind became clear, and even his level advanced rapidly. Jiang Chun was delighted, happily accepting this unexpected joy. After doing all this, Jiang Chun did not put down the soul-shattering hammer. He still remembered there was another person waiting for him to deal with. Jiang Chun stood up, his target clear, directly aiming at Jiang Yuntao. "Where do you think you're running to?" Seeing Jiang Yuntao bent over, planning to sneak away while everyone's attention was focused here, Jiang Chun signaled. And the little wolf immediately pounced, casually swatting Jiang Yuntao away like swatting a fly, sending him into the air. Bang! Jiang Yuntao fell heavily to the ground, landing precisely in front of Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, what do you want to do?" Jiang Yuntao was terrified, constantly retreating, his face full of fear. "What do I want to do? Don't you know? I wouldn't have come this far without your help, Jiang Yuntao." Jiang Qin's lips curled with mockery as he stepped closer to Jiang Yuntao. He emphasized each word, his anger boundless. It could be said that if it weren't for Jiang Yuntao's instigation, he and Lu Ruyan might not have reached this point. Most of the suffering he endured was thanks to Jiang Yuntao. Jiang Qin certainly would not let him off easily. Seeing Jiang Qin's cold gaze, Jiang Yuntao trembled in fear. The development of the situation had completely exceeded his understanding. Jiang Yuntao's face turned pale with anxiety, instinctively seeking help from Xiao Qingyue. "Teacher Xiao, please save me. Jiang Chun wants to kill me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue's brows slightly furrowed. However, before she could step forward, Jiang Chun, with his back turned, coldly said, "You've been hanging out with the Dark Beast Master all day. Teacher Xiao, haven't you ever doubted why his strength has increased so quickly?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingyue's brows furrowed even deeper. In this selection, she observed everyone's performance in the class. If Jiang Chun and Lu Ruyan showcased an overwhelming strength, then Jiang Yuntao's performance was the most outstanding among the two. Not only did he become a bronze-level beastmaster, but he also trained the Palm Bear to an elite level. The speed of his progress was frightening. This rate of strength growth was indeed strange. Could it be? Her expression darkened, incredulous, that there were actually two Dark Beastmasters in her class. Seeing Xiao Qingyue remain indifferent, Jiang Yuntao was terrified. He loudly defended himself, begging for mercy. "No, I'm not. Teacher Xiao, don't listen to him. How could I be a Dark Beastmaster?" Indeed, he had a close relationship with Lu Ruyan. But all along, the improvement of the Palm Bear's strength was due to Lu Ruyan spending a fortune to buy a large amount of materials for him. As for becoming a Dark Beastmaster like Lu Ruyan and a follower of the demon god, he had never done that. However, Jiang Chun did not listen to his defense. Gripping the soul-shattering hammer, he struck down fiercely. Bang! A piercing pain shattered Jiang Yuntao's mind, making him feel as if his soul was about to break. The pain was comparable to the 10 most brutal tortures. In an instant, Jiang Yuntao was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. His eyes rolled back, and he was about to faint. In the last moment of retaining a glimmer of consciousness, he only heard Jiang Qin's cold voice ringing in his ears. "Feeling wronged? It doesn't feel good to be falsely accused, does it? But now, who would believe you? Just like back then, when you slandered me time and again." Chapter 83. A son should be like Jiang Shaoqin. Jiang Qin coldly looked at Jiang Yuntao, who was lying on the ground, and the Palm Bear, which was howling in pain. He felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Just as he stood up, he saw Xiao Qingyue approaching him with a serious expression. Is he really a Dark Beast Master? Xiao Qingyue still found it hard to believe. Throughout Jiang Yuntao's performance, she had not sensed any trace of evil or demonic aura. Hearing this, Jiang Qin shrugged, unconcerned. "Teacher Xiao, is the truth really that important?" As he spoke, Jiang Chun revealed a profound smile, raising an eyebrow at the group of examiners and everyone in the training ground. "You just need to know that at least right now, whatever I say, no one will doubt it. Isn't that enough?" Jiang Qinyu. Xiao Qingyue's pupils constricted sharply, instantly understanding Jiang Qin's meaning. She widened her eyes, looking at Jiang Qin's dark, unfathomable eyes in disbelief, feeling a chill run down her spine. At that moment, Jiang Qin seemed to have completely transformed into a stranger, making her feel an inexplicable fear. Fortunately, Jiang Qin quickly returned to his usual self, his gaze regaining its clear and pure color. "Teacher Xiao, the truth will naturally be investigated thoroughly by the patrol team," Jiang Chun said with a faint smile. "You don't need to think I'm exaggerating. Lu Ruyan is ruthless, and Jiang Yuntao is definitely not a good person either." Xiao Qingyue remained frozen in place. Soon, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao were taken away by the patrol team's people, tied up securely. This round of higher education selection officially came to an end. The examiners recorded each student's performance truthfully and reported it. Before leaving, they all took a deep look at Jiang Chun, secretly amazed. After the examiners left, the atmosphere in the training ground did not cool down. Instead, it became even livelier. Students gathered in groups, sharing their joys. A small portion of them, aware of their poor performance, hung their heads in disappointment, hoping just to enter an ordinary academy for further study, which was already a great blessing. If there was any place that was the most lively in the whole venue, it was where Jiang Chun was. The crowd was bustling, surrounding him tightly. Elder Jiang, Ji Xia, and the teachers from Yunjiang High School, along with the students from Class 1 of Senior 3, all gathered here, congratulating him. The elder was grinning from ear to ear, his mouth nearly reaching his ears, constantly calling out to those around him, "Grandson, this is my grandson." Ji Xia's face was flushed, inexplicably excited. "Little brother is amazing." In addition, the leaders from the 3 top academies, including Duran, Hu Li, and Shin Junfeng, also gathered around Jiang Chun, like stars surrounding the moon. The praises from all sides filled Jiang Qin's ears, leaving him flustered as he turned this way and that, trying to respond to everyone, struggling to keep up. This was far more exhausting than the battle with Lu Rian earlier. Fortunately, he had advanced to silver level, and his soul power had recovered significantly. Otherwise, his head would have split open. Among them, Hu Li and Chen Junfeng were particularly enthusiastic. Chen Matzi, such an outstanding student, must belong to our Xuanwu Academy. What is your White Tiger Academy even worth? Get out of here. Fox Spirit, don't think just because you have a little more meat on your chest, you can talk more than others. I'm telling you, this student Jiang Chun, our White Tiger Academy, is definitely claiming him. Don't even think about taking him away. The two were spitting with excitement, arguing fiercely over Jiang Chen's future. In their excitement, they even shouted their nicknames in front of many students unabashedly. To think that the leaders of two top academies could argue to this extent over a single student left the surrounding people dumbfounded. Wow, Jiang Chun is really going to turn the tables this time. A son should be like Jiang Shaochen. Damn, why don't I have such luck? Being fought over by the people from two top academies. The students of Yunjiang High School watched Hu Li and Chen Junfeng quarreling over Jiang Chun, shouting like street thugs. Which was quite an eye-opener. Especially as Duran led the students from Zhuke Academy to the side, they looked at Jiang Chun with envy in their hearts. The three top academies gathered here, all for Jiang Chun alone. This kind of glory, besides Jiang Chun, probably no one else in Hansheng could find a second person. It was truly enviable. Meanwhile, Class 1 of Senior 3, including the chubby Zhou Zhou, felt immensely proud, beaming with pride. Their expressions and actions seemed to scream, "Did you see that? This is our classmate." Surrounding Jiang Chun, they too enjoyed a moment of being in the spotlight, relishing the attention. After a while of excitement, Duran finally stopped watching the show, straightened her back, and walked past Hu Li and Chen Junfeng to stand in front of Jiang Chun. "Well done, a month later. I'll be waiting for you at Zhuke Academy." She didn't argue or say anything unnecessary, simply greeted Jiang Chun and left gracefully with the students of Zhuke Academy. What does that mean? Hu Li and Chen Junfeng were instantly dumbfounded. Just as the two were in a daze, Jiang Chun loudly said, "Teacher Du, I will definitely arrive on time." With that, Jiang Chun left with Jixia. Even though his level had risen and his soul power had recovered a lot, the feeling of weakness still lingered in his body. After this battle, both physically and mentally, Jiang Chun felt exhausted. He just wanted to forget everything and have a good sleep. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Hu Li and Chen Junfeng felt a sense of loss, their hearts suddenly feeling cold. "Teacher? Student? When did this happen? Why didn't we know?" A student with such outstanding talent was actually taken by Zhuke Academy first. It was a lie to say they weren't disappointed. Coincidentally, the two once again united their stance. The people from Zhuke Academy are really despicable, actually playing the first come, first serve trick. Exactly, it's extremely despicable. When the Academy exchange competition comes, we must make them pay. Yes, absolutely. The words are said. But I am still very jealous. The training hall is bustling with activity. Yet, no one notices that in a dark corner outside the training hall, several figures in black robes have been observing everything. They are both shocked and inexplicably excited. A half-step king-level bloodline demon. This piece on the chessboard possesses such terrifying dark powers. Such a dark beast master must not fall into the hands of people like Han Xia. Chapter 84, Jiang Yuntao. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. 20 days later, the selection ended, and there was a wave of celebration inside and outside Yunjiang, lasting for a long time. However, in a desolate mass grave in the north of the base city, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the festive mood. Jiang Yuntao, with a fierce expression, coldly dragged the severely weakened Lu Ruyan, who was on the brink of death, forward. 20 days. He had spent a full 20 days in the dark interrogation room. In the end, although he successfully cleared his relationship with Lu Ruyan and was released, he was burdened with huge debts, left with nothing, and had suffered immensely. And all of this was thanks to Lu Ruyan. That bitch dared to harm me like this. I will make you perish in the wilderness, like these lost souls, never to be reborn. In anger, he threw Lu Ruyan into the mass grave, almost tearing off her withered arm. What he didn't notice was that at the moment he turned around, a tear suddenly fell from the corner of Lu Ruyan's eye. Her life was hanging by a thread. She had become a vegetative state, but still retained a flicker of consciousness. Unfortunately, she could not speak, nor could she move, and could only despairingly feel everything Jiang Yuntao was doing. Feeling Jiang Yuntao drag her all the way here, feeling Jiang Yuntao ruthlessly throw her corpse into the wilderness, and feeling Jiang Yuntao's full hatred and disgust, unable to struggle, powerless to escape. Even her repeated pleas and cries went unheard, unseen. "Why are you treating me like this too?" She silently screamed and roared, isolated and helpless, betrayed by the one closest to her. She finally felt the pain of this helplessness, the fear drowned in endless despair. She could only wait in despair for death to arrive, with no one to care. Oh Jiangchun, did you also suffer like this back then? She cried silently, tears streaming down her face. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Deep self-blame and regret surged from her heart, uncontrollable. In her heart, she started to miss the beautiful moments spent with Jiangchun. Missing the resolute young man who would always protect her, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest grievance, no matter where or when. Jiangchun, if I could love you well, would the ending be different? Unfortunately, everything is too late. Jiangchun will no longer love her. She will never have another chance to start over. Lu Rian regretted her past, heartbroken, feeling the vitality within her slowly ebbing away. She was filled with fear and endless rage. The cold wind howled, and the resentment like a ghost's wail lingered over the mass grave. Jiang Yintao, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time for Jiangchun to report to the Zhuke Academy. Ever since the academy selection ended, news of a remarkable true dragon from Yunjiang No. One high school spread throughout the entire Yunjiang city like a tornado. Jiangchun's name instantly became a household name, frequently mentioned by people. The saying "one should be like Jiang Xiaoqing" became a motto passed down by the elders to encourage the younger generations. The chain reaction caused by this resulted in the skyrocketing stock prices of the Jiang Group, doubling the old man's wealth, which made him extremely happy. With a wave of his hand, he directly transferred 2 million to Jiangchen's account. Go and spend it. Quite generous. As for the news about Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, it was completely sealed off and gradually faded from people's sight. That's how it was. In the back garden of the manor, Ji Xia was parched and took a sip of water. Marveling at the recent news she had gathered about Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, sharing it with Jiangchun. At the same time, she playfully teased Jiangchun, I say, your old lover has been thrown into the wilderness. Aren't you going to take a look? Jiangchun took a sip of tea and almost choked. What is there to see? To this day, neither Lu Ruyan nor Jiang Yuntao could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. However, Ji Xia frequently ran to the inspection team. Jiangchun didn't understand why Ji Xia was so invested in these matters. Of course, he wasn't surprised by Jiang Yuntao throwing Lu Ruyan's body into the wilderness. With Jiang Yuntao's selfish character. Now that Lu Ruyan's life was short and she had become neither human nor ghost, it would be strange for Jiang Yuntao to care for her. He must think that falling to such a fate is all that woman's fault. Jiangchun smiled lightly, while finding it amusing. He couldn't help but feel sorrow for the twisted nature of humanity. Lu Ruyan, disregarding everything, dove into Jiang Yuntao's arms, thinking until the last moment that Jiang Yuntao could be her support. Who would have thought that in the end? The person she loved the most would throw her away like trash in the mass grave, leaving her to fend for herself, with no one to collect her body. Her fate couldn't be described as anything but tragic. Compared to his past life where he was devoted and caring, it was simply worlds apart. After discussing the two of them, Ji Xia habitually sat beside Jiangchun and stopped teasing him, raising her eyebrows. I see that girl Kinkin has been acting a bit strange with your brother lately. After the selection, Du Lan and the others left. Since there was nothing to do during the break, she simply dragged Li Kinkan to have some fun in Yunjiang, naturally staying at the Jiang family manor. Unexpectedly, Li Kinkan and Wang Fuguei were often glued together, and the seeds of love were about to sprout. Those two. Jiangchun smiled. Wang Fuguei performed average in the academy selection, but thanks to Jiangchun's efforts and discussions with Ji Xia and Du Lan, he managed to secure an opportunity to enter Zhuke Academy as a preparatory student. Unbeknownst to him, this had changed his original life trajectory. However, since that day, Li Kinkan found Wang Fuguei increasingly displeasing, and just the thought of Wang Fuguei becoming her junior made her furious, chasing after him to beat him up every few days. In her own words, it was a special service from a senior to a junior. Whether or not the service was effective, Jiangchun didn't know. But it was indeed special enough that Wang Fuguei came to his house every day with a bruised face to complain, leaving him helpless and laughing bitterly. Brother Jiang, you are my father. Save me. Just then, as if summoned, Wang Fuguei came running, calling out, Don't run, Junior. Senior has a lot of skills. And I haven't shown you everything yet. Li Kinkan, with her double ponytails swinging, angrily clenched her fists and chased after him. I warn you. If you hit me again. Wang Fuguei's legs trembled. Huh, what will happen? Li Kinkan shot him a cold glare, and Wang Fuguei immediately softened, not daring to speak. With a pair of squinting eyes, he looked at Li Kinkan pitifully, and once he softened, he surrendered. Seeing this, Li Kinkan finally relaxed her fists with satisfaction, boldly sitting down opposite Jiangchun and casually handing him a letter. A letter? Jiangchun's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the letter on the table. In this era, someone still wrote letters. It was hard not to surprise Jiangchun. The envelope had no signature, no closing. Only a line of hasty handwriting. To the little one. Chapter 85. A letter from Xiao Tiance. What is that old man up to? At a glance, Jiangchen knew it was from Xiao Tian's. He had questions in his heart and was about to ask Li Qingqian how she knew this letter was for him. But as the words reached his lips, he wisely swallowed them back. This ponytailed loli is quite fierce. What if she utters a phrase like "you're the smallest"? Wouldn't that ruin her reputation? Jiangchen hesitated for a moment before opening the envelope. Inside, there was a specially made jade artifact with a texture like ancient jade and a piece of paper. The paper had a line of bold, vigorous handwriting that exuded a chilling aura. Stay away from the Qin family in South Sichuan. South Sichuan? Isn't that where our Zhuke Academy is located? Li Qingqian glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, the Qin family? Are they referring to that century-old beast taming family that produced a great hero who ventured into the demon abyss and defeated an emperor-level monster over a decade ago? A century-old beast taming family? Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback, deep in thought. He knew Xiao Tian's character. Although he was eccentric, he would never resort to meaningless threats. Could it be related to my parents' deaths? Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, a flash of icy light in his eyes. Besides being related to his parents' deaths, he couldn't think of another reason that would prompt Xiao Tian's to issue such an ambiguous warning. Xiao Tian's deliberate reminder must mean he had uncovered something. Perhaps because he knew I was about to head to South Sichuan and would inevitably come into contact with various parties. He was worried about my safety and wanted me to be mentally prepared in advance. This old man still has a bit of conscience. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chun understood Xiao Tian's intentions. In his past life, his performance in the academy selection was abysmal. He had no qualifications to go to South Sichuan and study at Zhuke Academy. Now, Xiao Tian's must have learned about his admission as a student at Zhuke Academy. Hence this letter of warning. If that's the case, then I must go to South Sichuan. Jiang Chen's expression hardened, his gaze resolute. In his previous life, he never managed to uncover the cause of his parents' deaths, which had always been his greatest regret. Now that he had the opportunity to touch upon the hidden truths, he naturally would not shrink back. There's even a soul jade. Let's see if it records soul skills or soul techniques. However, Li Qingqian didn't notice the change in Jiang Chen's expression and picked up the ancient jade, examining it carefully. As soon as she spoke, it instantly piqued the curiosity of Wang Fuguwei and Ji Xia, just like the healing-type soul skills that Xiao Qingwei had once demonstrated. As for soul techniques, they are a special cultivation method independent of beast taming. They can enhance soul power and one's own level of strength. Unlike the enhancements from increasing beast strength, soul techniques are unpredictable. Different soul techniques can lead to various transformations of the beast tamer's soul. Elements such as light, darkness, wind, fire, thunder, electricity, gold, wood, water, and earth can all be practiced through soul techniques, enhancing the beast tamer's affinity for them and granting special soul attributes. The choice of such soul techniques is often based on the attributes of the beast tamer controls. This allows the beast to grow faster while using the same attribute type of soul skills for more powerful effects. Both soul techniques and soul skills are stored in soul seals in a special way by powerful beast tamers. The ancient jade in the envelope is a type of soul seal. Moreover, its grade is not low, making it extremely rare. This old man, playing around with these things, has indeed put me in his debt. Counting the high-level evolution source crystal, information regarding my parents, and this ancient jade, I unknowingly owe Xiao Tian's quite a bit. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't the kind of person to be overly sentimental. He would just repay these debts slowly in the future. First, let's see what's inside. Jiang Chen focused his mind and slowly permeated his soul power into the ancient jade. Soul skill speed 80 miles per hour. Earth level low consumes soul power to significantly enhance the speed of the beast tamer for a short period. The higher the level, the faster the speed. If you little thing could reach my level, you could run while humming a tune, leaving your pursuers in the dust. Speed 80 miles per hour. Feeling free and easy. What the hell? Jiang Chun felt darkness sweep over his eyes again. Alright, I admit I overestimated you, old thing. How bored does one have to be to give a soul skill such a name? Why not call it run fast? Are you really afraid I'll get beaten to death? He was utterly speechless. That said, the words earth level low were still very eye-catching. Generally speaking, soul skills and soul techniques are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, based on their quality. Earth-level soul skills are already at a level that only grandmasters can access, worth their weight in gold. As a grandmaster, Xiao Tian's possesses a unique soul skill that allows him to travel 1,000 miles in a day, coming and going like the wind. Among grandmasters, his speed is unparalleled, and no one can catch up. It seems this soul skill is something Xiao Tian's has kept hidden. Given the value of an earth-level soul skill, I'll cut you some slack. Jiang Chun felt pleased and stored the ancient jade in his beast-taming hand ring. What's the news? What's inside? Seeing this, Li Qingqian and Wang Fuguwei couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Chun touched his nose, indifferent, and said, "It's nothing, just an earth-level soul skill." Wang Fugui, who was his recognized brother, spoke frankly. If he were to hide things from friends, he would never have anyone to confide in throughout his life, making such a life too dull. Earth level, just that? Damn it, you really should die. But hearing Jiang Chen's calm tone, the two couldn't remain composed. In an instant, their exclamations pierced the eardrums. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had covered his ears in advance, so he wasn't caught in the crossfire. Li Cancan and Wang Fugui were ecstatic, especially Wang Fugui, who feared his brother was struggling and also worried about him driving a luxury car. He was practically itching to snatch it. The term Earth level was something they had only heard in major reports about grandmasters. That was something only found in dreams. Ji Xia was also excited, her eyes squinting with laughter as she looked at Jiang Chun. Good thing you're already a silver-level beast tamer. This soul skill is of high rank, and with gradual training, you'll be able to master it. Jiang Chun nodded. Now that he had the speed 80 miles per hour soul skill, aside from his innate tyrant devour, he had gained another trump card. At the very least, he had some self-defense capabilities. At this moment, Ji Xia seemed to remember something and smiled. That's great. Now you have a soul skill. But you're still missing a soul technique. Once we get to school, I'll pick you a roll of ice-type technique. It will ensure you can travel 1,000 miles in a day. What day? Ji Xia's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Li Cancan couldn't control her wild instincts again. You dirty pig, take this punch. The two gradually drifted away in their playful banter. I. Ji Xia lowered her head, blushing, her fingers fidgeting together, wanting to say something but too shy to speak. It was Jiang Chun who first broke the awkward atmosphere. Cough. Don't mind her, she's just like that. Jiang Chun coughed lightly to ease the tension, then smiled brightly, and said, I've been practicing soul techniques this month. In Ji Xia's incredulous gaze, Jiang Chun enunciated clearly, the technique I'm practicing is called Nine Nirvana Divine Seat. Chapter 86, a soul technique that can evolve? Nine Nirvana Divine Seat? Ji Xia's gaze sharpened, extremely surprised. Compared to soul skills, soul techniques are rarer. She hadn't expected Jiang Chun to have already begun practicing soul techniques. She didn't think much of it. She simply felt that the Jiang family was wealthy, and the old master had specially arranged this for Jiang Chun. However, soul techniques are crucial for a beast tamer's future development, even among some top-tier forces. They are extremely precious and not easily shared. They are rarely seen even at major auctions. Even if they do appear, their rank is usually not very high. Just by hearing the name of this soul technique, Ji Xia felt it was quite powerful. Out of concern for Jiang Chun, she couldn't help but ask, what rank is the soul technique you practice? When it came to this, Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment and couldn't answer right away. Ji Xia keenly noticed the subtle change in Jiang Chun's expression and couldn't help but feel something was off. Be honest with me, her tone became serious. Yeah, Jiang Chun, what rank is your soul technique? Li Cancan and Wang Fugui also looked on with curiosity. Gulp. Jiang Chun struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, unsure of how to respond. Under Ji Xia's scrutinizing gaze, he hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, it's a mid-level yellow rank. Oh, that's still Earth rank, isn't it? Ji Xia didn't react immediately, and the praise slipped out of her mouth. However, just as she hadn't even finished her sentence, she suddenly widened her eyes and jumped up in shock. The next moment, her scream, reminiscent of a lion's roar, echoed throughout the entire back garden, deafening and unending. Jiang Chun, are you crazy? From the almost breaking point scream, it was evident that Ji Xia was shocked to the extreme and also extremely angry. She never expected that the Nine Nirvana throne Jiang Chun mentioned was of such a low rank. Even if she randomly picked a book in the Zhuke Academy library with her eyes closed, it would be of a higher rank than this. Ji Xia instantly exploded with rage. You better give me a reasonable explanation. She placed her hands on her hips, ready to bite Jiang Chun to death. It was no wonder she was so agitated. The choice of the initial beast taming technique was crucial to a beast tamer's growth speed. Jiang Chun had contracted a lord-level little wolf, which grew to silver rank in just a month, serving as the best example. The improvement after silver rank was also significantly influenced by the soul technique. A higher-ranked soul technique could not only allow the beast tamer to grow more rapidly, but also enhance the power of the soul skills they could unleash. However, a mid-level yellow rank soul technique was not only something she looked down upon, but it was also considered extremely common. Jiang Chun was a student of Zhuke Academy, and practicing such a low-level soul technique was something she found embarrassing to even mention. Jiang Chun also understood Ji Xia's thoughts, but he felt quite helpless about it. The Nine Nirvana Throne Soul technique was obtained alongside the hidden evolution path of the little wolf. That relic was quite extraordinary, and the items within it were particularly remarkable. as evidenced by the little wolf evolving into the king-level bloodline of the Winter Howl. Otherwise, he had dozens of soul techniques recorded in his mind, many of which were above Earth rank. He could have chosen any of those. However, the reason he chose 9 Nirvana Throne was because he had his own considerations. Jiang Chen became much more serious and said, "What if I told you this soul technique could evolve?" Soul technique evolution? Ji Xia, Li Kan, and Wang Fu Gue all looked bewildered. Throughout history, they had only heard of beast evolution, and the term soul technique evolution was something they had never heard before. Are you running a fever? Have you been under too much stress lately? Should I call a doctor for you? At this point, a doctor might be too late. If not, we could just cremate you. I could definitely carry on your legacy and inherit your family's billions without a problem. They all thought Jiang Chen had lost his mind, especially Wang Fu Gue, who was already thinking about heading straight to the crematorium. Get lost. Jiang Chen kicked Wang Fu Gue in annoyance, feeling both amused and exasperated. He knew that talking about soul technique evolution sounded like a daydream, and who would believe it? But the fact was true. The cultivation method recorded in the 9 Nirvana Throne was extremely miraculous. It was divided into 9 levels, and for each level perfected. While the soul technique's rank increased, he could also contract an additional beast. This meant that when he fully comprehended the 9 Nirvana Throne, the number of beasts he could contract would reach an astonishing 9, including the little wolf. That would make 10, which was one more than the 9 great demon gods. This was the important reason why Jiang Chen chose the 9 Nirvana Throne. As the saying goes, human strength has its limits. Generally, a beast tamer can only contract one beast due to their soul strength limitations, which is already the limit. Only those with extraordinary talent can contract 2 beasts, making them stand out among people. As for beast tamers who can contract 3 beasts, throughout history, there have been very few. However, when Jiang Chen cultivates the 9 Nirvana Throne to a profound level, he could contract 10 beasts. This was simply astonishing. This wasn't Jiang Chen exaggerating. He had already personally tested it over the past month. Moreover, he had completed the simplest and most straightforward first level of the 9 Nirvana Throne, dividing his soul power into 2 in his mind, resulting in 2 soul pools. One pool was filled with chilling energy and boiling blood, belonging to the little wolf and assimilated by its attributes. The other pool was chaotic, with fluctuating soul power. Once Jiang Chen contracts a second beast, that chaotic soul power would assimilate with the second beast, adding unique attributes. This was yet another miraculous effect of the 9 Nirvana Throne, allowing soul power to assimilate with beast attributes, fitting together autonomously. It was because this second soul pool had been formed, and the originally low-level yellow rank, 9 Nirvana Throne, had been upgraded to mid-level yellow rank that Jiang Chen dared to mention it in front of Ji Xia. Otherwise, until now, the rank of 9 Nirvana Throne would still be low-level yellow rank, if he hadn't personally experimented with it. He wouldn't even dare to believe that such an exquisitely crafted soul technique existed in this world. Also, due to his relentless practice of the first level of the 9 Nirvana Throne, he had somewhat neglected the little wolf's level up. Just a few days ago, the little wolf barely advanced to the battle general level, which was a much slower pace. As for himself, he was currently only at silver 2 stars, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was stagnant, although this was also related to the increased difficulty of leveling up after silver rank. The main reason was that Jiang Chen had spent too much time on the cultivation of the 9 Nirvana Throne. Of course, having put in such effort, the results were gratifying. Now, the second soul pool had been completed, and the rank of the 9 Nirvana Throne had indeed improved. He was just waiting to find a suitable beast to contract. However, the records in the 9 Nirvana Throne were too bizarre, and he knew he couldn't explain it clearly to the 3 of them in a short time. Jiang Chen could only helplessly say, "In any case, I wouldn't deceive myself. And I'm not sick. You better." Ji Xia had a face full of skepticism, her delicate features written all over with disbelief. However, she did not continue to dwell on this issue. The cultivation of this soul technique was not something that could be accomplished in a day, and anyway. In a few days Jiang Chen would report to Zhuke Academy. If it really wasn't suitable, she could just let Jiang Chen start over. After all, Jiang Chen had only been exposed to soul techniques for a short time, so even if he made a mistake, it could be corrected in time. With this in mind, Ji Xia relaxed her tense nerves and was too lazy to argue with Jiang Chen. She glared at Jiang Chen and then reminded him, "Tomorrow, Grandpa Jiang is preparing a graduation banquet for you, so don't stay up late tonight. I heard many of your relatives are coming, so you need to get up early." The graduation banquet was something old man Jiang had been preparing for a long time, but Jiang Chen had been busy, causing it to be postponed repeatedly. Now, with Jiang Chen's reporting date to Zhuke Academy approaching, she discussed it with the old man and set a date. She specifically came to remind Jiang Chen. She had always been worried that Jiang Chen would take extreme measures and face severe consequences. So she had been trying to find out news from the inspection team. Jiang Chun had changed the subject, and she almost forgot about the banquet. Jiang Chun nodded, not taking the matter too seriously, and was somewhat absent-minded. The second beast. What should I choose? Chapter 87. The Container. Night falls. In Yunjiang City, the myriad lights shine brightly, bustling with noise. Yet, in stark contrast to this vibrant scene, in the desolate and neglected mass grave on the northern edge of the city, there is only a dead silence. Caw, caw, caw. On the withered branches, black crows hop up and down, cawing incessantly. Occasionally, scavengers emerge from the depths of the earth under the cover of night, making a sound like hissing as they chew on decaying flesh and white bones, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, several figures in black robes appear in the mass grave, their terrifying aura causing birds and beasts to flee in all directions. They remain silent, standing atop a pile of corpses made up of monsters, beasts, and some humans. Finally, one person seems to have discovered something and calls out to his companions. A few quickly gather around. It is a withered corpse, its appearance unrecognizable, vaguely showing it was wearing a school uniform and holding a black veil. The corpse is relatively intact, not having been devoured by wild beasts. A faint aura of demonic energy rises from it, seemingly making even the beasts feel fear and not dare to approach. This piece on the chessboard seems to be wasted. One person sighs. The others also shake their heads in succession. They hurried here, but still arrived too late. Lu Rian is dead beyond any chance of revival, completely devoid of any signs of life. One figure in black robes stands at the forefront. He is different from the others. The bone claws embroidered on his robe are blood red, exuding a chilling, bloody aura. It is evident that the others are particularly afraid of him and do not dare to get close. He is shrouded in his black robe, staring at the grotesque corpse in the pile, his voice hoarse and ancient. Is this the dark beast taming genius you spoke of? He asks and answers himself, seeming to let out a laugh that resembles a beast. There is no life force, but the soul still lingers, huh? No wonder he is the most devout follower of the demon god, so deeply obsessed that even his body has completely undergone the transformation into a demon, making my trip worthwhile. In this way, a rare container capable of nurturing supreme terrifying demons has been unintentionally completed. Upon hearing this, the others involuntarily shiver, filled with an inexplicable terror. Even they feel a deep-rooted fear at the mere mention of the word container. However, the blood-clawed figure in black robes does not care about their thoughts. Immediately after, a bloated and sticky beast, indistinguishable from the black soul beast, appears in his hand, its pitch-black eyes glowing with a haunting light that makes one's heart race. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, with his movements, large amounts of demonic energy burst forth from the earth, spewing out from below. Limbs and severed arms fly together, a sea of blood steams, and demonic shadows loom, resembling a hellish battleground. The demonic energy fills the air, and the black soul beast emits a piercing shriek, its flesh slowly melting away, transforming into the purest blood energy and demonic energy, merging into Lu Rian's corpse. At that moment, the withered body seems to be infused with new vitality, soaring into the air, receiving the baptism of boundless demonic flames. It is like a grand sacrificial ceremony. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a strong and powerful heartbeat gradually echoes in the mass grave, resembling the rebirth of a bloodthirsty demon. Zhang Yuntao, I want you dead. It suddenly opens its eyes, a crimson hue filling them, radiating a bloodthirsty and savage light. Before the others can react, it transforms into a beam of blood light, rapidly flying into the city. Yes, High Priest. Inside Yunjiang City, in Hongyang Community, Zhang Yuntao lies contentedly in bed, burping and feeling satisfied. He has finally gained his parents' forgiveness, had a hearty meal, and can happily sleep soundly. Although he might not have any further involvement with the beast-taming circle after this, at least he has saved his own life. Dead woman, I shouldn't have believed your nonsense back then. You almost got me killed. Throwing you into the mass grave for the beasts to feed on was too good for you. Unfortunately, I was too angry at the time. That dead woman had a lot of potential. I should have taken advantage of it while it was hot. Zhang Yuntao is still furious, slowly reaching down to reward himself with a release of frustration. However, at that moment, a cold wind suddenly rises. Then, a pair of crimson pupils light up in the darkness, cold and chilling, filled with endless hatred. Zhang Yuntao, in this world, I owe apologies to everyone, but only to you I do not. Why did you treat me like that? Ah, after a scream, a faint smell of blood fills the air. Soon, in the darkness, only the sound of crunching bones remains, like a beast gnawing on bones. The next day, the sky is clear, blue with white clouds. As the warm sun shines into the room, Jiang Chun is dragged out of bed by Ji Xia. Didn't I tell you yesterday to get up early? Ji Xia complains while pulling Jiang Chun out of the covers. The guests have almost all arrived, and you dare to still be sleeping here. Ouch. Be gentle, gentle. It hurts. Jiang Chun rubs his eyes in a daze, sitting on the edge of the bed, his mind blank, zoning out. Then, upon meeting Ji Xia's almost biting gaze, he suddenly wakes up. Give me 5 minutes. He rushes into the bathroom, urinating, brushing his teeth, washing his face. Throughout, Ji Xia stands with her arms crossed, leaning against the bathroom door, monitoring Jiang Chen's every move to prevent him from dawdling. Jiang Chen shivers a bit, almost wetting his hands. Ji Xia, now that I've changed, you don't need to keep watching me. After washing up, Jiang Chun awkwardly speaks. To distract Ji Xia, he deliberately flatters her, even calling her sister, which she loves to hear. Otherwise, as a man, being watched while changing clothes is uncomfortable. However, Ji Xia doesn't even move her eyes, still leaning against the door. Look at you. Your hair isn't even tidied up. This is your graduation banquet. You can't go looking like this. Seeing Jiang Chun's messy hair resembling a bird's nest, Ji Xia expresses her disdain and can't hold back, directly stepping in. Come on, let me fix it for you. Don't go there, don't move. Be gentle. Wear these pants. No, big sister, why do you even care what color underwear I wear? After some fuss, Jiang Chen finally puts on a handsome suit, his hair styled to look mature and energetic. Looking at Jiang Chen's dashing appearance, Ji Xia is particularly satisfied. Jiang Chen, however, is almost depressed. He doesn't know when it started, but Ji Xia's abnormal controlling nature has been fully directed at him. Even what color underwear he wears is under her direct supervision, making him feel as if he isn't an outsider. It makes Jiang Chen feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, he managed to take off his pants himself, so he maintains some boundaries. His integrity remains intact. Ji Xia finally lets go. Let's go, handsome guy. Grandpa Jiang and the others are waiting for you. Ji Xia looks at Jiang Chun with a bright smile, her eyes almost unable to look away. She naturally takes Jiang Chen's hand, not giving him much time to think, leading him towards the front hall. Probably because the main character hasn't arrived yet. The banquet hall in the front hall seems a bit quiet. Only intermittent laughter and chatter can be heard. Ji Xia leads Jiang Chun to the entrance of the banquet hall, wearing a beautiful white dress that outlines her perfect curves, her smiling eyes sparkling like stars, making it hard for anyone to look away. Without any makeup, she still captivates all. Unknowingly, whether intentional or not, her outfit complements Jiang Chen's suit perfectly. She takes a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, slightly nervous, her cheeks flush, as if anticipating something. Then, she pushes the door open and walks in, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's. Two people stand together, a perfect match, radiating brilliance and instantly attracting everyone's attention. At first glance, it looks like a scene for a graduation banquet, but it feels more like a wedding for the two of them. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Truly a match made in heaven. Chapter 88. The mass grave exploded. As soon as they appeared, they instantly became the focus of the entire event, drawing a wave of praises and applause. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the world. Many were mesmerized. Li Cancan nearly dropped the chicken leg from her mouth, her excited face flushed, clapping enthusiastically to welcome the two newcomers. With her antics, Ji Xia's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe red apple, exquisite and tempting, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's arm, her nails digging into his flesh, causing him to wince in pain. Despite having gone through many storms, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nervous at this moment. Even his long-frozen heart seemed to be warmed by a flowing current, beating with a mix of excitement and ambiguity. Old Master Jiang stood at the front, alongside dignitaries from Yunjiang City, beaming with joy. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and Ji Xia enter arm in arm, his smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear, and the joy on his face never faded. Everyone, this is my good grandson, Jiang Chun. Old Master Jiang's hearty laughter filled the banquet hall, and he spoke proudly of Jiang Chun, but when it came to introducing Ji Xia, he paused, smiled mysteriously, and said, from the Ji family. She will also be my Jiang family's future granddaughter-in-law. He raised his voice, deliberately adding that last sentence. People feel refreshed at joyful occasions, and he looked radiant, seeming to have become 10 years younger. Compared to Jiang Chen's outstanding performance during the selection, he was even happier about the rapidly warming relationship between Ji Xia and Jiang Chun. In his eyes, Jiang Chun had found his way back, and Ji Xia would eventually marry into the Jiang family, so he had no need to hide it, and could introduce her openly. Ji Xia's face turned even redder, maintaining a dignified demeanor as she walked alongside Jiang Chun, feeling shy yet sweet, perhaps hearing the cheers around them. Even Jiang Chun couldn't help but blush at old Master Jiang's straightforward introduction. He secretly turned his head to glance at Ji Xia, and looking at her stunning beauty that was rare in the world, His heart raced a bit faster. As for the others, they erupted in applause and cheers. In their excitement, they couldn't help but speculate about Ji Xia's identity. Everyone knew that to be introduced so grandly by old Master Jiang, her background must be extraordinary. The Ji family? I don't think there's such a family power in Yunjiang. Are you silly? I heard that Miss Ji Xia is an outstanding beast master from the Zhuke Academy, probably from the southern region of Chuan. Southern Chuan? But there's no Ji family there. The Ji family with a reputation is in the imperial capital. It seemed that many people who were familiar with southern Chuan had a sudden realization. But they dared not speculate further, stopping their conversation in fear. Their gazes towards Ji Xia, Jiang Chun, and even old Master Jiang became increasingly eager. The Jiang family is really taking off. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their smiles grew even more sincere, even carrying a hint of flattery as they watched Jiang Chun and Ji Xia walk over to old Master Jiang. As they made their way through the banquet hall, Jiang Chun felt Ji Xia tightening her grip on his wrist more and more, almost cutting off his blood supply. He turned to look at the extremely nervous Ji Xia and asked, "Did you know about this all along?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xia's grip suddenly tightened a bit more, her whole body tensing. Did she know this was the entrance she had prepared? Or did she know that old Master Jiang recognized her as his granddaughter-in-law? Ji Xia was unclear about Jiang Chen's meaning, visibly flustered, but on the surface, she tried to appear calm. Even though the redness on her cheeks deepened, she blinked innocently at Jiang Chun, as if asking, "What do you know?" Jiang Chun felt quite helpless about this. He knew this must have been planned between Ji Xia and old Master Jiang. The graduation banquet was a cover. This was truly an engagement banquet. Jiang Chun sighed inwardly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Now that it had come to this, and old Master Jiang had announced it so publicly, he couldn't say much. "Xiao Chun. Xia girl, come here quickly. All the guests here are Grandpa's good friends. Let me introduce you." As soon as Jiang Chun and Ji Xia approached, old Master Jiang couldn't wait to take them and introduce them to the esteemed guests at the banquet. "I've heard of your esteemed nephew Jiang Chen's great reputation today. Seeing him in person, he truly is a dragon among men. The Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. Heroes emerge from the youth. We old folks will have to rely on you, Jiang Chun, in the future. Your esteemed nephew Jiang Chun is so outstanding. And with the talented and beautiful Miss Ji Xia as his fiancée, he is undoubtedly a winner in life." After a round of conversation, there was no shortage of flattery directed at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun welcomed them with a smile, and Ji Xia frequently raised her glass, showing no signs of shyness. Displaying a gracious demeanor, this inevitably drew envy from others. Under old Master Jiang's introduction, Jiang Chun got to know everyone at the banquet. Old Master Jiang was very attentive to this event. It could be said that everyone with a bit of status in Yunjiang City who was on good terms with him gathered here. This included Zhou Dechuan, the vice president of the Beastmaster Association, and even Zhao Shuo, the commander of the Yunjiang Base Military District, who never attended any banquets. As for wealthy businessmen, politicians, and military figures, there were countless. Thanks to Jiang Chen's outstanding performance, old Master Jiang had gained considerable face this time. Besides these people, there were inevitably various aunts and uncles. As soon as Jiang Chun and Ji Xia arrived, they warmly grabbed their hands, showering them with concern. Some even began to urge them to have children. Ji Xia was suddenly overwhelmed, her blush never fading. Standing by, Jiang Chun looked around and saw only enthusiastic smiles, completely contrasting with the distance and coldness when the Jiang family had fallen in Yunjiang City. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When you are doing well, good people surround you. It truly wasn't wrong. He recalled how back then, when he was starving, these so-called relatives had all closed their doors, almost chasing him away with brooms. Naturally, Jiang Chun was quite perfunctory with these people, not genuinely caring. Even so, after going around with old Master Jiang, he felt quite exhausted. After dealing with old Master Jiang, he took Ji Xia to finally Can and Wang Fuguwei, and they sat down on a sofa by the window. "Are you hungry? Have something to eat first." Jiang Chun casually handed a piece of pastry to Ji Xia. Unsurprisingly, it drew another round of teasing laughter from Li Can and Wang Fuguwei. Oh, even before the door is crossed, you already know how to take care of your wife." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. "Eating so much won't shut you up, will it?" Then he laughed. To be honest, he was truly enjoying this peaceful atmosphere of life. If there weren't any monsters lurking, it wouldn't be so bad to stay like this. Jiang Chun thought to himself, and his smile became even brighter. "Young master, something big has happened." At that moment, Guzheng rushed in anxiously, running up to Jiang Chun. He was extremely anxious, not beating around the bush. Leaning close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispering worriedly, "The mass grave exploded." "The mass grave exploded?" Guzheng's voice was loud, and Ji Xia, Li Can, and Wang Fuguwei all heard it. "Isn't that Jixia furrowed her brows, suddenly feeling a bad premonition in her heart. A few days ago, she had just found out that Lu Ruyin had been thrown into a mass grave, and now, just a few days later, something like this has happened. Her brows furrowed, and she was certain that this matter was anything but simple. However, before Jixia could speak, Guzheng exclaimed in panic that Zhang Yuntao also died suddenly at home yesterday, leaving nothing but a room full of blood, with no bones left behind. Zhang Yuntao died suddenly. Upon hearing this, not only Jixia, but also Jiang Chun felt a jolt in his heart, with veins popping on his forehead. The two events happened one after the other, and if it were just a coincidence, he couldn't believe it at all. With such a situation unfolding, he had no mood to stay any longer. At that moment, two more people rushed in from the banquet hall. One was dressed in the Beast Tamer Association uniform, and the other was a military personnel. The two looked grave and whispered a few words to Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua. Instantly, Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua's expressions darkened, and after exchanging glances, they hurriedly bid farewell to the old man and left in a rush. Seeing this, Jiang Chun decisively stood up. Let us go? We should take a look too. Chapter 89, Necromancer Beast Tamer, Born Ruler. Jiang Chun maintained a serious expression as he left with Guzheng at the fastest speed. Jixia hesitated for a moment, then called out to Wang Fuguwei and Li Qingcan, "You wait for me here." After that, she followed Jiang Chun out of the banquet hall, filled with worry. When the two main characters and the important figures left, most people were bewildered. The old man's gaze was deep. Zhou Dechuan had already explained everything to him, so he did not stop Jiang Chun. He still wore a smile, greeting everyone. "Everyone, the old man is happy today. Please drink with me. And let us not go home until we're drunk." Ha! In the estate's parking lot. Jiang Chun, "Wait, I'll go with you." As Guzheng started the engine, Jixia grabbed the car door and joined him. She felt there was something sinister about this matter and was worried about Jiang Chun going alone. Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Jixia quickly got in the car. Fortunately, Guzheng was not driving a sports car, but an off-road vehicle. Otherwise, he would have had to go to the trunk. Boom. The car started and instantly vanished from the estate. On the way to the mass grave, Guzheng drove while detailing the events to Jiang Chun. However, unexpectedly, while the defensive fortifications were calm, the mass grave had exploded first. If it were just an ordinary explosion, he wouldn't have panicked so much. From a distance, he saw the area of the mass grave filled with demonic energy. A strong aura of death rising and enveloping a kilometer around. He hurriedly notified Jiang Chun. From Guzheng's description, Jiang Chun learned that Zhang Yuntao's death was very strange. He had simply vanished, dying at home. Besides a few random male hormones scattered on the bed, the room was filled with blood. Strangely enough, there was hardly any smell of blood. If Zhang Yuntao's parents hadn't gone in after he hadn't woken up for a long time, they probably wouldn't have discovered that he was dead. Jiang Chun's expression was more serious than ever, his thoughts chaotic as he tried to piece together the connections between the two incidents. But the suddenness of it all left him with no clear direction. An hour later, the off-road vehicle stopped steadily a kilometer outside the mass grave. Military personnel and the Beast Tamer Association had already deployed staff to seal off the area, preventing the spread of demonic energy and lingering death aura to avoid harming others. As they moved forward, the sky was a dull gray, creating an extremely oppressive sensation. The space here seemed to be affected by the demonic and death aura, appearing somewhat distorted. Staying here for too long would inevitably impact one's mind and erode with the death aura. Jiang Chun dared not delay and quickly advanced. After walking a kilometer, he finally saw a deep pit with a radius of about 100 meters. In the dark red scorched earth, the demonic energy and death aura intertwined, covering the surface like dark, strange poisonous snakes, writhing and moving. Jiang Chun. Upon seeing Jiang Chun arrive, Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua were also quite surprised. "Did you find something?" Jiang Chun asked straightforwardly. With the status of Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua, they would typically ignore anyone with such an attitude. Not only would they ignore them, but they might even kick them out. However, in front of Jiang Chun, the two showed no airs. Given Jiang Chun's potential, he could very well become a backbone force in protecting Hanxia and guarding Yunjiang in the future, possibly even surpassing the two of them. They understood this principle well, and thus treated Jiang Chun with equal standing. Zhao Shua said in a deep voice, preliminarily estimated. "It is related to the Dark Holy Sea. It looks like some kind of dark ritual, but its purpose is still unclear." Zhou Dechuan added. Then, he clenched his fists in anger. These rats in the sewers actually dared to cause trouble in the base city. Truly detestable. He felt genuine anger and disgust. At the same time, he was also deeply alarmed. To have crossed the defensive fortifications unnoticed and even blown up the mass grave, the people involved must have considerable strength. They were definitely significant figures from the Dark Holy Sea. Jiang Chun silently nodded. Their speculation was indeed not far from his own thoughts. However, what had truly happened was still difficult for Jiang Chen to judge. He had strayed from the predetermined path, and it was inevitable that unexpected events would occur beyond his control. After a brief exchange, Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua fell into a long silence. The nightmares that weighed on their hearts, like the demons, the dark holy sea was also a thorn in the hearts of all beast tamers. Compared to the brutal demons, they were even more cruel and cunning. The sudden appearance of the dark holy sea's shadow in the base city made Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua tense. Unfortunately, after thoroughly investigating the mass grave, aside from the residual demonic energy and heavy death aura, there were no significant discoveries. Zhao Shua was also quite troubled. His voice was low, filled with strong killing intent. After a fruitless investigation, he prepared to leave first and let the Beast Tamer Association handle the follow-up matters. Zhou Dechuan gave a few instructions to his subordinates and was also ready to leave. With the Dark Holy Sea's people suddenly appearing and their intentions unknown, they needed to strengthen the forces at the defensive fortifications. Relying solely on military personnel would definitely not be enough. He had to summon the help of the Beast Tamer Association. Before leaving, he reminded Jiang Chun and the others. The demonic and death aura here is pervasive and will inevitably affect your minds. We will handle the subsequent matters. You should leave early. After speaking, the two of them left one after the other. Only a few members of the Beast Tamer Association remained to dispel the demonic aura in the vicinity. Young master, we should leave too. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at the deep pit, Gu Zheng spoke up. This place felt very sinister. He felt uneasy staying even a second longer. What exactly do they want to do? It was even more eerie and strange. Forget it. Let the military and the Beast Tamer Association investigate first. Reluctantly, Jiang Chun could only prepare to leave. Click, click, click. Just then, there was some strange movement from the bottom of the deep pit. What is that? Jiang Chun, Ji Xia, and Gu Zheng were all startled. They focused their gaze in the direction of the sound. Click. They saw a clump of earth rolling down into the pit. Soon after, a thumb-sized white bone emerged. Then came the second, the third. Soon, a small pile appeared. Upon closer inspection, it contained skulls, foot bones, finger bones, rib bones, everything complete. Click, click, click. In the astonished gazes of Jiang Chun and the others, the small bones began to twitch slightly and quickly assembled into a fist-sized mini-skeleton, radiating a bright white light that contrasted sharply with the scorched earth around it. Little Wolf. Jiang Chun felt a surge of vigilance and immediately summoned Little Wolf. Roar. Little Wolf stood beside Jiang Chun, towering over him by two heads. Its body nearly 3 meters long, exuding an imposing presence. It leaped into the pit, where the mini-skeleton was no bigger than a fingernail. Little Wolf was utterly disdainful and swatted it down with a paw. Crack! The mini-skeleton's body, painstakingly assembled, shattered into pieces instantly. Strangely, within moments, the little bones began to jump again, reassembling into a mini-skeleton. Moreover, its smooth texture seemed even purer. The mini-skeleton appeared to be angry and, without a second thought, began to gnaw on a few of Little Wolf's howls, making eerie sounds that were both unsettling and somewhat comical. Something was off. Jiang Chun and Ji Xia exchanged glances, immediately sensing that the mini-skeleton was unusual. With Little Wolf's current strength, smashing a mini-skeleton should be a piece of cake. Yet this mini-skeleton not only survived a paw strike from Little Wolf, but also remained lively and active. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. He quickly activated his Beastmaster's ring, and the mini-skeleton's attributes appeared before him. Beast, Undead Skeleton, Newborn Stage, Bloodline, King Level, Attribute, Undead, Level, Not Yet Determined, Talent Skill, Undying Body, Beginner Born a King. Immortal through death, each destruction and reassembly will forge a stronger King's body. Common Skill, Feign Death, a universal skill for undead beasts that can confuse enemies. Born a King. Chapter 90, Contract. Second Beast. Jiang Chun was startled upon seeing the attributes. He never expected that this seemingly unremarkable little creature would actually be a beast with a naturally born king-level bloodline. This was truly a treasure. Jiang Chun laughed heartily. Initially, he was planning to consider what kind of beast to contract after completing the first stage of the 9 Nirvana God Seat. Now, the answer was right in front of him, and he didn't need to choose anymore. It was well known that in Hanxia, king-level beasts, even emperor-level beasts, were not uncommon. However, most of them were cultivated through countless resources and efforts. But a naturally born king-level bloodline beast was rare and far more valuable than Little Wolf's potential. Back then, just to find Little Wolf, which Jiang Chun had chosen as his contracted beast, the old man had searched through all the major and minor bases in Yunjiang City and its surroundings. It was not easy to find a beast with a lord-level bloodline like Little Wolf. If finding a lord-level bloodline beast was so difficult, One could only imagine how hard it would be to find a naturally born king-level beast. Having such a high-potential beast in his hands was an opportunity he could not miss. At that moment, Jixia also discovered the mini-skeleton's attribute information and gasped in astonishment. I see that this area is littered with corpses, filled with death energy, and infused with demonic energy, yet it can give rise to such a high bloodline beast. The wonders of life are truly astonishing. This was the first time she had witnessed such a miraculous scene, and it opened her eyes. Amid her amazement, Jixia couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It's a pity that we have already contracted our beasts, and this one is of the undead type. While not as fierce as demons, prolonged contact with such undead creatures will inevitably expose us to death energy. Jixia lamented. Even though it has a naturally born king-level bloodline, it isn't perfect. Just as she finished speaking, Jiangchen jumped into the pit and walked toward the mini-skeleton. Danger, Jiangchen. Jixia warned him anxiously. It's fine. Jiangchen smiled at Jixia, seemingly unfazed. He already had the strength of a silver-level beastmaster. With Little Wolf's bloodline enhancement and the positive feedback from the bloodline upgrade, his physical strength had reached an astonishing 200 pounds, and his speed was 3 to 4 times that of an average person. Not to mention Little Wolf. Even this mini-skeleton was no challenge for him. However, what he aimed to do now was not to deal with the mini-skeleton, but to tame and contract it. Wow. Jiangchen jumped down, seemingly triggering the mini-skeleton's sensitive nerves. It swung its fists, instinctively sensing that this biped was easier to deal with than the massive creature beside it. Without a second thought, it leaped toward Jiangchen. Then bang! Little Wolf swatted the mini-skeleton into the mud again. Afterward, the mini-skeleton reassembled and hopped around, making angry gestures at Jiangchen, as if cursing him out. Jiangchen didn't expect it to have such a bad temper. At that moment, the mini-skeleton's attribute panel underwent a new change. Undead Skeleton, Newborn Stage. Level, Battle Servant 1 star. Common Skill, Undead Summon. Can summon low-level undead to assist in battle. Indeed, after several reassemblies, the mini-skeleton's level had strangely increased. It had also learned a new skill. Can it really get stronger by being destroyed? Jiangchen was astonished and laughed even more joyfully. This was the true essence of an undying body. Even Jiangchen couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to the Black Soul Beast's talent, Blood Healing Light, the mini-skeleton's talent skill was completely overwhelming. They hadn't even formed a contract yet, and it already had such an effect. Once it received Jiangchen's spiritual power boost, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Jiangchen laughed broadly, without any hesitation, squatting down in front of the mini-skeleton, holding it in his palm to examine it closely. No. But before Jiangchen could contract it, he saw the mini-skeleton kick its legs and suddenly went still. Jiangchen was puzzled. After observing it closely, he suddenly noticed that the mini-skeleton's head turned slightly. The green flame inside its head flickered, as if it were squinting, peeking curiously, quite mischievous. Feigning death, huh? Jiangchen instantly understood. It was young and couldn't hold its composure. He held the mini-skeleton in his palm, not in a rush to act, wanting to see what trick the mini-skeleton was trying to play. After a full half-minute, just as he expected, the green light in the mini-skeleton's head flickered again. Wow. It thought Jiangchen had relaxed his guard and jumped up triumphantly, then began to make some noises while rapidly gesturing with its hands, as if casting a spell. Bang! Suddenly, a patch of mud behind Jiangchen cracked open, and a half-meter-tall beastly undead creature burst forth from the ground. It resembled Little Wolf to some extent and crashed into Jiangchen's leg. Crack! Then, without any defense, it shattered into pieces. What a scam! Jiangchen's eyes lit up. Realizing this was the mini-skeleton's ability, Undead Summon, he felt no disappointment at the easily broken undead creature summoned by the mini-skeleton. Instead, he was delighted. Jiangchen understood that powerful undead beasts are not only formidable themselves, but they can also command vast armies of undead creatures in battle. Although the mini-skeleton was still a newborn, this ability was already showing signs of potential. It was easy to imagine that as its level increased, it would not just summon such a creature, but potentially millions of undead. Wow, this little thing has truly brought me so many surprises. The immortal body goes without saying. It's ridiculously strong. Coupled with this undead summoning, one could say that once the contract is established, the little skeleton, once it grows up, is equivalent to an army on its own. Jiangchen's heart was ablaze with excitement, and he couldn't help but adore the little skeleton even more. Little one, you'll follow me from now on. Jiangchen smiled lightly, his expression serious, as his soul power poured out like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a beast contract radiating a faint soul light appeared in Jiangchen's hand. Compared to when he first contracted with the little wolf, it was more solid and domineering. Jiangchen, young master, you. Seeing this, Jixia's eyes nearly bulged out. Both of them understood what Jiangchen was doing and were even more astonished. It is a commonly accepted rule in the Beastmaster world that one person can contract one beast, and a contract is carved once in a lifetime. Accompanying each other for life, sharing life and death, is also the most romantic encounter between a beast and its master. However, now Jiang Chun was able to carve out another beast contract in front of them, contracting a beast. This time, Jixia found it hard to remain calm. Could it be that you are the unique divine contractor? Chapter 91, Soul Technique, Advancement. Jixia gasped in surprise. The contract between Jiang Chun and the little skeleton continued. He shook his head with a smile, denying Jixia's speculation. No. The so-called divine contractor specifically refers to those who can contract 2 or even 3 beasts, favored by the gods. He certainly does not belong to this category. Being able to carve out a second beast contract relies entirely on the wonders of the 9 Nirvana divine seat. He concentrated intensely, activating the contract, completely enveloping the little skeleton within it, merging into its head. Wowka, wowkaka. The little skeleton immediately became restless. At the same time, Jiang Chun also sensed the little skeleton's strong resistance from the contract link. Still want to resist? Jiang Chun grinned, his soul power surging like a tide. Submit, little one. Generally speaking, beasts cultivated in beast training bases have relatively gentle temperaments, having been tamed and made docile through training. So they won't have any conflicting emotions during the contract. However, wild beasts are different. They have not had much contact with humans, and everything foreign is perceived as a threat, instinctively resisting. An overly aggressive response could even lead to a failed contract, or even harm the Beastmaster's soul. However, with the little skeleton's meager soul strength, it posed no pressure on Jiang Chun. His soul power continued to press down, and the little skeleton gradually ceased its resistance, becoming more compliant. This was a conquest of the soul. Until the little skeleton completely gave up its resistance, the contract was successfully established. Buzz. Jiang Chun's soul trembled slightly, and an intense feeling of joy spread throughout his body. Unbeknownst to him, the 9 Nirvana divine seat had advanced to a high yellow level. Along with it, Jiang Chun's soul power also increased. The soul technique had advanced again. Feeling the abundant soul power, Jiang Chun was very satisfied. This was the second advancement of his soul technique after he completed the first level of the 9 Nirvana divine seat. If the soul technique could continuously advance indefinitely, Jiang Chun's heart was ablaze. The 2 experiments were enough to prove that the description within the 9 Nirvana divine seat was not exaggerated at all. Following this trend, advancing to the mysterious level, earth level, sky level, and even surpassing the sky level was possible. Jiang Chun felt even more amazed by the relic, and once his strength was sufficient, he must return to sea. He made a decision in his heart that one day, when he revisited, he must carefully search for any extraordinary items remaining in the relic. Wowkaka. The little skeleton lay in the palm of Jiang Chun's hand, looking very tired, but completely relaxed. There was no longer the hostility and rejection it had shown earlier. It was just that due to the exhaustion from resisting during the contract, it lay sprawled out in Jiang Chun's hand, too lazy to move. At that moment, Jixia also curiously came over. Jiang Chun shrugged and smiled. As you can see, all of this is the result of my cultivation of soul techniques. What, with your broken yellow intermediate level? Jixia was incredulous, frowning. Are you bullying me for being less educated? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jixia, and chuckled. I'm just afraid you're being foolish. You want to fight, huh? Jixia shot Jiang Chun a glare, pretending to tug at his ear. Jiang Chun quickly begged for mercy, stopping his banter, and seriously said, really? Also, it's no longer the broken yellow intermediate level. It's now a high yellow level. Really? Jixia was even more skeptical. Stand still. She appeared much more serious, her delicate fingers reaching out to lightly tap Jiang Chun's forehead. The level of soul technique has a most intuitive reflection, which is the strength of a beast master's soul power. The higher the level of the soul technique, the stronger the soul power when cultivated at the same level. For Jixia's strength, sensing Jiang Chun's soul power strength was not difficult at all. She focused slightly, slowly releasing her soul power. Then, her brows gradually furrowed. Double soul power. It actually has twice the soul power of an ordinary person. Jixia was extremely surprised. In her perception, Jiang Chun's soul power was actually double that of a normal person. To know, when cultivating a typical yellow level soul technique, the soul power enhancement is usually between 1 to 3, 15 times, which is already quite rare. However, Jiang Chun's current soul power even matched that of some beast masters who cultivated mysterious level soul techniques. When she had previously investigated Jiang Chun's soul power while he was cultivating the 9 Nirvana divine seed, it was only at most 1 for times. But now, Jiang Chun's level had not increased, yet his soul power had strengthened. This meant that the level of the 9 Nirvana divine seed had indeed advanced. What kind of soul technique is this? Even Ji Xia couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation, shocked into silence. After the shock, Ji Xia's expression immediately became particularly serious. She looked at Jiang Chun earnestly, lowering her voice deliberately, not wanting even Gu Zheng to hear. This matter regarding soul techniques, you must not tell anyone in the future. Such a soul technique that can continue to advance, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly bring Jiang Chun a disaster. The saying a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime applies here. Seeing Ji Xia's tense expression, Jiang Chun's gaze softened, his sharpness concealed, leaving only a gentle warmth. All right. Jiang Chun nodded seriously. In fact, the things Ji Xia could think of, how could he not? It was precisely because he trusted her immensely that he was so unguarded in letting her investigate. If it were anyone else, how could Jiang Chun trust them so unconditionally? As for Wang Fuguei and Li Cancan, they still didn't believe it at all. Both were carefree types, likely having already forgotten about it. Since he promised Ji Xia not to mention this to anyone in the future, that was all there was to it. After calming down, Ji Xia finally had the mind to examine the little skeleton. This little guy was sleeping quite soundly. Ji Xia gently poked the little skeleton with her finger, seeing it had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and couldn't help but smile. She observed it seriously for a while and casually asked, "The little guy doesn't have a name yet. Have you thought of one?" Saying this, Ji Xia couldn't help but glance at the little wolf. Ever since she met Jiang Chun, he had always called it Little Wolf without a proper name, which she found quite unsatisfactory. Jiang Chun chuckled softly. To be honest, he had never really cared about naming his beasts. As long as it was easy to call out, that was enough. At that time, when they contracted the little wolf, it was with this kind of thought. Why don't you give this little guy a name? Jiang Chun suggested. He really wasn't good at naming things. You can't even come up with a name. Ji Xia glared at Jiang Chun playfully, then poked the little skeleton again. What should we name it? She pondered deeply, putting in a lot of thought. Wow. At that moment, the little skeleton seemed to have had a good dream, smacking its lips and turning over. Ji Xia had a sudden inspiration and said, how about we just call it Little Hua? Chapter 92. Your grandson is my grandson. Little Hua? Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback, muttering to himself, Little Hua it is, as long as it's not Little Wang Ba. Seeing Jiang Chun misunderstanding her meaning, Ji Xia put her hands on her hips and corrected him. It's Little Hua, not Little Hua Ba. All right. Jiang Chun touched his nose reluctantly. He thought Ji Xia would give the little skeleton a more sophisticated name like Skeleton General, Lord of the Undead, or Eternal Will, something grand and impressive. He never expected Ji Xia's naming to be so down-to-earth and casual. Jiang Chun didn't have much of a feeling about the new name for the little skeleton. Ji Xia seemed to quite like it, smiling at the little skeleton with great interest. Little Hua, this is your new name. Of course, she had thought about giving the little skeleton other names. She even considered something like Ice Howl for the little wolf, which sounded more powerful. But considering Jiang Chun's habits and the little skeleton's enchanting voice, calling it Little Hua felt just right to her. After Jiang Chun put Little Hua into the beast-controlling bracelet to rest, Ji Xia was the first to jump out of the deep pit. Jiang Chun nodded and followed her. Even the Beastmaster Guild and military personnel couldn't find anything in the surrounding area. Staying there would only be a waste of time. The Dark Church acted mysteriously and beyond reason, and with his current strength, even if he discovered something, it would be difficult to reach that level. Fortunately, this time he accidentally contracted Little Hua as his second beast. This was a significant gain. Perhaps even the people from the Dark Church didn't expect that. Through a twist of fate, Little Hua would be born here. Jiang Chun secretly felt fortunate. The old man was still waiting for them. Worried that Jiang Chun and Ji Xia would be hungry, he specially prepared a lavish seafood feast, which allowed Li Cancan to indulge her appetite, making her belly bulge. After a hearty meal, the old man looked at Jiang Chun, his kind smile mixed with many emotions, reluctance, affection, satisfaction, pride. Various feelings were present. The old man knew in his heart that after this meal, it would probably be a long time before he saw his grandson again. Jiang Chun had grown up under his watch, and in his memory, Jiang Chun was still that mischievous little kid who loved to make him angry. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun had grown up to be a sturdy man, and even had a wife. Meanwhile, he had already grown old, with graying hair and half his body in the ground, having lived most of his life. As he smiled, the old man felt a bit sour in his heart, wiping the corners of his eyes. Xiao Chun, when you're out, be sure to take care of yourself. If you need anything, just tell Grandpa. Also, as a man, you should know to take care of your wife and look after Xia girl. When I was your age, I was already in the bridal chamber with your grandma. As the farewell approached, the old man's words became much more than usual. At this moment, he seemed no longer the business tycoon holding the economic lifeline of Yunjing, but an ordinary old man reluctant to part with his grandson. Jiang Chun understood the old man's reluctance and felt quite touched. But as he listened, the old man's words became more and more off-topic. even coming up with names for him and Jixia. Jixia was blushing on the side, nodding in agreement, repeatedly saying it was good. From the looks of it, she seemed even more invested than the old man. Jiang Chen suddenly found it hard to contain himself, looking at Jixia suspiciously. Could it be that I am excessively excellent? Is this stunning beauty smitten at first sight? From the interactions he had with Jixia so far, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the kindness coming from her. However, for him, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope, the lesson from Lu Ruyan was still fresh in his mind, making it hard for him to trust again. This sudden kindness made him feel uncomfortable and unaccustomed. Yet he also knew that Jixia interacted with him without any ulterior motives. Her kindness was entirely from the heart, sincere and genuine. This made Jiang Chen even more confused. So, when did she start to like me? After a night passed. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen packed his luggage and, along with Jixia, Wang Fugui, and Li Can, headed to the high-speed train station amid the bustling farewell from Old Man Jiang and many key members of the Jiang group. The luxury cars lined up on the street, particularly eye-catching. Upon seeing the unique group emblem of the Jiang family, countless passers-by showed their respect and saluted. As they walked into the high-speed train station, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Old Man Jiang stood at the platform, asking Gu Zheng to fetch the tickets. He initially wanted to use a private jet to send Jiang Chen and the others directly to southern Sichuan. However, considering they would have to pass through many primitive forests along the way, where numerous flying magical beasts and demons lurked, he decided against it. Those magical beasts and demons had a strong sense of territory and often launched aerial attacks, leading to tragic accidents. Since time wasn't too tight, he simply let Jiang Chen and the others take the high-speed train, which had protective barriers, making it much safer. Beside Old Man Jiang was a pile of gifts, makeup, food, clothes, bags. Even the bodyguards accompanying them from the Jiang family were carrying loads that were almost overwhelming. Li Can and Wang Fugui watched with wide eyes. Some of the luxury items, even Wang Fugui had rarely seen, were worth close to 10 million. Of course, these gifts had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. They were all carefully prepared by the old man for Jixia. Xia girl, when you get to southern Sichuan, if this silly boy of mine bullies you, just tell Grandpa, and I'll definitely fly over to take revenge for you. The old man was stuffing gifts into Jixia's arms while glaring at Jiang Chen as a warning. Yes, I definitely will, Grandpa. Jixia revealed a sweet smile, playfully winking at Jiang Chen. It looked like she was saying, see, this is my backing. Jiang Chen was left helpless, sighing to the heavens, lost for words. Come on, old man. Do you realize that the person standing in front of you is a golden-level beast master? Even if I really get bullied, who can bully whom? However, Old Man Jiang ignored all that, seemingly not noticing Jiang Chen's helpless gaze. After Jixia packed everything up, she asked Gu Zheng to bring 2 space rings and handed them to Wang Fugui and Li Can little girl. If I've overlooked anything while you were at the Jiang family, please forgive me. This is just a little token from me. It's nothing special, so please don't mind it. Once you get to southern Sichuan, take good care of my Xiao Chun. The old man first spoke to Li Can, then looked at Wang Fugui. You two have been close since childhood. I don't have much to give you. Just work hard and don't waste this rare opportunity. The two were particularly surprised. Wow, do we get one too? After the excitement, they both felt a bit embarrassed to accept, but under the old man's firm attitude, they reluctantly took the space rings. With a flicker of their minds, they looked inside and instantly lost their composure. The space rings were filled to the brim with beast-controlling materials, worth at least 1 million. This was a precious gift, even if they were foolish. They knew this generous gift was thanks to Jiang Chen. Grandpa, don't worry. From now on, if anyone dares to bully Jiang Chen, they'll have to answer to my fists. Li Can declared excitedly. Wang Fugui was also unwilling to fall behind. He excitedly grabbed the old man's hand, tears brimming in his eyes. Old man, don't worry. I, Wang Fugui, swear to the heavens, from today on, your father is my father, your grandson is my grandson. Get lost. Chapter 93. Do they have something going on? Jiang Chen didn't think twice and kicked Wang Fugui away with 1 foot. He had never seen someone so irritating. Is there really such a thing as climbing the family tree? Super relationships, huh? He had thought previously that Li Can was too harsh, but now he realized he had to increase the intensity. This was a typical case of someone asking for a beating. After Wang Fugui's antics, the old man laughed heartily, and his feelings of parting lessened a lot. Train number 1086 has arrived at the station. Passengers heading to Chuannan, please board with your tickets. At this moment, the train had already arrived at the platform. The old man waved his hand, his eyes moist, watching Jiang Chen and the others embark on their journey to Chuannan. Once the train started and disappeared from view, the old man rubbed his eyes, feeling the strong wind today, as if the sand was making him squint. The train sped away from the platform. Chuannan is located in the heart of Hanxia, with many basins and steep mountains. and is over 1,000 kilometers away from Yunjing. It takes nearly 10 hours of travel to arrive. The old man specifically booked a soft sleeper compartment, buying all the tickets for the entire compartment, which allowed Jiang Chun to have a very quiet journey without any outsiders to disturb them. However, for some reason, once they got on the train, Ji Xia started talking more. She either dragged Wang Fuguei and Li Cancan to play cards or insisted that the two of them catch up on some knowledge about beast taming. The two of them didn't even have time to take a nap. In short, Ji Xia always found some inexplicable things for them to do. As for Jiang Chun, he was surprisingly neglected by her. Li Cancan quickly noticed something was off with Ji Xia. She secretly exchanged glances with Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei was biting a pen, which Ji Xia had asked him to use to take notes, and he found it increasingly strange. He looked at Ji Xia, then at Jiang Chun, who was sitting quietly by the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he leaned closer to Li Cancan's ear, whispering, "Do they have something going on? Are we delaying them from having kids?" Li Cancan's eyes lit up. No wonder Xia Xia has been winking at me. She must be shy and can't say it outright, hinting at me secretly. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. I suddenly have a stomachache. I have a stomachache too. Wang Fuguei and Li Cancan spoke almost simultaneously, even disregarding Ji Xia, who was focused on teaching, and rushed out. Ji Xia looked puzzled. Do they have something going on? Jiang Chun turned his head, looking confused. His attention was completely away from the three and had no idea what was happening. In the compartment, only Jiang Chun and Ji Xia were left. The moment their gazes met, they instinctively looked down, and the atmosphere turned a bit subtle. Ding ding. Both of their phones rang at the same time. Brothers, don't exert yourself too much, were the messages sent by Wang Fuguei and Li Cancan to them. With a lonely man and a woman in the same room, coupled with the ambiguous messages and the old man's reminders still ringing in their ears, it inevitably made them feel awkward. For a moment, Jiang Chun and Ji Xia both turned their heads, falling into a long silence. After more than half an hour, Ji Xia, being a girl, couldn't hold on any longer. Her ears were burning. It's so hot. I'm going to turn on the air conditioning. She was distracted, holding the air conditioning remote, trying hard to divert her attention. Jiang Chun smiled, knowing Ji Xia was feeling embarrassed. He understood that some things, sooner or later, would have to be faced. Moreover, deep down, even though the engagement was arranged by the old man, after spending so much time with Ji Xia, he no longer felt the same aversion and dislike towards the engagement as before. Jiang Chun just looked at Ji Xia, staring directly and asking the question in his heart. When did it start? Long before he was trapped in a deadlock, when Ji Xia resolutely rushed over, he had such doubts in his mind. Every time Ji Xia showed kindness, this question deepened in Jiang Chun's heart. Now, he finally had the opportunity to ask. Ji Xia suddenly stopped her actions. Her gaze flickering, unconsciously tightening her grip on the air conditioning remote, her whole body tense. Seeing this, Jiang Chun thought he had been too straightforward and was about to explain. However, before he could speak, Ji Xia slowly raised her head, looking directly at him. In her eyes was infinite affection and an undying, deep emotion. Ji Xia smiled, seemingly having completely overcome her inner obstacles, and calmed down. She looked at Jiang Chun, her red lips slightly curved. It seems your memory is really poor, little brother. What do you mean? Jiang Chun was very curious. Halfway through her sentence, Ji Xia smiled without speaking, slowly leaning closer, looking intently at Jiang Chun, her bright and beautiful eyes almost touching his face. Gulp. Jiang Chun felt a wave of dryness in his mouth and his heart racing, almost jumping to his throat. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even Lu Ruyan had never made him feel this way. In his life, he had met many people, some dull, some colorful, some radiant, but at this moment, he encountered someone as dazzling as a rainbow, as beautiful as the morning light. Everything in the world seemed like floating clouds. I see all beings as grass and trees, but I only see you as a green mountain. Jiang Chun instinctively leaned forward, wanting to embrace the unexpected beauty. She looked out the window, the red glow of the sunset casting upon her, highlighting her perfect profile, infinitely beautiful. I will never forget the boy who illuminated my world during my helpless and lonely childhood, who gave me my first candy. She said something profound, her lips full of sweetness. Is that so? Jiang Chun didn't expect Ji Xia's reason for liking him to be so simple. Even he couldn't remember clearly. But it seemed those memories were still vivid for Ji Xia, even etched in her life. That's great. Jiang Chun was not disappointed, looking towards the sunset. He couldn't help but smile along with Ji Xia. There was still a long time ahead, and the road was still very far. They would take it slowly. The two of them looked at each other for a long time until the scattered stars occupied the night sky. With 2 more stops, they would arrive at Chuannan. Yes, our thoughts are too lewd. Jiang Chun expressed his deep agreement. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia couldn't help but laugh, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Her red lips slightly parted as she teased, "Really? Then who was just thinking of kissing me?" Jiang Chen's face turned red, looking around, refusing to admit it. "Is that so? No way, you must have seen it wrong. Cut it out." Ji Xia secretly found it amusing, watching Jiang Chen rarely show such an awkward expression, and felt it was interesting. She chuckled a few times, but didn't continue to tease Jiang Chen. Instead, she took out her phone and sent a message to Li Cancan. "Brother is really amazing. After entering the Zhuke Academy, you have to take care of us more. Yeah, king-level bloodline beast taming. How can you be so amazing? Your brother and sister are totally in love with you. I want it too, I want it too. Brother has to share the love evenly. You can't be biased. Ha ha. Sisters, don't fight. Brother loves you all." Just then, a sudden clamor of girls' sweet giggles and a boy's triumphant laughter came from outside the compartment. Bang! Then, the compartment door was forcefully opened. Jiang Chun and Ji Xia saw 4 or 5 little girls surrounding a well-dressed boy, pressing against him intimately. When that group saw Jiang Chun and Ji Xia, they paused for a moment. "Sorry, it seems we walked into the wrong place." The boy subconsciously wanted to back away. But the moment his gaze landed on Ji Xia, he couldn't take his eyes off her. What a celestial beauty, truly exceptional. He stared at Ji Xia, wishing he could swallow her whole. Ji Xia frowned slightly. Noticing Ji Xia's displeasure, the boy immediately adjusted his expression and fixed his hairstyle. He walked slowly in front of Ji Xia, bowed gentlemanly, and extended a hand. "Hello, beautiful classmate. My name is Jiang Chen." Chapter 94, You Imposter. "You call yourself Jiang Chen?" Ji Xia was particularly surprised and finally looked the boy in the eye. Seeing this, Chen Tao straightened his back even more, feeling immensely proud. His trick of impersonating Jiang Chen had never failed. Even before arriving in Chuannan, he had already flirted with 4 or 5 girls. Victorious time and again. He thought Ji Xia was attracted by Jiang Chen's famous name and tossed his bangs, revealing a self-assured smile. "Yes, it's the Jiang Chen you're thinking of." Chen Tao was pleased, secretly thinking he had snagged another exceptional beauty. He pretended to be deep and thoughtful, resting one hand on his forehead, feigning a troubled expression. "Oh, sometimes being too famous can be quite a burden. But there's nothing I can do. My deeds are well known, my excellence too dazzling." Having not only nurtured a king-level bloodline Ice Snow Wolf King, but also being accepted into the Zhuke Academy with full marks in all subjects. As you can see, trying to keep a low profile is impossible. As he spoke, Chen Tao slightly turned his body, and the 5 infatuated girls behind him immediately began to wave their arms and cheer. Amidst the cheers, Chen Tao couldn't suppress a proud smile. It seemed that was his greatest pride. Ji Xia's expression gradually turned strange. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence of the same name. But as she listened more, she felt increasingly uneasy. Ji Xia looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with playful amusement, and teasingly said, "Oh, I didn't realize that the famous Jiang Chen is also a playboy." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, feeling exasperated. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. He truly didn't expect someone would use his name to deceive naive girls. Even more surprising was that these 5 girls actually believed it. Truly, this world is full of wonders. However, Chen Tao didn't notice Jiang Chen's change in expression. His gaze was fully fixed on Ji Xia, completely certain that she was captivated by his uncontainable charm. This was jealousy. Heh, with so many beautiful women, one is enough. Chen Tao raised his status and smiled. "In my opinion, they are all just superficial girls. How can they compare to the beautiful lady? If you don't like them, I, Jiang Chen, solemnly swear from now on, I will only love you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 girls crowded at the door of the box suddenly turned pale. "Brother, didn't you say you loved us? How could you bear to make us sad, brother? Please don't abandon us." The 5 girls chattered, crying and complaining, glaring at Ji Xia, clearly regarding her as the bad woman who was stealing their good brother. Chen Tao's expression changed, and the good-natured demeanor he had with the 5 girls vanished. In his eyes, if he couldn't get something for free, then these 5 girls combined weren't even worth Ji Xia's fingernail. Now that there was a precious gem in front of him, how could these 5 ordinary girls catch his eye? He didn't even look at the 5 girls behind him and raised his right hand, declaring, "I, Jiang Chen, swear that I have true feelings for the beautiful lady." Every word is true. Seeing that Chen Tao was completely engrossed in playing the role of Jiang Chen, Ji Xia couldn't help but chuckle, unable to hold back her laughter. She smiled at Jiang Chen, saying, "He's actually more eloquent than you." "Thieves and shameless people," Jiang Chen scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Noticing Jiang Chen's face had completely darkened, Ji Xia stopped joking and nodded seriously, agreeing that indeed, even a glance was too dirty for her eyes. Jiang Chen spoke openly without any reservations in front of Chen Tao and the others. Hearing this, Chen Tao's smile instantly froze, his expression darkening as veins bulged on his forehead. The 5 girls reacted even more strongly, indignantly defending Chen Tao. "How can you say that about our brother? Do you know who he is? He is a beast-taming genius rare in Yunjiang, and even the entire Hanxia for 100 years. If you anger our brother, you will be in for it. Apologize. You must apologize to our brother." The 5 girls were filled with righteous indignation, each speaking over the other, as if Jiang Chun and Ji Xia had committed some unforgivable crime. They nearly drowned the two in their spittle. With 5 girls backing him, Chen Tao felt more confident despite his anger. He wore a haughty expression, as if he had truly become the renowned beast-taming genius, coldly saying, "Dare to insult me. Jiang Chun, do you know the consequences of doing so?" Consequences? Jiang Chen's face darkened to an extreme. He had never seen someone so shameless, using his name to swindle and deceive while being so unashamed. Most importantly, they were doing such lowly things while constantly referring to him as Jiang Chun. This was infuriating Jiang Chun. If he let these people continue to make a scene, what would happen to his reputation? Slap. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chun slapped Chen Tao to the ground. He was ready to give Chen Tao an unforgettable lesson, showing no mercy. "You dare hit my brother." Seeing this, the 5 girls nearly went crazy, their eyes almost popping out. Who is Jiang Chun? He is a genius among geniuses. Even the mentors from the highest academies would greet him with smiles. But now, someone actually dared to hit Jiang Chun. The shock to them was akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, an 8th-grade hurricane. You. Chen Tao was half lying on the ground, his head buzzing, completely dazed. He instinctively clenched his fists, ready to fight Jiang Chun. But at that moment, Jiang Chun was already standing on him, too cold, knife-like gazes staring down at him, as if he were a lion awakened from slumber. Facing Jiang Chen's gaze, Chen Tao instantly cowered, losing all his previous arrogance. His voice became much smaller, as if stuck in his throat, weakly asking, "What do you want to do?" He wanted to run, but Jiang Chen's strength was astonishing, firmly pinning him to the ground. Jiang Chun didn't waste words, pulling out the admission letter for the guaranteed enrollment and coldly asking, "If you are Jiang Chun, then who am I?" Chen Tao and the 5 girls looked closely, and the name on the admission letter was indeed Jiang Chun. Guaranteed admission letter? They were first stunned, then all burst into laughter. "Bro, are you joking with me?" Chen Tao rolled his eyes, thinking Jiang Chun was trying to impersonate his identity without doing any background check, showing a complete lack of professionalism. The other 5 girls were also laughing so hard they were almost in tears. "Guaranteed admission? I say, brother, you really are that one. Trying to impersonate our brother without any effort to learn. Our brother participated normally in the selection and was accepted into Zhuke Academy after achieving full marks in all subjects. You think you can fool us with a fake admission letter? You imposter." Chapter 95. Are you still a man for hitting a woman? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, completely losing all strength to refute. He was truly amused to anger. Clearly, these people did not believe his identity. Very few knew about the guaranteed admission to Zhuke Academy, and Dulan hadn't promoted it much. These people thought he should have been normally admitted and naturally assumed the guaranteed admission letter was fake. "Imposter, don't think you can fool us. He's just a fraud, and he dares to insult our brother. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror." A fraud and a flashy cheap person. I knew these two were nothing good. Determining that Jiang Chun is a fraud pretending to be their brother, the 5 girls became increasingly furious. Not only did they curse Jiang Chun, but one of them even cursed Ji Xia. The more they cursed, the more excited they became. But just then, their vision blurred, and Jiang Chun suddenly appeared in front of them, his face dark enough to drip water. He was rarely truly angry. "Shut your dog mouth." Jiang Chun coldly stared at one of the girls, and without thinking, he slapped her, making her spin in place, half of her face swelling up. Jiang Chen's sudden rage frightened the 5 girls, who all turned pale, covering their mouths and shrinking away, screaming. Especially the girl who got slapped. She couldn't get up from the ground for a long time, covering her left cheek, tears streaming down from the pain, seeing their companion's miserable state. The remaining 4 girls were so angry they jumped up and down, pointing at Jiang Chun and accusing him. "What right do you have to hit Yin Yan? Yeah. Are you even a man? Hitting a woman? Sisters, who understands? This is a violent man. Quickly call someone to detain him." They kept accusing him, but retreated, none daring to step forward. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy, his aura fully unleashed, even more intimidating than when he was staring at Chen Tao. This frightened them so much that they kept calling for the train staff to detain Jiang Chun. It was as if Jiang Chun didn't hear their accusations. His dark pupils held a chilling light. He stared at the girl, word for word, almost grinding his teeth as he said, "If you have the guts, say what you just said again." He was genuinely angry. In his eyes, these girls were naive, and he didn't intend to argue with them. However, this girl actually dared to speak ill of Ji Xia. How could he tolerate that? I. Li Yin cried, feeling extremely wronged, her face pale. She sobbed for a long time, unable to say a word under Jiang Chen's cold gaze. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel some regret. She had gotten carried away with her words in the heat of the moment, not realizing she had touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. Thinking of this made her feel even more aggrieved, and she couldn't stop crying. Jiang Chen didn't care how wronged Li Yan felt. His voice was cold. If you weren't a girl, I would definitely ruin you. Apologize. Jiang Chen shouted loudly, startling Li Yan. The other girls were also too scared to make a sound. At this point, they had no doubt about the truth of Jiang Chen's words. If Li Yan didn't apologize, the outcome would definitely be tragic. Unconsciously, the girls looked to Chen Tao for help, including Li Yan, all hoping he would step up to protect them. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After getting slapped by Jiang Chen, Chen Tao completely became honest, shrinking to the side, his eyes darting, sneakily glancing outside the compartment, ready to escape at any moment. He had no courage to confront Jiang Chen. Moreover, he wasn't about to jeopardize his future for a few women. Chen Tao didn't speak, and the girls were even less daring to act recklessly. Although they were all beast masters, students admitted from various base cities to the Zhuke Academy, they could very well have their admission revoked. It wasn't worth it for someone they had only known for a few hours. Seeing the others all hide away, Li Yan's heart instantly sank. In panic, she fearfully looked at Jiang Chen and said, "I'm sorry." Jiang Chen's gaze grew even colder. Li Yan trembled all over, unable to hold back, and suddenly burst into tears. While crying, she stumbled to Ji Xia's feet, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, it was my loose mouth, I'm sorry. It was my fault, I said the wrong thing." The more Li Yan cried, the sadder she became, making Ji Xia frown. As a fellow girl, seeing Li Yan's cries grow louder, she couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. "How about we just let it go?" Ji Xia cast a questioning glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen seemed a bit helpless. If it were up to him, it wouldn't be excessive for Ji Xia to slap Li Yan a few more times. She's still too kind. Jiang Chen shook his head, not wanting to waste more time on these girls. Get lost, he coldly rebuked. And Li Yan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Covering her face, she pushed past the girls hiding by the door and fled, as if escaping. She didn't even glance at the admired Jiang Chen again. The remaining 4 girls immediately rushed to help Chen Tao up. "Brother, let's go quickly." They were genuinely scared. Moving cautiously, with the girls' assistance, Chen Tao said nothing, turned around, and when Jiang Chen couldn't see his expression, resentment immediately surged in his eyes. "Bastard! How dare you make me lose so much face? When we reach Chuan'an, I will definitely not let you go," he thought to himself. Just as he was about to leave, 3 uniformed train staff members hurried over. Who was causing trouble here? Chen Tao's face lit up with joy as he shouted to the train staff, Here, someone has assaulted us for no reason." The 3 staff members quickly arrived, looking at Chen Tao's swollen face, then at the seemingly unconcerned Jiang Chen in the compartment. "Are you the one causing trouble?" They were extremely serious, stepping into the compartment, already prepared to take Jiang Chen away for questioning. Such a person was not someone they could provoke. Seeing the 3 staff members hesitate, Jiang Chen leisurely recounted what happened. At that moment, Ji Xia casually handed her phone to the 3 staff members, which recorded events from Jiang Chen's perspective. It documented everything from Chen Tao's threats to the girls' insults, right up to Jiang Chen's retaliation and Li Yan begging for forgiveness. The 3 staff members clearly understood the sequence of events. Without saying a word, they took Chen Tao and the remaining 4 girls deeper into the train. "You trespassed into someone else's compartment, deliberately provoked and insulted others, disrupting public order. Now, please come with us for a while."